Shepherd's dust traveled through the flood and became an ethereal spirit body. Originally a battle scum, he accidentally awakened the Starsea fishing choice system. Chapter 1 Fishing Selection Systems. That choice. It's too easy, isn't it? In the midst of endless chaos, there is a pool of water on a sea of clouds in the extreme south. Shepherd Dust muttered to himself beside the water pool. At the same time, he slowly lowered the fishing rod in his hand. Yes, he's actually a crossover. It just so happened that he traveled to the flood and became an ethereal spirit body. And today, awakening to the Star Ocean fishing system and facing the choices given by the system. Drop. Congratulations to the host for descending into the period of the flood Pangu's opening of the heavens. Please choose. 1. Immediately travel to the floodlands to witness the opening of the heavens by Pangu, and possibly obtain the inheritance of the innate gods and demons. 2. Fish for 100 years and obtain an innate spiritual treasure. Inheritance of the innate gods and devils? An innate spiritual treasure? What's the point of choosing? Surely the former is better. Makoto instantly transformed into a spirit body and floated away from the water pool. The result was just leaving the sea of clouds. In the middle of Mu Dust's line of sight, it was just a giant in the sky with an axe in its hand, directly splitting the chaos. Boom! Violet ripples spread from the center in all directions, in which the energy emitted, even if only a trace, in which still carries enough power to make people's souls fly away. Shepherd's Dust remembered. This is the first calamity when heaven and earth first opened and Pangu opened the sky. The entire chaos was cut apart by the infinite chi. And just a trace of the aftermath of the power instantly nearly caused his already insubstantial spirit body to go up in smoke. Grass. Shepherd's Dust frowned, because he found out. The force is too strong. If he had stayed a little longer, he would have probably blinked his soul away. Shepherd Dust made a snap decision and practically ran his ass back into the sea of clouds. At the same time the mind roared wildly. Damn! The system screwed me. This is not at all what was expected. At this point, the flood is too scary. A mere ethereal aura could kill himself in seconds, and he could not even go out with this strength. And at this point, as Pangu opened the heavens and transformed his body into all things, the entire chaos began to open up, and endless living beings began to rise and awaken. Countless thousands of years passed, and the great flood world was officially formed. As for Mu Chen, he was completely honest and only hid in this small world quietly observing the outside. Dropping. Damage to host's spiritual body detected. Fish for 300 years and receive an innate spiritual treasure to protect your body. Again? Makoto looked at it with a face full of suspicion. It was a relief to make sure that the system didn't have any traps and was simply fishing. Innate spiritual treasure. That was something that even saints valued extremely highly. A mere 300 years is nothing, after all. Time in the flood is meaningless. As she thought of this, she gently picked up the fishing rod and threw it into the pool of water. Mindfulness. I'm just fishing. I'm not going to get killed, am I? 300 years later. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the 100 years of fishing quest and obtaining the innate spiritual treasure, the 4 swords of the immortal executioner, imitation. Next moment, only to see 4 immortal swords emitting endless might appear beside him, slowly circling and emitting a terrifying power that was enough to kill a god. In the beginning, the devil clan Luohor relied on the regicide gun immortal execution 4 swords composed of the sword array to kill countless enemies, dominating the flood. A trace of a surprised look flashed in Mu Dust's eyes. Finally, his own centuries of work had not been in vain, but before he could speak, he heard another drop. Please choose. 1. Continue fishing here for 500 years, and immediately obtain a flood of ordinary spitting cultivation techniques. 2. Utilizing the 4 swords of the immortal executioner to take advantage of Pangu's initial opening of chaos and conquer the innate gods and demons. You can once again obtain an innate spiritual treasure. Look at the second option. Makoto instantly rolled his eyes. Nima, trying to screw me again. The last time Pangu opened up the sky that one time it almost cost him his entire being. One must know that he was merely a spirit body without any cultivation nowadays. A thought from a random god or demon could wipe himself out in ash. Even if one had the real 4 swords of the immortal executioner, it would still be useless, not to mention the imitations. And the current him was completely unable to harness the power of the immortal execution 4 swords. So the system is making it clear that it didn't kill him the first time it pitched him, and this time it wants to continue to lure him out to die. After the first lesson, Shepherd Dust did not hesitate to choose the first point. Keep fishing. Would an innate spiritual treasure be useful to him now? It didn't work. At the beginning of chaos, any random guy was not something he could deal with. So doesn't it smell good to practice well? The ones who have to go out and gang up will be killed later. Next moment, A fishing rod appeared beside Makoto, while the other side went directly into the water spring. The fishing has begun. A large section of memories sprang up in Mu Chen's mind, all of which were methods of practicing vomiting. He slowly closed his eyes as instructed in his memory. Hundreds of years passed in a flash. Shepherd's dust gradually adapted to this passage of time. Coupled with the fact that he had been immersed in cultivation for almost hundreds of years, he no longer felt lonely. The last thing that is lacking inside the flood is time. On the contrary, as long as you live you get stronger and stronger. Finally, one day, fishing is over. Please choose next. 1. Continue fishing for 500 years, during which time the speed of the host's cultivation in this place increases tenfold. 2. Enter the upcoming Dragon Han initial tribulation, join one of the 3 tribes, and obtain 2 innate treasures. Shepherd Dust took a deep breath. The Great Dragon Han tribulation is about to begin? That's all the more reason not to go out there. These were battles at the level of paramount saints. It's not even close to the innate gods and demons. If one did not reach the point of 100% invincibility, it would be better to get a cultivation spell. Everyone else relies on the system, and I have to fight the system. Makoto rolled his eyes. He knew in his heart that his own strength was the true strength. He had just witnessed the opening of the sky by Pangu, and the Great Long Han disaster after the opening of the heavens. No matter how fierce the 3 clans fought, in the end, they all died and ran away. It was none of his business. Feeling that the flow of aura around him had increased tenfold, Mu Chen continued to cultivate seriously. Time passes slowly, dropping. Fishing for 500 years is over. Please choose. 1. Continue fishing for 800 years and immediately gain 100 times the speed of cultivation. 2. Join the Qilin clan to fight against the Dragon and Phoenix clans, with a small chance of obtaining the beginning Qilin's recognition. No go. Shepherd Dust closed his eyes and cultivated silently. Congratulations to the host on the completion of 800 years of fishing. Please choose. 1. Continue fishing for 3,000 years, and you can obtain the magic heaven and earth avatar. 2. The Kirin clan is in danger, so if you come out of the flood to save the day, you can become the new king of the Kirin clan. No go. I won't even go if you tell the beginning unicorn to kneel down and call me father. Congratulations to the host on the end of 3,000 years of fishing. Please choose. 1. Continue fishing for 3,000 years to improve the defense capability of the surrounding Cloud Sea formation. Unbreakable under Saints. 2. Join Hongjun in his fight with Luo Shuhu. Uncover the plot of the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, and gain the respect of the Dragon and Phoenix tribes as well as their divine powers. Shepherd's Dust gave an enunciation. The divine abilities of the Dragon and Phoenix clans were formidable on first hearing. That's why I chose to remain in retreat. As time passes, the Great Dragon Han tribulation is gradually going to reach its end. At this moment, Mu Chen slowly opened his eyes beside his own pool of water. A rather strong pressure filled the center of the venue. Chapter 2: The True Dragon and the Unicorn. Amidst the sea of clouds, a pressure slowly emanated from Mu Chen's body. After thousands of years of long and bitter cultivation, he finally broke through to the heavenly immortal realm. Of course, it's not something to be proud of. Today's floods are one more powerful than the other, and the heavenly immortal realm is at best a mole cricket that can fly. Contrast: Shepherd's Dust had spent a full thousands of years, plus 100-fold increase in cultivation. Only then did they reach the initial heavenly immortal level. In response to this, Mu Dust was also a bit sweaty. Shame on you. It's simply the shame of the flood. He didn't really care though. Anyway, as long as you don't die, you're king. After breaking through the realm, Mu Chen began to slowly sensitize his own mana. This realization was 300 years, and all of a sudden it was 1,000 years of fishing. Congratulations to the host for completing the 1,000 year fishing mission. The surrounding sea of clouds is being upgraded. Upgrade complete. Within the Cloud Sea formation, the host can possess the power of a paragon level, only to see that the surrounding sea of clouds became thicker and thicker, and slowly floated according to a certain pattern, like some kind of formation that surrounded Mu Chen in it. And within this small world of about 1,000 meters, Shepherd's Dust only felt that he had become one with his surroundings, and everything was under his control. Shepherd Dust's mind thought together. The surrounding sea of clouds then quickly transformed, and a magnificent building was formed, standing in the clouds like a heavenly court. Another thought. Countless buildings instantly went up in smoke and collapsed in an instant. Shepherd's Dust understood. This cloud sea grand formation was equivalent to one's own small cave heaven. In this cave, although he was still only at the heavenly immortal realm, he had the right of life and death over other people. That's the law. It's just like all the ants under the heavenly Dao. Heaven's way is the greatest. After maneuvering for a while, Shepherd Dust couldn't help but laugh out loud. The feeling of being able to manipulate and look down on everything was extraordinarily eerie, with an indescribable thrill. No wonder all races practice. It's just too good to be true. Roar! Suddenly, a violent growl rang out. Surprisingly, it was a griffin with real fire all over its body. It landed out of the cloud sea from nowhere, with a body the size of a mountain. The huge eyeballs stared deathly through the sea of clouds, but their complexion was somewhat shriveled. To hell with you. You scared me. Mu Dust's body was stunned. Being in his own small world and possessing quasi-saint level mana, he was instantly not a wimp. Although the Qilin couldn't see Makoto, it sensed the provocation and instantly became furious. Terrifying true fire exploded out of his mouth. However, smashing on top of the sea of clouds did not help in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, it was swallowed up by the sea of clouds. Ha! Shepherd Dust smiled disdainfully. Come in here if you dare. Kirin was furious, but before he could act, his body suddenly collapsed. It smashed heavily above the sea of clouds. Not a single movement. Shepherd's Dust froze. There are bumper stickers in the flood? In the next moment, it was only then that he realized that this Qilin turned out to have been scarred long ago, suffering heavy wounds on its abdomen and arms, with blood spilling out onto the earth like a waterfall. TSK, looks like they just went through a big battle and fled here when they were dying. Shepherd's Dust whispered. Suddenly, another 10,000 foot dragon came from the end of the sea of clouds. The sky around them carried a thunderous, murderous aura. Obviously, the target was this unicorn. His afterglow glanced at Makoto in the sea of clouds. A note of caution then flowed. Can't see through it. It's amazing that this guy doesn't have a single breath out. Chapter 3, Paraclete Strength. The true dragon was majestic and drank with the law. Will you stop my dragon clan? At that moment, the system voice rang out. Please choose. 1. Save the Qilin. Offend the dragon clan. Let him recuperate in the dojo for 1,000 years, and pass on his dharma heaven and earth powers. 2. Indifference. Allowing them to be decapitated by the dragons and gaining their attention. 3. Drive away the dragon and torment the unicorn to gain the wind-protecting aptitude within their clan. After a short period of contemplation, Mu Dust, shake your head decisively. Make yourselves at home. I don't know it. Really don't know it well. The severely injured Qilin immediately showed a look of despair, but Mu Dust didn't care. Save a hammer. One is not a saint. He himself is a battlefield scum. In the event of offending the already powerful dragon clan in the Dragon Han primordial havoc, wouldn't it be a death that couldn't be repeated? Who knows? Next moment. Dropping. Saving the Qilin gains merit, which rewards 1,000 times the speed of cultivation along with a high-level spitting technique. Mu Dust's face was extremely strange. This Lima. The temptation is too great. Is this system purposely punching itself in the face? Am I so easily reversed? Is it so easy for me to go back on my word? Do I have to offend the dragons? The next moment, he had a sneaky thought about rewards. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Since the guy from the Qilin clan was destined to come before him, he should still mean it. As for the dragons, fear the hair. Take it or leave it. I don't go out anywhere anyway. Wait. In an instant, Mu Dust stopped the true dragon who was about to make a move again. What again? True dragon frowned. Shepherd's Dust coughed dryly twice. I counted with my fingers. This Qilin and I are destined to be together. So if you leave quickly, I can refrain from bullying you. Boom! The sky flashed with lightning and thunder. The 10,000-foot true dragon roared in anger. Bold, daring to repeatedly tease my dragon clan. You seek death. Originally, the dragon race is now the protagonist of heaven and earth. It's only because of the Great War that you tighten up on people who don't know what's going on. And Mu Dust's action of going back on his word at this time angered him. For a time, countless heavenly thunderbolts smashed toward Mu Chen's head. Bang! 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 Without exception. All of it was absorbed by the sea of clouds overhead. What? The true dragon was alarmed. This true god's royal thunder law can destroy all things in heaven and earth. Yet even this guy's defense couldn't be broken? Shepherd Dust put his hands behind his back and pretended to say with a mysterious face, "Little bug, hurry up and leave. This seed hasn't killed anything in hundreds of millions of years. With your crude little thunder, you can't even split my fur." The true dragon was furious. It kept circling and roaring in the sky. Good, good, good. Dare to provoke me with your formation. You wait for me. I'll immediately call out to my clan's seniors to come here. Don't run if you have the guts. Shepherd's dust froze. The face then instantly became a little cloudy. Immediately afterward, he exuded a wide smile and waved. Don't, little brother. Come on, you come down. We'll have a talk. I'm sorry for offending you too. Come down and let's talk carefully. Having said that, the sea of clouds slowly dispersed. Shepherd's dust stood just outside the water pool, putting on an appearance of being at the mercy of others. True Dragon's eyes lit up. The moment floated on in triumph. Sure enough, no matter how powerful someone was, they were still scared like this when they heard the name of the Dragon Clan. What he didn't expect at all, however, was this. In the future, he would surely have to regret this realization a million times over. Upon seeing this silly dragon floating inside the Cloud Sea Grand Formation, Shepherd Dust smiled. Now it's your turn to be awesome. What's your name again? True Dragon said proudly. My name is Aotion. Immediately kneel down and apologize for your mistake and hand over that Qilin. I can spare your life. The smirk in Mu Dust's eyes became even more intense. Rolled up the sleeves of his hands. Aotion froze. What are you doing? Of course I'm going to beat the hell out of you. Having said that, Shepherd's Dust slapped him hard. It would have been a flat-out slap in the face. However, a bizarre scene appeared. Aotion's incomparably lofty dragon body was actually instantly slapped away. Chapter 4, Having Two Pets. A unicorn and a real dragon. Aotion was slapped straight into the distance. The entire dragon was instantly confused. How is that possible? The other party hadn't even exerted any force with that palm just now, and it was reasonably impossible to cause any damage to him. Aotion raised his head. Again. Stunned. At this moment, Mu Dust's figure was almost as tall as heaven and earth. Compared to the other party, his own 10,000 foot body was no different from a mole cricket. How did you get so big? Aotion couldn't help but ask. Mu Dust had a playful look on his face. You see again? Aotion froze. Take a closer look and get scared. It turned out that it wasn't that Makoto had gotten bigger, but that he had gotten smaller. The body of a full 10 million feet had now shrunk to the level of an earthworm. Instantly, he pissed himself. Makoto smiled wickedly. Two fingers grabbed it. Looking at the true dragon struggling like an earthworm in the palm of his hand at the moment. Again, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of mischief. Immediately after that, two fingers flicked towards Aotion, muttered as he played. Little man, how dare you ask me to kneel? How dare you call someone bullying me for not having anyone? The dragons are great, aren't they? Don't you know what you're talking about? Don't you have any idea what's going on in your heart? Every time his fingers flicked onto his body, Aotion felt like there were countless heavenly thunderbolts striking him, painful as if they were hitting his soul directly. He roared madly inside at the moment. There's even a high probability that it's still at the quasi-saint level. Thinking of this, he was incomparably regretful, and his heart was suddenly as good as dead. How could such a remote place give birth to such an existence? Now that you've offended him, you're sure to die a horrible death. Played for a while, Makoto then threw it to the ground. Not far. The dying Kirin saw this scene. Inside, too, there were waves of shock. The inner shock was no less than that of Aotion. Something like this divine ability cannot be had unless one is a saint. This kind of existence, how could he have come across it? Shepherd Dust looked at him and said, You come in too. Kirin was shocked, but thinking that he couldn't escape, he could only slowly walk to the Sea of Clouds Grand Formation with his face ashen. Makoto glanced at him. The unicorn's mountainous body also began to shrink, gradually turning into a puppy-like size. Next moment, Shepherd Dust gently waved his hand. The Kirin's injuries that were already killing him were actually going to slowly recover. An ounce of vitality surged out. Kirin's heart was beating wildly. He knows. He lived. It was because the other guy looked at him purely. Hastily suppressing his inner excitement, he respectfully knelt on all fours. Thank you, Senior, for your great kindness. Kirin Clan Kirin is willing to go through fire and water for Senior. Shepherd Dust nodded in satisfaction. This silly unicorn is quite the catch. So another finger in the air. The divine ability of the law of the heavens was then passed on to the Qilin, who then said, All right, you rest here for 1,000 years. So is that stupid dragon not far away? And he's not allowed to go out for 1,000 years. The rest of you feel free to do as you please. Don't disturb my seclusion. Although Makoto was strong in the Cloud Sea Grand Formation, however, it was also annoying if a few dragons came to disturb oneself without moving. Having said that, Shepherd's Dust then bumbled over to the small pool of water to continue fishing. Higher order exhalation method in 1,000-fold cultivation speed. It's so fragrant. Mid-field, Aotion couldn't help but be pleased. You're not going to die yourself? Kirin was also as if she had arrived in heaven from hell at the moment. Not only not dead, he was also helped by his predecessors and learned divine powers. Next moment, he looked somewhat wistfully at Aotion in the distance. At this moment, both of them were out of mana. But by volume, there was no doubt that he had a big advantage. Then, earlier, who was it that was after him? Aotion hastily stepped back, stammering. Former, this is the place of the seniors. You must not be reckless. An impish voice came from beside the small pool of water. It's okay, proper cutting is good for the body and mind. The words just fell. Kirin was like a vicious dog pouncing on a meal, charging towards Aotion. Immediately after, all that came out of the clearing was Aotion's exasperated screams. Help! Chapter 5 A chance to choose a race? I choose. By the waterhole. Congratulations to the host for saving the Qilin and obtaining a high level of exhaling techniques along with 1,000 times the speed of cultivation. A large stream of memories surged into Mu Chen's mind. When he had mastered it thoroughly, all he heard was, detected that the host has learned a high-level spitting technique. Please choose. First, performing a 10,000-year fishing trip will give you a chance to choose a flood race. Second, join the Dragon Han Cataclysm, change the course of the war, and gain the favor of the heavenly Dao of Qi. Shepherd's Dust did not hesitate. Pick one. Let's not talk about the favor of the heavenly Dao of Qi. It's all false. Being so weak yourself. Once you're targeted, I'm afraid that if I take one step out of the sea of clouds, I will be killed by those great powers. Shepherd's Dust had already decided. Set a small goal from now on. Let's wait until we become saints first. In the next moment, the system voice then sounded. Ask the host to choose a racial flesh body. 1. Dragons. 2. The Phoenix Clan. 3. The Griffins. 4. The human race, optional after the creation of man by manhwa, free from the prying eyes of heaven. Look at the 4 options in front of you. Shepherd's Dust fell into deep thought. One must know that the fleshly bodies of the 3 races of dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin were all extremely powerful, or else they wouldn't have become the protagonists of heaven and earth at this moment. If it was unusual, Mu Dust would definitely choose one of them. After all, the human flesh was really weak compared to them. But when he learned that choosing the human race would allow him to avoid the prying eyes of the heavenly Dao, Mu Chen knew his choice. In the flood, it is said that the heavenly Dao is the real one behind the scenes, the so-called Pangu's opening of the heavens, the dragon and Han's initial calamity, the great calamity of witches and demons, and even the future journey to the west were all planned by the heavenly Dao. There were even rumors that whoever became a saint would instantly become a puppet of the will of heaven. Thus, Makoto was now forced to be on the defensive. And since he was originally a human in his previous life, there was naturally even less hesitation. In that case, let's wait until after the witch demon cataclysm manhwa creates the human race before choosing. For now, it's fine, Mu Dust muttered to himself. Then he picked himself up and continued practicing. It is important to realize that the realm of the flood can be divided into 4 stages from bottom to top. Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Xian Immortal, Tai True Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Tai Xianxian Immortal, the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the Great Luo Xianxian Immortal, Quasi-Saints, and True Saints. He's only at the beginning now and can only work harder. Bucket. Shepherd's Dust here was instead bustling with activity. Aotion and Qian chased each other across the sea of clouds every day. Fortunately, Kirin knew in his heart that Mu Chen would not allow him to kill Aotion, so he purposely showed mercy every time. But even so, Aotion was extremely miserable. Other than chasing, the 2 of them were following Mu Dust's example of shutting down. After all, even as strong as they were, they still needed to cultivate. It's in that atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years have passed. The beginning of the 5th millennium. Makoto went from sleeping. Woke up from his seclusion. He exhaled softly, a sharp glint in his eyes. Breaking. Having broken through from the heavenly immortal realm to the true immortal realm, the mana in his body skyrocketed. Shepherd's Dust opened his eyes. As a result, I saw Kirin beating up Aotion again. Couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. It's been fought for 5,000 years. How big a grudge is this? So he couldn't help but shake his head. Karma has been avenged. So don't bully Aotion in the future. Kirin honored. Yes, master. Over the past 5,000 years, he had completely worshipped Mu Chen and willingly recognized his master. When Aotion heard this, he instantly wept with joy and also became grateful to Mu Chen. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Shepherd Dust walked around and then continued his seclusion. Time passes slowly. 10,000 years. Detecting that the host has been fishing for 10,000 years, please continue to choose. 1. Fishing for 100,000 years. You can immediately obtain the latter-day divine power, heavenly incarnation. 2. Stop devil ancestor Luo Shuhu from founding the devil sect. Save the living beings in the flood. And obtain the heavenly Dao's chi luck wrapped around his body. Mu Dust opened his eyes, knowing that it is the climax of the initial robbery of the Dragon Han that is coming. As the war becomes more and more grueling, Luo will become the protagonist of heaven and earth. And hearing the option given by the system, Mu Chen involuntarily pulled the corner of his mouth. You should know that nowadays, the devil ancestor Luo is about to be at the peak of his life, above the 10,000 clans. The other guy could have killed him a million times with just one look. It takes a pit in the head to be a standout. Pick one, Shepherd Dust said. The host chooses to continue fishing and obtains the Hotian avatar, Heaven's Outer Heaven Incarnation. A wave of memories surged into Mu Chen's mind. Chapter 6, My name is Hongjun, Outer Heaven Incarnation. Mu Dust exuded a thoughtful expression. This avatar simply means creating a doppelganger. This doppelganger can go anywhere in your place. Of course, the fight would be subtracted quite a bit. Mostly though, it's convenient in being killed or destroyed doesn't affect the body in any way. Since it wasn't very troublesome, it took 10 years for Makoto to learn it. Just learned. Then he created a doppelganger and ran impatiently towards the center of the flood. Although he didn't dare to go himself, it was still fine to send an alter ego out to see what all the fuss was about. All the way, the battle of the Dragon Han initial hijacking was still grueling. On top of the continuous mountain range, from time to time, one could see the giant dragon fighting with the fire phoenix, and one innate divine ability was exerted, causing the heaven and earth to collapse and the oceans to explode. Kirin has been defeated. Now it's dragon and phoenix fighting. The sky and the sea were dyed red with blood. The land cracked and the sea water poured in, terrifying to the extreme. Along the way, just from what Mu Chen saw, there were hundreds of corpses of true dragons and fire phoenixes that possessed the level of a great Luo golden immortal that fell to the ground. An incomparably tragic aura and the smell of blood surged into Mu Dust's 5 senses. It's miserable. This is really no place for a human being. Shepherd Dust lamented. The words just fell. The aftermath of a fireball accidentally rippled into the earth where he stood. Instantly he was melted. Above the sea of clouds, Shepherd Dust opened his eyes, undeterred. Again, with his current positional realm of true immortal, an alter ego would probably consume 10 years of his accumulated mana. 10 years. What's that? Shepherd Dust didn't care. After all, in the flood, there is nothing else but time. The next 100 years. Shepherd Dust sent out a dozen or so detachments one after another. It is also considered to have witnessed the entire process of the initial robbery of the Dragon Han. After these 100 years, the Dragon and Phoenix clans began to decline. The Devil's granddaddy rises to power, and to kill to prove the saint's path in the flood, a time of wind. And the living beings of the flood were plunged into a bloody storm. It was even more tragic than the Dragon Phoenix War. This day, the Mu Chen detachment arrived at the shore of a towering cliff. It was supposed to be a stroll around, waiting to die in the meantime. The result was a chance encounter with a white-haired, gray-robed old man. He stood on the edge of the cliff, looking into the distance with a saddened look on his face. Curious, Makoto briefly talked with him. Only then did he realize that the old man turned out to be confused because the flood was full of life and corpses, but he didn't know how to save it. Shepherd Dust casually laughed. What's wrong with that? As long as whoever can destroy Luo Shuhu, the barbaric chi luck will be monopolized by one person, and the flood will instantly be at peace for many tens of thousands of years. The gray-clothed old man mused. Luo Shu now has heavenly cultivation, and has the immortal execution sword formation to kill the enemy. And there are even countless armies of the devil sect. How can we fight? Shepherd Dust smiled faintly. Is it that there are many others? Or is it that there are many people in the entire floodlands who have been killed by him? And will the group beat them up? A cluster ********. The gray-clothed old man frowned in thought. Makoto thought to himself that this person was really stupid and explained. 2 against 1. 5 against 3. 10 against 5. Upon hearing this, a hint of enlightenment passed through the gray-clothed old man's eyes, and he only felt enlightened. So this is a cluster **********. The old man was overjoyed. A slight bow was made towards Makoto. Many thanks to young Taoist friend for solving my years of difficult problems. Your actions at this moment may save the flooding world, and your merits are immense. As a token of appreciation, seeing that this out-of-body aptitude of yours is really crude, I'll gift you the 36 methods of the Big Dipper. Put it to good use. After saying that, he flicked his finger. Mu Chen only felt that another large strand of memories had been instantly added to his mind. Are you? Makoto's eyes widened. There was a bad feeling. Fruity. The gray-clothed old man smiled faintly. My name is Hongjun. Chapter 7, The Master is Too Strong. Saying these words, Hongjun disappeared into thin air. Only the dumbfounded Makoto was left behind. Rub. Hongjun, the future lord of the heavenly Dao, the first person in the flood, by the little pool of water. Makoto's eyes snapped open. Waves of shock rippled through his mind. It was a bit of a dream to think that I had just been bull ting with such a terrifying figure. After half a day, Hongjun recruited the great powers of the flood together under the Buzhou mountain to attack Luo Shuwu. Is his own creativity? Then one is a ing genius. Think about it for a moment. Shepherd Dust shook his head and decided not to consider this anymore. Anyway, Hongjun has not become a saint now. Whether it is an enemy or a friend cannot help himself. It's still important to practice. Right. Keep practicing. In the following days, Mu Chen didn't send any more doppelgangers out, lest we meet any more strange characters. Indecent development. Not letting anyone notice you is the way to go. 100,000 years is not long in the flood, but it also takes quite a bit of time. During that time, Aotian and Kirian wanted to go out. The deal was supposed to be 1,000 years of recuperation, but seeing that Makoto didn't open his mouth, so they had stayed for a long time. Even the cultivation level had risen to an extremely powerful point. Nowadays, they were desperate to know how far the three clans' war had progressed. Shepherd Dust agreed after a slight contemplation. Today is the battlefield between Luo and Hongjun. To put it simply, there's nothing left for the three clans. Before leaving, Shepherd Dust looked at the two of them and slowly said, I want to remind you that all three clans are losers in this Dragon Han primordial hijacking. The Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin clans have withered away, and now the Devil clan, Luo Shu, is the boss. You'll only be in more danger after you go out because Luo will kill you for your essence blood, so it's still safer if you stay here. In that case, do you still want to go out? Hear that? A dragon and a unicorn both froze. There was some disbelief in all the eyes. Tribe, all defeated? If it were anyone else, the two would never believe it. The Dragon clan and the Qilin clan were the supreme beings of heaven and earth. How could they possibly lose? However, the one who spoke was Makoto. In their eyes, Makshin was a heaven and earth saint-like existence, and there was absolutely no need to lie to them. For a moment, the two men looked at each other. The eyes were extremely complicated. After all, after spending tens of thousands of years together here, feelings were born between the two. Ahem. Friendship. There is some gratitude in knowing that you can get out and stop fighting for your life and death. He was saddened to learn that his people had been killed and injured. Anyway, emotions that are pretty mixed right now. Master, I still want to go out and see and help the Dragon clan. Aotian gritted his teeth. I'm also going out to see the Kirin clan. Kirian nodded similarly. Shepherd Dust smiled. Fine. Then do as you wish. And remember not to go looking for death. Luo is against the way of heaven. Someone will clean him up. After saying that, he opened the Sea of Clouds grand formation. Watching the two rush straight into the sky, Makoto sighed slightly. There's still some disenchantment. Anyway, here he was still able to shelter two guys. But out there that's up to them. All the way. Corpses are everywhere. Aotian and Kirien learned of the situation. The three clans are truly defeated and going nowhere. Nowadays, Luo Shuji is on top of 10,000 people and has countless armies of demonic sects, even specializing in slaughtering the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn tribes to gain power. Master, could it be that he knew the end of this great battle from the very beginning? Kirian and Aotian were filled with shock. They get it. It turned out that the master had locked them up in the Sea of Clouds, but it was actually for their protection. After all, if they were to follow their original strength, even if they didn't die in the Great War of the Three Clans, they would have died under Luo Shuji. The thought that Makoto had learned about the tragedy of the three tribes from tens of thousands of years ago and had saved them in passing. The two men fell to their knees. The admiration and gratitude for Mu Chen spread out like a torrent of water. The master is really too strong. Chapter 8, The Decisive Battle. Without Kirian and Aotian, Shepherd's Dust felt a bit chilled out on the Sea of Clouds, but fortunately that discomfort faded away over the long years. Among the remaining time, Mu Dust stabilized all the divine abilities he had obtained. Now here's what's probably going on with him. Shepherd's Dust, A peak true immortal realm cultivator with a rootless body. Avatar Dharma Heaven and Earth. Heavenly Incarnation. 36 Methods of the Big Dipper. Feats, low-ranked spitting feats. High-ranked spitting feats. Weapon, the four swords of the immortal executioner, imitation. Shepherd Dust nodded in satisfaction. Though at first glance in the flood it was a weakling. But it's always something you get slowly. One step at a time. Of course it is. Still weak. That's why Mu Dust began to close the door again. The years are long. 45,000 years passed quietly. Congratulations to the host for completing 50,000 years of fishing. Please choose. 1. Continue fishing for 100,000 years. And after 100,000 years, you can obtain a trace of Pango's essence blood, which will substantially improve your physique. 2. Go out of the flood. Follow Hongjun to destroy Luo Shuju and save the people. And you can obtain a trace of Hongmeng purple chi. Makoto's eyelids jumped. Hongmeng purple breath. It's too big of a deal, isn't it? This was an object of the manifestation of the Great Dao, and no one in the flood could possess it except for the saints. Once you get it, it can be said that the avenue is accessible. A hint of a struggling expression flashed in Mu Dust's eyes. Eventually, with a clench of his teeth, Makoto still refused. The Hongmeng purple chi is a supreme treasure and a bane. Getting it yourself will just cause others to pry. What's the big deal? I'll be able to become a saint myself in the future. Don't even think about disturbing my Dao. Mu Dust muttered sourly. Continue the retreat. The thought of obtaining a drop of Pangu essence blood after 100,000 years. It's also very satisfying. Pangu even if it's just a drop of essence blood in your body, that can enhance your qualifications. Think about it. Mu Chen's belief in seclusion became even stronger. Among the long years of seclusion, occasionally, Mu Dust would use the 36 methods to manifest a split body to go out and travel. The 36 methods of the Big Dipper could be much stronger than the out-of-body avatar, claiming to be able to transform heaven and earth, and was extremely convenient to use. Needless to say, Hongjun still has a platoon. The divine abilities thrown out casually were so powerful. Just under this passage of years, Mu Chen also broke through to the Xian immortal cultivation level. At the same time, as his realm slowly rose, the sea of clouds around him expanded from a range of 500 meters to fully thousands of meters. From the outside world it looked merely an extremely unusual sea of clouds. And in fact, now that it wasn't a flood power, as long as Mu Chen wanted to, the other party would never be able to discover him in it, and wouldn't even find anything strange by walking past the sea of clouds. Shepherd Dust thought to himself in a rather shameless manner. Hey, probably this is the strong one. As for the outside world, at this moment, a new round of brutal battle had also begun. Hongjun united with the great powers of the flood and started a duel with the devil ancestor Luo Shua. Countless flood old monsters fought as the sky crumbled and blood flowed. But all in all, Luo Shu occupies the four swords of the immortal executioner, kills everything in heaven and earth, and dominates the field. One day, Shepherd Dust's doppelganger was hanging around outside, watching this great battle between the flood devil and the Dao. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him again. Hongjun. Shepherd Dust was startled. How did this guy find him again? Hongjun smiled faintly. Since the 36 methods of the Big Dipper were passed down from me, they naturally have a sense. Makoto gave a thoughtful "oh." Make up your mind never to use this spell again. It then didn't move. What does fellow Taoist Hongjun want with me? Words. A trace of sadness also appeared on Hongjun's aged face. Sigh. 10 years from now, I'll be dueling with Luo in the West. But there's always something unsettling about it. Seeing that what you think is different from all the beings of the flood, I've come here to clear up the confusion. Chapter 9. My audience is uncomfortable. Shepherd Dust was confused. What's the situation? Hongjun, surprisingly, was coming to ask for advice. Shepherd's Dust was sweating for a while. Big brother, you're only a tiny xian yourself, the kind of thing that you can kill a million times with a single look. What am I doing? Honestly, Hongjun didn't know what was wrong with him. The promised battle at Buzhou Mountain was coming soon, but he was always restless. The other party possessed the immortal execution four swords, which could form an invincible immortal execution sword formation, and he wasn't even sure if he could crack it now. It was in the midst of this trouble that he just happened to discover the existence of Makoto's doppelganger. So, brainstorming came in. In fact, even he didn't hold out hope that Makoto could give him any explanation. Hongjun request for assistance detected. Please select 1. By divulging a hint of heavenly secrets, one can make a few good karmic ties with Hongjun. 2. Keep silent. Do not get involved in karma with Hongjun, and from now on die of old age. Shepherd's Dust was silent for a while, knowing that the next great battle, Hongjun would become enlightened and become a saint. Say it yourself or not, the plot will go this way. So it seems that one should properly hug this thick leg. At the very least make a sliver of goodwill. Thinking of this, Muchen dryly coughed twice. Wording. In the flood of the ages, no matter whether one wins or loses, it's all destined by the heavenly Dao. Something that has been decided long ago. In that case, all we can do is give it our best shot, and the rest is out of our hands. These words, Shepherd's Dust was extremely particular. Winning, that's God's will. It's God's will to lose. You can't blame yourself anyway. When Hongjun heard this, but his face froze. Everything is God's will, divine destiny. For some reason, Hongjun suddenly fell into a state of epiphany, an existence at a level like Hongjun. Once he had an epiphany, it would be truly extraordinary. Just like right now, with just 3 words from Makoto, Hongjun's realm unexpectedly began to have a breakthrough again, and there was a trace of a metaphysical connection with heaven and earth. The time may seem long, it's actually very short. Hongjun back to God. The face is no longer apprehensive and worried, but instead is a face of relief and release. So it is. Immediately after, he was even more astonished when he looked at Muchen. I didn't realize that in the flood, even a small Shinxian immortal could have such a deep comprehension of the heavenly Dao. Admire. Admire. Makoto was completely unaware of what had just happened. I only feel that at this moment Hongjun is suddenly very different, and it is almost the same as the Hongjun imagined in his own mind. He couldn't help but be curious. Why do you want to destroy Luo so badly? Hongjun was silent for a long time. Look away from heaven and earth. Just one last thing. My audience is not comfortable. Shepherd's Dust muttered. So it is. It was a doubt that had existed in him for a long time. In the context of the previous flood story, there was a lot of talk about this. Some people feel that Hongjun was informed of his opportunity to prove the Dao, so he was at loggerheads with the demon race. Some people think that Hongjun is trying to kill Luo Shua and other great powers to monopolize the fortune of the flood. There were even those who believed that the initial calamity of the Dragon Han was a big game set up by Hongjun. Yet at this moment, Shepherd's Dust felt that what he said was true. At the very least, in his flood world at the moment, Hongjun was really thinking for the sake of all beings in heaven and earth. No wonder people can become saints. Makoto sighed. Lao Jun, don't worry. You're bound to win the Great Western War in 10 years. So rest assured. Hongjun's face was odd. Lao Jun? No one in the entire flood world had dared to call themselves that, but it seems to feel pretty good. Hongjun shook his head and smiled sagely. Then I'll borrow your good fortune. If I can win this battle, I will be grateful. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene. It also destroyed its own detachment in a hurry. Slipped and slipped. It is important to know that the Western Mount Sumeru duel was the most tragic battle of the Dragon Han initial reckoning, with countless powerful people falling. Several people as strong as Yang Mei de Xian and others who controlled the laws died, leaving Hongjun alone. Muchen silently made up his mind at this moment. One will never go out again until the end of the great battle of Mount Sumeru in the west. Chapter 10 Hongjun proves the way to sainthood. 10 years. It was not even a blink of an eye in the eyes of the flood cultivators. Shepherd Dust was diligently conducting seclusion in his sea of clouds. The flood world, on the other hand, was extremely lively. The moment, the foot of Mount Sumeru in the west, the great cultivators of the flood were gathered together, and the sea of blood was astonishing. Hongjun offered the Jade Ultimatum of Creation. Luo Shuji offered the Godslayer Lance and the Immortal Execution Sword formation. 80 million sons and daughters of the demon race fought with the flood beings. A great battle that was fought in a heavenly and tragic manner, far exceeding the extent of the Dragon Phoenix battle. As time passed, the demon race led by Luo fell into a disadvantage. At the critical moment, Luo Shuji spared no expense in stabbing at Hongjun's true body with the Godslayer Lance, but Hongjun avoids it. Immediately after Hongjun with the rest of the 3 saints to find the opportunity to take down the 4 immortal execution swords, breaking the invincible immortal execution sword formation. In the end, Luo Shuji was no longer able to resist and died under Hongjun's mighty Jade Ultimatum of Creation. Law was dying. Filled with resentment, he roared up to the sky. I, Luo Shu, swear once again, the devil and the Tao are incompatible. In the future, in heaven and earth, the devil rises and the Tao rises. Thus, heaven and earth had a sense that the devil's way was officially promoted to one of the great Dao of the flood, and Hongjun desperately killed Luo Shu, but also to get the mercy of the heavenly Dao. and in the process got the opportunity to be promoted to the first heavenly saint of the flood. Overall, Luo Shuji wantonly kills the living beings in the floodplains, wants to kill to conquer the saint's way. The dragon, phoenix and unicorn three tribes are completely withered, and what Luo Shuji did was even opposed by the Tao of Heaven, thus ushering in a collective counterattack by the Hongjun as the leader of the people of the floodplains. This is the origin of the initial robbery of Long Han. Shepherd Dust opened his eyes from his seclusion, feeling the change in the aura of the flood heavenly Dao. His heart was certain. It should be the end of the Great War. Even from here, he could vaguely hear Luo's unwilling roar before he died. In this regard, Mu Dust was very understanding, but it can't be helped. Who made Hongjun the protagonist of the heavenly Dao at this time? Even if you have the deicide gun and the immortal execution sword formation, you will still lose in the end. Shepherd's Dust thought of this. It's more of a realization. Don't look for death. Even Luo Shuji has been reduced to such a miserable state by going against the protagonist, not to mention him being a tiny Xianxian. Closure. There are still 80,000 years to go before we can get the Pangdu essence blood. Indecent development is the way to go. Makoto murmured and closed his eyes again. Tens of thousands of years passed quietly in the floodplain. With the end of the initial robbery of the Dragon Han, peace was restored to heaven and earth. The living beings of the flood wasteland were also flourishing at a terrifying level, and at the same time, countless extraordinary innate gods and demons were awakened. Among them are the 12 ancestors as an example. The 12 ancestral witches were transformed by the 12 drops of Pangu's essence blood, born with a strong physical body and an extremely powerful natural aptitude. For a time, the name of the 12 ancestral witches shook the floodplains for a while. Right behind them was the demon race, headed by the East Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun. Makoto sneaked a few glances. It was found that the demon race at this time was instead stronger due to its extremely large numbers, which multiplied and grew faster than the sorcerer race in the flood. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Inevitably, the two great clans began to slowly rise in friction and strife. The great witch demon catastrophe is vaguely visible. In response, only the sky was as quiet as ever under a certain sea of clouds in the extreme south. Shepherd's Dust was in seclusion, under the passage of time. Just here. Congratulations to the host for fishing for 100,000 years and obtaining a drop of Pangu's essence blood, which can be fused after selecting the race's flesh. The words fell. A drop of essence blood containing a terrifying pressure appeared in the palm of Mu Chen's hand. Watching this scene, Mu Chen opened his eyes, and a look of excitement and delight flowed from his eyes. 100,000 years. Finally, with this thing, one's own fleshly body was estimated to be comparable to that of the 12 ancestral witches. And what he had to do next was to silently wait for Nuwa to create the human race before choosing the human identity. Just as he was thinking this, the sky and the earth were suddenly filled with haze, and the four seas shook with tremors. Countless living beings all kneeled down and prostrated and trembled. Sensing this movement, Mu Chen silently murmured, "Have you finally become a saint?" A vicissitude and majestic voice came from heaven and earth. "I am Hongjun, and now that I have been certified as a saint of heaven and earth, I wish to preach the way to all beings. Anyone with a destiny may ascend to the purple heavenly palace outside the 33rd heaven, and after 3,000 years, listen to my preaching." Chapter 11, Preaching in the Purple Heaven Palace. Hongjun became a saint. It is the first major event in the first hijacking of the flood Dragon Han. It was also the birth of the first heavenly sage of the flood. Once the decree was issued, all the gods and devils of the floodplains were submissive. Just when Mu Chen thought that the pressure had dispersed, Hongjun surprisingly transmitted another sentence. "The little Taoist friend who passed on the method of group beating to me with out-of-body aptitude on the shore of a certain cliff back then, may come to the first seat of the purple heavenly palace to listen to my way, and I will teach it with all my heart." The words just fell. The entire floodplain exploded. Can anyone else teach Hongjun to realize the way? Holy, no way? There can still be such a great power? Strange. How come I didn't know that there was such a figure in the flood that could teach Hongjun the Dharma? The method of group beating? What kind of method is this? Why haven't I heard of it? No matter what the law is, but the Tao Father is clearly meaning to take this person as his disciple. I wonder who is so lucky. Now Hongjun is the first person in the flood. He named this man to preach to him. And this is a heavenly opportunity. Everyone's hearts were filled with envy and curiosity. Makoto was also confused on the sea of clouds. The law of group assault. What the hell is this? What he doesn't know is this. When he made a casual remark in the first place, it had already spread through Hongjun's mouth when he was fighting with Luo. In the future flood, swarming then became an extremely new and trendy term. For example, A certain flood power looks at its people with displeasure, but it can't be beaten. Just call up your best friend and say a word. Come on, let's go swarm him. The guy who got hit was so annoyed that he would go home and yell at his buddies again. I'm being bullied. Bring someone and let's go back in a group. Keep it simple. Swarming is just called for, and it's going to be big in the future of the flood. It's okay if you can't fight. It's okay if I have more people than you. Shame on you? Dao ancestor Hongjun was the one who defeated the demon ancestor to prove the Great Dao by using the method of group beating. Who would still feel ashamed? If Shepherd Dust at this moment to learn that he will be the flood wind completely bring bias. Also do not know how complicated the heart will be. The moment. Shepherd's Dust was then faced with a choice. It was to the purple heavenly palace to hear his preaching. His realm soared, and he was exposed to the ascended divine demons and the three purities. It is better to continue practicing according to one's own progress and not to get involved in karma with the gods. Detected an unsolicited invitation from Hongjun. Please select 1. Turn a deaf ear to it and continue fishing in the cloud sea for 50,000 years. And after 50,000 years you will obtain the dragon's divine ability, the true god's thunder royal method. 2. Go to the purple heavenly palace to listen to his preaching. Become a great disciple of Hongjun, and receive 3 innate spiritual treasures. Makoto's expression was tangled. He kind of wanted to go to the purple heavenly palace. If you really become a big disciple of Hongjun, then in the floodplains is walking horizontally. No longer need to hide here. Even in the future of the witch demon catastrophe, one does not have to worry at all. Even if the later sealing of the gods, and so on. The great seal of the gods? Shepherd Dust frowned fiercely. The great god sealing robbery. That was a saintly war. And the few saintly disciples under Hongjun's seat did not have a good time. And it seems that since the great god feuding catastrophe, saints don't even appear on earth anymore. If he became a disciple of Hongjun at this moment, he would definitely be a target, and everyone would pay attention to him. Then is it hard to believe that it will disappear in the future after the sealing of the gods? A trace of cold sweat flowed from Mu Dust's forehead. Do the math. There are so many great catastrophes in heaven and earth. None of them are considered easy, and with this level of their own, they simply can't get through. Screw it, pick one. Shepherd's Dust made an immediate decision to stop considering this issue. 3,000 years later, Purple Heavenly Palace. Hongjun Taoist ancestor sits on the high platform, a Taoist robe. His face is calm and dusty. His breath blends with the sky and the earth. He was on top of the seat in the great hall in front of him. The beginning. Through the sky. Lao Tzu. Nuwa. Paramount. Catch the citation. All seated. Behind them, there stood Red Cloud, Styx, Kuwenpun, Dong Huang Tai, Di Jun, and so on, the strongest people in the flood nowadays. The weirdest thing is, the very front of the great hall, there is an empty seat that no one has taken so far. Hongjun looked at the seat, then shook his head slightly and said, "The hour has come, and today I am here to preach." The words just fell. The Taoist door of the Purple Heaven Palace then slowly closed. Hongjun mouthed out the mysteries of the Great Dao, and all the colorful haze came out from heaven and earth. All the world is silent, and no one dares to make waves. This talk is 3,000 years old. After 3,000 years, the preaching is over. The crowd was mesmerized and their strength soared, especially the 6 disciples of Hongjun at the forefront. There is a hidden golden light appearing around their bodies, and they are only a hair's breadth away from being saints. Hongjun spoke out blandly. Ask if you have anything to say. Koan Pang is most unruly and untamed. At this moment, he directly voiced out, but said, Dao ancestor, who is the person who is qualified to land in that seat in front? Why doesn't he come to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon? The crowd also exuded a look of curiosity. Hongjun Daozu personally left his seat, but no one ever came. Who is so bold and courageous? Hongjun smiled blandly. Back then, I unintentionally met with it. It was merely a small fellow of the true immortal realm, but its comprehension of the heavenly Dao is perhaps a hair's breadth short of all of you here combined. Such a diamond in the rough. I would have liked to pass it on to the Great Way, but since the time has not yet come, let it be, and take away its seat. The words just fell. The whole room was silent. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 12, Let Nuwa Play with Mud. One must know that the people present were all ascended divine demon-like existences. Yet now, Ancestor Hongjun Dao had actually said that their combined enlightenment was no match for that of a little guy at the true immortal realm. It's just so shocking. For a while, the curious gazes of the crowd all flowed out at the same time. Hongjun exuded a mysterious smile and shook his head. That little Taoist friend seems to be extremely cautious by nature. Traveling out of the house is with out-of-body aptitude. It cannot be said. Hongjun spoke out. The crowd naturally dared not ask. Yet the curiosity in his heart about that mysterious fellow was growing. This guy. Who the hell is it? Shepherd Dust was still unaware that his reputation had already spread in the ears of the three clearings and all the saints in the future. At the moment, he was still diligently in seclusion. Ever since he became a Xian immortal, the speed of his cultivation had completely slowed down. Even with the addition of the 1000-fold cultivation speed and the high-ranked cultivation method, it was still the same. But Mu Dust was already satisfied. After all, those tough guys were all innate gods and devils, or were transformed by Pangu. But he himself was just a spirit body, with no background backing whatsoever, and being able to have today's speed was already considered very good. With the passage of time, on a certain day, Muchen sensed an opportunity and managed to break through to the level of a Tai true immortal. The surrounding sea of clouds rolled over, expanding to a range of 10,000 meters once again. Within 10,000 meters, Muchen possessed the strength of a quasi-saint level. Feeling the sensation of becoming stronger, a hint of a smile also flowed from Muchen. The Emperor has finally made a breakthrough. Shepherd's Dust was even more motivated. According to this progress, even in the next Sorcerer Demon Cataclysm and God-Sealing Cataclysm, one should be able to have the power to defend oneself. Maybe when the Sage of the West returned to his period of seclusion, he himself could rise to prominence. Really, it's exciting to think about. Shepherd Dust closed his eyes and once again closed his mind to die. Less than a moment, a powerful and overwhelming aura slowly approached towards this side of the sea of clouds. Makoto's eyes snapped open. There is only one person in the flood today who can have this kind of aura. Hongjun. But what did he come to see himself for? Shepherd Dust wasn't surprised that his place could be found. After all, Hongjun had now become a saint of heaven and earth, and all he needed to do to find anyone was to pinch his fingers. Little Taoist friend, you really made me look for you. Hongjun appeared beside the sea of clouds with a smile on his face. Shepherd Dust gently waved his hand. The sea of clouds formation then dispersed. Couldn't stop it anyway. Hongjun walked in frankly. Looking at Mu Dust, his face was filled with surprise. A rootless body with the cultivation of a Tai true immortal? He hadn't thought that Makoto was actually just a spirit body. Mu Dust smiled sarcastically. Aha! Lao Jun, what are you doing here looking for me? Hongjun collected his thoughts and asked. I'm about to preach for the second time in the Purple Heavenly Palace. I wonder if young Taoist friend is interested this time. From this, it can be seen that apart from repaying the last time he solved the puzzle, Hongjun really thinks highly of Muchen. The first time he preached, a seat was reserved specifically for him, and he was even ranked in front of the three pristine ones. Preaching for the second time, even personally coming to meet with Mu Dust, it was simply giving enough face. Unfortunately, if there hadn't been a god-feuding catastrophe, he might have even gone. Makoto shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in preaching. I just like to cultivate on my own without any worries, so it's better to leave this kind of chance to someone else. Not interested in the avenue? Aha, the Tao. Of course, is your own Tao is the Tao. If you borrow someone else's Tao, it is always not your own. Shepherd Dust said casually, but humbled froze again. Your own Tao is the Tao? Someone else's is always not your own? A flash of color flared in Hongjun's eyes. The sage heart of heaven and earth, surprisingly, had another hint of touch and realization. Hongjun is anxious to go back to his retreat at the moment. Before he left, he looked at Makoto with a face full of admiration and regret. I will preach 3 times in the Purple Sky Palace, spread over 3,000 years, so you can come anytime. If you are willing to come, I will preach one more time for you alone. Shepherd's Dust was confused at the moment. I wonder what happened to Hongjun. Wasn't he just pulling a few lines off the top of his head? But looking at Hongjun about to leave, he remembered something and hurriedly said, by the way, what is your disciple Nuwa doing now? Nuwa is currently in seclusion at the Purple Heavenly Palace. You're looking for her for something? Shepherd Dust shook his head and pretended to be relaxed. No, it's just that you remind her not to sit around all the time when she's not doing anything. Go out more often when you have time. Play in the mud or something. Hongjun did not understand, but still hurriedly answered and turned to leave. He was really anxious to go back to his seclusion and comprehend the trace of the Dao heart that he had just touched. But halfway to the Purple Heavenly Palace, Hongjun fell into deep thought again and muttered, playing in the mud? Could it possibly be Nuwa's opportunity to prove her path? If it was the rest of the people, Hongjun would naturally just take it as crazy talk. However, Shepherd's Dust was different. Talking with him, he himself, as a sage of heaven and earth, had surprisingly benefited a great deal. Maybe it was a deliberate attempt to mention manhwa. Thinking of this, Hongjun instantly decided, go home and let manhwa play in the mud. Chapter 13, The Occasional Red Cloud. Tens of thousands of years pass like this. Hongjun will preach 3 times in the purple heavenly palace. Each time is 3,000 years. It is now the second time he has preached. Countless innate gods and devils had broken through, reaching the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal or even the Great Luo Xian Immortal. And Mu Chen's realm was also in the midst of slowly progressing, and was now at the 3rd level of Tai True Immortal. It was still a mole, but there was barely a hint of self-preservation. 100,000 years later. Congratulations to the host for finishing fishing and obtaining the dragon avatar, True God's Thunder Royal method. A surge of memories instantly flooded into Mu Chen's mind. He will learn it. The mind moved slightly. One could only see the sky of 10,000 meters in circumference flashing with electricity. And huge and terrifying thunder roared and flickered in it. He casually slapped his hand toward the surface. A pillar of thunder as thick as a mountain peak descended from the sky, instantly smashing a 1,000-meter crater into the sea. Awesome! Shepherd's Dust smiled. It was worthy of being a powerful aptitude of the dragon race. What he himself had merely used just now was only the cultivation of a Tai True Immortal. If one were to use the power of a quasi-saint level inside the Star Ocean formation, it is estimated that the entire sea will be destroyed. Congratulations to the host for learning the True God's Thunder Royalty method. Please continue to choose. 1. Fishing for 100,000 years. You can obtain a superb innate spiritual treasure, the demon-suppressing pagoda. 2. Go to the purple heavenly palace. Teach the 3 purities the opportunity to become saints. Recognize the great powers of the flood. And receive the innate treasure, the God-slaying lance. The King Slayer. Shepherd's Dust's heart moved. However, it's also just heartwarming. Isn't it the most powerful weapon for killing? What's the big deal? Mu Dust gritted his teeth and refused with a sad face. Closure. Still closed. Shepherd's Dust rarely woke up and was fully immersed in cultivation. One day, 2 strong aura fluctuations came from the sky. Very tough. Shepherd's Dust took a look. It was actually Kuan Pang, the Red Cloud old ancestor, and the 2 of them. At the moment the 2 were fighting to the death. Red Cloud escaped with serious injuries. Behind the Kuanpeng's speed is extremely fast. Violently spreading its wings is 10 million miles away, closely following the Red Cloud. Shepherd's Dust understood. When the Purple Heaven Palace preached, Red Cloud relinquished his seat to the pretendedly pitiful Junti. Yet Junti thus helped Jain to occupy the Kuanpeng position. Now the people are waking up to the fact that the seat is the holy seat. At the thought of losing the opportunity to become a saint, Kuan Pang was naturally furious. This is the reason why Kuan Pang angrily killed Red Cloud in the flood. However, in Makoto's opinion, it is purely a relationship between the 2 shameless people of Junti and Guiding. Because of this, too, Mu Chen didn't have half a good feeling about Buddhism in the future. It's so hypocritical. Kuan Pang detected chasing Red Cloud. Please choose host. 1. Casually save Red Cloud while fishing and gain Red Cloud's favor. 2. Indifferent and left to die. You can obtain a random innate spiritual treasure. 3. Help Kuan Pang attack and kill Red Cloud. You can gain Kuan Pang's goodwill and gain the magic ability of 1,000 miles at your fingertips. Shepherd's Dust thought about it seriously. The true body of old Red Cloud was the first Red Cloud in the beginning of heaven and earth. Having gained his favor represents auspiciousness and is something that can add to one's merit. As for the innate spiritual treasures, he didn't even want a chaotic treasure, so naturally he couldn't look at it. Moreover, Red Cloud's nature was kind to people. And compared to the proud and arrogant Kuan Pang, Mu Chen was more than happy to save Red Cloud. Thinking that, Mu Chen stretched out one hand. Drink, come in. Red Cloud had thought that he would die in 9 lives, but when he heard this, his eyes lit up and he directly rushed into the Sea of Clouds grand formation. Seeing this, Kuan Pang was enraged, and with that, his true body also crashed directly into the Cloud Sea formation. Shepherd's Dust snorted coldly. To execute the True God's Thunder Royal Law with the strength of a quasi-saint. Shasta. The entire heavens and earth were covered in shocking thunder, just like the extinction of the world. As strong as Kuan Pang, he also let out a miserable wail, and his entire body flew backward hundreds of thousands of feet, disappearing in the twinkling of an eye. Nowadays, Kuan Pang had not yet reached the strength of a paramount saint, so he was naturally not an opponent. Makoto sent his opponent flying with a single strike. Turning his head, he asked, "How are you doing?" Old ancestor Red Cloud spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his head. The injury is too serious, only to scatter the cultivation to recultivate. But thanks to the great kindness of seniors, there is no way to repay. Can only use the innate spiritual treasure of the 99 red clouds scattered prana gourd as a return. I hope that seniors can once again bless the red clouds. Having said that, a fire red gourd slowly flew into Muchen's hand. 3 feet and 3 inches, with a fiery red crystalline body. Shepherd's dust knew. The innate gourd vine, born on Buzhou Mountain, bears the innate 7 gourds, 1 each of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. One of them is this object. Inside, there is an infinite red veil that covers the sky and can scatter people's souls. This is the real deal. Herd Dust's eyes lit up, and after the red cloud old ancestor had done this, his physical body instantly dissipated, restoring the most initial red cloud state. Immediately after, this red cloud slowly merged onto the sea of clouds above Muchen's head, and compared to the other white clouds, it was extraordinarily colorful, like a cotton candy. Makoto scratched his head. Reincarnated and reincarnated? Isn't that the equivalent of emptying all memories? Even if he were to awaken again in the future, he would no longer be the present-day old red cloud ancestor himself. Then at this moment the red cloud proper, seeing that it doesn't run, it means it belongs to you? You know that the first red cloud in heaven and earth, which can become a saintly being, is at worst an extreme innate treasure, right? There might even be a chance for it to become a chaos supreme treasure. Thinking of this, Muchen fell back and smiled. Not only did he get an innate spiritual treasure, he also had the only red cloud in the world. What a surprise day. Chapter 14 Nuwa solves the confusion. 100,000 years. For some of the bitter monks of the flood, it was nothing at all. It is important to realize that in the flood, the unit of measurement of time would have been 10,000 years. In 100,000 years, Hongjun preached, and the floodwaters fell silent and peace was restored. Like the similar thing of the Kunpeng chasing and killing red cloud, for countless years Mu Dust had only come across this one. It was because the gods and devils in the heavens were all beginning to close their doors and impact the position of saints. However, the only ones who can really become saints are the 6 disciples under Hongjun's seat who possess the Hongmeng purple chi. Unfortunately, this was something that only Makoto knew, and just like that, 100,000 years had arrived, detecting the end of 100,000 years of angling, the host angling to obtain the demon-suppressing pagoda, detecting current attributes, host, Mu Dust, race, rootless body, can choose 1 flood race opportunity, realm, 7th level of Taiyi True Immortal, avatars, Dharma Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Incarnation, 36 methods of the Big Dipper, and True God's Thunder Royalty Method, feats, low-rank vomiting feats, high-rank vomiting feats, weapon, Immortal Execution 4 swords, imitation. Demon Suppression Tower, treasure, a drop of Pangu's blood, the scattering spirit gourd. Looking at his attribute panel, Shepherd Dust nodded in satisfaction. It's all a little bit of yourself that you've made it through. Moreover, in angling, the angling system would occasionally fish out quite a few heavenly treasures and cultivation elixirs. Originally when it started Makoto hadn't reacted. Then I got it, and every 10 years I would take the rod out from inside the waterhole to see if there was any treasure. And those pills, without a doubt, were all eaten by him to increase his cultivation speed. Anyway, he's gotten stronger. Overhead, a red cloud slowly floated in the sea of clouds of Makoto. Suddenly, a warm red light descended towards Makoto. It seems to be celebrating as well. Just as Mu Chen was feeling smug, an existence that emitted a soft and powerful aura came towards the sea of clouds. Makoto sucked in a breath of cool air. Surprisingly, it was another paragon? And in today's flood, it is reasonable to say that there are no quasi-saints except for a few disciples of Hongjun. The first Heavenly Father? Master Tong Tian? Or is it Taishan Laojun? That's not true. One doesn't cross paths with any of them. Shepherd's Dust held his breath. Block off the surrounding sea of clouds completely. Making up his mind he was ready to play dead if it wasn't important. Outside the sea of clouds grand formation, a man slowly revealed himself. Human-headed and snake-bodied, with an incomparably endowed appearance and an unrivaled temperament, filled with an unrivaled noble aura. At this moment, however, she came on the wind with a faint trace of sadness on her face. She spoke slowly. Heaven and earth are the same. I wonder if Tomo is available. Shepherd's Dust was surprised. It's Nuwa? Then couldn't help but be pleased. It is important to realize that nowadays the witch and demon races are in power. And this point in time is also when Nuwa created the human race. He could still be waiting for the creation of the human race and then molding his body with Pangu essence blood. In that case he would be able to get rid of his rootless body. And perhaps his cultivation speed would increase drastically. At once, he opened his mouth. In After saying that, the cloud and sea grand formation automatically opened. Shepherd Dust stood above the sea of clouds, his hands behind his back, his face full of smiles as he said, I don't know what you, fellow Daoist, are looking for me for? Nuwa's eyes flickered slightly when she saw Makoto. Paramount? No, it was like the Tai True immortal realm again. It was worthy of being in existence that her master looked up to, and even her current peak level of paramount sage couldn't see through it. At the thought, she bent over and curtsied. It's because of a cause, and I'd like to ask you to explain it. Shepherd's Dust was curious. What is it? Nuwa sighed. It's like this. During my master's second sermon, for some reason he specifically instructed me to get out of the gate and then go collect the clay of all things and use it to realize the way. I missed the second Purple Sky Palace preaching, and now I've been working hard for 10,000 years, and I've already collected all the divine earths of the 10,000 things, yet I don't have any epiphanies, and I've wasted the opportunity to certify my path for nothing. Under 100 thoughts, the master called me here to ask the young Taoist friend, dare I ask, what opportunity for enlightenment does this clay hold for me? Nuwa is really struggling. Not only did he not hear his master's preaching for the second time, but his cultivation was left behind by his fellow brothers by a large margin. Nowadays, they are even jokingly called the Earth and Mud Maiden by the rest of the gods and demons. If it were the rest of the people, she, Nuwa, would have been furious long ago, yet it was her master's command, and she had to obey. Shepherd's Dust heard these words. There was a moment of sweat. Isn't he just trying to get her to make babies earlier? This old Jun, how stupid, but also really let his disciple dig mud to go. When he thought about the fact that he had made Nuwa miss out on preaching, Mu-chan was instantly a little creeped out, and so on. If he said there was no opportunity, would Nuwa kill himself on the spot? It's a feud of the avenue. Thinking of this, Mu-chen could only cough dryly. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, have you ever heard of Mother Earth? Nuwa frowned, puzzled. Mother Earth? Shepherd's Dust smiled faintly. The words heaven and earth. Heaven holds the flood, therefore it is the way of heaven. And what is there to replace the earth? Naturally, earth. Know that earth is the root of the earth, and it can mold all forms and transform all things. This is the earth. As the heavens have opened, and the earth is chaotic, if someone can observe the earth and master the changes of the earth, would that not be the realization of the Mother Earth? Yes. Shepherd's Dust was just talking nonsense. It's all heard anyway. Yet hear this. Nuwa froze. Immediately afterward, countless bright lights flashed through his mind, and his entire aura became seething. Earth is the root of the earth. It can mold all shapes and transform all things. Mother Earth. All Nuwa could feel at the moment was that something was finally getting through. There's nothing in the dirt, but it is the root of the earth and can mold all things. Is this not the supreme way? Nuwa's long hair was windless, and her aura was even more sublimated. Even the heavens and earth were faintly born with a haze. She bowed respectfully towards Makoto and said with delight, a sudden realization. Thanks to the little Taoist friend for preaching. I'll come back to thank little fellow Taoist after I become a saint. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Watch this scene. Mu Dust was filled with confusion. How is it the same virtue as Hongjun? Talking and geeking out and then just slipping away. Have you no manners? Chapter 15, They've all become saints. Makoto shook his head as he watched Nuwa leave. Forget it. Just don't trouble yourself. Or do you continue to shut down? Thinking of this, Mu-chen closed the sea of clouds and continued to cultivate. Hongjun preached 3 times in the Purple Heaven Palace. It's finally over. And the second cataclysm began to arrive. Detected the official unveiling of the Witch Demon Cataclysm. Please choose the host. 1. Continue fishing for 100,000 years without questioning the world, and you can obtain the Samsara fire. 2. Stop the Witch Demon Cataclysm from being unveiled. Gain supreme merit, and receive 2 Chaos Supreme treasures to protect your body. Pick 1. Shepherd Dust stood in the sea of clouds, looking into the distance with a hint of pity in his eyes. It's about to be another situation where the world is in turmoil and people are dying. However, he was only a mere Tai True immortal of the district and did not have the slightest means to do so. Try to die as little as possible. He sighed. 100 years after Hongjun's preaching in the Purple Heavenly Palace, another aura of sainthood came. It was actually Nuwa. I am Nuwa. And now, remembering the plight of the living and observing the earth, I have created the human race, wishing it to prosper and protect the peace of the flood for all time. The voice was majestic and shocking. The heavens and the earth are shaken. Countless flood spirits prostrated and shook. Even those gods and demons that roamed the heavens were stunned that Nuwa, who hadn't heard the ancestor preach for the second time, was the first being among the disciples to break through to sainthood. Mu Dust opened his eyes, full of surprise. That fast? You know it's only been 100 years. It was hard to believe that it was because he had touched Nuwa with a randomly made-up remark in the first place. But if you say so, the one who taught Nuwa to create the human race was actually himself? Shepherd's Dust was confused. After a few moments, stop thinking about this fine thought. In short, the human race was finally born, and his Pango essence blood finally had a place where it could be utilized. Detected that the human race has awakened. Please reselect your race. I, Dragons. 2, the Phoenix Clan. 3, the Griffins. 4, the human race can escape the prying eyes of heaven. Shepherd's Dust did not hesitate. Pick 4. Makoto only felt that he had undergone some sort of change. I can't tell you how warm and cozy it is all over. Looking down, he realized that he had regained his human physical body, no longer the light and airy spirit body he had earlier. At the same time, the strength of the peak Tai true immortal realm returned to his body. Mu-chen only felt that his senses with heaven and earth were countless times stronger than before. This made Shepherd's Dust unable to help but lament. The human race was indeed still really strong in this aspect of cultivation talent. It's so much better compared to a rootless body. In fact, it's par for the course. The human race had an extremely short lifespan in comparison to the rest of the flood spirits though. However, it was created by the will of the heavenly Dao, and was born to cultivate, unlike the rest of the demons, which needed to painstakingly take shape, and was extremely blessed, having a human flesh body. Mu-chen's first choice was to refine that drop of Pangu essence blood. This time will be very long. However, it was the most important aspect for Mu-chen to become stronger. Next, within the flood, the wind is rising. The human race flourished and grew stronger. It seemed to be stimulated by Nuwa, one after another. The 3 pristine ones came out of the mountains and began to display their heavenly aptitude in the flood. Lao Tzu walked the earth and established the religion of man. Lord Tong Tian created the Interceptor sect. The 2 of them, Junti and Guiding, created the Western religion. The first Heavenly Father created the hierarchy. 6 have been sanctified. For a time, the 6 saints replaced Hongjun in the division of the flood, and there was no difference in the wind. Makoto sat dumbfounded on the sea of clouds. All of their faces possessed envious looks. All sanctified. He was left alone with the misery of having to fish here for 100,000 years. One must know that this was considered to be the most prosperous and glorious period of the Hongjun sect, and when it came to the Great Seal of the Gods, the saints would have to start the great wars and suffer tribulations, and then gradually decline. It's been 100 years. When Nuwa became a saint, she sent someone to specially send 3 young birds of the Phoenix race in order to thank Makoto. It is said to be found in the mother tree of the Phoenix clan, the sycamore tree. The Phoenix clan can be said to be the most miserable within the 3 clans of the initial robbery of the Dragon Han. Almost extinguished, the 3 in front of you are already extremely valuable today. The value can be comparable to an innate treasure. Shepherd's Dust was not polite and accepted it directly. He felt like he was missing a bit of life here, and it got better with the 3 young phoenixes. The 3 young phoenixes, whose fur had not even grown out, were currently playing on the sea of clouds, chirping like birds, lying on top of the red clouds, extraordinarily comfortable. Feng Ming, breeze, sea of clouds, that's life. Shepherd's Dust couldn't help but lament. Suddenly, something smashed into Makoto's head. He subconsciously touched it. A sudden growl. How many times have I told you? No pooping on me. Chapter 16, The Demon Race Rising? In the following days, Makoto became a pooper scooper. Only the ones being taken care of were not ordinary pets, but 3 young phoenixes left behind by the Phoenix clan. And the name is taken. 7, 8, 9. It's very simple. It was in line with Makoto's nature. Every 10 years, Mu-chen always had to awaken once, and then use his divine ability to throw their feces into the sea. Fortunately, having a pet does add a touch of fun to a long, boring life. 100,000 years. It just passes slowly. Within 100,000 years, the rivalry between the witch and demon clans became more and more serious. The demon race, Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the Eastern Emperor, established the heavenly court at the top of Buzhou Mountain and recruited countless flood creatures to join the demon race. Snakes, rats, centipedes, and more to come. For a while, the demon race became the #1 race in the floodplains, and the 4 seas were their sphere of influence. The only ones who can fight against them in the floodlands are the sorcerer clan. However, due to the fact that they were outnumbered by the demon race, they also vaguely fell into a disadvantage. As for the human race, It was still in the growth stage at the moment, extremely small and fragile. Shepherd Dust was like a spectator, quietly watching the two clans battle it out. In his opinion, the reason why the witches fall short in confrontation, in addition to the numerical relationship, the most basic is not enough unity. The 12 ancestral witches were born from Pangu's fleshly body and were born with unrivaled fleshly bodies. It was supposed to be the ceiling of battle power in the era when saints were not present. If the 12 were a little more united and directly rushed to the Buzhou mountain to slaughter Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai, then the demon clan would simply have no way to play. However, each of the 12 ancestral witches has a natural aptitude and an unruly character, and no one serves anyone, not at all like the unity of the demon race. The further we get, the more pronounced this discord becomes. In later years, Zhu Rong, the god of fire, and Gong Gong, the god of water, did not get along and had a big fight. Up to this point, the internal discord within the witch race was a complete representation that the witch race was at a disadvantage. No way. When we find a way to help the witch clan later, Shepherd Dust muttered silently. After all, in the future, the sorcerer race would ally with the human race, while the demon race used the human race as food. In reason, as the current human cultivation bearer, boss, of the human race, Mu Dust should step in to help. Having made up his mind, Mu Chen began to slowly close the door again. Hit it. Pangu essence blood is almost refined. Another 50,000 years and I'll have my Samadhi fire. One must know that Mu Chen's attacking means nowadays was only a true god's thunder royalty method that was more impressive to look at. If he obtained the 3 flavors of true flame, coupled with a hardened flesh body, he would certainly be able to increase his combat power by a lot more. The days passed slowly. 50,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The blood and hostility of the flood became heavier and heavier, reaching the apex of the outbreak. The sorcerer and demon clans completely tore their faces apart and began to fight. And Mu Chen also finally refined a drop of Pangu essence blood after these 50,000 years. The fleshly body was peerless, reaching a terrifying degree. Even the speed of cultivation increased dramatically. From this, he finally broke through from the Tai True Immortal Realm to the peak of the Tai True Immortal Realm, just a hair's breadth away from reaching the point of Tai Shenxian Immortal. And if you can continue to cultivate to achieve the position of the Great Luo, even in the floodplains is also considered a party of famous and powerful. This day, Mu Chen sat cross-legged on top of the red clouds and cultivated silently. Now that he had become a human, his appearance was that of a clear and handsome young man, with his long hair slightly draped over his shoulders, and a white suit that was extraordinarily dusty. Don't look so weak. The physical body was actually estimated to be just a little bit worse than the 12 ancestor witches. At this point, the 3 young phoenixes circled down from the sea of clouds and faintly chirped towards Makoto. Mu Dust opened his eyes. The loud laughter of the demon race and the panicked wails of the human race came from the sea beneath their feet. 7 or 8 demonic scaly dragons were making waves on the surface of the sea. The group surrounded a huge sea ship. It's full of ordinary people from the human race. Chapter 17, Leading the Rise of the Human Race? Nowadays, the human race is still in the ignorant stage of development, completely ignorant of the background and true appearance of the flood. This, coupled with the fact that all 6 saints preached on earth, gave birth to the legend that there are fairies in the world. Countless people have an indescribable longing for overseas places. Obviously, the 1 or 2 dozen people at their feet were the ones who had come overseas to visit the immortals. Humans? TSK, 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 TSK. Hiss. I want to go to land and eat 100 humans. Take me one. The human race is just too weak. It doesn't deserve to survive in the flood. Shu, looking for death. Beware of Sage Nuwa hearing you. A few of the leading augurs talked unabashedly. Looking at the humans on the merchant ship, there was a greedy look in his eyes. In their eyes, the human race is just a mole cricket, just used to eat. The dozens of people on the boat, on the other hand, had horrified faces. They were on their knees and prostrate themselves to beg for mercy. The human race had not yet been enlightened and had little grasp of the changes in heaven and earth, and most of them did not know how to cultivate, and had no power to fight back at all. At the moment, they are scared out of their wits when they meet the unknown. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene, couldn't help but laugh. Originally, he didn't have a good feeling towards the demon race. As a result, this is the time when they are still trying to eat their own kind on their own turf. Do you really think you don't have a temper? Mu Dust casually pointed on the sea of clouds, and thunder light appeared. Phew! Next moment, A thunderbolt as thick as a mountain peak descended from the sky and smashed straight onto the big augur with the strongest cultivation in the center of the augur dragon. In just an instant, before that huge augur dragon had time to react, its soul instantly flew away and it couldn't die anymore. The scene. The rest of the augurs were stunned. In that instant, the flavor of destruction contained on the thunder caused their souls to tremble. What a horrible lightning method. However, in the next moment, the remaining 5 or 6 scaly dragons raised their heads to look at the sky, filled with angry expressions. Who is it? We are the Great Dao under the Demon Clan's Emperor Jun. If you dare to kill us, sooner or later you will be retaliated by the Demon Clan. Perhaps it was because he was used to being a bully in the demon race, and because of the withering away of the Dragon Clan, the Jelon lineage is considered a strong clan in the Demon Clan. So in the face of such a terrifying lightning method, these several augurs surprisingly didn't flee in the first instance, but instead began to question it, apparently feeling invincible against his own backers. However, demon race? Is that something? Dust's indifferent and majestic disdainful voice rang out. Would have preferred a straightforward solution, but seeing the three-headed little phoenix leaping beside him, he thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you guys." Little 7, Little 8, and Little 9 had their eyes light up and instantly rushed out of the sea of clouds, rushing towards those few small bugs on the surface of the sea. Originally, the adult powerful fire phoenix of the Phoenix clan was feeding on the scaly dragon and could be considered a natural enemy, and now the 3 young phoenixes have been living on the sea of clouds for 50,000 years, and are initially capable of hunting out of the sea of clouds. With a clear phoenix cry resounding in the heavens and earth, the 3-headed young phoenixes instantly grew to 1,000 feet in size, and this was their true body. Several augurs' faces changed drastically. The feeling of fear that penetrated deep into his soul came from his bones, and without any hesitation at all, he dived into the sea to hide. Damn! Isn't the true phoenix extinct? Who do I ask if you ask me? Run! Boom! The 3-headed young phoenix was undaunted and rushed straight to the bottom of the sea. Waves. The sea exploded. The dragon and the true phoenix tumbled and fought in it. In dozens of breaths, the battle was over. Several augurs all became food in their bellies. After doing all this, the 3-headed young phoenix then flew into the sea of clouds above with satisfaction. The little bird that turned back into a fiery red color stopped on Dust's shoulder. Tranquility restored to the sea. The humans on the ship witnessed this, but were shocked beyond words. It's horrible. Is this a miracle? Poof. The first man fell to his knees, filled with excitement and thrill. Immortals. There really are immortals. There really are immortals in the world. And they saved us. Immediately afterward, the rest of the people knelt on the deck and kept kowtowing and cheering. At this time, Mu Chen also fell into deep thought. Human presence of host detected. Optional. Stop fishing. Found a religion on Earth, and lead the human race to defeat the witch and demon clans, and you will be awarded a chaos treasure in merit for future sainthood. Continue fishing. Finish fishing after 50,000 years and obtain the Samsara fire law. Chapter 18 3 Flavors of True Fire. Shepherd's Dust was silent. It wasn't because he was moved by any chaotic treasures or sage merits. Rather, it's a pure feeling of being intellectually offended. Let's not talk about the fact that none of the current human race can fight, just by virtue of being a tiny golden immortal right now. What would one take to fight the 2 races of witches and demons? I'm afraid that if I really go out, in less than a moment I'll be destroyed by the 2 clans at will. The Snake Charmer's system. Makoto rolled his eyes violently. If he didn't react for a moment, he might have had a brain fart and actually gone. However, for Gojin, it was absolutely impossible to make such a big mistake. He coughed dryly at the thought, speaking slowly to the humans at his feet. In the great world of the flood, there are spirits in all things, and although the human race is weak in flesh, it is the spirit of all things. All beings need to take their strengths and utilize their strengths to take the essence of the earth and the sky in 24 hours of change. Moreover, one must not place one's hopes in immortality, knowing that man is an immortal and man can become an immortal. If you want to be strong, you can only rely on yourselves. That's a lot of words. Makoto didn't even know what he was saying. Anyway, consider it chicken soup. Looking at the confused crowd at his feet, Muchen didn't know if they had heard him or not. With a wave of his hand, the large ship moved without wind and began to draw closer to the land from which it had come. The man at the front shouted, "Dare I ask the name of the immortal?" Shepherd Dust was silent for a moment and slowly spat out a word. "Heaven and earth are the same. Mac, watch the big ship slowly leave." Makoto couldn't help but sigh. The human race will be at the bottom of the food chain in the flood for a long time to come. yet there was little he could do about it. It's not that Big Brother doesn't come out. It's just that the enemy is too sick. The witch demon cataclysm was bad enough. As it turns out, there's also the great god sealing tribulation at the back. So who can withstand that? Not to mention, nowadays, Mu Chen's eyes were set on the entire flood wasteland. As long as the human race would not perish, then he would not care too much. So, the human race is better off living honestly. When the saints are done dying, the human race will be able to come out. Shepherd's Dust turned his head. The three young phoenixes were circling and playing on the sea of clouds at the moment, freshly fed and looking full of energy. Regarding their previous performance, Mu Chen was also extremely satisfied. Even though it was still in its growth period, its realm was estimated to be similar to that of the current Maxian, and it was also at the Tai True Immortal level. It was important to know that most of the adult phoenixes were at the level of the Great Luo Shenxian Immortal, and the Yuanfeng was even at the level of the Quasi-Saint. If he cultivated it properly, he might have 3 Dao Lord or even Paragon level helpers in the future. Looks like it's time for special training to begin. Shepherd Dust stroked his chin and muttered. Far away, the three-headed young phoenix's body inexplicably chilled, and then looked at Mu Chen with a face full of doubt. The poor 3 little ones don't realize that their good days are over. 50,000 years passed quietly. The demon race grows stronger and stronger. Even the sea beneath Mu Chen's feet was filled with all sorts of demonic beasts. It seemed that it was because of the fact that Makoto had killed the several Jiaolong great demons that had been roaming across the sea 50,000 years ago, now that there was no overlord in the sea under his feet. Instead, there were even more chaotic demonic beasts, so noisy on weekdays. There are even a few old King 8s with Xuanwu bloodline that have become essence, opening up caves down there, having fun all day long and killing each other. To this, Shepherd Dust was in seclusion and was too lazy to bother with these small fishes and shrimps. As for the 3 little phoenixes, they were bitterly cultivating in the sea of thunder created by Mu Chen. Every 100 years it will be cultivated, and every time, the exceptionally gifted 3-headed young phoenix would be cleaved to the outside and the inside in a pitiful manner. The flood does not remember the year. This day, Mu Chen had finally stepped into the Tai Shenxian immortal realm, just a hair's breadth away from the Great Luo. It was also just about the end of fishing on this day. Congratulations to the host for completing 100,000 years of fishing and obtaining the 3 flavors true fire method. Boom! A blazing fire ignited in the center of Makoto's hand. Although it was small in size, it contained an endless amount of might, as if it would never be annihilated. Makoto grinned. The 3 flavors of true fire, although it is nothing in the flood, but later on, it was considered extremely famous during the Western period. What's more, one could create a powerful divine ability of the fire system out of it. At that moment, the clamorous noise of demonic beasts came from under the sea again. Makoto couldn't help but frown. Being disturbed from his seclusion all day long made him, who had a puritanical nature, very upset. Hot and loud are 2 different things, and from time to time, there were also small demons peering above the sea of clouds, which was simply audacious. With this in mind, Mu Chen slowly opened his mouth. From today, the sea within a radius of 10,000 miles. There shall be no clamor. There shall be no strife. There shall be no vendetta. There must not be any demonic beasts above the heavenly immortal realm present. Leave immediately, or die. Shepherd Dust did not have any good feelings towards these demon race who were cruel and aggressive by nature, not to mention the fact that they are noisy enough to practice on their own. And these words actually left room for the demon race at their feet. Small demons above the heavenly immortal realm, just leave obediently. The rest of the demons, as long as they were peaceful here, would be fine. On the contrary, with the presence of Mu Dust, this place could instead also protect their cultivation. However, hearing this, the demonic beasts below instantly boiled. Chapter 19 Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Who is it? How dare you provoke our demon race? Looking at this pressure, I can't feel any realm. It seems to be just a Tai immortal. Humph. A tiny Tai. How dare you rob our demon clan's territory? Could it be a guy from the sorcerer clan? One time, all the demons began to make accusations. A few old things who had opened up a cave at the bottom of the sea didn't care about Mu Chen's words. They've been running the show here for tens of thousands of years. How can you leave here because of one inexplicable guy? Even if they couldn't defeat them, wasn't this loose cultivator afraid of the retaliation of the demon race? A few old demons looked at each other, and smug smiles spread across their faces. No fear. Big deal. Half an hour passed. A teenager suddenly appeared on a huge reef at the surface of the sea, surveying the distance with his hands behind his back. The robes floated in the wind, filling the air with an out-of-this-world aura. After experiencing countless thousands of years of seclusion and cultivation, today's Mu Chen had also gradually become an old monster in the flood. His eyes filled with deep and intimidating emotions. He scanned the area. Only a few demon clans had left the sea, and most of the demons simply ignored his words, huddling at the bottom of the ocean ready to wait and see what happens, especially those few 10,000-year-old demons, who were hiding in their own cave at the moment to have fun, thinking that they would be fine if they didn't go out. Stubborn, then die. Makoto shook his head and gently stretched out a right hand. The 3 flavors of true fire instantly erupted. In just a split second, the terrifyingly raging true fire swept across the sea in a 10,000 mile radius. The fire steams the ocean. Instantly a hot aura filled the ocean. Any demon race that reached above the heavenly immortal realm was directly melted. Even the presence of seawater is of no use. The few old demons that were hiding inside the cave were even roasted alive. There was confusion on his face before he died. A little more than half an hour passed. Mu Chen withdrew the 3 flavors true flame. If it continued to roast, it was estimated that the entire sea would be burned away. And that's when silence returned to the waters. Those unusual small demons were even more scared out of their wits, hiding at the bottom of the sea and shivering. It's horrible. This divine ability made them feel fear in their souls. Shepherd Dust's mind moved. It came to a turtle demon that was shivering on a rock. This turtle demon is not small in age. Spiritual wisdom has been opened, but the nature is extremely timid. As he watched Mu Chen arrive, he immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. Earlier, after he heard what Makoto said, he didn't hesitate to flee toward the outside of the sea. However, the problem is, he's too slow. Slow has not run out so far. In response, Mu Chen was also somewhat speechless. He said faintly, "What's your name?" The turtle demon prostrated. Turtle Prime Minister. The corner of Makoto's mouth twitched. That's quite a coincidence. Obviously, this wasn't the turtle Prime Minister of the East Sea Dragon Palace anymore. Rather, it's its ancestor. Shepherd Dust nodded his head. From today onwards, you will be here to help me watch over the sea within 10,000 miles. As a reward for helping me, I will gift you some techniques and magic treasures that shall not be spread out. The turtle demon didn't expect this. Full of surprise, he nodded at once. Next moment, Mu Dust then gifted the high-ranked exhalation technique as well as the demon-suppressing pagoda to the turtle Prime Minister. Teach each other to use it afterward. Shepherd's Dust then re-entered above the sea of clouds. It's better to be comfortable in your own home. Makoto stretched lazily. If you go out, you still feel wary, even if you're on your feet. It's a little scary just being on your own doorstep. Wouldn't it be worse to go outside? Shepherd's Dust became even more determined. Never leave the house without being invincible. The next days, Shepherd Dust then continued fishing. This time it's still 100,000 years. The reward at the end of the fishing trip is a shrinking avatar. Shepherd's Dust was extremely happy. For a powerhouse of his character, the more means of preserving his life, the better, naturally. And shrinking earth is a quasi-saintly divine ability. During the days of fishing, in passing, Mu Chen began to study the fire divine ability. The killing power of the 3 flavors of fire alone was not very great. And with today's natural talent of Mu Chen, he had already reached the point where he could create a divine ability on his own. It took 800 years. Mu Chen finally managed to create a fire divine ability on his own. When casting it out, the entire body would be enveloped in true fire, invulnerable to all laws, and could bring out 100 feet of fire waves with a random punch. Let's call it the body protecting fire god technique, Mu Dust said in a rather smelly manner. Suddenly, 2 terrifying pressures rose within his waters. Although it was not comparable to a paragon, it was still very strong. Shepherd Dust used his divine ability to look. One was tall. His whole body was wrapped in blazing fire, and his hands and feet were encircled with small red-colored snakes. The sea surface he was standing on had all of its water melted away by the blazing fire. Compared to him, Mu Chen's body-protecting fire god skill was really a bit spicy. The other had a human face and a snake's body, with fiery red hair and a fierce, grumpy face. The thick columns of water wrapped around his circumference in an extremely intimate manner. 12 witches. Blessing. Co-worker. Detected civil war between the 2 great ancestral witches within the 12 ancestral witches. Please choose. 1. Indifference and continued fishing. 2. Fan the flames and make 2 people fight to the death. And you can gain 2 people's divine powers. 3. Find a way to stop the civil war between the 2 great ancestral witches. Gain the favor of the witch race, and likewise gain the divine powers of the 2. Chapter 20, The Stubborn Ancestral Witch. This choice was not difficult for Mu Dust. If you turn a blind eye to it, you won't get a half-decent reward for yourself. If the witch race was allowed to fall into civil unrest, then the demon race would grow and the human race would only follow. So in all reason, one should help the witch clan. This side, Makoto was still thinking. Shu Rong and Gong Gong were already fighting over there. Water and fire have been at odds since ancient times. As time passes, the two just look at each other more and more. Until today, the conflict between the two had inevitably erupted. The great battle between the two great ancestral witches of water and fire that shocked the floodplains was thus drawn out. One time, the entire sea was swept by terrifying flames and seawater. Makoto looked at this scene, but was instantly nonplussed. This is his own territory. If he fights, all the living beings in the 10,000 mile sea will have to cool off. So he hastened to speak out. Stop! Shu Rong and Gong Gong were instantly shocked. This scent, so strong, it was even a shade stronger than they all seemed to be. Immediately after, Shepherd Dust used the Dharma Heaven and Earth divine ability, and his entire body, which was 10 million feet tall, appeared in front of the two of them, faintly inquired, as the same 12 ancestral witches, why are they killing each other? If it was the rest of the people, the two unruly ancestral witches would naturally not take care of them. However, at this moment, Mu Chen was in the Sea of Clouds grand formation and possessed the strength of a paramount saint. They naturally have to give some face. Shu Rong coldly grunted. All the tribes honor his name as the water god, and use the ability to extinguish fire with water to belittle all the fires in the world. So naturally I, as the ancestral witch of fire, can't just let it go. Gong Gong is even more unyielding. Joke, water is inherently capable of extinguishing fire. This fire aptitude of yours is no match for my water origin. You fart, take it or leave it. Watching the two go toe-to-toe, Shepherd Dust only smiled faintly. Dare I ask, which 10,000 races are the 10,000 races? Wishbone said in annoyance. The 10,000 races are the 10,000 races. The snake race, the Jiaolong race, the mouse race. Some of the lower realm mole crickets and even the human race are all the same. Shepherd Dust asked again. The human race is in a low realm and has not even opened the method of cultivation. So why should you as the ancestral witch of fire have some insight? Let me ask you, apart from the human race, then the rest of the beasts, to what race do they all belong? Gong Gong said impatiently. This is still need to ask. Some small reptiles, naturally belong to the demon. The words were not finished. The kami froze. Shu Rong also sensed that something was wrong. Shepherd's Dust smiled faintly. It seems that you also understand. Yes, they all belong to the genus of the demon race. As I see it, the demon race knows that the two ancestral witches of water and fire don't get along, so they are deliberately distributing this kind of talk in the world. The purpose is to cause your disagreement, thus allowing the demon race to reap the benefits. A few brief sentences. The truth unraveled in an instant. With Mu Chuan's modern-day ventriloquist ability, he naturally could see the demon emperor Dong Huang Taiyi's scheme at a glance. And although the 12 ancestral witches had unrivaled physical bodies, but perhaps because he couldn't cultivate the Yuan Shun, he was a bit worse in terms of scheming. Of course, one could also say that one doesn't care about strategy. After all, in their eyes, other than the ascendant gods and demons, the rest of the races were just weak ants. Listening to Mu Dust's words, Shu Rong was instantly enraged. Assholes, damn demon race, how dare they count on the sorcerer race? Gong Gong was also extremely indignant. Humph, if the boss hadn't refused to let me, I would have flooded the Buzhou mountain and slaughtered the two demonic beasts, the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun. Shepherd's Dust nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you can drop your dispute and not fight? Shu Rong and Gong Gong looked at each other. In unison. No, it's still a fight. Make in. At the moment he just wanted to say one thing. WDNMD. Chapter 21, The Mountain Collapses in All Directions. Nuwa mends the heavens. Gong Gong and Shu Rong do not see eye to eye with each other. Even though they knew now that this was a ploy of the demon race, the two still had to battle. Makoto sighed. The demon race is treacherous and cruel. Wiccans are just big, stupid people who are one-dimensional and don't listen. As a human, Makoto said, the heart is tired. Shepherd Dust didn't care and shook his head. Make yourselves at home then, but fight somewhere else. 10,000 miles around is my dojo. Gong Gong and Shu Rong inquired at the same time. Elder, may I ask where is suitable for a great battle? Flood strength is honored. If they are stronger than them, they are seniors. Shepherd Dust was too lazy to bother with the two. Casually. Then let's go to Buzhou Mountain. The fights that destroy the demon clan's lair anyway. Shu Rong and Gong Gong's eyes, however, both had a glint in their eyes. Yeah, if you want to fight, go directly to the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain. When the time comes, when the water and fire come out, the ones who die will be the demon race's ants anyway. Shu Rong hurriedly bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior, for your instruction. I have nothing to offer in return but to present Senior with a copy of my own fire control tips as a token of appreciation. Gong Gong was also in a hurry. Fire counts for nothing. Senior, I'll gift you a copy of the water origin, which can harness all the water in the world. Moment. Mu Chuan then obtained a small droplet of the water origin with the memory of the divine ability to control fire. Without waiting for Makoto to respond, Gong Gong and Shu Rong left the place after doing this. There were whispers on the way out. At a glance, my water origin is more important than your fire-breaking avatar. And Senior will definitely refine me first. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't you see that Senior is frozen? Obviously. He's sensing the method of the fire control avatar. You fart. Is there going to be a fight? I'm afraid of you? Come on. Looking at the two live ones who were still arguing as they walked away, Shepherd's Dust was confused. Is that a reward from the system? That's too much. Don't look at the names of the origin of water and the royal fire avatar as being not very good. But you have to know that Zhu Rong and Gong Gong are the two most powerful witches in the entire floodplains who play with water and fire. Their treasures were definitely a great enhancement for Makoto. Thinking of this, Mu Chen instantly returned to the Sea of Clouds and went to his senses. Next, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong quarreled again over a trivial matter on their way to Buzhou Mountain. Thus another big fight. This time no one was in the way, and both men fought out their tempers. Countless heavenly flames and floods swept across the floodplains. Extremely tragic. 50 years later, winners and losers are divided. Gong Gong, who had gifted a trace of water origin to Mu Chen, fell behind and regretfully lost. Exasperated to the core, just happened to see the uncharted mountains in the distance, remembering that the heavenly court of the demon race was right on top of Buzhou Mountain, thus crashing through in anger. Under the huge force, the four giant pillars that supported the foundation of the heavenly court instantly collapsed. The sky is falling. Ancient history records. Gong Gong angrily crashed into Buzhou Mountain. The pillars of heaven are broken. The earth's dimensions are cut off. The four poles are abolished. And the 9 states are split. Days beyond days. Manhwa, who had already become a saint, suddenly felt something and opened her eyes. The voice of Hongjun came. The sky is collapsing. The water from beyond the sky is about to flood the flooded earth. Quickly go and mend the sky. Manhwa hurriedly complied. It's natural to have something to mend the sky. The 5-colored earth is the perfect place to refine the heaven mending stone. Just as Manhwa was pondering, she suddenly remembered that some years ago, her master had asked her to seek the earth of all things to realize the Tao, and one of them was 5-colored earth, which she just happened to have plenty of in the temple. Think about it. Manhwa quickly rushed to the top of Tiantai Mountain, piled up huge stones as furnaces, used the 5-colored soil in the temple as materials, and borrowed the sun's divine fire, which lasted 9 days and 9 nights, and refined 501 5-colored giant stones. It then took another 9 days and 9 nights to mend the sky with 500 colorful stones. The last piece, placed at the top of the mountain to bathe in the morning sun. To this point, once again, Manhwa has established saintly merit for the flood, and her realm cultivation has risen greatly. Even vaguely among the 6 saints under the seat of Hongjun are ranked in the forefront, and the Manhwa who did it all. There was not the slightest look of delight on his face, but he just silently looked at the 5-colored earth in his hand in contemplation. What a coincidence! Just happened to be mending the sky. It just so happens that she owns the 5-colored earth. And the reason for all of this was because of Makoto. If back then, Makoto hadn't instructed her where the opportunity to prove the Tao was, then it would have been impossible for her to gather so many 5-colored divine soils in time. It would not have been possible to obtain so much saintly merit. It could be said that all of this was due to Mu Chen. Could it be that he has long predicted what is happening today, and also knew long ago that the Buzhou Mountain would collapse? Think about it. Manhwa couldn't help but be shocked for a moment as well. Chapter 22, Encountering Ho-Tu. If Mu Chen knew what Manhwa was thinking at this moment, the expression on her face would definitely be extremely odd. Calling Manhwa to observe the earth, that was purely because Hongjun misunderstood his own meaning. Gong Gong's anger in hitting Buzhou Mountain led to a big hole piercing through the heavenly court, which he only remembered later. So everything that's happening now is just a coincidence. Yet Manhwa didn't think so. The next day he came to the seat of Hongjun and raised his doubts. Hongjun sat cross-legged in the void. The entire person had no fluctuations in breath, as if they were in harmony with heaven and earth. Even today's manhwa only felt strange and powerful. It turns out, the gap between saints is also vastly different. Hongjun smiled blandly. Little fellow Daoist Maxian is the #1 strange person in the flood in my eyes. Not in the 5 elements heaven and earth, and not out of the ordinary in anything he does. Back then, if it wasn't for little fellow Daoist Maxian, I might not have been able to certify to heaven and earth. I don't know why he instructed you 3 times, but since it's good karma, you can send some small gifts in return. Manhwa exuded a look of realization. Day 2. Manhwa then sent a sleeping baby monkey in return. Shepherd's Dust fixed his eyes on it and couldn't help but be surprised. Surprisingly, it's the Tongdan monkey. This is one of the 4 divine monkeys. It is said to take the sun and the moon, shrink 1,000 mountains, discern rest and blame, Qiankuan Mojang. This is also relatively rare in today's floodplains. Shepherd Dust was suddenly somewhat speechless. Send the phoenix and the monkey again. For what? What is this? A zoo? However, this was something given by a saint, so Mu Chen could only accept it with a smile on his face. From today, Shepherd's Dust had added another task to his withering life of fishing. That's raising monkeys. With Gong Gong angrily crashing into Buzhou Mountain, the conflict between the demon and sorcerer clans was completely galvanized. The 2 clans no longer cared about their faces and began to fight substantially in the floodplain. As time passes, it's not just the great wizards and demons. Even the 12 ancestral witches joined the battlefield along with Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East. One after another, great powers died. Blood is flowing. The level of bloodshed was comparable to the initial robbery of Long Han. Several saints at the top of the head watched with cold eyes, knowing that this is the second calamity of the heavenly Dao, and they have been silent, fearing that they will be caught in the vortex. The same, with the arrival of the war, Mu Dust started his old job again. In the midst of the boring fishing, he used the 36 methods of the Big Dipper to separate a doppelganger with the cultivation of a Tai true immortal and began to travel the floodplains. On his shoulder was also the newly awakened Tongjia monkey. A man and a monkey walked the floodplains. 10 years have passed in the flood. Within 10 years, the 2 sides fought exceptionally hard, and every now and then, a great demon and a great sorcerer would die. In response, Shepherd Dust turned a deaf ear. Neither the demon race nor the witch race are helped, completely acting as a bystander. This is the experience and the witnessing of the tragedy of the great witch-demon catastrophe. Someday, somewhere among the mountains, Shepherd's Dust spoke in a serious manner. 10. I didn't bring you out here to be a tail-walking nerd. You're still underage. Can you not be perverted? Little 10 is the name of the ape. The words fell. Xiao X's line of sight reluctantly moved away from a female monkey's butt and rejoined beside Mu Chen. Shepherd's Dust was preparing to leave. All that could be seen was a figure shrouded in black mist standing next to a small stream not far away. Surprisingly, it's still a woman. She looked up to the sky and sighed. How am I going to save this flooded land when the living souls are in abundance? Everything is unknown. These saints, why did they see death again? Her Dust's face was odd. Your mom. Why are you like Laojun? The tone of voice moves in seconds of the sky in the air. It's not another old monster, is it? The words just fell. Dropping. Detected that the host has met Hotu by chance. Please choose. 1. Helping Hotu to realize the Dao and create the 6 paths of reincarnation will gain favor with the witch race. 2. Kill Hotu. Prevent her from opening up the 6 paths. Become a great enemy with the witch race. And obtain the innate treasure Taiji diagram. Chapter 23, Hotu's Enlightenment. Hotu was one of the 12 ancestral witches. Likewise the ancestral witch who liked fighting the least and had a gentle nature. In the original story, Hotu had compassion for all living beings during the witch-demon catastrophe and saw lonely souls and wild ghosts wandering around. So her heart couldn't bear it, so she transformed her body into the Tao and created the 6 paths of reincarnation. From there, the yellow springs of hell opened up. There is a place for all the baneful and resentful spirits to reincarnate. Also because of this incident, Hotu established great merits for the flood for a time and was ranked as a saint of merit. By all accounts, this was the only existence within the ancestral witches that had become a saint. Inside of Mu Chen's head, he went over the deeds of Hotu. Then look at the 2 options given by the system. Couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth again. Although the Taiji diagram was tempting, being 1/3 of the Pangu axe. But killing Hotu, this is simply an impossible task. Because although Hotu was the one among the 12 ancestral witches who disliked fighting the most, but at least it's the 12 ancestral witches. The entire floodplain is top-notch. Himself at the moment is just a mere detachment. Tai true immortal's cultivation to sneak up on someone else. Haunted? Hotu couldn't even stand and let him slash. If he really did go for it in a brainstorm, he would 100% just be killed by one hand of Hotu, and have to cross paths with the witches. According to Makoto's words, this is a total giveaway question with only a single choice. Fortunately, Makoto had been fighting with the system ever since he came to the flood, so he hadn't been blinded by the Taiji diagram. Since the second one won't work, pick the first one. Looking at Hotu's face full of confusion, Mu-chen felt the need to lull. Bah! Guide a little. Shepherd's dust coughed dryly twice. Standing not far away, he said in a vicissitude in calm tone. The big moment has come. The great catastrophe has arrived. And since we can't resist it, then perhaps we can do something about it in other ways. Hotu turned her head curiously. She had long since realized that Makoto was behind her. However, a tiny Tai true immortal and a small monkey with aura, she naturally ignored. It turned out not to be imagined. The other party was able to say words that contained such moral righteousness. What is the meaning of this? Hotu asked patiently. Shepherd Dust smiled and said, the people are dying everywhere. Yet there are countless lonely souls and ghosts floating around the floodplains, increasing the hostility for this reason and causing the Great War to continue. If someone can build a place for these lonely souls and ghosts to go, making all things reincarnate, this hostility can be eliminated. Once the hostility is eliminated and the floodplains are cleared, naturally no one will be willing to engage in killing. Hotu was thoughtful. It was surprising to find that the words made extraordinarily good sense. Then when he looked at Makoto carefully again, he realized that it was actually just a doppelganger. And so on. Split? Tai true immortal? Hotu's face was gradually replaced by shock and a hint of disbelief. Whispered, dare I ask, at the time of the Dragon Han's initial calamity, has Senior ever met and discussed with Dao Ancestor by chance on the cliffside? Dojo? Discourse? Shepherd's Dust thought about it. Oh, you said Lao Jun. It was a chance encounter twice. Lao Jun? Hotu's body couldn't help but tremble, but her face was filled with excitement. Hongjun preached 3 times, and even Saint Nuwa once mentioned a mysterious little Taoist friend in her sermon. Realm cultivation is unfathomable, but the nature of caution, with a weak cultivation of the split walking the flood, but the understanding of the Great Dao even beyond the original 6 disciples of Hongjun. And it is said that the reason why Nuwa was able to stand out among the 6 disciples of Hongjun was because she was instructed by this person. Nowadays, this mysterious figure has long been rumored in the flood. Even the 12 ancestral witches had heard it all like thunder and admired it. After all, there could be no one who could resist the temptation of becoming a great disciple of Hongjun. Senior actually came all the way here to instruct me? That's right. It must be that Senior couldn't help but watch all beings suffer as well. So he came specifically to show the way. The opportunity to witness. This is my opportunity to witness. But, what is reincarnation? What is reincarnation? Can there really be reincarnation? Hotu thought in her mind. And without realizing it, she fell into enlightenment. Chapter 24 Properties Panel. Fellow Daoist, are you still there? It's not going to die, is it? So I can go. Ha! Makoto was speechless again as he looked at Hotu's appearance. I don't understand how this ancestor which suddenly stopped talking, but on second thought, Hongjun, Nuwa, and all of them are so virtuous. Talking about it makes you go nuts or leave anyway. Forget it. Anyway, mission accomplished. Just don't get on their bad side yourself. Shepherd's Dust patted his butt. Well, ponder on your own, and I'll be on my way. Hotu still didn't have any reaction. 100 days later. It was only then that Hotu woke up from a brief moment of contemplation, only to feel that everything had fallen into place, and even her cultivation had gotten a surge. Seniors. Hotu raised her head, only to find that Mu-chen had long since disappeared without a trace. Watch this scene. A look of longing passed over her face. Sure enough, Senpai came here specifically to instruct me. Seeing that he had come to some realization and then left. God is out of this world, and his cultivation is simply awe-inspiring. If Mu Dust was here, he guessed that he couldn't help but call up a slap on the face if he didn't care about the 2 men's battle strength. 100 days. My family's turtle prime minister can damn well crawl to the East China Sea. However, when Hotu thought of this, she was even more determined to prove her own path. Hurriedly, he ran back to the witch clan to enlighten himself at ease. Shepherd's Dust had traveled the world for 100 years. Took 10 to see all the flooded beings. It's kind of an initiation into the world of enlightenment. Shepherd Dust only felt that his cultivation and senses had received a huge boost in an invisible way. Something that could not be brought about by closed-door seclusion. 100 years later. Shepherd's Dust felt that there was a hint of a breakthrough in his bottleneck, so he ended this excursion. Mu Chen began to concentrate on his bitter cultivation within the Sea of Clouds. The realm skyrocketed. However, it was still at the late stage of Tai Shen Xian Immortal. It was still quite a bit short of the legendary cultivation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, the might of the Great Luo could be considered the peak battle power of the Flood. Saints quasi-saints don't come out. That's the Flood hegemony. Detected that the host has ended 100,000 years of fishing and gained the shrinking divine power. As soon as the words fell, a large strand of heart technique memories surged into Mu Chen's mind. Shepherd Dust spent 10 years melting it down, and couldn't help but be satisfied. One more means of staying alive. Cool. Herd Dust's own attribute panel appeared in his mind. Host, Mu Dust. Race, human. Realm, Tai Shen Xian Immortal Realm. Divine abilities, the Dharma Heavenly Phase, the Heavenly Incarnation, the 36 methods of the Big Dipper, the True God's Thunder Royalty Method, the Shrinking Earth, and the Body Protecting Fire God Technique. Techniques, Low-Ranked Spitting Technique, High-Ranked Spitting Technique, Zhu Rong Royal Fire Technique. Weapon, Immortal Execution 4 Swords, Imitation. Demon Suppression Tower. The most precious treasure, Samadhi Fire. A drop of the origin of water, which can call forth all the waters of the flood. After learning the Zhu Rong Imperial Fire Law, Mu Chen's sense of fire became deeper and deeper. Combined with one's own Samadhi flame, one's divine abilities increased greatly, so he enhanced his self-created body-protecting fire god skill. Nowadays, with a single movement of his mind, Mu Chen could make heavenly fire descend from the sky and burn the earth, which could be considered extremely powerful. Makoto couldn't help but smile. Looking at his panel, he finally felt the flavor of getting stronger. No longer the weakling he was at the beginning. That reversal still feels good. At this point, a powerful saintly pressure came from the sky. All the living beings couldn't help but look towards the sky. The saints of the heavens beyond heaven couldn't hide their inner surprise either. How could someone become a saint in the midst of the witch-demon cataclysm? Next moment, the truth is revealed. I am the Ho-Tu of the Witch Clan, taught by a certain predecessor, and I am now transformed into the 6 paths, prompting the reincarnation of all things. From now on, open the path to the yellow springs of hell. After death, all living beings can enter the yellow spring reincarnation and be reincarnated, no longer floating in the mortal world. The words fell. All of heaven and earth rumbled and shook with an appalling sound. Countless wild ghosts drifting around the world suffering finally saw the light of day and began to wail and cry. Again, because of the 6 paths, the missing link of the heavenly path was filled in. Thus, Ho-Tu's merit was immense, and she was successfully ranked as the first sage of merit of the witch race. Cultivation was only a hair's breadth behind the likes of Sanxing Nuwa. However, what the flood saints and great powers cared about at this moment was not this. Gathered together, they looked at each other in disbelief. Sanctified by being taught? Who else could it be but Hongjun Daozu? Chapter 25, Continuing the Retreat. In front of the Purple Heaven Palace, sect leader Tong Tian asked, "Strange, the 12 ancestral witches don't cultivate the Yuanshan and are reckless. How could they suddenly comprehend the opportunity to become saints?" The first heavenly father closed his eyes and coldly said, "Regardless of the truth, Ho-Tu's action has established great merit for the witch race, and the heavenly Tao has shown mercy, so it seems that the witch race has a chance of survival." Lao Tzu exclaimed, "To be clear and quiet, to be born from nothing, this is a great good move by Ho-Tu." Tong Tian frowned in disbelief. Strange thing, to be able to teach the ancestral witch that was transformed from Pangu's flesh to become a saint. Who else but Master Teacher is capable of this? And why would he do this? Speaking of which, all the saints looked at Dao Ancestor Hongjun at the same time. Back then, when the Dao Ancestor Purple Heaven Palace preached, he had said that all of their saints' understanding of the Great Dao combined was no match for a small Taoist at the Tai True Immortal Realm. This matter had spread to almost the entire floodplain, and in all the world. I guess that's the only one who has that ability. It is even rumored that Nuwa's cultivation rose dramatically as a result of that person's guidance on the opportunity to prove the Tao. Hongjun was silent and did not explain. All 3 Qing were a bit sorry. Lao Tzu shook his head and laughed. Even though it's unknown who it is, that Taoist friend should be thinking for the sake of all the living beings in the flood wasteland on the one hand, and on the other hand, he's trying to help the witch clan accumulate merit and virtue, so that they won't be tragically destroyed by the heavenly Tao in the future. You have to realize that the witch clan is small in number and gifted, prone to heavenly jealousy, unlike the demon clan's uninterrupted reproduction. I have to say that this man is a great talent and does things that are not only amazing but admirable. Since that's the case, I won't be laying out in the witch clan in the future, so everything will be decided by them. Genji nodded his head. May. The three clearings were talking. Junti Guanyin founded the Western cult in the West and has not yet returned. Only Nuwa was silent at the front, a hint of eccentricity in her eyes. Subconsciously, he looked at his master. It's Makoto again? Wait for the saints to leave. Hongjun slightly opened his eyes, and countless fragments of the Great Dao flashed in his eyes. And I don't know what I'm thinking. Shepherd's Dust had also been paying attention to this Buddha testimony in the Sea of Clouds. The look was not the least bit surprising. The Hare Krishna personifies the 6 paths. They are the heavenly path, the human path, the Asura path, the evil spirit path, and the hellish path. From then on, when Hutu was in the Yellow Spring, she possessed the power of a saint. Corresponding, Hutu had made such great merit and saved the day for the witch race. Even in Mu Chen's opinion, this was the reason why the sorcerer race had not become completely extinct. One must know that the Great Witch Demon Tribulation is the heavenly Dao targeting the witch demon and demon tribes, especially the witch race. Killing disputes are too heavy, and do not cultivate the Yuan Shun, and even cause the saints do not like. However, this move by Hutu not only added merit to herself, but also to the witch clan. As a result, even the heavenly Dao doesn't lay much of a hand on them. Shepherd's Dust nodded in relief. Also good. With the Yellow Springs hell, the flooded multitudes would be able to kill much less. He turned his head and began to consider the choices the system had given him just earlier. Dropping. Detecting the creation of a reincarnation in the backlands. Please select 1. Indifference. Choose to fish for 100,000 years and receive the prime. 2. Formally joining the witch race through the sacred authority of the later earth. One can obtain the full support of the later earth, and thus become king in the Yellow Springs. Immortal. Shepherd Dust stroked his chin. It's very tangled. The rewards of the second option are just too great. Immortality in the Yellow Springs? Doesn't that mean that as long as the 6 paths of reincarnation don't collapse, he'll live forever? Mu Dust's face was cloudy again. But what if the 6 paths of reincarnation collapse? Not by any stretch of the imagination. But what if he were to come out of the world, he would fully expose himself to the entire demon race and saints as well as the heavenly Dao, in exchange for a chance at temporary immortality. Is this a good deal? Q. Don't try to fool me into dying. Shepherd's Dust clenched his teeth. Pick one. Continue the retreat. Chapter 26, The Great Luo Golden Immortal. The retreat was very relaxing. Since Huda proved to be a saint, the floodplains restored the peace that had long been missing. The demon race was afraid of the might of the later earth and temporarily stopped fighting. Demon pipe heaven. Witch pipe land. Bipolar split. This resulted in a relatively peaceful phase. However, only Mu Dust knew that this was only temporary. After the witch demon catastrophe, the human race would become the protagonists of heaven and earth. The saints will even be hooking up on earth for their doctrinal roots. In reason and conscience, it would not allow the witch and demon clans to be at peace with each other. It can even be said that the witch demon catastrophe was fueled by the saints. So next time, when the conflict erupts again, it will be the time when the witch and demon clans will be completely destroyed. Only this time, there was nothing that Makoto could do. 300 years later, Shepherd Dust opened his eyes from his seclusion. Little 7, Little 8, and Little 9 floated beside the pool of water, wanting to speak. At this moment, they had already reached adulthood, and their true bodies were 1,000 feet tall and extremely powerful. Plus, after going through Mu Chen's Thundersea special training, he was extremely confident in himself. Shepherd Dust asked indifferently, "Want to go out on a trip?" The 3 fire phoenixes nodded their heads in succession. Shepherd Dust thought about it and didn't refuse, and he taught them the Samadhi True Fire method and the Zhurong Royal Fire Avatar. You may not join the demon race after you go out. Help the human race more when you have time. Make your own choices in matters, and do not bring up my name. After 3 words of warning, he was let go. Before leaving, the 3 little phoenixes reluctantly circled 10 times on Mu Chen's head before leaving the Sea of Clouds along with the phoenix's song. Now that the dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn have long since ceased to be the protagonists of heaven and earth, there will be no great difficulties. Another 100 years later, 10 came to the waterhole. According to the growth rate of the Tong-arm monkey, at this point, it is considered to have opened its spirit and has already reached adulthood. Shepherd's Dust didn't say anything, directly gifting him the True God's Royal Thunder method and the Red Cloud. After uttering the same 3 words of warning, "Let them go," Xiao X respectfully knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Then he rode the Red Cloud and left the Sea of Clouds with a single heel. the sea of clouds became empty again. Fortunately, Mu Chuan's state of mind had long been as firm as a rock, and he recovered after a short period of discomfort. Let's go, all of you. It's always lonely on the road to getting stronger. Makoto sighed in an old-fashioned manner. Then he began to silently shut down again. No distractions. And due to the relationship between the sending away 3 phoenixes and the Tongarm ape monkey, it gave a hint of enlightenment to Mu Dust's deathly grey Taoist heart. Separation of life and death. Even saints are not immune to being touched, let alone him. Thus, Mu Chen began to continue his cultivation. This time, swear to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Shepherd's Dust conducted the most serious seclusion ever. Tens of thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. The vicissitudes of life. The sea area at the foot of the Cloud Sea Array, after tens of thousands of years of calmness, also gradually flourished. Fortunately, due to the dedicated work of Turtle Prime Minister and the deterrent of the demon-suppressing pagoda, no one dared to make waves in this place. Over time, this place had even become an excellent place for many living beings to take refuge or cultivate in peace. Some great sorcerers and demon types who did not want to cause any more disputes had come to this place. This day, there was a sudden dead silence in the air. A palpitating aura emanated from the sea of clouds. Immediately after, the 4 seas rumbled and shook, and boundless oceans surged towards the main center. The sky was overpowered by black clouds, which contained countless terrifyingly thick thunderbolts that resembled thunder snakes. The scene was like extinction. Suffocating. The countless living beings inside the sea shivered and couldn't help but leave from the cave and come above the shore. The face was appalled. What's going on here? It's the first time I've seen such power. If my guess is right, there is actually a great power breaking the boundary. Could it be Tai Xianxian Immortal? Tai Yi? How is that possible? The heavenly flowers are falling. The visions are recurring. Heaven and earth are touched by it. This might is definitely at the Dao Lord level. No way? This remote sea of ours even has a great Luo Golden Immortal sitting in it? How come I didn't know? The moment was just too shocking. Everyone was talking, their faces full of jaws. Above the sea of clouds, Mu Chen stood proudly in midair, his long hair fluttering in the wind, revealing a pair of bright and clear eyes. With just one look, it seemed as if it was filled with endless might. The great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Shepherd's Dust had finally reached it. Chapter 27, The Golden Crow Comes Out. Mu Chen only felt that his fleshly body as well as his yuanshan were beginning to undergo purification. That sense of heaven and earth rose to a great height. The mana in his body was also surging exponentially. It reaches a terrifying level. Is this the power of a great Luo Golden Immortal? Shepherd's Dust muttered. He had a thought. Everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles could be known as long as he wanted to. In the meantime, the Sea of Clouds grand formation spread crazily. Obviously, as he became a Dao Lord, the area covered by the Sea of Clouds had completely become his territory as well. Less than a moment, the surrounding 100,000 miles of sea and a few mortal towns were shrouded under a sea of clouds. The scope is so wide that it could be an immortal dojo. Makoto exhaled a long breath. There was a vague look of relief on his face. I don't know how many thousands of years it's been, but the fishing rod in my hand is getting rusty. It was only from today that he finally had the backbone to be able to gain a foothold in the flood. At this very moment, Shepherd Dust couldn't help but want to raise the sky and shout a long sentence. Anyone else? Dropping. Detected that the host has completed 100,000 years of seclusion, and has obtained the prime pillar. Please continue with the host's choice. 1. Fishing for 1,000 years. May obtain the orthodox cultivation method of the human race, the Golden Dan Dao. 2. Travel to the flood for 1,000 years. Demonstrate the strength of the Dao Lord. Lead the rise of the human race. And receive 2 innate treasures at random. Shepherd Dust retracted his gaze after a single glance. Fishing has become less time-consuming. The rewards get spammy with it. Still, he didn't hesitate. Keep fishing. One must know that although the great Luo Golden Immortals were strong, yet that was all. Even saints would not be able to defend themselves in the future, let alone a mere Golden Immortal. The bonus Golden Dan Avenue is pretty crap though, but this is the orthodox dharma of the human race. He could also pass it on to the human race after he got it, allowing it to slowly grow. In this regard, Mu Chen was moving a little. When the witch demon catastrophe is over, the human race will logically become the protagonists of heaven and earth. That was why the saints valued the human race's chi and came to earth to collect disciples to grow their teachings. And this was also for the Saints' Dao Foundation. As it is, all saints need to do merit for the human race. Being a human himself, why not? Keep going on and on. Nothing can stop my determination to close the door. Makoto closed his eyes again. 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Shepherd's Dust had just become a great Luo Golden Immortal and had absolutely no feeling for this bit of time passing. It was as if it had passed with the closing of my eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the angling and obtaining the Golden Dan Avenue. After saying that, successive cultivation methods were integrated into Mu Chen's mind. Shepherd's Dust swept through it and then directly ignored it. This is for the human race who can't practice today. Most of the spirits in the flood were born as immortals, and such things were simply not looked upon. Just then, the air around them became unbearably hot. Original. Emperor Jun's sons. The 10 great golden crows were currently flying from the sun star to the earth, passing through Mu Chen's territory. The 10 golden crows stood proudly in the sky, their wings constantly waving the sun god's fire. Randomly detected 10 golden crows passing by. Please choose the host. 1. Indifference. Letting it pass. 2. Intercept and kill him. Make enemies of the demon race. And obtain the remnants of the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. Hiss. Mu Dust sucked in a breath of cool air. Circumstantial Star Dipper formation. This was a formation comparable to the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Chapter 28. The disaster of the Golden Crow leads to Yui. The system is now giving rewards. It's getting more and more impossible to refuse. Makoto thought furtively, but there was still no intention of doing anything about it. Although the Circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation was very strong, if it was only the remnants, the attraction wasn't that great to Mu Chen. If he really killed the 10 golden crows in anger because of this, Di Jun would inevitably come to find himself in a fight. Even if he was already a great Luo Golden Immortal and was even more of a paragon within the Cloud Sea formation, but it would be too much of a loss to fight the entire demon race. Maybe they'll even be swept up in the witch demon cataclysm. No fight. Shepherd's Dust gave full play to his Go and Goon characteristics. Never do anything dangerous without being 100% sure. Just the next moment. Looking at the 10 golden crows in their own territory with that arrogant and beaten face, Shepherd's Dust then became uncomfortable all over again. You know that the 10 golden crows came from the ancestral star and descended upon the earth, roasting the living beings. The ones who suffer the most are the sorcerers and the human race, who are in charge of the earth. God knows how many human races died under the heat of the sun true flame. As the invisible guardian of the human race at the moment, Mu Chen felt obligated to do something, and so on. I don't want to kill them, but I don't think it's too much to ask to teach them a lesson, right? A glint of light flickered in Mu Dust's eyes. Immediately afterward the sight was placed on the last of the 10 golden crows. This silly bird flopped around inside the sea of clouds, with the sun true flame smashing most attentively towards the sea, and specializing in attacking towards places with living beings and human populations. However, the mana was exceptionally low among the 10 golden crows. According to Makoto's words, it looked like a stupid bird who was the youngest and hadn't experienced society's poisonous beatings. That's you. Makoto stretched out his right hand and fiercely clenched it. The golden crow that was at the end then instantly appeared in front of Mu Dust. That golden crow swept its eyes at Makoto, was about to break into a fit of rage, but it was instantly creepy. Scratch that, quasi-saintly breath? It respectfully transformed into human form and shivered. Late generation demon race Emperor Jun's 9th son. Leader you. Dare I ask what is the matter with Senior? He looked behind him. The rest of the 9-headed golden crow unexpectedly did not notice this place at all, and suddenly became even more panicked in their hearts. Herd Dust's face was majestic and imposing, thinking that this little white boy seems to be more handsome than he is. Ugh! Think of the 10 golden crows wreaking havoc on the world. Then he couldn't help but slap him hard. Snap! Lead Spectre instantly flew several hundred meters, while a slap mark appeared right on his face. Lead Spectre was confused. Half a dozen words came out of his mouth in reaction. On ordinary days, it was honored as the prince of the demon clan, and no one had ever dared to slap it. If it was normal he would have burned this place with the true fire of the sun. Just jealous of the cultivation of this person in front of him, he strongly suppressed his anger and said, "Dare I ask why, Elder? My father is the demon emperor Emperor Jun. If there is no claim to arbitrarily bully me, the demon clan will not let this account go easily." Shepherd's Dust had long ago thought of something to say. Indifference. Do you know what you just did within my dojo? Lead Spectre said in confusion. I don't know. Shepherd Dust fiercely waved his big sleeve and righteously said, "This place is mine for 10,000 miles around. Most clean and flawless. But you just went so far as to in the middle of my sea of clouds, defiling the treasure land I've maintained for 10,000 years, and you still dare to say you're right? What happened to your father? Demon Emperor Jun? A demon emperor can just inside someone else's dojo? Is there any justice in heaven?" Lead Spectre was confused. he said with a face full of tears. Elder, I'm only one step away from being certified as a great Luo. I simply won't discharge this kind of filth. Ah, you must have misread it. Makoto snapped his eyes. Asshole, do you mean to say that I falsely accused you? I clearly saw it. Lead Spectre had lost all of his mana within the Cloud Sea formation, and at the moment, he was like a mortal who had begun to wail. Elder, unjustly, what you saw was perhaps the remains burned out by the sun true fire. Bull ********. You pulled it when I said you did. I'm a quasi-saint. It's hard not to be mistaken? Really? I am the demon clan's crown prince, and I am not one of those mole crickets and mortals of the human clan. I would never do such a vulgar thing. Shepherd's dust couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately after, the incomparably painful and aggravated screams of Guiding Spectre then came from the Sea of Clouds. Chapter 29, The End of the Witch-Demon War. Half an hour passed. Shepherd Dust clapped his hands in a refreshed manner, only leaving a bruised and swollen face. Lead Spectre was on the ground, aggravated and on the verge of crying out. It's so bullying. At least he was the 9th prince of the demon race. How is it possible to when you are born to be a pesky person? Taking a step back, is it possible to yourself and not admit it? However, the other party's cultivation level was stronger than his own, and it was impossible to resist. The flood is like this. Any of your background is heavenly, but where the strength is weak, as usual, cannot mix. Shepherd Dust crossed his arms and indifferently said, Now you're going to weasel your way out of this? Lead Spectre shook his head in resignation. No, don't dare. Shepherd's Dust nodded in satisfaction and said in a serious tone, Young man, it's okay to do wrong, and it's good to learn from your mistakes. Hear this. Lead Spectre almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Can't figure it out at all. How did this shameless guy become a quasi-saint? Is heaven blind? Shepherd Dust glanced at the color of the sky. Alright, you go back to Sunstar now. Lead Yui was flabbergasted. Shepherd's Dust's eyes were not kind. What? Still want to fly past me? Tell you to roll back then roll back. Eventually, Lead Spectre was afraid of Moo Dust's lustful authority and slipped away in aggravation. He then hid to the side and curled up, no longer daring to release the true fire of the sun, nor did he dare to go forward to catch up with his brother at all. So far, the 10 golden crows had lost one before they could plague the earth. Shepherd's Dust stood in the sea of clouds, the face slowed to a seriousness. Trying my best. By stopping a golden crow, fewer people will die. This was the only thing that Makoto could do. The Great Witch Demon catastrophe has arrived completely, with the 9 golden crows descending to earth, provoking the witch and human races. The true fire of the sun swept across the land, and countless living beings died as a result. Decades later, the great sorcerer of the Wu clan, Kwa Fu, was enraged and outraged, and chased after the 9 golden crows. However, the 9 golden crows were extremely fast, and it was impossible to catch up. A few decades later, Kwa Fu died of exhaustion after being baked by the sun's true fire for years. The news alarmed Hoi, the divine archer, who was also a close friend of the Wu tribe. Yi was furious, took out his sacred bow and decided to draw his bow and shoot the sun on the cliffside. A few days later, 9 golden crows fell one after another in the flood, and none of them were born. The 9th son, who had been spectating in the sky, Citation Spectre, watched the scene, completely scared out of his wits. It's horrible. It turned out that senior had not allowed himself to go over there because he had sensed the consequences, so he had saved himself. With gratitude in his heart, Leader Yu hurriedly flew back to his ancestral planet and told Emperor Jun about this matter. Emperor Jun was furious, thunderously decapitated Hoi, and renewed his declaration of war against the witch race. This one, the originally tranquil flood, was instantly shattered. The 2 great clans engaged in a fierce battle to the death under the Buzhou mountain. Although the demon race had a large number of people, their peak combat power was not as good as the sorcerer race. Eventually, holding the Chaos Bell, East Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun dueled all the ancestral witches. Battle of the Paramount Saints. Magnificent to the core. Even the saints were watching from heaven in this battle. At this point, however, Moo Dust briefly moved his eyes back from the battlefield below. In front of him, Hoi and Quaif's remaining sliver of spiritual consciousness floated in midair, looking bewildered. That's the choice the system gives. When Kwafu and Hoi died, they would both ask Mu Chen if he wanted to save the 2 and reincarnate them. Originally, the great sorcerer of the Witch clan had no soul. However, the system was omnipotent and fused its remaining spiritual consciousness into a single soul. Shepherd's Dust agreed both times. Quester chases the sun. Hoi shoots the sun. Both of these great wizards are familiar talents. And the human race. Precisely what is most needed is talent. Shepherd Dust looked at the two. Inquired earnestly. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation, are you willing to be reincarnated into the human race? The words just fell. The two great wizards looked in the direction of the battlefield and both exuded a hesitant expression. Chapter 30, Please don't send it. Makoto understood Hoi and Kwafu's thoughts. As a great sorcerer of the witch clan, how could they be reincarnated at this moment when their clan was fighting? Shepherd Dust said calmly, now that you are just a wisp of a remnant soul, you no longer have anything to do with this great battle, nor can you help the witch clan. If you are unwilling to go to reincarnation, then it will only go up in smoke completely. Hear that? Cotter and Hoi looked at each other inside. Elder, we are willing to reincarnate into the human race. Shepherd Dust nodded in satisfaction. Gently extend a right hand. A huge vortex then slowly appeared in the sky, and a huge pulling force surged and directly swept it in. Do it all. Just here. Detected that the host is experiencing the final battle of the witch demon cataclysm. Please choose. 1. Indifference. Fishing for 10,000 years. Gaining the fire eye aptitude. 2. Join the battlefield with the strength of a great Luo golden immortal and change the ending of the two races. And you will be given the opportunity to step into Paragon. Makoto rolled his eyes. Serpentine. Sorcerer and demon. That was a battle between the Paraclete. To know that during the time of the Dragon Han's initial calamity, the Dala golden immortals were everywhere, and they were not worth anything at all. Even if a quantum culpa had passed now, and the great Luo golden immortals could vaguely become the overlord of a party, they still didn't have a decisive role to play in a battlefield of this level. Want me to go to my death? Dream on. Shepherd Dust spat at the system. Then it was ready to start the retreat. At the same time, he quietly detached another detachment to watch the battle of the witch demon cataclysm. He's already thought about it. See more of these big battles. When the period of the journey to the west is over, one will be able to go out and blow awesome with the other roaming gods and goddesses. The Great War remains tragic. Already there was the tragic image of the year when Long Han was first robbed. The ancestral witches of the witch race, as well as countless great witches, killed the demon race's heavenly court together. June opens the perimeter Star Dipper Formation and the Mixed River Luo Formation to guard the heavenly court. The East Emperor Tai is even holding the Chaos Bell. One person alone to fight the 7 great ancestral witches. The sound is amazing. In this battle, many secret and forbidden techniques exploded, striking the heavens and earth to change color and shatter the floodplains. The ancient flood was thus divided into the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. Makoto's doppelganger was watching from afar. It is surprising to discover that the 3 worlds are divided in this way. Can't help but be creeped out either. It's horrible. I don't know when I will have this kind of strength. Just then, a soft, warm voice rang out. It seems that little fellow Taoist is also curious about this great battle. Shepherd Dust turned his head to look. Nuwa. At this moment, it appeared on his left side, silently gazing at the great battle. So it's Sage Nuwa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Makoto hurriedly exuded a doggy-like smile. Nuwa glanced at Makoto and softly inquired. Fellow Taoist actually chose to take the human race as a foundation? A rootless body can choose a race and cultivate it? Maybe, but it doesn't matter to Nuwa. It was only that Maction's choice of the human race had caused Nuwa to be somewhat surprised. After all, the human race was founded by himself. Shepherd Dust hurriedly slipped in and said, of course, the human spirits are long and created by the mother herself. So of course they are much better than the other races. Nuwa smiled faintly, only looking at the great battle in front of him. He couldn't help but ask again. Fellow Taoist seems to be extremely close to the witch race. I wonder what you think of this great war. Makoto shook his head. No look. Nuwa froze slightly. No? Shepherd's Dust nodded. The general trend. The heaven's way makes it so. Naturally, we can't stop its development. If we don't have the strength to be able to resist the heaven's way, going up there will only be tainted with karma. Speaking of this, he glanced at Nuwa intentionally. If we really force a change, perhaps not even a saint can bear the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The words. It immediately made Nuwa's face cloud over. She was of demonic origin and had founded the demon cult. Now if the demon race were to lose, they would inevitably withdraw from the flood stage in the future. Then the demon cult is naturally weak. So now that she appeared here, she was actually torn as to whether or not she should make a move. Aha! Shepherd Dust put his hands behind his back and said carelessly, it seems that Sage Nuwa is very torn, but I remember that Sage Nuwa didn't seem to rely on the demon sect when she witnessed the Tao. The words just fell. It was like a thunderbolt exploding in Nuwa's ears, causing her to snap out of it. Yeah, she relies on the human race and witnesses. The human race was where the foundation of her way lay. Even if the demon race fell, then she wouldn't be affected too much. However, if she blocked the process of the human race becoming the protagonist of heaven and earth, it might be possible that her Dao foundation would be seriously damaged, or even her cultivation would greatly regress. Nuwa instantly broke out into a cold sweat. Can't go. Strong as Master Hongjun are not saying anything about this great catastrophe. How could oneself, a sage of merit, dare to contend with the great power of the heavenly Dao? Thank you for your guidance, fellow Daoist. Nuwa nodded repeatedly, and then never to stay here again. As long as he was there, he would be able to shelter the remaining demon race from extinction. That was as kind as she could be. See here. Shepherd Dust nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, the face changed suddenly. In a hurry, he roared towards the sky. Sister, never give away another animal. Can't afford to keep them. Chapter 31 Rest and Recuperation. Nuwa rejoined the heavenly beyond after this battle and began her seclusion from the world. The strongest battle force of the demon race, Sage Nuwa, does not come out. The witch race's Hotu sage was again transformed into the Yellow Springs. The two clans could be said to have engaged in a battle that could be described as evenly matched. Heaven and earth collapsed. The three worlds have been divided. The battle went on for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years later, several ancestral witches fought to the death against Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai. The Eastern Emperor Tai held the Chaos Bell in one hand and detonated it, dying with the ancestral witches. Jun was also rounded up and beaten to death by the crowd of the witch clan. The quasi-saint battle swept across the entire floodplains. Blood flowed into rivers, and the fury was scattered in all directions. The entire floodplain was in shambles. Restoring the exact same dismal scene as the initial calamity of the Dragon Han. There are not 1 in 10 living beings left. The rest of the ancient sorcerer race and demon race were mostly dead. The remaining ones are either in hiding or under the banner of the saints. Because of this, the witch and demon tribes have completely lost their power to fight for supremacy in the flood. After the big fight, all the continents are a desolate scene. All races need to build up their strength until the start of the next great tribulation. Mu Chen's doppelganger was standing on an abandoned battlefield. Eyes of pity. The sorcerer and demon clans thought they were the most powerful, but in fact, they were nothing more than pawns of the heavenly Dao after all. Even saints were only able to preserve themselves in this kind of heaven and earth catastrophe. Hey, I don't know when I'll be able to be truly uninhibited. Makoto sighed. The figure then slowly disappeared in place and returned to the cloud sea to begin continuing his seclusion. The strength is still too poor. Never come out until you are a saint. Next, the witch race completely fell in the flood world. All of the demonic great powers also died out, and the remaining demons became a street rat-like existence that everyone shouted at. The saints began to gradually support the human race to ascend to the position of protagonist of the flood. The fallen remnants of the demon race, on the other hand, became the arch-enemies of the human race on the earth. It was also intentional on the part of the saints, trying to improve the human war effort. So the human and demon races began to be hostile on the flood continent. To this point, the witch-demon cataclysm is completely over. 10,000 years have passed. Congratulations to the host for completing the 10,000 years of fishing quest and obtaining the Fire Eyes Golden Eyes avatar. Shepherd Dust opened his eyes from his seclusion. The eyes then turned golden in color, and all demons and evils were nowhere to be seen wherever the sight went. This was of little use to the current Great Luo Golden Immortal level Makoto, but it's not a bad idea to pass it on to the Tongbei monkey later. In these 10,000 years, his realm hadn't risen too much. The most necessary thing for a Dao Lord level to raise its realm was not a closed door, but a certain time of epiphany. Fortunately, Shepherd's Dust wasn't in a hurry. It's early anyway. He's still got it, and nothing happened in those 10,000 years. Only 2 of Hongjun's holy words suddenly began to circulate among the saints of the flood. It's called, the word is not transmitted to non-humans. The law is not passed on to the 6th ear. It is said to have been spoken by Hongjun before one of his long retreats. For a while, countless flood world beings were talking about it. Shepherd Dust was also stunned when he heard this news. Before reacting, the word is not passed on to non-humans. It is that the Great Dao Upanishads are transmitted only to the human race. This is also Hongjun hinted at the 6 saints. The next human race should rise. Hurry up to do what they do what to go. As for the law not being passed on to the 6 ears, it is even simpler. It must have been the 6-eared macaque who secretly utilized the 6-eared avatar to eavesdrop on the preaching of the sermon and annoyed the Hongjun. Think of the 6 ears. Makoto couldn't help but smile. This is really a bold little monkey that dares to eavesdrop on Hongjun's preaching. Yet punished. In the future, we can only wait until Buddhism grows at the time of the Western journey before anyone dares to take them under their wing. This also explains why 6 Ears has such a long lifespan. Yet he can only fight the Monkey King to a draw. These 2 words were like a small wave that crashed into the now peaceful flood. It's making some waves. Then it slowly fell silent again. One day, Shepherd's Dust was fishing for seclusion. A flatboat floated on the sea at his feet. On it stood a human wearing a bucket hat. He shouted, "Dare I ask where the immortals are?" Chapter 32 Xiandu's Visit. The man wearing the bucket hat had thick eyebrows, a tough face, and possessed the heavenly immortal realm. Don't look at the realm. But even within the human tribe today it is considered an immortal who has attained ascension. He called out for a few moments and received no response. Full of resignation, another shout went on. "Dare I ask if the shepherd god is in this side of the cloud sea? I know the shepherd god immortal is here. My name is Xiandu. I'm from the human race. I beg the shepherd god to meet me and give today's human race a clear path." Far away, a slow-moving old turtle suddenly appeared from the waters. "Spit out human words," snapped at Xiandu. "Bold human race, you may not clamor in this sea area and disturb the master's cultivation." Yes, this old turtle is the Turtle Prime Minister appointed by Mu Dust. Now after so many years, Turtle Prime Minister's realm is getting higher and higher, and has the power to say whatever he wants in this sea area, living a very comfortable life. At this moment, when he heard that someone actually dared to call out to his master, he hurriedly came over to rebuke him. Xiandu was overjoyed at his words. "Dare I ask this fellow turtle fellow, can you guide me to meet your master?" Turtle Prime scowled. The man shook his head at once. "Dream on. How is a fellow of the heavenly immortal realm qualified to see my master? Leave quickly and I won't pursue you for the crime of disturbing this side of the sea." This time, Mu Chen, who was fishing inside the water pool, slowly opened his eyes. There was quite a bit of consternation in his eyes. "Zhendo? Wait, isn't this the disciple of Lao Tzu of the Three Qing? It was also the earliest strong man of the human race. There are even rumors that Xiandu is the Confucius of later generations. But what is he doing here? And you want to help the human race yourself?" Shepherd's Dust pondered briefly, slowly towards the sea below. "Let him up." After saying that, the sea of clouds in the sky slowly flowed, and a stairway to heaven appeared right in the center. Watch this scene. The Turtle Prime Minister was filled with surprise. One must know that it had lived here for hundreds of thousands of years, and had never really seen its master take the initiative to hit on anyone. Excited, Xiandu quickly ascended the ladder, came to the small pool of water. Xiandu saw Makoto. Mind blown. Sure enough, it's also a human senior. Makoto also looked at him for a few moments. "Can't help it. Where is your master?" Xiandu was filled with confusion. "What master?" Shepherd Dust looked at the other party's bewildered face and instantly understood. In Mu Dust's previous memories, Xiandu was the only disciple that Lao Zi took when he walked the earth and founded the human sect. It was also the later Herculean Grand Master Xiandu. Yet the truth of the moment is, Lao Zi did not immediately collect Xiandu, presumably to secretly test and observe the heart in it. So by now, Xiandu was temporarily unaware of Lao Zi's existence. Shepherd Dust dryly coughed twice. "Then how did you know I was here?" Xiandu was instantly filled with respect. The human race has been passing down the legend of the shepherd god immortal since ancient times when they were searching for immortality. There are even those who say that you are the first immortal of the human race to comprehend the Great Dao. And so there are those who founded the shepherd god sect on earth to worship you day and night with incense. That's why I've come this time, on behalf of the human race, to ask immortal shepherd god to lead the Great Dao. Mu Dust was filled with confusion. Why are legends of you starting to circulate around the world? Aren't you keeping a low profile yourself? However, in the next moment, Mu Chen suddenly remembered something. Endless years ago, it seemed that he himself had once saved a group of human races surrounded by scaly dragons on the sea, and the word shepherd is what he has shed out. The results were not expected. With that one random act of kindness, he or she is famous on earth. Shepherd's Dust was filled with sweat. "Guys, I'm just trying to keep a low profile." Xiandu looked at Mu Chen without saying anything. He kowtowed and begged. "Elder, nowadays, on the Flood continent, the demon race is willfully slaughtering innocent human races on the strength of their innate divine abilities. However, today's human race simply doesn't have any stable and effective cultivation system, and countless people want to ascend to the heavens without being able to reach the Great Dao. That's why Xiandu has come here to ask immortals to show the human race the clear path." Shepherd's Dust had not yet spoken. Dropping. Xanadu request detected. 1. By gifting him with the golden Dan Dao and leading Xiandu to reach Laozi of the three purities, he can gain Laozi's goodwill. 2. Take Xiandu as a disciple. Pass on his Jin Dan de Dao teachings. Fight against Laozi. And get a random innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 33, The Mysteries of the Jin Dan Avenue. An innate spiritual treasure? Mu Dust rolled his eyes with a disdainful expression. It was also too much to look down on his Floodgo King's strength. For the sake of an innate spiritual treasure, to offend the three Qing Taishang, with whom he was tainted with karma. It takes a pit in the head to do it. You should know that Taishan Laojun has only taken in one person, Xiandu, and it took so long to observe the test specifically, obviously extremely favorable. It would not be reasonable for him to intervene at this point in time. Maybe the Supreme Lord Laojun would give himself small shoes to wear during the Great God Sealing Calamity. Where can we talk about it then? As for the Jin Dan Avenue, it was originally prepared by him for the human race, so he felt even less pity. Thinking of this, Mu Chen faintly said, the human race is temporarily restrained by the demon race. This is destiny. Heaven's will cannot be violated, and there is nothing I can do about it. Words. Xuandu couldn't hide his disappointment. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Mu Chen continued, but, I have here a party of the Jin Dan Avenue Dharma, and those of the human race who have the destiny can borrow the Jin Dan Dharma to perceive the heavenly Dao and thus achieve the immortal Dao. It's just that this Jin Dan Avenue is somewhat crippled. This Dharma is given to you. You receive it but must not open it, and cultivate at ease next. In the future, there will be a high person who will accept you as a disciple, and you will then pass on this Dharma to that person to watch the modifications, and it will be circulated on earth. After saying this, he gifted the Jin Dan Avenue Dharma to Xiandu. Xanadu was a little puzzled outside of his surprise. Will someone high in the future take himself as a disciple? Just looking at the way that Mu Chen had made up his mind not to say more, he didn't ask again. Makoto gently waved his hand. By the way, I still have some elixirs and nice weapons here. You and take them away and throw them to the earth. Spirit elixirs and weapons piled up into small mountains flew in front of Xiandu. These were all fished out by Mu Chen from inside the water pool. Unusual quality. Now that he was already at the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, Mu Chen naturally looked away. But in the mortal world it would definitely be considered a divine artifact level. Xanadu was stunned. Then with a face full of excitement, he said, thank you Senior Shepherd God for making such a great merit for the earth. I bow on behalf of the human race. After saying that, he knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Mu Chen dryly coughed twice and blushed a little. These things are just pieces of junk in his case. It's just a handful. Ahem. I'm also a human. So naturally I have to make a small contribution to the human race. Alright, you leave. And remember not to proclaim my deeds, because I'm a person. Is more low-key. Yes, sir. Xiandu collected these treasures and left the place. Shepherd Dust watched the other party leave. Silence nodded. He himself was considered to have done another good thing for the human race. A moment later, Makoto suddenly froze. And so on. How come the system didn't give you the option to continue fishing after your own retreat was over? Do you think you're too meticulous and not ready to give yourself a reward? It doesn't exist. And I'm not going out there without a reward. With a wave of his hand, Shepherd's Dust deadpanned into seclusion. Xanadu left and returned to Earth, practicing in peace. 100 years later, Laozi came out of the gate and took him successfully as his disciple. A certain palace in the sky beyond the sky. Laozi sits high on the podium, out of the dust and floating. Among the 3 pure ones, Lao Tzu was counted as the one who was truly without desire. Looking at a talented Zhendu, he said with satisfaction, from today you are my great disciple. Do you have any wishes? Zhendu had his heart set on the human race and had been waiting for this moment for a long time. So without hesitation, he handed over the Jin Dan Avenue Dharma. At the same time, the things that happened on the Sea of Clouds back then were told. Shepherd immortal? Taishan Laojun, smiley face, frowned slightly. A pinch. Sure enough, it's that guy. As a little Taoist friend that Hongjun Daozu had all praised, Taishan Laojun had naturally kept it in his heart. Just listening to the Jin Dan Avenue would allow the human race to have a complete cultivation system for pursuing the Great Dao. Laozi, however, frowned slightly. It is not difficult to grant the path of cultivation to the human race, but it is extremely complicated to be able to make it possible for everyone in the mortal world to practice. In fact, this was something he was about to consider and ponder right now. After all, the human race was about to rise, and his task was to protect the path for the human race. Lao Tzu thought for a moment and commanded, Zandu, read it to me. Zhendo let out an oh-so-subtle cry. Close your eyes slightly. Countless mysteries began to emerge in his mind. He said aloud, "The saying of the heavenly Dao, the Dao begets one. One begets two. Two begets three. And three begets all things." Rumble. The decree was issued. The heavens beyond the heavens all began to rumble and shake. A multicolored haze appeared vaguely. The old man was stunned. A shocked look appeared on his originally calm and dusty face. This is Chapter 34, Behind You. Laozi's heart was filled with shock. However, any dharma that could cause heaven and earth visions were considered top quality, and could not be created by a non-sage. Although this Jindan avenue in front of me is not how advanced in the flood, but if we can really provide a complete cultivation system for the human race, that could definitely be considered a creation. More importantly, the axioms of this Jindan avenue were surprisingly complementary to the avenue he had cultivated. If he didn't know about it, he would have even thought that it was created by his master personally. Gendo's eyes were closed. Keep reciting the Aeon all the way through. Then he opened his eyes, somewhat apprehensively. Master, Elder Shepherd God said that this Dharma is slightly crippled, and that only Master can improve the integrity. The old man was confused. More changes? Isn't that perfect? But in the way of his disciples' expectant eyes, he could only cough dryly. This Dharma door is indeed good, but for the Master to listen to there are indeed two mistakes. You and stay a few days later to come back to take it. After Gendo left, the old man took an impatient swing. The arcana of the Great Dao Jindan then reappeared in midair. He repeated the reading carefully, even expecting to find some mistakes in it. Sadly, however, Lao Tzu was in deep thought, viewing this golden Dan Dao. If it was really created by Maxian, I'm afraid that his understanding of the Dan Dao is not even below him. However, he's a saint. Think about it. For the first time, he had an incomparably strong curiosity about Mu Chun. If Shepherd Dust were to learn what his old son was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be unable to hold back his laughter. Because this Jindan Avenue was originally a cultivation method created by Laozi and passed on to the human race. Naturally it's exactly the same. It was only due to the fact that the timeline was advanced due to the fact that Makoto had received the Jindan Avenue in advance from the system that it caused Laozi to be extraordinarily shocked at the moment. According to Mu Dust's description, I haven't even created a ing thing. Why are you giving it away? Time flows like water. The Great Witch Demon robbery came to an end, and on the whole the flood world was extraordinarily quiet. The three worlds have been divided, but they are still chaotic. So several saints began to instruct their subordinates to preach and proclaim their teachings on earth. And among them, the Interceptor sect, under the support of the Tongtian sect leader, developed extremely rapidly. The most crucial thing is that the Interceptor sect did not follow the decree of Hongjun Daozu that there is no religion without class. All living beings who can cultivate can join the Interceptor sect. So it attracted countless strange birds and animals that had practiced and attained Taoism. For a while the Interceptor sect turned into the most popular sect in the flood. Humanism and Hierophantism are slightly less so. Subsequently, there was also a sect called the Shepherd's Cult that stood on earth, though not growing, and was always worshipped. Shepherd's Dust conducted a small retreat during this period of time. It seemed that because the cultivation had once been too smooth, he had now encountered a bottleneck and his cultivation was progressing extremely slowly. Worked on it for a while, Shepherd's Dust then stopped this meaningless cultivation. It seems like mere seclusion is useless. We can only rely on time to slowly grind it out. Shepherd Dust muttered silently. He was in no hurry at all. Isn't there a saying? A pig can be a canopy if it's born early. He was at least a character from the same era as Hongjun. As long as you don't die, you can grind all the way to sainthood. Shepherd Dust stood up from his seclusion, was about to use an alter ego to go to the outside world to see what was going on. Suddenly, a creepy feeling welled up. He snapped his eyes wide. Nope. Someone else exists inside the sea of their own clouds. Chapter 35, Rejecting My Old Man. Who? Shepherd Dust coldly drank. The feeling instantly made him panic a little. It seemed that since he came to the flood, no one had been able to trespass into his cloud and sea formation without authorization. So he got slack. However, at this moment, Muchen dared to be certain that there was someone present in his sea of clouds grand formation. It's like a ghost story. Anyone who can come in without a sound is bound to be among the saints. The thought of a saint standing right next to him without him realizing it couldn't help but make his heart tremble. Sage, it's no joke when it comes to moving. The words just fell. A human old man slowly walked out from the sea of clouds. The face was ancient and dusty, dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe. He held a duster in his hand. Exactly Lao Tzu. There's no need to be nervous. I'm just here to take a look. Only that I've discovered that this great formation of yours is somewhat marvelous. It even contains the Great Dao, and cannot be entered under a saint. So I'm a bit curious. Laozi smiled gently. I've long heard Nuwa and Master talk about your name, so I'm sorry if I've disturbed you if I'm free to come here uninvited this time. Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. Above the three clearings, only the old man has a better nature. There is no desire or selfishness. Makoto immediately exuded a doggy-like smile. No disturbance. No disturbance. For a saint to come to my dojo, it simply makes this place shine. Only, I don't know what the saint is here for? Laozi had an admiring look in his eyes. I heard Xiandu say that the Golden Dan Dao was created by you? Not bad. Not bad. The understanding of the Dao of Dan is really out of my expectation. I just don't know from where you practiced what you learned. Shepherd's Dust had long since thought of what to say and slowly said, Ahem. Some days ago when the sage preached the mysteries of humanism in the overseas dojo, I was fortunate enough to study on the sidelines a few times. Since the three purities preached on earth, various sects have begun the mode of accepting people, and naturally Lao Tzu has preached in person. Of course Shepherd Dust wouldn't go, but there were so many people listening to the sermon anyway, how would he know them all? It's normal to miss one or two. Sure enough, the old man started. A look of enlightenment followed. This was followed by an even more undisguised admiration in his eyes. Genius! To be able to create an aeon after hearing the sermon only a few times. No wonder the master teacher was able to say that this son's talent far exceeded the crowd. At the thought of this, Laozi's aura shook his head. Indescribably ethereal and majestic. It was as if the Taishang himself was present. Seeing that you are gifted and intelligent, and that the great Dao is within reach, are you willing to join the human sect? I can give you a share of the Hongmeng purple chi to help you achieve sainthood, he said seriously. Dropping. Lao Tzu invitation detected. Please host choose. 1. Decline the invitation and remain in silent seclusion for 10,000 years, and you may obtain an innate spiritual treasure by random angling. 2. Join the human sect and obtain a strand of Hongmeng purple chi that Laozi has devoted himself to cultivating. Shepherd's Dust was silent, not overly happy about it, to be honest. If he was a normal person, at this moment, he would certainly immediately embrace the other party's thighs, get the Hongmeng purple chi, and from now on live the life of the arrogant and domineering heavenly second generation. And yet, he's just a salted fish, still a drama savant. You have to know that the God-sealing cataclysm is just too tragic. It was even more horrifying than the Dragon Han initial tribulation and the Great Tribulation of Witch and Demon. It is considered to be the most terrifying and dangerous of the heaven and earth's quantum robberies, because the protagonist is human. What is involved is still the foundation of the saint's great way. In front of the great Dao, who would easily back down? The movement is a struggle and a contest between saints. At this point in time, one should definitely not get involved in the karma between saints, and it would be dangerous once one was counted in. Laozi saw that Mu Dust was still hesitating. Thinking briefly, he said, That's right, Xiandu has already joined my human sect and is short of seniority. Since this is the case, when you reach paramount sainthood with the help of the Hongmeng purple chi you can take up the position of vice-sect leader in the human sect and manage the human sect for me. How about that? The vice-chairman of the humanist church. Makoto's eyelids jumped, but there was no heartbeat. Only seriously. Sage, I still don't want to go out into the world for fear of being robbed and dying, and at the moment I just want to be quiet and secluded. Chapter 36, The System Shows Strength? Treat the three clear saints. Makoto then felt no need to lie. Laozi frowned slightly. Unexplained. Die in response to a calamity? Now that the witch demon cataclysm has ended and the heavens and earth are clear, if you join the human sect, with me around, how could you possibly die in response to the calamity? Shepherd's Dust didn't say anything. You can't say you're ing traveling, can you? Cowardly by nature. Please forgive me, Sage, even if I bail you out as a saint? This seems a little shaky. 2. What if it's Tong Tian and Yuanshur? Even the Taishang saints, who are so powerful, are unstable, so they're even worse. Shepherd's Dust slipped through the cracks. Looking at Mu Chan's thieving appearance, Laozi was curious and amused. He himself was one of the saints of heaven and earth. Who in heaven and earth would dare to deal with Makoto at his hands? Just looking at the firm expression on Mu Chan's face, he sighed. Alright, it seems that karma has not yet arrived, and you are not destined to be with the human sect. In the first place, he was thinking about talent. Even more so, he didn't want Makoto to be scooped up by the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect. As a result, they didn't expect Makoto to look down on them. Just remembering again that back then, When Master Z Shao Palace was preaching, Muchen didn't even give face to Master Z. His heart felt a lot better at this time. Even the Taoist ancestor doesn't give face. Not to mention the three purities. Shepherd Dust smiled and said, now that the human race is in power and the Qi is prospering, the human sect can surely live a good life. So there's no need for me to point fingers from the sidelines. Lao Tzu said with a nod. If you change your mind, you can come to me at your own discretion. You are originally a human now, and the doors of the human sect will always be open for you. After saying that, he disappeared within the Sea of Clouds grand formation. Shepherd's Dust waited for a moment. There was some uneasiness that followed. Carefully. Sage, are you still there? Why don't you come in for another cup of tea? You don't fool me. I know you're still around. It took a long time to get a response. Only then did Makoto hastily block off the Cloud Sea grand formation fully. A heavy exhale followed. Previously, the realm was too low to realize it. Now that he had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he became more and more aware of the terror of saints. But for turning down an invitation from Lao Tzu, there was no regret on Makoto's part. At the very least the future will tell the tale. Now that the three Qing are busy developing their teachings in the flood lens, they won't have the time to pay attention to themselves. So it's only fair to take advantage of this time to lay low and become stronger. Shepherd Dust muttered, and hurriedly began to conduct a seclusion. 10,000 years. After a personal visit by Lao Tzu's alter ego, that incomparably arcane aura brought a hint of enlightenment to Mu Chen. So there was a loosening of the bottleneck. 10,000 years later, Makoto's bottleneck at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage was successfully broken through, reaching the middle stage. At the same time, he ended the system's fishing quests within these 10,000 years and obtained the 12-pin Karma Fire Lotus platform. This is Styx's treasure. Sitting on the Lotus platform, raging karmic fire burns with amazing defense, able to burn karma into karmic fire, attacking and defending. Simply put, it looks extremely cool. Therefore, Mu Chen treated it as his cushion, and got this innate spiritual treasure. Nowadays, Mu Chen's attribute panel had become decent. Host, Mu Dust. Race, human. Realm, Dalit Golden Immortal, middle stage. Divine abilities, the Dharma Heavenly Phase, the Heavenly Incarnation, the 36 methods of the Big Dipper, the True God's Thunder Royalty method, the Shrinking Earth, and the Body Protecting Fire God technique. Feats, low-ranked vomiting feats, high-ranked vomiting feats. Zhu Rong Royal Fire Method. Weapons, Immortal Exorcism 4 Sword Imitations. Demon Suppressing Pagoda. Scattering Spirit Gourd. The most precious treasures, the 3 flavors of true fire. A drop of the origin of water, which can call forth all the waters of the flood. The Red Cloud, and the Lotus Platform of 12 karmic fires. Among them, the Demon Suppressing Pagoda, and the Red Cloud were both gifted out by Mu Dust. But if you want to use it, you can naturally use it, so it's still counted. Shepherd Dust nodded in satisfaction. Like this kind of attribute, put in the online game that is a proper high-end player. Of course, it's quite a bit short of the top. It couldn't be helped. After all, realm advancement was just a bit difficult. Just the early to middle stages of the Great Luo had taken countless thousands of years. Heaven knows how difficult it would be for the next Great Luo Xianxian Immortals and Paragon Saints. At this point, Makoto suddenly felt a heavy weight in his hands. The fishing rod in the waterhole seems to have caught something. Dropping, detected that the host has met the bottleneck of cultivation, and is angled for you to find the system auxiliary treasure, the Cloak of Deceitful Heaven. Chapter 37, It's funny. Shepherd's Dust froze slightly. The Cloak of Deception? There doesn't seem to be any such magic treasure in the flood, right? Curious. Muchen gently fished up the fishing rod and saw a white transparent cloak fly into his hand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Cloak of Deception. Efficacy, hide or change the host's cultivation and breath or even karmic origin. Steal the sky and change the sun. Extremely hidden. Saints can't notice if they don't use their magical powers to observe carefully. Suggestion, the host can use this cloak to manifest a doppelganger and go to the Three Qing's dojo to listen to his preaching, which can enhance the host's sense of the heavenly Dao. I'll go? That strong? Makoto smacked his lips. Even saints could be temporarily deceived. So it was at the very least an innate treasure. Hear the advice given by the system. Makoto's eyes lit up again. A hint of excitement flashed vaguely in his eyes. Yeah, by relying on this treasure, one could go to the saint's dojo opened overseas to listen to the sermon, to find out why you are making such slow progress these days. It was that year that he did not listen to Hongjun's preaching in the Purple Heavenly Palace. The reason for this was the fear of being exposed early and appearing in the eyes of the saints. However, If one possessed the cloak of deceitful heaven at this moment, and was able to listen to the preaching of the saints without attracting their attention, it would certainly be a great enhancement to one's realm. System, you finally made me feel useful. Shepherd's dust rejoiced. Dropping. The host is detected to have the deception cloak. Please choose. 1. Fishing for 50,000 years can lead to a direct breakthrough to the late Dala Jinxian stage. 2. By utilizing the deceitful heavenly cloak and the doppelganger to listen to the three Qings preaching in various places in 50,000 years, absorbing the essence of their teachings, and unifying the three teachings, one can reach an extremely high level of comprehension of the Great Dao after 50,000 years. This time, Mu Dust did not hesitate. Pick 2. To know that spending 50,000 years to forcefully break through to the late stage of a Great Luo Golden Immortal was simply useless. After the Great Luo, how to ascend the realm relied on the understanding of the heavenly Dao. On the contrary, if you can spend 50,000 years listening to the three Qings' understanding of the Great Dao, this would be extremely helpful in becoming a paramount saint or even a sage of heaven and earth in the future. As Shepherd Dust thought of this, she stood up with excitement. This time, King Floodgo is coming out. Sure, or is it a diversion? The next days, Shepherd Dust then began to condense the split beside the water pool. The detachment to be sent out this time was not an ordinary detachment. Rather, it had to be an alter ego that fit perfectly with Mu Chen's main body, so that the more real enlightenment could be achieved. Sometime after 500 years, I am Tong Tian, and I am preaching at Panglai Immortal Island today under the name of the Interceptor sect. All living beings in the flood, regardless of race or cultivation, can come here to hear me preach. The heaven and earth resounded with the majestic voice of sect leader Tong Tian. The Interceptor sect has the strongest voice today. Sect leader Tong Tian was again extremely powerful in the flood wasteland. Even the waters on Mu Chen's side had countless living beings flying towards Panglai Immortal Island. Is it finally here? Makoto opened his eyes in the sea of clouds, and a glint flashed in his eyes. In these 500 years, apart from condensing the bilocation, he was waiting for the three Qings preaching in the flood. Now he finally waited for the Tong Tian sect leader. Next moment, the detachment condensed by Mu Dust put on the deceitful heavenly cloak. At once the whole person's appearance and breath and even karma changed. It turned into a skinny young man with freckles on his face, and it only has the cultivation of the heavenly immortal realm. And the origin is a human race that happened to be enlightened by chance. Go you! Shepherd Dust flew towards Panglai Immortal Island in the air. There was a vague look of anticipation on his face. This was still the first time that Makoto had traveled to a formal occasion of the Sage Organization. This one should be interesting. Chapter 38. What are you looking at? The Interceptor sect is the sect dominated by Lord Tong Tian, and is the most powerful of the three great sects. It has the reputation of being a place where all the immortals come to visit. And in Makoto's opinion, the word Chao may be the Bio Palace on Panglai Island, which was used by Lord Tong Tian when he founded the sect and preached the way. The moment. As soon as the Tong Tian sect leader issued the order, countless beings were waiting densely outside the island. Rare and weird in everything, but without exception, the beings whose cultivation was in the flood were quite strong. Taoist Duo Bao walked out from the immortal island. Slowly, Master Teacher will be preaching at the island's great altar in 3 hours. You may now enjoy the beauty of the island, but do not destroy it at will. Everyone looked unusually respectful. Salute at the same time. Yes, doppelganger. He was one of the 4 chief inner disciples under the Interceptor sect. They dare not be disrespectful. Shepherd Dust stood in the crowd and also pretended to salute. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he surveyed the Taoist Duo Bao in front of him. I'll go. Is this the future Rudra? It doesn't look like it at all. Makoto muttered silently. He remembered the future when the Interceptor sect fell. Duo Bao Daorun was then lured to the west by the 2 old godly men, Juinti Jiain, to become the Buddha in the west. Only perhaps it's too early in the day to see anything yet. As Taoist Duo Bao left, the beings slowly entered the Panglai Immortal Island and looked around. The same was true for Shepherd's Dust. Just went in and kept smacking my lips like a hillbilly in town. I'll go. This tree seems to be an innate spiritual treasure? Wait. This fruit looks delicious. It's okay to sneak one, right? Asterisk. This rock can ing talk? You think you're a stone man? Shepherd's Dust was considered an eye-opener. One must know that although nowadays, Mu Chen is a noble great Luo Golden Immortal as well as a Floodgo King, but there is really not much exposure to the things of the flood. Usually, when they sent their doppelgangers out, most of them also chose the remote mountains and forests. So this was an eye-opening moment, like being in the palace of heaven. This action immediately caused countless people to look at him with contempt. Saints control heaven and earth. They had come here, right under the Tongtian sect master's nose. It was natural to show how extraordinary he was at this moment. How can you be as vulgar as a mere mortal? Even if there was an innate spiritual treasure thrown on the ground, they wouldn't dare to take it without authorization. However, Shepherd's Dust didn't care. It's not like he's joining the Interceptor sect. He's just a guy who's simply here to listen to the lesson. Less than a moment, Makoto arrived at the shore of a small lake and found a fruit tree on the shore of the lake. There is only one bright red fruit on the branch. Her Dust's eyes lit up. The time came to walk over. This stuff should be pretty tasty, right? Makoto muttered silently, as his hand rested on the fruit. However, another hand came up at the same time. Grabbing stuff? Makoto turned his head angrily. A middle-aged man with a goatee was seen turning his head. The same face looked at him. Flood for countless years. There have been many wars in the world that have shocked the floodplains, and the very first cause actually began as a trivial little story. For example, you think sweet tofu is delicious. Still, savory tofu is good. Another example. What are you looking at? Also, for example, what do I look at you for? The moment. The goatee man then raged. What are you looking at? As soon as shepherding dust was heard. Hey, I'm such a grump. What's wrong with looking at you? The goatee man grunted coldly. I am Zhao Gongming of Luofu Cave on Amei Mountain. And what is your name? Chapter 39, Collecting Zhao Gongming. Shepherd's Dust froze. Zhao Gongming? Isn't this the most famous third-generation disciple of the future Interceptor sect? Let's just say that San Shao, who possessed the strength of a paragon in the future, was his senior sister. But Mu Dust turned his mind. The current Zhao Gongming had not yet joined the Interceptor sect again, and his realm was mediocre. At best, it's a newbie village character. Scared less, Shepherd's Dust immediately said righteously. What is Amei Mountain? I am the leader of the earthly frying heavenly gang, Wang Frying Toist. Haven't you heard of my name? Zhao Gongming subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. This blow-up gang. It just sounds like it would be awesome. Then he was instantly cautious and grunted coldly. I discovered this fruit first, so why is fellow Taoist Wang Fryer trying to snatch the chance with me? Shepherd Dust snorted. Want some face? I put my ing hand on it. It must be mine. Zhao Gongming was furious. What? You want to fight? Just fight. Am I afraid of you? I've never been afraid of anyone under Wang Fry. Okay, I won't bully you. Just briefly contest a few hands with heavenly immortal strength, and whoever wins goes to whoever wins. No problem. Looking at Mu Dust, he directly agreed. Zhao Gongming exuded a smug smile. Griffin, let's see how I can clean you up. Against a tiny heavenly immortal realm human cultivator, he, Zhao Gongming, was still confident that he could win 9 out of 10 times. Next moment, only to see Zhao Gongming's entire body transform into a rainbow, instantly rushing towards Mu Chen's face. Shepherd Dust didn't even move. Just a sudden big drink. Look at the spell. After saying that, he took out a small fire-red gourd from his arms. 99 red clouds scattered prana gourd. To talk about the origin of this gourd, it is one of the 7 gourds on Buzhou Mountain. This was the innate spiritual treasure that was gifted to him when Red Cloud fell. Now that it was being used by Maxian to defend himself, it was still no problem to deal with a small Zhao Gongming, and at this moment, Zhao Gongming was penniless, and had not yet obtained a chance or a magic treasure. It was really too tender for Makoto. Next moment, Mu Dust gently opened the gourd. One could only see infinite red sand pouring out, covering the sky. The rainbow light that Zhao Gongming transformed into. Just as soon as it touched the red veil, it felt like his body was being pressed down by 10 huge mountains, unable to move. At the same time, he only felt that his Yuanshan was faint, and his soul was actually showing signs of collapsing on the spot. Zhao Gongming was terrified. Hurriedly, he retreated hundreds of meters backward, his face shocked and fearful. Innate spiritual treasure. Innate spiritual treasure. You swindled and used this kind of treasure. Makoto rolled his eyes. Who the hell says you can't use treasures in single combat? If you have the guts, use it too. Having said that, the red sand spewing out of the gourd continued to surge towards Zhao Gongming. One time, Zhao Gongming, who didn't have any magic treasures to defend himself, only fled, and the red sand followed him, turning into a giant wave that kept circling in the sky. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene with satisfaction. Another sudden scratch of the head. Wait, this feels like deja vu. Sandstorm, I love you? Queer. The picture has gone astray. This is a flood. Makoto hastily withdrew his mind. When he saw that Zhao Gongming was almost done, he slowly collected the red sand and coughed dryly. Are you convinced? He still appreciated Zhao Gongming in principle. It was only a pity that he joined the Interceptor sect and ended up being slaughtered by Lu Press. Serving. Convinced. Zhao Gongming nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He wouldn't dare disobey. The terrifying might that made his soul instantly scatter. He never wanted to taste it again in his life. Young man, realize that there is still a long way to go. Don't be too crazy. I, Taoist King Friar, am not a prodigal, Shepherd Dust said in a serious tone. Then it took the fruit from the fruit tree, throwing it into his mouth under Zhao Gongming's envious and jealous gaze. Ugh! Smooth in the mouth with a decent flavor. Just then, the island's aura shifted violently. Taoist Duo Bao appeared in front of Mu Chen and said with a smile, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for successfully passing the examination." Chapter 40, Selling Seats. Makoto blinked. Examination? What test? Taoist Duo Bao, however, didn't say anything, just gently waved his sleeve, and the three of them disappeared in place at the same time. When Mu Dust opened his eyes again, just find yourself in the seat at the very front of the island's great altar. Zhao Gongming was behind himself. Behind them were densely packed with countless beings with confused faces listening to the sermon. It also seems to have been moved right over. A few can sit, most stand. When they saw Machen and Zhao Gongming in front of them, they were instantly dissatisfied. Wait, why do they get to sit so far forward? Humph. What qualifications do two heavenly immortal realm cultivators have to get that close to the Tongtian sage during his preaching? Get your ass down here. The position is for all who have the destiny. The little heavenly immortal isn't worthy of it yet. The crowd was enraged. You know, the preacher's seat, 4-1, is really a top priority in the flood. Back then, when the Dao ancestor preached, the Red Cloud old ancestor lost the opportunity to become a saint because he gave up his seat. Even more so, he was attacked and killed by a kunai who had also lost his seat as a result. Although I don't know how it will end up, but it is always the loss of the opportunity to become a saint. That's why beings today are extremely attached to the word seat. You know that the more forward the seat is, the more it means it will be recognized by the saints. Taoist Duo Bao listened to the clamor, a rather impatient frown. Instantly, a massive pressure filled the field. Everyone was silenced, and they didn't dare to speak. Only then did Taoist Duo Bao slowly explain. The meaning of interception in the Interceptor sect is the interception of heavenly chances, and at the same time, it contains the truth of the word contention. This is the island of preaching. It is reasonable to say that opportunities are everywhere, and you enter the island either to shut up and meditate, or to clear your mind and turn a blind eye to everything, which is not in line with the Taoism of the Interceptor Church. As a matter of fact, the fruit borne on the only fruit tree on the island is the test for entering the island, and if you get it, your seats will be divided. Among them, only fellow Taoist Wang Friar and fellow Taoist Zhao Gongming, whose hearts are in line with the Taoism of the Interceptor sect, fought over this fruit, and that's why the two of them passed the test, and that's why they have the seats in front of them. Hearing Taoist Duo Bao's explanation, the crowd instantly realized, and then all of them exuded a look of regret, especially those who were watching from afar as Mu Chen fought Zhao Gongming. If they had known this was the case, how could they have let the two heavenly immortals take advantage of this? Shepherd's Dust was also crumbling at the moment. If he had known that was the case, he wouldn't have eaten that fruit to death. I'm just trying to keep my head down and listen to the saints preach from a distance. Taoist Duo Bao left this place. The air returned to silence as everyone waited for Sage Tongtian to appear. The moment. Shepherd Dust knew what he had to do. If he were to get this close to a saint at that time, Mu Chen doubted that the deceitful heavenly cloak would be able to conceal the heavenly chances. Ahem, guys. Shepherd Dust stood up and looked to the rear with a regretful expression. Latecomer is merely a heavenly immortal, and I am terrified to receive this kind of chance by chance. This first seat, I'm definitely not qualified for it. Naturally, the strongest will take it, and I don't know which one is willing to exchange seats with me. The words just fell. Everyone was confused. No one thought it was surprising that this guy would give up his seat. For a while, countless people scrambled to be the first to speak out. I'll change. Me. I am a Tai true immortal. A little true immortal is nothing, but I'm only one step away from reaching the Great Luo. Realm isn't considered important. I'm willing to offer 5 Hotian spiritual treasures. What's a Hotian spiritual treasure? I'll offer 3 slightly crippled Hotian supreme treasures. Me. An intact innate spiritual treasure. 1 price. 3 innate spiritual treasures. Heard Dust's eyes lit up. I didn't realize seats could be sold that way. At once he roared. 3 pieces of innate spiritual treasures now 3 pieces now There is still no increase in the price. By set to leave. 3 innate spiritual treasures plus 5 Hotian spiritual treasures now I'll settle for no one else. 8 pieces now. 8 Hotian spiritual treasures now. Anyone else want to bid? Aside. Zhao Gongming watched the scene. All stunned. This saint preaches. How did it turn into an auction? Chapter 41. Sold. Sold. Eventually. Shepherd Dust sold the position of the head seat for 10 pieces of Hotian spiritual treasures plus 3 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. The person who purchased it was a highly powerful ratfink with thieving eyes. Shepherd's Dust, however, didn't care. Greeted everyone with contemptuous angry disdain and ran his ass off to a seat at the end of the line. If this matter could spread, it would certainly spread throughout the flood. There was a shameless human cultivator who had sold the first seat of Lord Tongtian's preaching. From ancient times to the present day, only Makoto could do it. A bumper crop. While being ashamed, Makoto couldn't help but feel emotional again. All the treasures were received inside his sleeve. At the same time, he threw a grateful glance towards the confused Zhao Gongming in front of him. If we follow the previous episodes, then the real situation is that he has robbed Zhao Gongming's chance. Otherwise the one sitting on the first seat in this sermon would be Zhao Gongming. But I guess it's about the same now. And Zhao Gongming's entry into the Interceptor sect is a done deal anyway. It is important to realize that all the disciples of the 3 Qing sect are taken in by the divine numbers. It is indeed overthinking to think that you can change by a seat. This was something that Shepherd's Dust was most aware of. One more thing to say here. Once upon a time, Mu Chen thought that the innate spiritual treasures of the floodplains were only the ones he was familiar with. But in fact, in the real flood world, there were still a little more innate spiritual treasures than one would expect. For example, these 3 innate spiritual treasures in one's hand. At the very least he wouldn't recognize it. Immortal suppressing cauldron, the body transforms into a large cauldron containing the aura of chaos, which can suppress the innate gods and demons within it. Pen of all things, draw in mid-air. And the things drawn can appear in the air to help the owner kill the enemy. Jedi Immortal Gun, as the name suggests. A sharp blade with great killing power that can kill immortals. All of a sudden, he got 3 innate spiritual treasures because he robbed Zhao Gongming's chance. Shepherd Dust thought to himself with extreme satisfaction. Earned so many treasures for me in one go. Old Zhao deserves to be a good brother. I'll cover you once in the future when we travel in the West. Don't look at these babies, although they are said to be less lethal than the most famous ones. However, its arcane and magical efficacy made Mu Chen quite satisfied. And comparing to the fact that it took several thousand to 10,000 years of fishing for Mu Dust to get a treasure, this feeling of suddenly becoming rich all of a sudden was absolutely different in terms of the psychological level. Suddenly, 3 hidden gazes that concealed murderous intent came from behind. Shepherd's Dust did not turn around. Just a silent narrowing of his eyes. A flicker of caution in his eyes. Targeted. However, Mu Dust wasn't very flustered. In the floodplain, it was common to kill people for treasure. What's more, the Interceptor Church has no religion, and the fish and dragons are very mixed up. So it's normal to meet this kind of guy with an improper heart. But if one really thought that he was only at the heavenly immortal realm and could be taken at will, that would be naive. On the island they didn't dare to make a move. They should have waited until they left at the end of the sermon. Makoto sat up at ease as he thought of this. Prepare to listen to the preaching of Tong Tian before you do. As for the others, I've read more than 1,000 chapters of Duo Bao, and I can still be ed by you guys out there? Half an hour passed. A stout old man in a black robe appeared in the center of the large altar, sitting cross-legged in the void, without any movement. An aura that made everyone tremble and worship flowed out. Tonto himself. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. The same was true for Shepherd's Dust. Tong Tian Sage. Other than under Hongjun, odds are it's one of the most capable guys out there. Taoist Duo Bo stood quietly. The sight swept to the seat, and his originally solemn face changed, and he was dumbfounded. Aha! Where's Mr. Wang? What happened to a rat bastard? Chapter 42, I am merging heaven and earth. Sect leader Tong Tian scanned the stage. All living beings had sullen faces and did not dare to clamor and make noise. Makoto lowered his head. Mental note. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Although there is the cloak of deception. However, under Tong Tian's eyes, Mu Chen was still a bit worried, knowing that Tong Tian, as Hongjun's most beloved little disciple, most of the spiritual treasures on the treasure dividing rock were left to Tong Tian. Even the heavenly Dao's first killing formation, the immortal execution sword formation, was given away. There might be some weird and wacky spells. Next moment, Tong Tian's line of sight lingered from Mu dust, and then retracted without the slightest pause. Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. Useful. Tong Tian withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. Today I am here to preach the mysteries of the Interceptor sect, and I hope that all beings will listen carefully, and those who have the destiny will be admitted to the Interceptor sect. The time of preaching is 300 years. Interceptionism, that is, named after the interception of heavenly opportunities. What is interception? Tong Tian slowly spoke. In death, it is not like Hongjun who opens his mouth to the mysteries of the Great Dao. Instead, it is told in the smallest detail, but here it becomes clearer and more lucid. Shepherd's Dust also secretly marveled. There's still something about this old Tom in modern times that is also considered a live gold medal lecturer level. Thinking of this, Mu Chen also couldn't help but slowly and carefully listen to the lecture. Flood beings seek the way. Now that the Great Dao Upanishad was present, all beings listened with incomparable attention. 300 years passed in a flash. One day, Tong Tian looked at the sky and suddenly stopped lecturing. Less than a moment, one after another, the mesmerized crowd slowly woke up from their lethargy. There are still a dozen or so people sleeping in enlightenment. Taoist Duo Bao looked at the 10 or so people and exuded a hint of a smile. The later one awakens from the master's sermon, the deeper one's understanding of the Great Dao and the higher one's talent. And this is one of the important criteria for the Interceptor sect to accept people. Obviously, these 10 or so people would be able to join the Interceptor sect at this moment. Tong Tian sect master's expression remained unchanged as he lightly called out, "Wake up!" The words just fell. The 10 or so people in the enlightenment woke up one after another, looking around with a blank look in their eyes. Zhao Gongming is one of them. This time when Tong Tian preached, he only felt that his entire soul sank into it. However, at this moment, when he woke up, it was clear that he hadn't done anything, but his realm had skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Couldn't help but be filled with joy. Taoist Duo Bao then scanned around the stage, surprised to find one of the last of the dozen or so still awake. Surprisingly, its fellow Taoist Wang Fry. Little Taoist friend Wang Fry really does have extraordinary talent after all. It seems that this so-called Frying Sky Gang deserves some attention itself. Taoist Duo Bao pondered silently. The rest of the group noticed the scene as well. It was not to be exchanged. Good boy. The district is a human heavenly immortal. But how is this guy's enlightenment understanding so deep? The flooded lands. There are indeed many unknowable geniuses. This person is not as shameless as he seems. Nonsense. Can an ordinary person openly auction off the head of preaching? I can tell at a glance that this guy is not a person. Sect leader Tong Tian also couldn't help but nod his head silently. That's the kind of talent the interceptors need. So a second time he called out. The path is endless. Not a moment's work. Wake up. Shepherd Dust remained motionless and ignored it. Tong Tian was quite surprised. Still not awake? This Dao sound of his, which could instantly awaken a cultivator in enlightenment without causing any damage to the releaser, had never failed before, was about to aggravate his voice. A transparent bubble was seen appearing on Makoto's nose. Immediately after that the bubbles got bigger and bigger and bigger, while making a weird sound. Holler, hoot, hoot, to the final snap. Bubbles blowing up. Makoto instantly woke up. Then, with a face full of irritation, he poked his head from side to side and said, Who, which just shouted at me? I'm in the middle of merging heaven and earth. There was a dead silence in the air. Everyone's face looked as strange as if they were petrified. Chapter 43, I've never seen such a shameless person before. The beings were dumbfounded. King, this heavenly immortal realm guy was scolding sect leader Tong Tian? It seems like no one has dared to curse like this since Pangu opened the sky. For a moment, the lyrics were answered. I'm most afraid of the sudden quietness of the air. Taoist Duo Bao was dumbfounded, and then looked rather cautiously at his master. Tong Tian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at this moment. Harmonize with heaven and earth? Isn't it obvious that you're sleeping? Thinking that he had previously thought that this son was a talent that could be made, he had actually been too young. Poof. Tong Tian's face turned green and red. But he was at least a saint. How could he be general with a human race of the heavenly immortal realm? Unable to resist a cold snort, the entire person then instantly disappeared into the large altar. Only then did Taoist Duo Bao dryly cough twice. Fellow Taoists whose names have been called may enter the Interceptor sect for cultivation, while the rest will need to continue their efforts. Immediately after, more than 10 people, led by Zhao Gongming, had been named. The rest of the beings, however, were filled with regret and left forlornly. Most of the people cast worshipful gazes at Shepherd's dust as they left, daring to sleep so soundly while Sage Tongtian was preaching. There's really no one else either. It was only at this moment that Makoto realized what he had done. Originally, he himself was extremely serious in listening to the sermon, and invariably fell into that esoteric realm. But who the hell knows how they fell asleep? Wouldn't this offend sect leader Tongtian all at once? You have to know that the Tongtian sage's heart is still quite small sometimes. At once, the whole thing is falling apart. Wait a minute. Why are you in such good spirits? With a slight closure of his eyes, Mu Chen's figure trembled and he almost screamed out in surprise. His original body in the cloud and sea formation. At this moment, it was surprising that it was charging straight to the middle perfection of the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, just a hair's breadth away from being late. A shocked look appeared in Mu Chen's eyes. You know, it's only been 300 years. I didn't realize that listening to saints preach was so effective. Just a single night's sleep was comparable to the hundreds of thousands of years of hard cultivation of one's previous true body. Makoto's mood was instantly pleasant. Slipped and slipped, accidentally attracting the attention of the Tongtian sect master. It is better to slip away early. After saying that, he turned into a rainbow and left Panglai Immortal Island. Tongtian stood on the cliffside with his hands behind his back, pondering something. Taoist Duobao was behind him and carefully said, Master, a total of 15 people passed the test this time. Their realms are generally at the Tai level, and I've already instructed them to cultivate in their respective caves. Tongtian faintly enjoined. The excitement is not there. Then suddenly asked, You said, am I preaching the wrong way? Duobao was shocked and quickly shook his head. Master's cultivation is through and through, and his sense of the Great Dao has long been sainted, so how could it be incorrect? Tongtian frowned slightly and asked with some lack of confidence, Then why is my preaching able to make a celestial immortal fall asleep for 300 years? Is it really so boring? Back when Master preached in the Purple Sky Palace, countless innate gods and demons were as mesmerized as they were, but nothing like this ever happened. Clearly, proud and strong as Lord Tongtian, it was also hurt by Makoto's actions. I can't believe I'm doubting myself a little bit. Taoist Duobao had a bit of a headache and said helplessly, Little Taoist friend Wangfrei belongs to the human race and has a spontaneous and unconstrained nature. He has done extremely strange things since he came to the island, so he could not have been judged by common sense. Tonto was curious. What else has this guy done? Taoist Duobao's face was a bit embarrassed. In a low voice, he spoke out about the public auction of the first seat. Tonto was confused. Sleeping while he preaches? Selling the head seat with just a few pieces of innate spiritual treasures and Hotian spiritual treasures? Is one's preaching so worthless? Tongtian was filled with black lines. This guy, it can't be this old guy Yuanshir who was specially sent here to smash the scene, right? Duo's eyes lit up. It's possible. I've really never seen such a brazen person. Tongtian's eyes were suspicious. Immediately afterward, he slightly closed his eyes and began to deduce the heavenly chants. However, there was no sign of dissimilarity. There's just a hint of weirdness. Duopo wondered. How was it, Master? Tongtian opened his eyes and flashed a hint of gloating. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I can see that he's about to suffer a great calamity. It's time to make this kid suffer a bit. The moment. Muchin had just left Panglai Immortal Island 100,000 miles away when he was stopped. Chapter 44, Beaten Up by a Group. Over an infinite sea, there were three guys who stopped in front of Makoto. One with long crimson hair, a stout figure and eyes as fierce as a tiger's, appeared to be a tiger spirit. A man with long purple hair and wings behind him, with cold eyes and an extremely grim smile on the corner of his mouth, should be an eagle spirit. There was also one with a turtle shell on his back, old and wrinkled, the turtle spirit, and the realms all belonged to the Xian immortal level. If nothing else, during Tongtian's sermon, it was these three demons that showed murderous intent towards him. Shepherd Dust was not surprised and just smiled. Dare I ask what the three Taoists call themselves? The big man with long crimson hair proudly said, I am Southeast Mountain, the Earth Show evil demon Tiger Zun. The double-winged middle-aged man faintly said, I am Southeastern Mountain, the devil's shadow of the heavenly show. The old turtle said slowly, I am the Southeast Mountain, the water show turtle god. Listen to the names. Shepherd's Dust couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. This red, orange, yellow and green hair color. It's a cool, dopey name. Very showy indeed. Shepherd Dust played dumb and said, I wonder what the three of you wanted to see me about. The tiger spirit sneered. Since you haven't joined the Interceptor sect, then hand over the three innate spiritual treasures obediently by yourself. A tiny heavenly immortal isn't qualified to have so many treasures. A hint of a playful smile spread across the corners of Mu Dust's mouth. Could it be that you guys want to kill people and get away with it? Aren't you afraid that I will suppress you with an innate spiritual treasure? The turtle demon slowly stroked his whiskers and said with a smug expression, a mere celestial immortal can at most utilize just 1% of the power of an innate spiritual treasure. Trying to manipulate multiple pieces is only a fool's dream. All three of our brothers have Xianxian cultivation now. You're bound to die. It's better to hand it over honestly. Shepherd's dust froze. Inside the weekdays he had been in seclusion. Another Dala golden immortal cultivation. It had never been considered whether or not one could harness multiple innate spiritual treasures. Yet at this moment, listening to them, it seems to make sense. Then wouldn't he be in danger now? Tiger Essence was the boss of the three demons, and at the moment, his eyes were showing killing intent. Tiny heavenly immortal, bring out the treasure right now or die. After saying that a Xian immortal's pressure erupted out, locked Mu Dust to death. Shepherd's Dust wasn't pretending this time. Directly, he took out the 9-9 red cloud scattering prana gourd. The red sand rushed out of the sky and directly surrounded the three people in the air. Then it was ready to run. It's just a diversion. But let's not die if we can. The three demons transformed into their true forms and began to frantically attack the red sand in front of them. Yet they still underestimated. An innate spiritual treasure was still an innate spiritual treasure after all. Even 1% of the power was not something they could break. Just then, one after another, there appeared in the sky the beings who had left Panglai Immortal Island to listen to the sermon. And there were a lot of demonic fowls and foreign creatures. Again, he saw that Mu Dust was about to slip away. The tiger spirit was in a hurry and roared. There are 3 innate spiritual treasures on this human celestial immortal. Whoever slaughters them will get them. The words just fell. Everyone's eyes moved over. When looking at the 9-9 scattering spirit gourd in Maction's hand, their eyes lit up and they rushed to him like they were pumped with chicken blood. An innate spiritual treasure. It's mine. Since I can't enter the saint's door to cultivate, then getting an innate spiritual treasure would be enough. I recognize this kid. What's his name? Wang Fry. The first seat was auctioned by this son of A. In that case, it's even more unbearable. Swarm him. Countless demonic beasts rushed in like waves. Pervasive. The sound is amazing. Watch this scene. At this moment, Mu Chen's heart was broken. I didn't think it was too dangerous. But who knew that so many demons would be attracted at once now? Shepherd's Dust made an immediate decision, putting away the scattering spirit gourd and running away. At the same time, he turned his head and growled viciously. Come if you have the guts. When I go back and call the great Luo Golden Immortals, if you have the guts, don't run. Chapter 45, The Savior is here. Shepherd's Dust scattered and ran, all the while not forgetting to put down a harsh word. This is of the same ridiculous nature as elementary school kids fighting after school. As expected, the group of demons behind them burst into laughter. A mere human minor immortal. If you can recognize a great Luo Golden Immortal, I'll be Sage Tongtian's great disciple. Cut the crap. Let's kill him first, and then we'll split the innate spirit treasures. Good. I've long looked at this human race with displeasure. Rumble. The seas are parted. One time. The sea then creates a beautiful landscape that is rare in 100 years. A mere heavenly immortal realm cultivator was running frantically ahead. The group of Taiyi cultivation level demonic beasts behind them directly cut through the ocean. Whether it was the ones swimming in the sea, flying in the sky, or running on the ground, all of them converged together at this moment, frantically chasing after each other. Obviously, the attraction of 3 innate spiritual treasures that was unrivaled. Some beings passing by and watching from afar watched the scene. There were looks of admiration on all their faces. Look at the entire floodplain. There wasn't even any human heavenly immortal that could have such a row. To be able to attract so many demonic beasts, it was bound to have its own superiority. Such is the way of the pride of the human race. There was a melon-eating flood spirit who gave a thumbs up to Makoto. Shepherd's Dust heard these words, almost spilled a mouthful of blood. Damn it, don't wait for me to return to the Cloud Sea Grand Formation, or all of you will have to die for me. Moving in groups. This group of demon clan is really shameless. Shepherd's Dust clenched his teeth. Utilizing his shrinking earth avatar, with one step he flew thousands of meters and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. The demonic beast was extremely fast. However, it was slow to catch up with Makoto in front of it. As time passes, there is even a vague tendency to pull away. Watching this scene, all the demonic beasts exuded a shocked expression. Why is this guy so good at running? Shrinking into the ground. This heaven immortal has actually mastered the divine ability of shrinking into the ground. Someone with sharp eyes yelled. Hear that? The group of demonic beasts were in an uproar again, and their eyes were even hotter. A little sky fairy. Surprisingly, he possessed such a powerful aptitude, so there might be some powerful treasures on his body. At once, all of them worked even harder. 3 days later, Shepherd Dust landed on a plane. The figure was like a phantom, disappearing in the blink of an eye before appearing in another place. Yet looking back, a group of demonic beasts were in hot pursuit behind them. I don't know why I've been working harder. Bunch of psychos, Shepherd Dust cursed and said. At the same time there is a deeper understanding of the dangers of the flood. It was really right that he had once not come out. Strength. You can't walk around without strength without getting killed. A few hours passed. Shepherd Dust took a general look at the scenery and secretly let out a cool sigh. This place was still a long distance away from the southern cloud and sea formation, and one's mana could no longer sustain one's continued use of the shrinking body technique. If he keeps this up, he'll be caught up with them sooner or later. Just then, dropping. Host desperate for help detected. Please choose. 1. Keep running forward. Use all your mana, and perhaps beg for a sliver of life. 2. Give up running away. Hand over all the magic treasures and divine abilities on your body, and there is a 50% chance of surviving. As soon as Shepherding Dust was heard, there was a moment of displeasure. I'm ing go, but I'm not a wimp either. The big deal is that a bilocation dies. Why should you even give up your dignity in order to stay alive? Mac Dan, am this kind of person? Run! Shepherd Dust gritted his teeth and continued to hold on. Another 3 days passed. Shepherd Dust eventually stopped in front of a cliff waterfall. Can't really run anymore. Celestial immortals are simply weak in the flood. In less than a moment, a dozen or so demonic beasts that excelled in speed surrounded the waterfall. The eagle spirit floated in midair and laughed. Run! I'll let you run again. If you don't hand over your innate spiritual treasure, I'll kill you today. Makoto rolled his eyes. There's no running away. But at the moment, he just wanted to say the last word. I'll be back. Just then, a familiar figure stepped on a red cloud and floated by in midair. It seemed to sense the demonic aura of the place, and made a point of looking down. Moo Dust saw that extremely conspicuous red cloud. A rare light bloomed in his eyes. There was a loud cry. Little 10. Help! Chapter 46, The Strength of the Tongi Monkey. That's right. The cloud overhead is the only red cloud in the world, and the one who harnessed the red cloud was naturally the little 10 Tongxiang monkey. Think about it. Makoto instantly felt hope. Sky, someone called me? The Tongjia monkey frowned slightly. Nowadays, he was covered in black armor. After countless years of sharpening, he had long since made a name for himself in the floodplains, with a tough face, as sturdy as the blackened monkey king. Originally, he was passing by this place and noticed countless demonic chi converging, which made him curious to come over and take a look. The result was the sight of the frantically waving human at the bottom of the waterfall. I don't know why, but there was a sudden eerie feeling of familiarity in my heart. Does anyone other than my master and my 3 sisters know my nickname? A human heavenly immortal, should be related to the master, to be saved. His mind moved. It then directly turned into a black rainbow and landed in front of Mu Chen, drinking towards the group of gawking demon race. Get out! Countless demonic beasts couldn't detect the cultivation of the Tong Arm monkey at the moment. There was a lot of cursing. Where did you come from, monkey grandson? Looking for death? Humph. Want to take all 3 innate spiritual treasures for yourself? Dream on. Get out of my way or I'll kill you with me. Even. There were also a dozen or so demonic beasts that couldn't hold back and directly rushed up. Wanting to use thunderous means to first decapitate Moo Dust before saying anything. The Tongjia monkey's face was expressionless, only slowly narrowing his eyes. Next moment, it was as if a thunderstorm had risen from the ground. A surge of black demonic chi to the extreme erupted from his body, rushing straight into the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were dyed black. Boom! The surrounding mountains and forests were all filled with this terrifying pressure. Countless demon clans with low realms couldn't even resist and knelt on the ground on the spot. This, the mighty pressure of a great Luo. No, it's just a hair's breadth away. What to do? This guy is so strong. Afraid of hair. Together. So many Taoists. Can't we still deal with a Tai Xian immortal? Xiao X wrapped his hands around his chest and thought. One could only see a thunderbolt as thick as a mountain peak above the sky splitting down on the spot. True God Royal Thunder Law. The ancient dragon race's mastery. Bang! Thunder fell. The foremost dozen or so demonic types that struck out were then split on the spot, instantly scattering their souls. Even a large crater hundreds of meters long appeared on the ground. Immediately after that, The shocking thunder kept falling. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of demonic beasts were instantly killed or injured. Watch this scene. The rest of the demonic beasts were scared less. Retracting their earlier thoughts, they scattered in all directions. It's horrible. They were no match at all. The opponent already had a crushing stance without making a move at all. In any other place, it would be completely called a party of demon kings. Looking at the elegance of the Hongjun monkey at this time, even Mu Chen couldn't help but have his eyes light up. The little monkey is finally growing up. Immediately after that he suddenly spotted 3 sneaky guys in the distance trying to escape. There was a lot of cursing and swearing. Little 10. The tiger spirit, eagle spirit, and little bastard over there. Don't let them get away. Catch them all for me. The tomcats would have wanted to slaughter them all. But hear this. His body transformed into a black rainbow and instantly appeared in front of the 3 demons. Bang! A punch shattered the tiger demon's teeth. A leg kick sends eagle spirit flying to the ground on the spot. The remaining turtle demon shrank into its shell and killed itself. 3 little demons of the Xianxian realm. In front of the peak Tai Xianxian monkey with tongue arm, there was naturally no power of resistance. Next moment, a long rope flew out from the hand of the tongue arm monkey. It was windless and automatic, directly binding the 3 demons firmly together. Do all these things. It was only then that the tongue arm ape monkey arrived in front of Mu Dust and curiously said, "Fellow Daoist, why do you know my nickname?" Shepherd's Dust was about to speak, but then he suddenly thought of something and stalled. Chapter 47, Help from the Monkey in Monkey. Wait, it's just a diversion though. But if it were to spread out that he was being hunted by a group of demons that were less than a Dao Lord, if it gets out in the future, won't you be completely discredited? Mu Dust was filled with black lines. Shouldn't one script be a Dragon Aotion style plot that pushes across the floodplains without an enemy once one actually comes out of the world? No way. Haven't made a move myself. How can you have such a black history? Shepherd's Dust resolutely shook his head. There was even a dry cough. Cough cough. I am the earthly frying heavenly frying gang's king frying Taoist, and some years ago, I was accepted by Senior Shepherd Dust as the earthly shutdown great disciple. So naturally, I know your name. Not only you, but also Little 7, Little 8, Little 9, 3 descendants of the Phoenix clan. I know about them all. The tongue arm monkey exuded a look of enlightenment. The faces were then much more respectful. There is no doubt about this statement. After all, it was true that the matter between the 3 sisters and him was only thoroughly clear to the master, and to be able to hide from his master and find out these things was impossible in his eyes. His own master. At the very least, he possessed the cultivation of a peak quasi-saint. The Tongjia monkey respectfully said, "So it's the master's own great disciple. Meet Brother Wang." Shepherd Dust smiled and said, "It's okay, it's dangerous here. Let's go back first." The tomahawk thought for a moment. "It just so happens that I'm going back to meet the master. Since that's the case, Brother Wang should take my red cloud. It'll be faster." Shepherd's Dust was unceremonious. "Okay." After saying that, he stepped aside into a red cloud. Then pointing to the 3 demons, he said, "Those 3 little remember to bring. A group of dodgy people want to frame me." The tonguey monkey scratched his head. A knowing smile spread. He thought to himself that the great disciple the master had taken in, even his nature was similar to that of the master. Couldn't understand any of what was being said, but it was always interesting. Next moment, Xiaox brought the knocked out 3 demons and left the place with Mu Dust. The red cloud was extremely fast. It's not even on the same level as the somersault clouds during the journey to the west. It was a matter of course, after all. It was the first red cloud born at the beginning of the chaos of heaven and earth. That's all. Only 2 or 3 days later, Makoto then returned to the Cloud Sea Grand Formation in the South Sea. Just a trance. The doppelganger then merged into the real body next to the small pool of water. Phew! Shepherd's Dust opened his eyes. The strength of a quasi-saint then surged inside his body, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. It's better to be safe at home. If it wasn't for the sake of listening to the saints preaching, it would not be willing to go out again even if it was killed. The tongue-arm monkey came in immediately afterward from beyond the sea of clouds. A freeze. Aha! Where's Brother Wang? How come even the breath is gone? Makoto walked out from the sea of clouds. Slowly. Wang Fry didn't learn his craft well, so I just let him go into seclusion. When the tongue-arm monkey saw Makoto, his face was delighted. Excitedly, he got down on one knee. "Master, I'm back." Shepherd Dust nodded and pretended to be old and deep. I already know about what happened just now. You did a very good job. You should know that Wang Fry is born intelligent, gifted, handsome and suave. However, the years of cultivation are too few. You will need more support in the future. Appreciated by Mac Dust. 10 Exalted. Yes, I will definitely help Brother Wang. Since traveling outside for so many years, he had become even more aware of his own master's terror. The Phoenix Clan. That was the hegemony of the Dragon Han Quantum of Solace period. It turned out that the owner actually had 3 of them. Red Cloud. It's also legendary and priceless. The true god's royal thunder law. This is also the supreme divine ability of the dragon race. Either way, it showed the owner's terrifying cultivation and depth. It was precisely for this reason that the current Tongarm Ape Monkey worshipped Moo Dust even more. Shepherd Dust nodded and smiled. What is the importance of your return this time? The Tongjia Monkey instantly thought of something. Full of anger. Seriously, 100 years ago I met a spirit of departing fire, who called himself Toist Lu Press, and when I saw him wantonly abusing the living beings on earth, I could not bear to fight with him. But the stalemate for many years has always been at a disadvantage, and was even humiliated and taunted by him, so he came back to ask for Master's advice. Shepherd's Dust heard these words, eyes glazed over. Chapter 48, Getting Back in the Game. Makoto instantly had a small thought. Rumor has it that Lu Ji is the son of Emperor Jun of the demon race and the youngest of the 3-legged golden crow, only slowly awakening from his eggshell after being fortunate enough to escape the great witchcraft and demon scourge. In the future, during the sealing of the gods, Zhao Gongming was ed to death by Lu Press. More importantly, Shepherd Dust remembered after the witch-demon cataclysm, when Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi fell, Kuanping became the boss of the demon race. However, Koan Pang, as the demon master of the demon race, did not claim the title of emperor, but instead saw through the minds of the saints and subconsciously hid himself. And the first thing to do was to recruit Lu Press to the door, secretly accumulating the power of the demon race. It's very bizarre. Back then, he had offended Koan Pang in order to save Red Cloud, but the latter seemed to have disappeared since that time, which caused Mu Chen to be cautious. Against such a sinister, cunning and strong cultivation guy, Mu Chen was in need of attention. Perhaps Koan Pang was staring at himself in the dark at this moment, always ready to sneak attack. Thinking of this, Mu Chen immediately smiled and said, Little Ten, is it true that you can't beat that Lu Ji? The Tongjia monkey scratched his head in some shame. This guy's aptitude is tricky, and he makes good use of the Sun True Flame, and there are too many magic treasures, so it's really tricky to fight. The true god's thunder royal technique and the innate divine ability I used couldn't hit him at all. Shepherd Dust waved his big hand without a care in the world. That Lu Press, as the most valuable prince of the Golden Crow, naturally has many valuable inheritances, but I'm not so bad. I'll pass on a few of your divine abilities and magic treasures first. After saying that, he made a point in the air. The divine abilities of the Fire Eyes and the body-protecting Fire God skill were then transmitted to Xiao X's mind, followed by a gentle wave. An impenetrable giant pillar slowly floated in from the distant sea of clouds, and immediately transformed into an extremely smooth black long stick. Optimus Prime. This is a sharp tool that was given away by the system in the first place. Makoto thought about it again. It still seems a little unsteady. Then he passed on the 36 methods of the Big Dipper and a drop of the origin of water as well. After getting these done, Shepherd's Dust spoke in a serious manner. Xiao Xa. This can be considered the majority of my family's belongings. Fight for it, don't lose again, and give that Lu Ji a good beating. Xiao X looked at these aptitudes that were more powerful than one another. The whole group was confused. I didn't realize that the master trusted himself so much. All at once they were almost moved to tears. Thank you, master. I'll definitely defeat that Lu Ji Daoist and won't lose face for master. Makoto shook his head. There's no need to call me master. From today onwards you're my disciple. Be careful. I've taken in just one disciple like you. When you defeat that Lu Press, remember to ask the demon master Koan Pang where he is now. The Tongjia monkey was first filled with surprise, then scratched his head again, bewildered. Master, isn't the eldest disciple Brother Wang? Heard Dust's face stagnated. A chuckle followed. Aha! You almost forgot if you didn't say it. Then you're considered my second disciple. The Tongjia monkey was overjoyed. I won't let my master down. After saying that, he hurriedly rode the red cloud to leave the place, prepare to find a place to cultivate its aptitude into a great success, and then go to seek the land pressure to retrieve the scene. After the Tongan monkey left, Shepherd's Dust then began to prepare for a period of seclusion. He still needed to absorb and assimilate the Taoism of the interceptors as transmitted by Lord Tongtian, and subsequently stabilize his realm. Then seize the time to listen to the preaching of Yuanshi and Laozi. After all, the system only gave a period of 50,000 years. It turned out to be just over 100 years. Just hear the clouds overseas. The careful voice of the Turtle Prime Minister came in. Master, are you there? Chapter 49, Founding the Dojo. Mu Dust opened his eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. The Turtle Prime Minister had never been up to the Sea of Clouds before, and he was bound to be here today for something quite important. So the mind moved it in. What is it? Turtle Prime Minister saw Makchen, who was sitting cross-legged on the 12-pin red lotus. It just feels like a saint is on the scene. Even prostrate himself on the ground. See, Master. This time, it's mainly about what's going on within these 10,000 miles of sea. Shepherd Dust frowned slightly. Another being is making waves in the waters? Turtle Prime shook his head repeatedly. Nope. No. Master is a great Luo golden immortal. No one dares to make trouble here. It's only because these years. Next, Mu Dust then knew the reason why Turtle Prime Minister had come here. It turned out to be the living beings within these 100,000 miles of sea beneath their feet. There are too many, especially in recent years. There have been so many of them that it has become a kind of headache for the Turtle Prime Minister. And the reason is simple. The flood kills too much. Instead, this was a rare piece of pure land in the flood that had a great Luo golden immortal sitting on it. Through the passage of time, more and more beings chose to live in seclusion here. Even this place has become a scenic spot in the floodplains. In a nutshell, this Thai place, surprisingly, it's on fire in the floodplain. After listening to Prime Minister Turtle's description, Shepherd's Dust was also filled with oddities. I didn't realize I was so popular here, but on second thought it made sense again. Except for a few saints of heaven and earth who had learned that this was their dojo, the rest of the world's conception of this place is simply, it was just the dojo of a great Luo golden immortal who loved peace and was not good at killing. Coupled with the fact that there were no thresholds or conditions, it would naturally attract many flood spirits. Turtle Prime inquired. Master, there are too many living beings in the sea area. I'm afraid of disturbing you. Is it better to drive away some fellows of a low realm? Shepherd's Dust thought for a moment. Crap. Of course we have to get rid of it. What are you doing? You think I'm Wudong Mountain? You can just say you're going up. Yet the next moment, dropping. Too many sea creatures detected. Please choose host. 1. Allow living beings to reside. Have compassion on all beings, and gain a hint of saintly merit. 2. Demonstrate the strength of a great Luo golden immortal to drive away all people and establish your prestige in the floodlands. And you can obtain an offensive innate spiritual treasure. Shepherd Dust took a deep breath. This, okay. Shepherd's Dust told himself. Actually, saintly merit is less important. I mostly have compassion for all beings. Well, heaven has the virtue of good life. Those who come here should be beings who like to dive into cultivation and are not good at killing. I can't drive them to extinction. As for how to do it, or let me think about it first, Shepherd Dust pretended to say. The Turtle Prime Minister thought about it and suggested in a small voice. In fact, Master can establish a dojo in this sea and set a name for it. All beings who have lived here for 1,000 years are required to pay a certain amount of treasure or be expelled, so that it is considered benevolent. Herd Dust's eyes lit up. Taxes? That makes sense. Then he looked at the Turtle Prime Minister with a face full of appreciation. Little Turtle, not bad, not bad. In that case this matter will be left to you. As for the name, Shepherd's Dust pondered slightly. Let's call it the Endless Sea. 100,000 miles around is the realm of the Endless Sea. Remember to build stone monuments around it. A look of difficulty passed over the Turtle Prime Minister's face. Master, if I'm the only one to do it, progress will be slow. Shepherd's Dust was again in deep thought, then remembered something. A wave of the big sleeve. The 3 little demons from the southeast mountain then flew straight out from inside their sleeves. 100 years ago, after Little Ten left, these 3 little demons were locked up in his sleeve doubting life, thinking about how to clean up. Now it's finally working a little. Shepherd Dust said indifferently. You 3, do as the Turtle Prime Minister tells you, and I will return your freedom after 1,000 years. The 3 demons' eyes immediately lit up. Hurriedly kneeling on the ground, he kowtowed and thanked him. Originally, when I was brought here, I thought I was about to die. Now that there was a turnaround, it was natural to be excited. My Dishyo evil demon Tiger Zun, at your master's command. My heavenly showground blood demon Shadow, at the command of my master. I, Mizushu Turtle God, take orders from my master. Meikin. Listen to these head-scratching titles. How inexplicably it makes people a little ashamed. For a moment, he regretted his choice a little. Chapter 50, The Fist is Better Than the Fist. What a mess. Mu Dust was filled with black lines. You, on the other hand, are called Tiger Zun. You, on the other hand, are called bloodhawk, U, turtle head, forehead, turtle hair, Ba, turtle 2 it is. You will follow the turtle prime minister in managing the affairs of the endless sea. With a casual point of his finger, MacDust set the names of the 3 demons. The 3 demons were full of grudges, but they didn't dare to refute anything. The turtle prime minister was extremely happy at the moment, not just with the henchmen. There's also an additional turtle clan descendant. I can't help but be amenable to it. Grandson, follow grandpa. I'll say what I want when the master of this sea is not here. On the other hand, the turtle demon that was named Turtle 2 by Moodust had the exact opposite thought at the moment. Not only do you have to be a hard laborer for 1,000 years, turns out there's a grandfather to recognize. The thought of it made him want to die. Day 2. The news of the Endless Sea Dojo was then spread by the turtle prime minister and the 3 demons to the seas within 100,000 miles. Countless beings, large and small, were in an uproar when they learned about it. Most beings acquiesced. After all, the great Luo golden immortals were protecting this peaceful sea, so it was only right to send some treasures. However, a few beings who relied on their strong cultivation were very dissatisfied. On what grounds? What about the great Luo golden immortals? That's right, this is our territory. Are you so unscrupulous based on your high cultivation? Shameless. Believe it or not, I'll destroy this area of the sea. Makoto was listening to these words in the sea of clouds. This situation was expected. Not surprised. Just a disdainful grin. You know, if he hadn't been sitting here, this sea had long since turned into a battlefield, and was probably still being overrun by a few scaly dragons. Where else can these guys practice in peace every day? Now that they have been practicing here for a long time, and their realm has risen under their shelter, they feel that they are the masters of this place. This is the equivalent of practicing in his home, and then still take it for granted. According to Makoto's words, do you have any idea what you're talking about? Day 2. The originally tranquil waters suddenly had several great demons making waves above the sea. It even incited the rest of the demon clan to rebel together. Then, he was killed instantly by a heavenly thunderbolt that came down from the sky. Then another sea of fire meteorites crashed down. All the flood demonic animals that jumped on the sea waters had corpses and bones. Saw the scene. The sea became dead silent. No guy dares to come out and get killed anymore. Some of the earliest powerful beings that had lived within the waters for countless thousands of years, seemingly anticipating this situation. They all had a look on their faces as they watched the show. They were aware of the means of that terrifying existence on the Sea of Clouds, and seen it twice. The first time it was a dozen augurs, the second time was the countless demons within the waters, and then they are all equally dead corpses. So, no matter how quiet and calm it is on the Sea of Clouds, they are all in constant awe of that being. On the Sea of Clouds, Shepherd's Dust withdrew his gaze. In the flood, reason is never as useful as fists. After a hand like his, the seas would be quiet for countless more years to come. Settle the matter. The rest of the matter was released to the Turtle Prime Minister to take charge. Shepherd Dust began to move his sight back to the 3 teachings preaching. After all, that was his number 1 priority. According to the time, it should be the first Heavenly Father preaching next, right? Shepherd's Dust closed his eyes slightly. The doppelganger flew towards the cloudy sea once again. Chapter 51, The 3 Religions in One. The first Heavenly Father preached for the hierarchy at the Jade Void Palace in the Kunlun Mountains. The famous Jiang Ziet and Shingongbao and the period of sealing the gods practiced here. It was only now that the Great Witch Demon Cataclysm had just ended not long ago, coupled with the fact that the Interceptor's sex reputation is flourishing. So at this moment the Jade Void Palace looks quite cold. Shepherd Dust arrived at the Jade Void Palace, and this time, having learned his lesson, he honestly sat on the futon at the very back. Nothing. Pretend to be a little cutie. Compared to the Tong Tian Godfather, Shepherd Dust was even more fearful of the origin Heavenly Father. Yuanshi Tianzun is actually the highest deity worshipped in Taoism, one of the 3 Qing venerable deities. More importantly, after the Great God-Sealing Rebellion, Yuanshi defeated the sect of interceptors dominated by Tong Tian at a disadvantage. Based on this alone, Mu Chen felt that none of Hongjun's 3 disciples had a saving grace. Nope, the least fuel efficient is the old Jun. To put it bluntly, the period of sealing the gods is that Hongjun is not used to the interception of a dominant, and then the 3 worlds of the rearrangement is just, never mind. Listen to the sermon honestly. Whatever. Makoto emptied his mind of thoughts. Now the Hierophantism, the humanism, and the interdictionalism, the 3 religions are in a period of development. When the time comes, it will become almost impossible to hear all 3 religions preach at the same time. so it's only while it lasts. The 50,000 years specified by the system may mean just that. Less than a moment. The cacophonous voices of the Jade Palace instantly disappeared. A white-clothed, white-haired old man appeared on top of the high platform at the very front. It is none other than the first Heavenly Father. He scanned around and said slowly, "I am here today to preach the mysteries of the hierarchy." And all beings listened carefully. After saying that, he mouthed out the Great Dao Upanishad. Unlike Tongtian, the opening of the mouth is the words of a saint. Shepherd's Dust listened to a few sentences. It was felt that the genesis was still relatively casual in nature. Open the door. There is no appraisal. It doesn't grind so much stuff either. The attitude of the hierarchy is exactly, I say, feel free, love to enter or not. Shepherd's Dust liked this style very much. All at once the mind sank into it. 500 years later, the preaching of the first Heavenly Father ended. Shepherd's Dust was quite perceptive. I had just prepared to close the door, only to find out that Lao Zi was about to preach, so he hurried toward the earthly dojo again. Future. The identity of Taishan Laojun is the head of the three purities, and he is the great disciple of Hongjun Laojun, the heavenly Tao, and because of Taishan Laojun adheres to the idea of inaction. His humanism is also managed by Yuan Shi Tianzun on behalf of the management. But right now, Lao Tzu's alter ego, Lao Tzu, is preaching on the banks of a cliff on earth. Countless mortals were listening. Shepherd's Dust also quietly became one of them. To know, the rise of the human race was due to the addition of the will of heaven, coupled with the support of the saints. This humanism is the most crucial part. However, whoever joins the Church of Man must not only be a person of great virtue and great wisdom, but also a person who can be an emperor before he can join the church. Like Fuxi, Suirenji, Shen Nong, Huang Di, and so on. Some of them were disciples of the human religion. Now the human religion appears in the mortal world. According to Mu Dust's speculation, the period of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors was also about to arrive, but it had nothing to do with today's Makoto. For the next 50,000 years, Shepherd Dust had heard Tong Tian preach 10 times, Genji twice, Lao Tzu 8 times, perhaps several times more. It would always cause some curiosity in waves, but every time, it could be diffused over by Mu Dust's brazenness. Yes, the Interceptor Upanishad is the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. Not that I'm saying that, having happened to hear the hierarchy preach, that level, it can't even be compared to our great Interceptor Church. Man, you're right. The hierarchy's Great Dao turns complexity into simplicity. It's not much higher than the rest of the 2 religions, and Sage Yuanshi's understanding of the Great Dao is definitely the strongest amongst the 3 Qings as well. NN. Teacher's learning penetrates heaven and earth. The Elucidator and Interceptor sects cannot compete with the human sect at all. Now that the 3 realms have been divided, the human sect should be established. What? You recognize the wrong person. The Interceptor, that is my brother. I am now a disciple of the Interceptor. Long ago with that little cute. I'm now a disciple of the Interceptor sect, and I've long since broken off with that little cutie. 50,000 years later, the 3 purities preaching in the flooded dojo came to an end. The next step is for the training of their respective disciples. And Mu Chen also ended his 50,000 year-long sinning, returned to the Sea of Clouds. By this time, he was familiar with the mysteries of all 3 religions, and had a vaguely clearer perception of the entire flood world. The 3 clearings are originally one. The unity of the 3 religions is the so-called Great Way. As Shepherd Dust thought about these things, she went through another round of the longest seclusion. Chapter 52. The 3 pristine ones gather together. The years are long. Shepherd's Dust was completely immersed in seclusion. There is no deadline for this one. It just depends on when one is able to comprehend it. The path of humanism can be expected. And this is the luck. The Interceptor's 10,000 immortals come to the court. And this is the momentum. The hierarchy is scattered and clean. And this is the heart. As for the outside world, with the rise of the 3 religions, the spirits of the entire flood wasteland also began to stand up one after another. 10,000 years have passed. Purple Heavenly Palace. In addition to Nuwa, who has been in seclusion since the destruction of the demon race, and the western duo of Junti and Guiding, the 3 clearings come together. It's also habit. Every 10,000 years, the 3 Qing would discuss the Great Dao with each other in front of Hongjun, as well as listen to the teachings. Even saints need enlightenment. Only this time, the Tongtian sect leader's words were significantly less. Lao Tzu preached tranquility and inaction. Idle chatter asked in disbelief. Senior brother, the Interceptor sect has a hidden tendency to flourish in the flood nowadays. Why are you so worried this time? When Tong Tian heard this, he became even more depressed. A hint of a gloating smile flowed from Yuanshi. 10,000 years ago, Tong Tian preached at the Bo Palace, and there was actually a human celestial immortal who slept for 300 years. He was then awakened by Tonto and also threatened that he was. This matter had long since spread throughout the entire floodplain, and was treated as a first-class anecdote. Sect leader Tong Tian valued face the most and had an unrivaled status. One couldn't do something to a heavenly immortal junior. As a result, he didn't expect that after 10,000 years of time, this kind of scandal had spread throughout the entire floodplain. It can be hard on him. There are still such strange people? No semblance of contemplation on the mysteries of the Great Dao? It was the first time Lao Zi had learned of this, and his face was quite surprised, followed by a slight wave of his hand. Mid-air. Then the images of all the sermons Makoto had heard in the past 50,000 years appeared. The first words were those of Mu Chen within the hierarchy. It is impossible to go to the Interceptor sect. It is impossible to go in this life. The fish and dragons are mixed up. It is better to cultivate well in the hierarchy. Tong Tian looked at this person's repulsive face and heard these words, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood in anger. I should have known I would have slapped him to death then. The first Heavenly Father laughed out loud at his words. However, next moment, the Hierophantism is non-existent. Compared to the humanism it is a dregs. There is not a bit of enterprising spirit. So the humanism should be established. Long live the hail 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 hail. The scene of Makoto shaking his head in the human sect appeared again in the light screen. Yuanshi's smile stiffened on his face for the millionth time. Instead, the Tong Tian sect leader laughed out loud. Only Lao Tzu was slightly stunned. This was because immediately afterward, there was the image of Mu Chen cursing the remaining two sects in the Interceptor sect. The old man's face was odd. This kid's brazen nature nowadays. Why does it feel like déjà vu? What's all the noise about? An ethereal and dusty aura emanated from the palace. It was Hongjun. He walked out of the purple heavenly palace as if he was in harmony with heaven and earth. The three Qing respectfully rose and called out to the master, and then spoke out about the matter. Hongjun's hand pinched the heavenly reckoning. In an instant, he had detected Makoto's identity. In fact, the deception cloak is strong though, but in the face of today's first saint of the flood, Hongjun, it was still impossible to completely conceal it. A hint of a smile flowed from the corner of Hongjun's mouth as he inquired, "Do you know who this man is?" The three purities shook their heads at the same time. Hongjun spoke out the identity of Mu Chen. At once, the three Qing were surprised. Sect leader Tong Tian had long known of Makoto's name, and at this moment, he was blowing his beard and eyes. What's this guy's deal when he sends his doppelganger to listen to the mysteries of the three religions at the same time and doesn't join them? Chapter 53 Deeper Meanings. Too much nonsense indeed. The primordial Heavenly Father also had a bad expression on his face. Do you really think the saints are for show? If it was a mortal, he held himself in a position where he didn't have to pay attention to it. But Mu Dust was an ancient existence that had experienced too large amounts of tribulations. Every word and action possessed deep meaning in his eyes. At this moment, the illusionary divergence was blatantly messing with them right under their noses. This is a great provocation to the saints. To put it more seriously, it even denies the foundation of their Great Dao, which naturally cannot be easily tolerated. Lao Tzu shook his head to round it off. I've been to little friend Makshin's dojo before, and I know quite a bit about it. Although little friend Makshin is stubborn and unruly by nature, he is not so bad that he has any bad thoughts. It should just be his nature. After all, listening to what Master said, he has not been out in the world for many sessions, so maybe it's just a childish heart attack. Tong Tian didn't care about this and snorted coldly. I'm going to go and ask this guy myself what he's up to. After that, he was ready to leave. Hongjun is thinking, treating Makoto. Hongjun heart is actually more important than the three Qing under the door. After all, Mu Chen had personally experienced the Dragon Han initial tribulation, a living being that had survived from the ancient times, and his sense of the Great Dao was somewhat inferior to even him. Not to mention all of this, just the fact that so many sessions had passed and Mu Chen had never taken a step out of the South Sea Dojo was enough to prove the strength of his heart and the magnitude of his plans. At this moment, he was thinking about what Makoto was doing this for. As his eyes shifted to the mid-air image, a look of realization flashed in his eyes. Stop, Hongjun faintly said. Tong Tian froze and stopped in a hurry. Hongjun coldly grunted. Foolish, to think that you don't know that this is little fellow Taoist shepherd dust reminding you of this. If you really go and raise an accusation, then wouldn't it be that all of Master's reputation would be lost to you? Tonto was filled with confusion. What is the meaning of this? Master? Hongjun faintly said. The answer is in this painting and is spoken right in your ears. And in vain you are saints. Yet you have not the slightest power of comprehension. Lao Zi pondered briefly, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. What Master Teacher means to say is, little fellow Taoist Maxian is reminding us? It may seem like an accusation, but it's actually pointing out the shortcomings of the three religions. For example, the hierarchy is too scattered, and the interceptors are too much of a fish out of water. Humanism is too mediocre? Hongjun shook his head. That's right. Little fellow Taoist shepherd is secretly instructing you on how to improve the shortcomings of the various sects. This good intention, but you guys are half unaware of it. It seems that you have been too slack after becoming a saint. Tong Tian was filled with black lines. But why do I think this guy is just being genuine? The first heavenly father couldn't help but nod his head. There was a burst of ellipses from Lao Tzu as well. Hongjun slowly said, Nuo was instructed by little Taoist friend Mu Chuan. And only then did she stand out amongst you and become the first to become a saint. And even more so, she escaped the karma of the witch demon cataclysm that followed. If the opportunity of the Great Dao is in front of you, and you still don't know how to scrutinize and think about it, then the consequences can only be your own. The words seemed calm, but the truth is that it is extremely majestic. None of the three clearings dared to speak again and responded silently, and then thought hard about the supposed truth of it. Could it be that one's own teachings are, indeed, flawed in this way? Finally, the three Qing decided to go to the South Sea Dojo together and ask for the truth. Hongjun did not stop it. The sea of learning has no boundaries, and the road goes first, so you can't slack off on the basis of a high level of cultivation. Just then, the sea of the extreme south, endless sea, the terrifying aura spread from above the sea of clouds to the entire floodplain. Magnificent and majestic. Hongjun and Sanqing looked towards the south almost simultaneously. There was a look of surprise on his face, because of this scent. Surprisingly, it contained a hint of holy might. Chapter 54, The Three Religions Have Succeeded? The moment. In the Sea of Clouds Grand Formation, Makoto sat cross-legged in the 12-pin lotus platform. Even he himself didn't realize that a boundless haze appeared above the sky at this moment, illuminating the Sea of Clouds in a 100,000 mile radius with exceptional splendor. Among them, a golden cloud appeared and floated in midair above Mu Chen's head. This is an auspicious cloud of merit. The three pristine ones became saints by virtue of the establishment of the religion, which in turn triggered the merit of opening heaven. When you become a saint, this kind of auspicious cloud of merit is above your head. And nowadays, after 10,000 years of bitter cultivation, Mu Chen had finally united the three teachings Upanishads and transformed them into rules that he could understand. However, this act was too appalling. No less than the merit of creating a religion, and so it similarly triggered a heaven and earth vision. It has nothing to do with the realm. You should know that in the flood, all firsts have the mercy of the heavenly Tao, like the first red cloud in heaven and earth, the first kunai, the first phoenix, all are born into a favored existence. Who are the three purities? That's the essence of Pangu. It could be said that the Upanishads of each of the three saints could be counted as supreme paths, and nowadays, Shepherd Dust had accomplished the feat of uniting the three teachings Upanishads, create another formation for heaven and earth that leads to the Great Dao. Although it was not perfected, just a prototype had similarly caused heaven and earth to shake, rumble, heaven and earth quake. A brilliant pillar of light appeared in the auspicious cloud of merit and virtue, passing through the sea of clouds and enveloping Mu Chen's body. Her Dust's entire person's radiance soared. The long hair was windless, floating in mid-air, and a mighty pressure autonomously radiated out. Countless thousands of miles of life in a radius would be subjected to this kind of pressure. Shivering with fear, thought another saint was about to be born. They have fallen to their knees, ready to listen to the teachings of the saints. At this moment, however, Mu Chen was completely unaware of the vision outside, because the mind is all caught up in the choices given by the system. Dropping. The host has been detected to have accomplished the feat of unifying the three religions. Please choose. 1. Becoming a saint directly with the three teachings of the Upanishads can lead to a small probability of becoming a meritorious saint. 2. Give up this opportunity and fish for 1,000 years and use it to stabilize your realm. Shepherd's Dust was confused. Wasn't he himself trying to break through to the great Luo Xianxian immortal? How did you just merit sainthood? After a brief moment of contemplation, Shepherd's Dust then understood. It must be that one's own path of utilizing the three purities and three teachings in unity did not fail, but succeeded. Wait, can't be sainted. If one becomes a sage of merit and virtue, one is similarly restricted by the heavenly Tao, and will be even more uncomfortable then. As Shepherd Dust thought of this, His eyes were incomparably determined, realizing that there are many ways to become a saint. Using force to prove the Tao was undoubtedly the most domineering. Secondly, there is the opening of the heavens, and the most grudgingly meritorious sanctification. For example, the Ho-Tu of the Witch Clan founded the 6 paths of reincarnation, and this is the achievement of sainthood by merit. But there was no doubt that merit sainthood was undoubtedly the weakest. Makoto's goal wasn't just a saintly position. At the very least, one must be a great self-willed person who is not at the mercy of the heavenly Tao, and the Sage of Merit obviously doesn't fulfill this condition. So, it is better to be holy than not to be, and it's not like a small chance of success is a certainty. He was still in the preliminary stages of his Trinitarian philosophy and had a pit in his head to pick the first one. Mu Dust forcibly awakened himself from his state of enlightenment. Just opened my eyes. He realized that he didn't know when he had left the Sea of Clouds grand formation. The entire person sat cross-legged in the void of the endless sea. Feet, countless living beings gathered and knelt down. For a moment, an indescribable feeling arose in him. It's all about controlling thunder and lightning. Ah shucks, the feeling of a saint looking at a mortal? Seeing Mu Dust open his eyes, pride and excitement filled the faces of countless living beings in the endless sea. In unison, listen to the teachings of the saints who have become saints. Shepherd's Dust was embarrassed. Hongjun preached the way after he became a saint. The 3 pristine ones have also said pretty much the same teaching after they became saints. The purpose is to inspire all beings to practice hard and become as powerful as they are. But the problem is, he hasn't become a saint at all. What are you talking about? Looking at the expressions of devotion and worship on the faces of so many beings at his feet, Shepherd's Dust was speechless. In the end it was only a dry cough. Today, I am the controller of the endless seas, and I am preaching to the living beings within the endless seas. The so-called Great Way is indefinite. The Great Way is invisible, and I can die in the morning, but I can die in the evening. It is also said that if the demons do not fear the immortals, then the great power will arrive. I.e., if the beings do not fear the saints, then the saints will reach them. All beings bear in mind that the Sea of Tao is endless, and where the heart leads is the other shore. The so-called teachings. It is nothing more than a saint's oath to heaven and earth to guide all living beings after they have witnessed the way. Shepherd's Dust also casually blabbered a couple sentences. What he hadn't realized yet, however, was that as his words came out, the sky was already full of auspiciousness. In a flash, the golden light soared. Chapter 55, Don't Stop Me. I'm going to play hard to get. The Sea of Clouds behind Makoto. As his words fell, it instantly turned into a sea of gold. For golden clouds appeared out of the sky, emitting holy light that enveloped Mu Dust like exiled immortals. All the living beings stared at this scene in disbelief. Totally incredible. Holy light and auspicious clouds. It's the first time they've seen 4 across the board. In the middle of the crowd in the distance, each of the 3 Qing evolved a wisp of a detachment and came here hiding their breath. Seeing this scene, even they had a strange look on their faces. Tonto said in disbelief. This fellow is clearly only at the realm of a great Luo Xianxian immortal today. How could he possibly trigger a vision of sainthood? Yuan sure frowned. Strange, really strange. Sainthood visions aside, what's with these 4 heaven and earth holy light auspicious clouds? Can it be that he has done something of great merit? Lao Zi's mind, however, seemed to be exploding at the moment, his face full of shock. If all beings do not fear the holy, then all the holy reach toward the end of the day. This is the word of a saint, creating reasoning for heaven and earth, causing heaven and earth to agree. This is truly great merit. As the founder of the Church of Man, Laozi is naturally sensitive to this statement, and even he couldn't help but be shocked by the great Tao he sensed from the words. In mid-air, Shepherd's Dust didn't realize that these words had actually caused another heaven and earth anomaly, nor did they find the 3 Qing coming. Just seeing the living beings under his feet were all looking at him with faces of worship. This was something that caused Mu Chen to be unable to help but be pleased. Hey, it's different when you've read a book. So what if the realm is more talented? It's still an illiterate. Thinking of this, Mu Chen continued to babble. Everyone, as the saying goes, there is no Tao in the world. It's just that all people want to attain the Tao. So there is a Tao. The way can be the way, but it is not the way. The Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2. 2 begets 3. 3 begets all things. And all things bear the yin and hold the yang, and rush the qi for harmony. Saints often have no heart, and take the hearts of the people for their hearts. If heaven and earth are unkind, they take everything as ruminants. If the sages are unkind, they take the people as ruminants. Everything under the sun is born from existence, and existence is born from nothing. This is the supreme true meaning. Shepherd's dust said whatever came to mind. In his opinion, these beings under his feet probably couldn't understand them anyway. The funny thing, however, is that these guys do not understand it, but they can read it. As Makoto's sentence of supreme words came out in unison, the holy light emanating from it centered on Mu-chan as a circle, enveloping the sea in a 100,000 mile radius. Holy light descends. The sea boils. With this light shining through, it was as if even they were going to soar in unison. Not just them. Even the three purities looked dumbfounded at this moment. Shepherd Dust had the time to sweep his feet. Why do those three over there look so much like the three Qing saints? Nope. One must have misread it. How could three saints come to the small place of theirs at the same time? And how can you give off such a dragon-like expression? Then he withdrew his gaze. At this moment, Mu-chan only felt that his body was hot and dry. And the weird thing was that even the mana in his body was surging at a terrifying level, far exceeding the speed he had when he was in seclusion. Is it possible to practice like this? Thinking of this, Mu-chan unconsciously became more and more excited. It even gradually let itself go and whatever mess came out. Gentlemen, as the saying goes, when the flood rises and falls, it is the responsibility of the people. Let it be strong. The wind is strong. The wind is strong. The wind is strong. The wind is strong. The moonlight is strong. I will laugh at the sky with my sword, and leave my liver and guts in the two kunluns. Damn it, life and death are not important. If you don't serve, do it. Shepherd's Dust spoke with a mouthful of words. The visions are repeated. Some can cause tremors, some can't. However, the golden light enveloping the endless sea was still exceptionally terrifying. Watch this scene. All three Qing were shocked. Not since the flood has there been such a bizarre sight. That's true evangelism. This is the true realm. In contrast to the supreme visions that could be caused by a single word from Makoto, their hundreds of years of exposition of the Great Dao appeared to be simply unbearable at this moment. Lao Tzu was the most deeply touched and enlightened. It was because many of the words of Makoto were originally the tenets of the founding of the human religion, especially that line about heaven and earth not being kind. It shook his heart deeply, so he hurriedly excused himself and prepared to go back to the heavenly beyond to rework the initial version of the Tao Te Ching. Tong Tian and Yuan Sure also looked at each other. In the beginning, the purple heavenly palace, Master Teacher threatened that all the gods and devils in the heavens combined were inferior to Makoto. This quote, I didn't realize it was true. Think about it. And then remembering the critique of the three religions by Shepherd's Dust back then, Tong Tian and Yuan Sure only felt ashamed and had no desire to stay any longer. Have returned to the palace. Prepare to revamp the Taoism of the hierarchy and the interceptors in the world. And that's all. At this moment, Makoto was completely unaware of it. At the moment, the inside of his mind was completely bristling with system voices. Dropping. Detected that the host has touched the saint's merit, and can have a high probability of becoming a saint. Dropping. Detected that the host has touched the saint's merit, and can become 100% saint. Dropping. Detected that the host has touched the saint's merit, and can become 100% saint. Shepherd's Dust turned a blind eye, feeling the surge of the realm within his body, and the gazes of worship from the living beings under his feet. There was only one thought at the moment. Don't stop me. I'm going to play hard to get. Chapter 56. 3 hours passed. The vision disappeared. Shepherd's Dust also ended this preaching with satisfaction. Only a crowd of heartfelt and countless living beings on the waters were left behind. In the Sea of Clouds grand formation, as Shepherd Dust walked among them, she appeared to be exceptionally refreshed. It seemed to be because he hadn't been this arrogant since he came to the flood. Now there was an opportunity to suddenly let it all out, and it was unbelievably comfortable all over. More importantly, after all that just now, he himself had actually managed to reach the early stage of the Great Luo Xianxian realm. It was only one great realm away from even being a quasi-saint. This was the thing that surprised Makoto the most. Through the pool of water, Mu-chan realized that his face had also changed. If at one time his face was still that of a teenager, today it was in adulthood. A light and dusty face, black hair casually draped over his shoulders, and deep eyes, as if they contained miles of stars. Been in seclusion for 10,000 years and grown handsome again. Hey! Mu Dust shook his head with a stinky face. Just then, dropping, detected that the host has reached the Great Luo Xianxian Immortal. Please choose. 1. By taking the opportunity of the auspicious cloud of merit and virtue to come forth and display the strength of the Great Luo Xianxian Immortal to dominate the flood, you can directly obtain the innate supreme treasure, the God-slaying lance. 2. Hide your strength and fish for 100,000 years. You can obtain the hilt of the Qingping sword, remnants. Fusing the sword body will fuse into the Qingping sword. Shepherd Dust looked at this option. Eyelids fluttered and the second option was chosen without hesitation. A great Luo Xianxian. What about pretending to be a fool under the eyes of the saints and making a scene? What's more, it was soon to be the most dangerous god-sealing cataclysm in the heaven and earth calamity. Without becoming a saint, there is no capital to dabble in it at all. Someone like himself, with no background or power, might be hooked in by then. So now is the time to lay low yourself, even more meticulously than before. Like the earlier kind of blatantly blowing awesome on the sea, Mu Dust had some regrets even thinking about it at the moment. It doesn't fit your persona at all. Thus, Mu Chen decided to continue to keep a lower profile in the future. Keep developing. Wait until after the great god-sealing calamity. Saints will rarely come out, that's when the stage is their own. With a gentle toss of his fishing rod, Mu Chen continued to start fishing. Mu Chen's action of causing a heaven and earth anomaly shocked the sea in a 100,000 mile radius. All the living beings talked about it with gusto, threatening that a saint had come out of this sea. Yet as time passes, the rumor was like a small wave that slowly sank again. After all, 100,000 miles of sea is not much of a place at all in the floodplains, and it can't cause too many waves at all. Everything was gradually quieting down, just as Mu Dust had thought, reaching the great Luo Xian immortal. What was more important was the perception of the Great Dao as well as the laws. Mu Chen had originally prepared to continue using the deceiving heaven cloak to go forward to the Three Qing's dojo to listen to the lessons and enhance some of his knowledge. As a result, after patiently waiting for countless years, it was surprising to find that none of the three clear doctrines had moved half as much as they should have. This left Mu Chen speechless. However, what he does not know is, since the three clearances had looked on by the side of his original feet on the seas, they had long since lost that face. Even a few words from a great Luo Xianxian immortal could cause such a great tremor in heaven and earth. In vain, as saints, wouldn't it be a shame if they didn't reach this level? So, after this time, the three pristine ones then never again preached openly within the flooded dojo. It was in the midst of this boredom that time slowly wore away. One day, a figure silently arrived in the Sea of Clouds Grand Formation. Chapter 57, Hongjun's Calculations. Now that Mu Chen's sense of heaven and earth had deepened, he almost instantly detected a hint of something wrong, opened his eyes and almost jumped up in fright. A grey-robed old man stood quietly beside the pool of water, looking at himself with considerable interest. He was accompanied by a little Taoist boy with red lips and white teeth. Extraordinarily cute. Shepherd Dust took a deep breath as his eyelids fluttered wildly. Hongjun, what's he doing here again? While Mu Chen's heart was complicated, an incomparably bright and doggy smile flowed extremely naturally on his face. Lord Dao Father, what are you doing here? If there's anything you need, just ask. Why bother to make an extra trip? For these saints, especially Hongjun, Mu Chen snorted on the surface. But in fact, inwardly, he was absolutely respectful, especially if he had not become a saint. God knows if Hongjun would count himself out in the god-sealing cataclysm as well. Not to mention, Shepherd's Dust felt it keenly. Now in front of his eyes Hongjun. It's a little different from the Hongjun who spent his life trying to save the living back then. The temperament became more and more dusty and ethereal. It was like facing the heavenly Dao in person, full of majesty. Apparently today's Hongjun might have surpassed the saints. No more Laojun? A hint of a smile flashed in Hongjun's eyes. Shepherd Dust righteously shook his head back and forth. Full of, nah, I'm definitely full of respect when it comes to treating Lord Dao Ancestor. Whoever calls me like this will go and destroy him on the spot. Hongjun only smiled sagely at Mu Chen's words before getting to the point. Countless sessions have passed, and you've gone through 2 great mass robberies, so why are you unwilling to come out? Shepherd's Dust directly said. Fear of death. Hongjun froze, obviously didn't expect this. Shepherd's Dust continued. The great apocalypse of heaven and earth is coming. The dragon, phoenix, unicorn, witch and demon tribes have all fallen. Of course I don't dare to go out with this amount of cultivation. Hongjun nodded thoughtfully and asked again. Last time you triggered the auspicious cloud of merit. Why didn't you use it to become a saint? You should know that once you become a saint you will be immortal, and your worries will be eliminated. Shepherd's Dust was silent. A glimmer of enlightenment suddenly appeared in Hongjun's eyes. Then he laughed. Indeed, it seems that you are scheming greatly, not unwilling to become a saint, but unwilling to become a successful virtuous sage. What a great spirit. So how do you want to do it? Want to become a saint by chopping off 3 corpses? Or maybe open the heavens to become a saint? If you tell me about it, I can help you once when the karma between you and me has not yet been settled. Shepherd's Dust coughed dryly twice. Heartfelt. So what? By force. The words just fell. The air was quiet. A trace of an embarrassed look also appeared on Hongjun's bland and dusty face. He became a saint that year by beheading 3 corpses with the clear chi of the 9 heavens. The 3 Qing under the door also all chopped off 2 corpses, and then became saints by setting up a religion to trigger the merit of opening heaven. One can imagine the difficulty of proving the way with force. Even as strong as the great god Pangu was back then, he had not completely completed it, and in the end, although he opened up the Hongmeng, he died, and his body transformed into all things. It could be said that no living being in the flood wasteland today dared to think like this. Too scary and difficult. Hongjun shook his head. Shepherd Dust smiled and said, I'm just thinking about it, casually. He's not stupid. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was to prove the way with power. Back then, Pangu's battle against the 3,000 devil gods meant challenging the 3,000 Great Dao laws of the Hongmeng chaos. Although he won, he ended up dying himself on the way to the opening. Since you have such grand intentions, I won't force you. I came today to discuss something with you. Hongjun pondered slightly and inquired. Now that the 3 worlds are first divided, how do you think it should work? Running? Oh, just how to manage it. To put it bluntly, Hongjun is now the boss of the flood, and has to do something practical. When Makoto talked about this, he was instantly energized. It's simple. Isn't the underworld controlled by the earth? With the rise of the earth people and the preaching of the 3 teachings, it's just a matter of heaven. In my opinion, it would be better to reopen the heavenly court at the original demon ruins, and then send random people up to manage it, and the 3 realms will be stabilized by checking and balancing each other. Hongjun was thoughtful. Asked again, so who do you think is better? Shepherd Dust stroked his chin and muttered, anyway, several of your disciples are not good enough to fight easily, so it's better to use others. Having said that, Mu Chen glanced at the little Taoist boy who had been staying quietly beside Hongjun. Bad joke. This kid is just fine. With a righteous face, why don't we let him bull ***** with your disciple in the future? After all, he's a junior, and the 3 Qing saints are too embarrassed to tear their faces apart. Hongjun smiled. Reasonable. Since you have such insights, then help me to temper him for 1,000 years, and then let him restart the heavenly court after 1,000 years. I have things to do, so I will return to the palace first. After saying that, he disappeared alone. Only the little Taoist boy was left behind. Shepherd's Dust froze. The plot doesn't quite add up. How come Hongjun responds to whatever he says? A possibility occurred to him. Even stared at the little Taoist boy with a dead fish eye. Wait, what's your name, kid? The little Taoist boy hurriedly said respectfully. Elder, my name is Haotian. Shepherd's Dust's 2 eyes went black. Lean. I told you why it was so familiar. This kid is actually the future Jade Emperor. Chapter 58. Hao Tian is a disciple. Shepherd's Dust reacted. It's a trap. Definitely hit. What he had said about the balance of the 3 realms, Hongjun must have thought of it long ago and was prepared to implement it just like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Hao Tian here specifically. The reason why he came was to trick himself into falling for it. When he thought of this, Mu Chen was instantly tearless. I'm telling you to off. Half the time you talk yourself into a corner. It is important to realize that there are 2 causes for the Great Seal of the Gods. For one thing, due to too many karmic consequences for the disciples of the Taoist sect, the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy have committed murderous crimes. Secondly, it is to accumulate the positive gods of the circumference of heaven for God Haotian, and to make up the number of the 360 bits of the circumference of heaven. That's why in the future, Old Man Hongjun ordered the 3 religions to jointly sign the sealing of the gods, using the Western Zhou's destruction of the Shang dynasty as a cue for this battle, as well as for the complete reshuffling of the 3 realms. And once one became Haotian's teacher, then one's karma would inevitably be involved in the future. Damn, this old Jun is not a human being. His own disciple counted in not to mention, invariably also dragged me into it. Shepherd's Dust was speechless. Dropping. It has detected that the host is involved in karma with Haotian. Please choose. 1. Subtly teach Haotian to befriend the 3 Qing, and in the future there is a small probability of blocking the god-sealing catastrophe. 2. Design to make Haotian hostile to the 3 purities. The god-sealing catastrophe can turn into a war of the gods and immortals, and the 3 realms will return to chaos. 3. Let nature take its course. Take Hao Tian fishing for 1,000 years. You can make a good karma with Hao Tian. Multiple choice again. Shepherd Dust looked at the first one. A quick shake of the head. Stopping the heaven and earth from sealing up the gods? Not to mention the impossibility of success, just the heavenly Dao backlash. It was estimated that one would die beyond death. The Great Tribulation cannot be artificially blocked, this is an iron law. The second option, letting the three realms revert to chaos, was also not in line with Makoto's mind. If we really messed up, the flood would become dangerous and scary again. It's not like he's a big boss. There's no need. No need. Only the third one is left next. Another standard salty option. But it was very much in line with Makoto's nature. Tiny. Mu-chen shouted in an old-fashioned manner, and his eyes swept toward Haotian. I am. The little Taoist boy hurriedly responded respectfully, bending slightly. Shepherd Dust shot a few glances. It was completely inconceivable that he could fuse this little kid in front of him with the rumored Haotian god who ruled over the 4 seas and 8 wastelands with thousands of immortals and gods. The picture is so damn weird. Shepherd Dust retrieved his mind and slowly said, in the future, you will practice with me here for 1,000 years. But remember that I am not your master. Do you understand? Master of the Jade Emperor. That's a karma he doesn't want. Once you want it, it's not a good idea to escape from the future god sealing cataclysm. Gouge is the true meaning. Hao Tian nodded his head repeatedly. Got it. As Hongjun's little Taoist child, he had never seen his own old ancestor speak to any person so casual. It was like seeing an old friend. An old friend of Hongjun's. That must be a terrifying existence as well. Even if you don't become a master, it would be excellent to learn about the millennium. Shepherd Dust said amiably. Since this is the case, I can't be too shabby. You and tell me what cultivation mind method you have, and I'll gift you a few more body protection aptitudes. Shepherd's Dust thought to himself, meaning, just don't mistreat this kid, just let it go. In the future, when this kid became a heavenly emperor, he himself could still make good relations. Hao Tian scratched his head, stretching out his own little nerdy hand. He said, Master, I have the supreme Hongmeng heart technique, the 3,000 body tempering technique, the 9 colors of golden light, and 10,000 miles without distance. A flurry. Hao Tian then spoke out a dozen or so divine abilities that were cool and dangling from their names. The more she heard, the more wrong she became. Rub. How come one is better than the other? Chapter 59, The Rise of the Human Race. Shepherd's Dust understood after a little thought. Hao Tian is Hongjun's favorite little Taoist child. The divine abilities practiced were naturally the topmost in the flood, so it could be said that the foundation was quite good. Thinking of this, Mu-chen immediately had an urge to worship Hao Tian as his teacher. That Hongmeng cultivation mind method feels quite a few grades stronger than one's own high-level cultivation mind method. If you learn it all. Ahem. Sure. In the end, Makoto still held back. After all, in the floodplains still have to have some face. Cannot be lower limit or gone. Very good. Very good. Then you should continue practicing first. Don't slack off. And I'm not your master. Shepherd Dust said sourly. Hao Tian answered with a serious face. I respectfully obey the senior's law. Then Mu-chen brought Hao Tian to start fishing by the small water pool. Looking at the wooden fishing rod in his hand, Hao Tian was curious. Elder, why are you fishing? Shepherd Dust yawned and said, Cultivation. Cultivation. The most important thing is not external things. It boils down to the word cultivate the heart. When you can have a quiet heart, you can. Theoretical knowledge. Shepherd's Dust is a pull full. Instantly, Hao Tian was flabbergasted. Don't worry, senior. I will definitely not let senior down. Hao Tian was instantly filled with fighting spirit, and his sight was placed in the small pool of water in front of him. 1,000 years. It's not long to say it's short, and very short indeed. 1,000 years. In the old days it was almost a blink of an eye, and now that there's an extra trawler, it adds a bit of hilarity. Elder, why are there no fish inside any of the water pools? You can't catch a fish if your mind isn't still, and when your mind is still you'll be successful too. So it is. Senior, what do you always mean by, just expressing surprise and admiration. May I speak? It's best not to say it in front of the Taoist ancestors. Elder, do you think I will be able to rule the heavenly court in the future? A good leader just needs to talk and let the rest do the talking. But I don't know anyone else. Stupid. So many disciples under the 3 Qing saints. In the future when there is no one, go and borrow it. If it doesn't work, then spill it, or go to the Taoist ancestor and make trouble. Understood. Elder. Shao Tian You that what Hongmeng cultivation heart method. Is there anything you don't understand? No. There's no need to be nervous. If so you can talk to senior me. I might even be able to help you out. Don't bother. I understand everything. Elder. Ahem. Don't be shy. Good things should be shared. But I'm not shy. Senpai. Hey. Alright. A day in the sky. 1,000 years on Earth. The flood began to change quite a bit. The humanist Laozi founded the Tao Te Ching to clarify reasoning for the human race. At the same time Xian Du gifted the orthodox cultivation method of Jin Dan Dao for the earth. Thus countless human beings began to understand the mysteries of heaven and earth. At the same time it began to rise with the intentional support of the saints. The human race prospered and gradually became the masters of the ground. Tribes were gradually abandoned by the human race and replaced by clans and empires. Countless immortal cultivation families had risen, and many powerful cultivators had been born among them. In it, each one gloried in having attained ascension. Even over time, the human race gradually came to believe that they were the masters of heaven and earth. However, today they don't know that even if they achieve ascension, they will only be the weakest heavenly immortals in the flood. 1,000 years later, Mu Chen woke up from the small pool of water with Hao Tian. The millennium has expired. Chapter 60, Descending to the Underworld. Shepherd Dust stood up and looked toward the sky and slowly said, "The period of 1,000 years has expired, so you may return to the purple heavenly palace to resume your duties." 1,000 years have passed. Hao Tian gradually became a youth. His face was firm, his long hair fell over his shoulders, and his face was full of righteousness. Just at this moment, a trace of reluctance passed across his face. "Seniors." Mu Chen smiled and touched Hao Tian's head. "The sea of Dao is endless. Do not be mesmerized by the 7 passions and 6 desires. Be good to yourself in the future." Hao Tian nodded. Afterwards, he exchanged a few more sentences with Makoto, before he left with some reluctance. Looking at Hao Tian's distant back, Makoto couldn't help but sigh with emotion again, somewhat faintly sentimental. Because, for S sake, it's been 1,000 years and we still haven't snubbed the Hongmeng cultivation mind. The thought made him even more sentimental. Regretfully withdrawing his mind, Mu Chen began to place his sights on the human race and the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. At the same time it's a little strange. Logically speaking, there were simply no powerful cultivators during the time of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race. There were also no perfect cultivation sects, but today's human race is clearly developing a lot. All sorts of powerful sects abound. Not at all like the initial stages of chaos. Could it be that your own relationship is causing some sort of butterfly effect? Shepherd's Dust fell into deep thought. Hao Tian flew all the way back to the purple heavenly palace. Walking through the gate and seeing the Dao ancestor sitting cross-legged above the void, he hurriedly said respectfully, "Master, I'm back." Hongjun opened his eyes, and countless fragments of the Great Dao Chi flashed in his eyes, which could invariably put people to sleep. 1,000 years is nothing more than an instant for Hongjun. Slowly, he asked, "Within 1,000 years, what have you learned from following Mu Chen?" Hao Tian scratched his head. "Elder only shouted that I had been fishing by the waterhole for 1,000 years. Hongjun slowly said, "What is the meaning of this?" Hao Tian thought about it. Elder said that cultivation is cultivating the mind, and only when the mind is still can we catch fish. Hongjun frowned lightly. If it was the rest of the people, Hongjun would naturally not take it to heart. However, these words were spoken by Mu Dust. Hongjun then naturally had to think a little deeper. Practicing is practicing the mind? Wouldn't that imply to oneself that Hao Tian's mind was not quiet enough, and so he was unable to control the heavenly court and hold the rest of the saints in check? Think about it. Hongjun was even more certain of his thoughts, so he looked at Hao Tian. "And do you feel still today?" Hao Tian honestly shook his head. "It's quietened down quite a bit, but sometimes Elder Makoto says that I'm still not quiet enough." Hongjun nodded thoughtfully, then said, "The matter of restarting the heavenly court is a major one. Since this is the case, then you should undergo a little more experience and let your heart be completely quiet." Hao Tian inquired, "What should I do?" Hongjun said faintly, "Descending into the world. After 200 kalpas, one attains the position of the golden immortal. The first 800 kalpas are spent in surrendering one's country. The next 800 kalpas are spent in compassion. The next 800 kalpas are spent in wisdom. And the next 800 kalpas are spent in surrendering one's body. Having survived the tribulation, one can be certified to the Jade Emperor's fruit position and rule the heavenly court. If you do not pass, your body will die, and you will be replaced by a new person who will be able to easily dominate the heavenly court." Hao Tian was confused. An off-the-cuff remark. HJ. Hao Tian knew that he had misspoken and responded respectfully in succession. "Obey the decree of the Dao Father." Hongjun nodded. Go ahead." Having said that, Hao Tian then bitterly went to the calamity. Hongjun looked at Hao Tian's back. It always felt a little different from the well-behaved and cute little Taoist boy from before. For a time, the thought of regretting entrusting it to Mu Chen arose. And that's all. At this moment, Mu Dust was completely unaware. If he had known that Haotian's descent to the mortal world for a calamity was because of such a thing, he would probably have had to say something about it. Chapter 61, Strength. Time flows like water. Since Haotian was ordered by Hongjun to go down to the mortal world to experience the calamity, the flood wasteland is extraordinarily quiet. A rare moment of peace. Shepherd's dust also cultivated intensely during the 100,000 years. Having lost Haotian muttering at the side, Mu Chen slightly felt a bit cold. It's not just Haotian, Little 7, Little 8, Little 9, the three true phoenixes, the Tongan. There were also the two guys, Aotian and Kiryen. Nowadays they don't even know where they are. Maybe they have fallen. If Shepherd Dust was now a saint, it would be possible to go and look for it. But he's a little hard on himself these days. Makoto sighed with a deep look on his face. Guess that's life. There are always losses and gains. Dropping. Detected that the host has been fishing for 100,000 years, and has obtained the body of the Qingping sword. The words just fell. A snow-white sword body that emitted a sharp and terrifying aura then appeared in the sea of clouds. Heard Dust's eyes lit up. 100,000 years by accident? He was used to it all by now and it didn't feel long. In the next moment, Mu Chen moved his line of sight above the sword. Even if it was only the body of the Qingping sword, a powerful aura of destruction instantly filled the sea of clouds. If it wasn't for the fact that Maxian had now achieved the Great Luo, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to manage it at all. The breath instantly disappeared as Makoto picked up the body of the sword and gently waved his hand. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's worthy of being a powerful offensive innate treasure. If it can be fused into a real Qingping sword, battle power will definitely be enhanced, right? Shepherd Dust secretly thought to himself. At the same time, he was looking forward to this weapon even more. Dropping. Detected the end of the host's fishing. Please choose. 1. Choose to continue fishing for a period of 100,000 years and receive the hilt of the Qingping sword. 2. When the human race is in power, follow the trend and become the bearer of the human race, leading the human race to become the boss of the flood. Mu Dust was filled with black lines. Another choice that doesn't need to be made. I choose 1. Shepherd's Dust directly said. Then it was time to start meticulously. At the same time, an alter ego was sent to the divine continent to check out the situation. Today's human race was out of his original expectations, so he was going to check it out. Middle Earth. There were clans and there were cultivators everywhere. It's here. Powerful cultivators can then sit on one side of the country, on top of 10,000 people. The weaker cultivators could only cling to their clans and cultivate in silence. As for mortals, they are oppressed and become the lowest of the low. Shepherd Dust transformed into a young man dressed in gray, with a clear face and bright eyes. As for why it's gray, it's simple. There's pushiness. That's how Daozu wore it back in the day. As for the cultivation level of the bilocation, it was the lowest level of heavenly immortal. Although heavenly immortals had a low status in the floodlands, here they were equivalent to immortals who had attained ascension. The presence of a war ceiling. Coming here, Mu Chen first spent 10 years traveling the earth, then shook his head with some dissatisfaction. Without a leader, the human race is too chaotic today. The clans are hostile to each other. From time to time on the road, there are things that kill people and seize treasures, even more frequently than in the floodplains. To put it simply, it's nobody's business. A group of people who only knew how to fight and kill for magic treasures all day long. Pandemonium. A bunch of young people who haven't experienced the social beatings and still think they're in charge. Makoto rolled his eyes. If you know that in a real fight, a random guy from the flood would be able to wipe out today's Middle Earth. Someday, Shepherd Dust arrived at a cliffside to enjoy the scenery. Four cultivators with different appearances slowly appeared behind them. They had already been following Makoto for several months. It was determined that this was a disciple of the clan and was carrying a great treasure. And today, when he was sure that the boy was only alone, he no longer endured. A sinister smile spread out from the corner of the leader's mouth. Kid, hand over the valuable magic treasures on your body, or else, die. Next moment, Makoto glanced back at them. The four instantly turned into flying dust. 62. Invincibility is so lonely. Pity the four cultivators who had risen to mischief. Before you know it, you're reincarnated in hell again. Shepherd's Dust didn't care. This was the unknown number of people he had killed with his eyes in 10 years. It's total rank suppression. Himself is now the equivalent of a higher realm coming to a lower realm. A heavenly immortal's realm was an absolutely invincible existence in today's divine state. Why does it feel like the current development of the human race is out of my expectations? It's a bit ahead of its time. Fushi hasn't even been born yet. Shepherd Dust muttered to himself before continuing to travel around the earth, hoping to find the reason. The next few days, he suffered assassinations one after another. It seemed to be to avenge the 4 people at the beginning. The cultivation of the people who came was getting higher and higher. Yet it all ends up the same. 3 months later, another large group of cultivators surrounded him on the road Makoto. Everyone carries a sword. A young man with a proud face at the very front pointed his sword at Mu-chan and coldly snorted. Bold thieves, killing several elders and disciples of my 7-star sect and still dare to run away? Shepherd's Dust looked away. They were all ordinary cultivators who had only just comprehended the lowest level of laws, and the highest hadn't even reached the Jindan realm. After countless yuan sessions of closed-door cultivation, nowadays, Makoto's nature had gradually become indifferent. And there was nothing at all about these guys in front of him that would draw any attention from him whatsoever. The sword-bearing man saw that Mu-chan didn't respond and chided. I'm talking to you, little, Shepherd's Dust said indifferently. Griffin. After saying that, the clouds in the sky dispersed. A tens of feet of shocking thunder struck down on his head. The air seemed to crack. Just a trance. The sky is falling. The cliff was instantly blown to pieces. That sword-bearing man and the rest of the elders had their souls scattered on the spot. Only a clear woman with the lowest realm was left in the crowd. Shepherd Dust asked indifferently. Name. The clean-cut woman reacted. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly knelt on the ground. It turned out that she was a registered disciple of the 7-star sect called Shaohe. And the 7-star sect was the most powerful sect within a 10,000 mile radius. And the sect leader was called the 7-star Taoist. The 4 people that Mu-chan had killed in the beginning were the elders of the 7-star sect. That's why the 7-star Taoists kept sending people to assassinate him. After thinking about it, Makoto commanded, take me to the 7-star sect. Koho froze. However, looking at Mu-chan's undeniable expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. Half a day later, the two arrived in front of a magnificent sect, treating these people who kept coming to take revenge. Mu-dust was feeling sick and tired of it. So get ready to come here and dare them to do it again. Shepherd's Dust had just set foot in this place. There were just dozens of 7-star sect sword cultivators rushing out from all directions. Countless sword chi ruthlessly smashed towards Makoto and Shaohe. Obviously, in order to deal with Mu-chan, he wasn't even prepared to have his own disciples. Xiaowo was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. Shepherd's Dust didn't care. Just a gentle stop. A powerful pressure emanated from him like an astral wind. And the swords of those dozens of sword cultivators instantly snapped in half. Shepherd's Dust stomped his foot one more time. Dozens of people spat out blood and directly smashed on top of the surrounding walls, directly fainting. Koho was stunned. Covering his mouth, he half reacted. The 7-star sect, which was almost invincible in her eyes, was as fragile as paper maché in front of this senior at this moment. It's horrible. At this point, a powerful formation aura rose to the sky, wrapping the entire 7-star sect's territory together in an instant. A white-haired sword-carrying old man stood in the middle of the formation and stared at Mu-dust as he coldly drank. Bold thieves, how dare you trespass my 7-star sect? Break my 7-star formation if you can. Shepherd's Dust didn't say anything, just tugged at the corners of his mouth. A tiny Jindan realm cultivator talking to a great Luo Xianxian immortal like that, looking for death? Next moment, Mu-dust stretched out his right hand and said indifferently, fire come, boom. The words just fell. Countless fireballs instantly appeared in the sky. Like raindrops, they were smashing towards the 7-star sect. Mu-chan's self-created fire god method. Seeing this scene, everyone in the 7-star sect was scared less. Bang! 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 The huge fireball kept smashing against the light curtain of the 7-star grand formation, emitting a deafening roar. Less than a moment, the light curtain of the 7-star grand formation then became dull and shaky, looking like it would be broken in the next moment. Seniors, stop fighting! Stop fighting! The 7-star Daoist's face turned pale as he shut down the grand formation, and he immediately fell to his knees and kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. At this moment, he finally realized the difference in strength between the two sides and no longer dared to resist. Even if he resisted, he would surely only end up dying more miserably. The patriarch knelt. The rest of the 7-star sect's disciples also knelt on the ground. Shepherd Dust saw this scene. The thought of shocking the other party was lost. Next time, Shepherd Dust shook his head and turned to leave. He didn't have any thoughts of wanting to slaughter the clan. Feel the awe of all the eyes as you leave. Makoto sighed again. Hey, it would be nice to be this pushy in the flood. Chapter 63, The Creation of the Heavenly Court. After slightly punishing the 7-star sect, Mu Chen left. The rest of the day also finally cleared up. No more ungrateful things bothering themselves. And this rumor spread throughout half of the Divine Kingdom without even realizing it. A grey-clothed youth single-handedly destroyed the 7-star sect, which had a Jindan realm cultivator in attendance, shocking everyone. There are rumors that this is some kind of immortal coming down to earth. For a while, no one dared to make waves again. One day, Mu Dust was walking along the avenue when he suddenly felt a turning of the heavens. It turned out that a village not far ahead was being attacked by a giant centipede spirit that was attacking the villagers, and the entire earth cracked open. Shepherd's Dust was about to make a move. A dark-skinned teenager with a bow and arrow was seen standing on a hill a few hundred meters away. A light shot. The iron bow and arrow transformed into a straight line and accurately smashed into the centipede spirit's eyeball. Herd Dust's eyes lit up. That's a bit accurate. This teenager didn't have any realm at all, but his archery skills were exceptionally terrifying. Roar! The centipede spirit's eyes stung, and with a furious roar, he charged directly towards the teenager. The dark teenager was tough-minded and didn't panic, shooting arrows as he retreated. However, he was only a mortal after all, and in the blink of an eye, he was caught up by the centipede spirit. The centipede spirit let out a furious cry, and the end of his tail slammed hard directly towards the teenager. There was a whistling and breaking sound between the air. If one was struck by the huge tail, they would instantly be melted into bloody mud. Right at this moment, Mu Dust appeared in front of the dark teenager, one finger outstretched. Bang! The centipede spirit that was dozens of feet tall wailed, and his entire body was instantly scorched by the lightning. A bluish-purple flame ignited in his body. In the end, only a blackened skeleton was left to fall to the ground. The dark teenager's face was stunned. Immediately afterward, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Immortal, please accept me as your disciple. I want to learn immortal techniques from you." Makoto shook his head. "I don't take disciples." The dark teenager's face was so ugly that he couldn't speak. At this point, dropping, Hoi has been detected worshipping you as a teacher. Please choose. 1. Take him under his tutelage to build up his own strength for the future period of sealing the gods, which can be used for self-protection. 2. Reject Hoi's accession, and you will receive 3 latter heavenly spiritual treasures. Shepherd Dust was flabbergasted. Hoi? He set his eyes on the dark teenager and gave it a little nudge. A moment later a look of realization flowed over him. It's really Hoi reincarnated. Logically speaking, Hoi was killed by Dijun long ago during the witch demon cataclysm. However, he himself used the system to help him reincarnate with Quarto back then. So now Hoi is a human being and has nothing to do with the Wu tribe anymore. Shepherd's Dust pondered slightly. The 3 Hotian spiritual treasures had no value to today's Mu Chen. So pick one. Kwafu and Hoi are definitely considered the best of the human race today. When the future god-sealing catastrophe occurs in the mortal world, although he had made up his mind not to make it up, it was still easier to have someone under him to direct. It's time to build up your strength. Shepherd's Dust thought of this. Smiling at the Hoi in front of him, he said, "However, since you have a destiny with me, then I will temporarily accept you as a named disciple." Hoi was overjoyed. Kneeling in succession, he said, "Thank you, Master." Next, Mu Dust then took Hoi and started traveling through the mountains and rivers. Soon after, the reincarnated teenage Quaffle will be found as well. The talent of the two remains unforgotten. Quaaludes have great strength and extreme endurance. Hoi's archery skills are unrivaled, attentive and sensitive. Mu Chen began to teach the two of them the high-grade cultivation heart technique as well as the 2 Hotian spiritual treasures. Decades later, Quafu and Hoi grew up and gradually became a powerful party on Earth. One day, Shepherd Dust was teaching the two the 36 methods of the Big Dipper. The sky clouds changed color. Endless pressure permeated the earth. An incomparably majestic voice came down. "I am the god of Haotian, and I have been ordered by the Taoist ancestor to reopen the heavenly court and regain control of the order of the flooded heavens and earth. And the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands are to be obeyed." Chapter 64, Homecoming. Haotian, or the Jade Emperor. After numerous calamities within one Yuan Hui, he finally succeeded in returning to control the 3 realms with the divine path. Is it finally here? Makoto slowly narrowed his eyes. After the creation of the heavenly court, this was the beginning of all the stories of the feudal measurement of God. And when Hoi and Quaif heard this, they were terrified and showed shocked looks. The human race had thought since ancient times that they were the protagonists of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, what heavenly court has suddenly appeared? The unexpected is more of a defiant mentality. On what grounds? We, the human race, are the masters of heaven and earth. What a load of heavenly court ignorance. Would you all be willing to follow me to the heavenly court and destroy this so-called roaming gods together? Shepherd's dust heard these words, all stunned. A group of heavenly immortals who are not even heavenly immortals are going to destroy the heavenly court. Isn't that a farce? It sure seems like it's been in the greenhouse too long. So don't have any pussies in your heart. Human god battle detected. Please choose host. 1. To look on coldly, without saying a word, and watch the human race fail miserably. 2. Become the leader of the human race, topple the heavenly court, and become the overlord of the flood. If you succeed you can obtain the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Remnant. Makoto tugged at the corner of his mouth. The rewards are tempting though. But, gentlemen, I can only wish you luck. Next, Moodust then watched as the cultivators with the strongest cultivation levels on the divine land gathered together. Then together they attacked the heavenly court in great numbers. The scene was extremely spectacular, impassioned, hot-blooded. Then, it was ruthlessly suppressed by the heavenly soldiers and generals. The gap between man and God was completely manifested at this moment. The rest of them felt the might of the heavenly court and were scared out of their wits, scattering in all directions. It came with a vengeance, miserable on the run. From there, half of the peak strength of the human race was dead or injured, and a few people fell one after another. The civilization of immortal cultivation was almost annihilated. Makoto had spent decades watching some of this good show, tugged at the corners of his mouth. The reason the human race is so weak, come down to, I can't believe it's because of myself. Realize that if you don't make it, you won't die. It would have developed well on its own. As a result, the human race was too bloated before it declined drastically. Had it not been for this, Fushi would not necessarily have been able to dominate the human race in later times. Hey, even though we're the same human race, there's no way to save you guys. Makoto sighed. And at the same time get the answers you want. He was then ready to go back from the earth. On their way out, they instructed Hoi and Kwafu to continue traveling and practicing on earth. But not being able to reveal your cultivation is simply 2 words. Go. In the future, during the period of sealing the gods, Makoto will be of great use. Yes, Master. Cotter and Hoi responded at the same time. After receiving the promises from the 2 of them, Shepherd Dust left with peace of mind. Now that the great powers of the human race have died and been injured, Quaif Hoi is not worried even if he is the strongest among them. Sea of clouds. Muchan opened his eyes and stretched lazily. This descent into the world, for hundreds of years, was like viewing a good show. And also give yourself a heads up. Don't swell. Never inflate. If you don't become a saint, you should never fool around. It's better to cultivate. In a few tens of thousands of years you'll be able to get the hilt of the Qingping sword. Shepherd's Dust thought of this, slowly closing his eyes. He deadpanned and closed up. Hundreds of years later, an excited voice rang out from the cloudy sea. Master, I'm back. Chapter 65. Shepherd's Dust opened his eyes. With a thought, the sea of clouds dispersed, and the Tongarm 8 monkey instantly entered the cloud sea formation. Kneeling on the ground, he said, Sea Master, I'm back. Countless more years passed. Nowadays, the Tongarm monkey had fully entered the maturity stage and had broken through to the level of a great Luo golden immortal, coupled with most of the divine abilities gifted by Machen. Even if one looked at the entire floodplains, as long as saints didn't come out they would still be at the level of hegemony. Shepherd's Dust remembered something. Little 10. How was your battle with Lu Ji? The Tongjia monkey grinned, reporting to Master. That Lu Pressure is now no longer my opponent. It's just a pity that he refuses to reveal that Kuan Peng's hiding place and has strange means of escaping. I've been chasing him all these years. And what are you doing here this time? He. Passing by to specifically come to see Master. And by the way, I know that Master likes to meditate, so I've specially come to gift Master with some heavenly treasures. Not bad. Filial piety is rare. Only for the teacher cultivation has long been through the sky. Do not need so much. Makoto opened his eyes startled. Spiritual medicines and treasures like small mountains were piled up together, all of them of excellent quality. And there were even several innate spiritual treasures. It is important to realize that magic treasures are divided into innate and acquired. The innate is further divided into innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures. Supreme treasure is best. Lingbao is second. However, any innate treasure that was extremely powerful. so one couldn't help but be surprised by Makoto at this moment. Upon inquiry, it turns out that today's Hongjun monkey has made a name for himself in the floodplains. He made a great name for himself in the extreme north of the floodplains, and was crowned the Demon King, with his power reaching to the heavens. And these treasures are offered by the men. Shepherd's dust coughed dryly twice. Originally, it was useless to me, but as it is your intention, the master will accept it. The Hongjun monkey nodded and gently waved his sleeve. Countless more pills and magic treasures flew out. This is an offering to Master Teacher from the Three Sisters, who are said to have found the volcano where Yuanfeng resided back then, and are currently in seclusion and cultivation inside. They said that when their cultivation is complete, they will return to seek an audience with Master. Shepherd's dust nodded. Have a heart. At one time, Xiaox had lived with the three little phoenixes for countless years, so naturally they had a deep bond. After some small talk, the Hongjun monkey left again. On the other hand, Mu Chen began to swallow all of those spirit pills into his stomach in a single bone. He was now a physical body quenched by Pangdu essence blood, so he wasn't afraid of the side effects of the elixir at all. After eating dozens of them in one breath and feeling that his body was all wrapped up in raging spiritual energy, he stopped his movements and started practicing. Phew! Shepherd Dust frowned slightly. Higher-ranked cultivation techniques were no longer satisfying for today's him. If he wanted to break through quasi-saint or stronger, he had to find a stronger cultivation method. Originally, he had been craving for Haotian's Hongmeng heart method for a long time, but in the end, he didn't get off that face. Forget it, let it go. Makoto closed his eyes. 100 years later, Makoto suddenly opened his eyes from his seclusion. Moody. It always felt like something had gone wrong. This has never been done before. Nowadays, Mu Chen's realm was that of a great Luo, and he had a sense with the mutual birth of heaven and earth. So something must have happened. Strange, who else could it be if not me? Shepherd's Dust fell into deep thought, and so another few decades passed. The system voice suddenly rang out. Dropping. Detected that the Tongarm ape monkey is in a big fight with the demon master Kuanping in the North Sea. Caught in a bitter battle. Please choose. 1. Show strength and go to the North Sea to suppress the Kuanping together with the Tongarm monkey. And upon success, you can support the Tongarm monkey to become the new generation of demon emperor and lead the demon race. 2. Observe quietly, wait for the results, and obtain the remnants of the Taishang Qingqi Dharma. Chapter 66 Jade Emperor's Visit. Look at the options and think about them for a long time. Shepherd Dust ended up dryly coughing twice with some weakness. Xiao Xa. It's not that the teacher is unreliable. The rewards are just too tempting. The Taishang Qingqi Dharma sect, that was a sage's cultivation mind method. Under the heavens, it was estimated that only the 3 Qing could possess it. Even if it was a remnant, it was still 100 times better than one's own higher-ranked mind techniques. But what's with 10 going after the kunai? After a brief moment of thought, Mu Chen figured out the reason. It must have been little 10 who got the Kuanping's information from Lu Press. The results didn't come back to tell themselves first. Directly rushed to the North Sea ready to catch Kuanping back here. At once, Shepherd's Dust had a bit of a headache. Although Xiaox is now at the level of a flood hegemon, that Kuanping was in existence that had once heard the preaching of Hongjun's purple heavenly palace. Now the long years have long since reached the peak of paramount sainthood. Even if he was in the cloud and sea grand formation, it was estimated that he would only be able to fight half a caddy. 10 is still out of it for the time being. Little 10, cheer up. If you can't, just run, and I'll get you back after my master rises to power. Shepherd's Dust read silently in his heart. Xiaox had Red Cloud, and as long as Kuanping didn't have a killing intent, he shouldn't have any major problems escaping. More importantly, even if he himself walked out of the Sea of Clouds formation, he was only at the cultivation level of a great Luo Xianxian immortal. Both of them combined were not necessarily a match for Kuanping, and they were also prone to giving away their heads. Think about it. Shepherd's Dust was ashamed while joyfully choosing the second option. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the remnants of Tai Ching. A large strand of the remnant scroll's axioms surged into Mu Chen's mind. In less than a moment, Makoto came to his senses and began to continue practicing. Time passes slowly. There was quite a bit of progress in Mu Chen's cultivation. Nowadays, his cultivation level was at the early stage of the Great Luo Xianxian immortal realm, and he was gradually about to reach the middle stage. Yet there's been no word from the Tongan monkey. Even Red Cloud didn't come back. Shepherd Dust frowned slightly, vaguely worried. It's not really taken out, is it? Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Mu Chen's eyes instead. If Kuanping really saw death so much, then the first thing he would do after becoming a saint would be to sweep away the demon race led by Kuan Pang. As for Xiao X, Shepherd's Dust was also not panicked. The big deal is to go to hell and get Xiao X's soul back. Whoever called the Sage of Ho-Tu still owed him a favor. Another few decades passed. Shepherd Dust was somewhat unable to sit still. Prepare to send out a diversion to see what's going on. It was just a magnificent silhouette slowly emerging from the cloudy sea. Bending slightly, he said, "Senpai." Shepherd's Dust was startled. "Jade Emperor?" Hastily moved it in. Nowadays a multi-dimensional meeting passes. Hao Tian had long since ceased to be the little Taoist boy of that year. His face was majestic and righteous. And just standing there, he had an unstoppable imperial aura. Even because of his control of the three worlds chi, his cultivation had reached an extremely terrifying level. As the saying goes, times have changed, and Shepherd's Dust wouldn't dare to snub him as a little Taoist boy anymore. Inquired, "I wonder what the Jade Emperor has come to me for." Hao Tian was no longer in disguise here at Macdan, shedding a smile. After so many years had passed, he was always holding a trace of gratitude for the 1,000-year appointment here at Mu Dust back then. Shepherd Dust asked, "I wonder what the Jade Emperor himself is here for." The Jade Emperor bent over slightly. "I have come specifically to thank Senior for the kindness of teaching for 1,000 years once upon a time. In addition, despite the orders of the Dao ancestor, I'm still a little rusty on the creation of the Heavenly Court. Now that so many years have passed, it still hasn't lived up to the Dao Father's expectations, so I'm very troubled, and I hope that Senior will solve the problem." Hear this. Makoto laughed. "I was worried about not having help, and then help came." Laughing, "O Jade Emperor, the Heavenly Court was created, and it is naturally foolproof to have you in charge. But the living beings of the floodplains don't know your strength." The Jade Emperor wondered, "So what do I do?" Mu Dust exuded an inscrutable smile. "Then this. I don't know. I can only rely on the Jade Emperor's own pondering. But I'll count on my fingers. It's best to be the kind of ancient existence that is powerful and without any background or power at this time. Right. I remember that there was once a stupid bird that seemed to have joined the Heavenly Court headed by Emperor Jun, and was called something like Demon Master or something." That was all that Makoto could say. And the Jade Emperor heard this. The eyes also lit up. He naturally knew the Demon Master Kuan Pang by heart. That was an ancient existence that was once heard from the Purple Heavenly Palace. Disobedience. Now there is no power. Powerful. Having a grudge against the present Heavenly Court. Isn't this a ready-made stepping stone? If the Kuan Pang was suppressed, it would not only be able to shock the three realms, but also raise the prestige of the Heavenly Court. And it is the duty of the Heavenly Court to maintain order in the three realms. This will in turn gain the trust of all beings. Thinking of this, Hao Tian was overjoyed. "Thank you Senior for your guidance. I'll go in return." Would have been torn myself. However, at this moment, Mu Dust was directly giving a good method. Hao Tian couldn't wait to leave. Chapter 67, I am the Heavenly Emperor. Shepherd Dust watched the Jade Emperor leave in a hurry. Couldn't help but smile either. The luck is just too good. To put it bluntly, Kuanping and the others were actually students of Hongjun's sermon at the time. However, after the great catastrophe, Kuanping still formed his own faction without any intention of submitting to or standing up to Hongjun's faction. Sooner or later guys like this get cleaned up. In the original, Kuan Pang was suppressed by the first Heavenly Father himself because the human race was about to rise. Nowadays, Makoto was just bringing this plot forward. Mu Chen sighed in relief and went off to cultivate in peace. Xiao X, wait a little longer. The reinforcements sent by the Master are about to come. The Heavenly Court was established and upholds the will of Hongjun. The saints couldn't even stop it. Not to mention a paraclete in the district. A certain island. The surroundings were shrouded in a terrifying demonic aura and mist. The island is right in the center. What about the monkey? Master, that monkey has fainted. An eagle-nosed, black-clothed middle-aged man sitting on a stone platform with an indifferent expression was none other than Kuan Pang. The Tongan monkey was captured here by him and has to fight against his men every day and every night. Even if they were physically strong, they had long been exhausted under the long years. My lord, why don't you just kill him? A turtle-shell lesser demon curiously said. Kuan Pang sneered. Idiot, a tiny Dao lord. What's the point of killing it? Do you know why I intentionally teased that guy but didn't move to kill him? It's to lure his master, Mu Dust, to come and avenge that year's death. That Mu Chen is only a paramount saint despite his age. And I haven't said that I'm afraid of anyone under the saints except for Kong Xian. The kunai was so proud of himself. Since the time when he saw the red cloud under the feet of the Tongi monkey, he then knew that the master of the Tong Arm Ape Monkey, the fellow called Makshan, Was the mysterious figure who had stopped him from killing Red Cloud on the Sea of Clouds back then? Ever since he was repelled by Makoto back then, he had been paying attention to the Sea of Clouds to the south. 9 times out of 10, the Red Cloud was swallowed by Mu Dust. Sorcerer and Demon Cataclysm period. He is a demon master, but also always waiting, leading a large group of demonic powers and so on to find an opportunity to retaliate. However, to his dismay, a full dozen meta sessions passed. It was amazing that this guy hadn't stepped outside of the Sea of Clouds even once. This left Koan Pang speechless. It's too damn good. Couldn't find a chance at all. For a while, he wondered if this Makoto was already dead. Yet today, his disciple actually took the initiative to come to the door, which allowed Koan Pang to find an opportunity. If Mu Chen learned of Koan Pang's thoughts at this moment, the thought of having a paragon ready to get himself killed at all times, surely they would have slapped their chests in fear, said they were scared to death of their dads, and then meet out hundreds of thousands of years to show their respect. Just as the two men were cursing at each other, an unparalleled light shone down from the sky, directly dispersing the clouds around the island. Everything was clearly visible. The Koan Pang looked up sharply, a flash of shock and anger flashing through his eyes. Roared, "Bold, who dares to destroy this seat's formation?" Next moment, he got a response. An extremely strong domineering aura appeared. Heaven and earth quake. The clouds of the 9 heavens descend in unison. In the Koan Pang's line of sight, a lofty figure appeared on the Sea of Clouds. This is. The pupils of Koan Pang's eyes shrunk. The man had his hands behind his back, and his majestic voice spread throughout the 3 realms. As the first demonic beast of heaven and earth, Koan Pang, instead of being grateful for the creation of heaven and earth and fearing the divine rules of the heavenly court, he gathers the remnants of the demon race here, violating my heavenly court's divine authority. You're restricted to immediately bind your hands or die. The kunai was confused. Heaven? The one he was clearly waiting for here was Mu Chen. Why did you end up waiting for the heavenly court? But he doesn't seem to have any problems with the heavenly court now, does he? Sick? I don't interfere with you guys. Why are you looking for me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Koan Pang snorted coldly. The gigantic figure was unresponsive and repeated indifferently. Submit at once, or else, die. To put it bluntly, heaven is now the boss. Koan Pang, as a demonic beast prick, the heavenly court is certainly unable to let go nowadays. Coupled with the fact that the Jade Emperor had listened to Mu Dust's flimflam, he was determined to use the Koan Pang to give the entire 3 realms a hard time at this moment. Regardless of whether Koan Pang had gone against the heavenly court or not, he was going to be cleaned up. As for any reason, it doesn't matter. Sensing the other party's ironclad killing intent, Koan Pang was furious. He had never been so provoked. In a fit of rage, he revealed his true form. Hundreds of thousands of feet of his body appeared, and the entire earth seemed to be obscured by black shadows. As a powerful ferocious beast left over from the ancient flood period, he naturally would not submit. Kill! The Koan Pang bellowed, undaunted, and was about to charge directly above the clouds. However, the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Instead it was slapped back to the surface. Just then, a silhouette without any breath flowing out of it descended from the sky. With his hands behind his back, he was clearly raising his head, but it was like he was looking down on Koan Pang. And with his arrival, the entire heaven and earth seemed to go quiet. And who are you? Want me to submit to? Koan Pang snapped, his heart troubled. The man with the golden light spoke faintly. The voice resounded majestically throughout the earth. I am the Emperor of Heaven. Chapter 68, Old Man of the River Styx. I am the Emperor of Heaven. These words were like thunder, even causing the heavens and earth to shake. Koan Pang roared in gloomy fury. Hao Tian, don't think that just because you're a little Taoist child beside the Dao ancestor, I can't do anything about you. Hao Tian put his hands behind his back, a hint of disdain showing in his eyes. As a Taoist child under Hongjun, from a young age, he had been enlightened beside the Dao ancestor and possessed countless powerful divine abilities. Now that he had returned from the enlightenment of the 10,000 calamities and was upholding the heavenly court's fortune, he had already been an extremely terrifying existence, even if unholy. But in today's world there was also already a domineering aura of being proud of the fact that there was no enemy under the saints. Seek death. The Koan Pang rushed into the depths of the North Sea and rolled the wind in waves. Under the vibration of his wings, black clouds pressed down and waves surged. Countless terrifying water tornadoes rose up from the surface of the sea and rolled straight towards the Jade Emperor and the surrounding land. The scene was like extinction. Hao Tian's face was expressionless. One step forward, appears right in the middle of the North Sea. There was no movement. just a body gradually enveloped in radiant golden light. Next moment, 10 million golden lights blossomed from Hongjun's majestic body. The moment the dragon scroll was touched by the light, it instantly collapsed. The entire North Sea was divided into two halves directly from the center, and the rocks on the bottom of the sea were clearly visible. Watch this scene. Not only the countless beings within the three realms who were secretly watching the battlefield, even the unconscious Tonarm monkey was awakened and looked dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that he was also an overlord-level existence in the three realms. However, at this moment, it was an instant feeling of insignificance. Compared to Koan Pang and Jade Emperor-level existences, one's own divine abilities and talents were not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention the saints. The Koan Pang was illuminated by the golden light, and the seawater was unable to resist it, letting out a hiss of pain. Rushing up into the sky, he tried to escape. Now that Hao Tian's chi is flourishing, it is not a rival. Hao Tian's face was expressionless, and he clenched in the air again. The true god's royal thunder law. Dragon Jedi. It was also a necessary move for Mu Chen to teach newcomers nowadays. As Hao Tian, who had accompanied Mu Chen for 1,000 years, he had naturally learned the ropes. Boom! Thousands of thunderbolts landed in the sky. Each of them was as thick as a mountain peak, and they kept splitting and smashing on top of the Koan Pang's flesh. The Koan Pang blocked it to the death, but countless blood splattered from his flesh. Bang! 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 I don't know how long it's been. Only then did the Jade Emperor slowly withdraw his hand. One could only see the huge black shadow of the Koan Pang slamming down into the sea in a bruised and battered manner, splashing up countless waves, and then there was no more movement. Hao Tian slowly turned his head. Aloud, mindful of the creation of heaven and earth, leave Koan Pang with his life, and if he dares to plague the living beings of the three realms in the future, he will be killed again. These words were not just heard by the heavenly soldiers and generals behind them. Almost all the living beings in the three realms heard it. It's an invisible deterrent. Countless beings who originally possessed contempt for the heavenly court had shown a wary expression. The flood is all about strength. Strong is the quasi-saint Koan Pang. Back then, the ferocious beasts that heard of the Dao ancestors preaching all lost miserably under Hao Tian. This battle power was something that countless people needed to be afraid of. The Jade Emperor scanned the entire island, looked at the flux-armed ape. Of course, he knew that this was the disciple of Mu Chen. However, the current status was not convenient to talk to a flood demon monkey, so he simply left. Soon after, Tom breaks free. The countless demonic beasts under Koan Pang had already fled this place in fear, so he briefly healed his wounds and then left the area as well. Meanwhile, after witnessing the battle, he made up his mind. Continue to cultivate and never leave the gate until you reach quasi-saint. Hell, somewhere in the middle of a boundless sea of blood, the dying kunai came here. Ha. I didn't think that as strong as you would be reduced to such a state nowadays. A terrifying and eerie old man's figure appeared from the depths of the sea of blood, sitting cross-legged in the void, with countless creepy ghostly shadows and blood aura hovering around him. Koan Pang transformed into his human form, his face pale, and he coldly grunted. Sticks, don't talk sarcasm to me? It's really that heavenly court that bullies people too much. Styx, ancient existences that claimed that the sea of blood was not empty and the river Styx was not dead. Back then, together with Kuanping, they had listened to Hongjun's preaching in the purple heavenly palace, and the two of them were quite close. Hey, it's not true that the heavenly court is strong, but don't you find it strange why that heavenly court suddenly chose to take you on? The kunai froze. That makes sense, but he's also clearly not doing anything lately. And so on. The kunai's eyes snapped to life and he cursed. It must be that Mu Dust that's causing all the trouble. Styx wondered. The same guy who snatched Red Cloud from you back then? The kunai nodded viciously. Tell the whole story. A look of indignation followed. This time, Hao Tian personally made a move. And it definitely has little to do with this sinister fellow. Bastard. I should have known that I would have led the demon race to directly attack its dojo in the first place. Styx grinned. Interesting, really interesting, to be able to snub Hao Tian himself. This guy is really something. Koan Pang roared up to the sky in anger. The sea of blood was beginning to boil. Asshole, when I recover from my injuries, I'm bound to kill this guy. Styx was so angry to see his best friend. A faint smile. Don't panic. I'm about to complete my sea of blood avatar, and I have a chance to become a saint, so I'll personally go with you. But if he's a half-saint, it'll be hard for the two of us to escape from our joint attack. I'd like to see what's so strange about this fellow who can stay in the sea of clouds for countless yuan sessions without ever stepping out, and whether or not he's a match for me. Old ancestor Styx, Chapter 69, The Three Emperor Era and Old Man Sticks. In the Sea of Clouds Grand Formation, Haotian rushed over to explain the situation to Mu Dust at the first opportunity and thanked him. Elder's plan must be very useful. Perhaps before long, no one in the three realms will dare to despise the heavenly court. Makoto tugged at the corner of his mouth. Discount STH. When the God-sealing cataclysm passes, you guys will simply be the boss. None of the three religions are as good as you guys. Of course, this kind of heavenly opportunity Makoto would not divulge for the time being. After that, when he learned that the Tong-arm monkey was still alive, Mu-chen mentioned a few more things. Consider the heavenly court in a completely modernized way of thinking. Like building prestige, immortal gods come down to earth to pretend. Create a Shinto path and have it worshipped. More importantly, talent modeling management. You don't need some small fry. Take in the best and go the elite route. Hear these words. Hao Tian was almost enlightened. That's right. If that's really the case, it also maintains the prestige of the heavenly court and can rule the earth. Why didn't you think of such a good idea? Thinking of this, Hao Tian excused himself and left the place cheerfully. At this point, he realized why Dao Ancestor treated Senior Makoto so differently. It's not because of the realm. It was only because Senior Shepherd's thoughts had long since transcended beyond the three realms. Conversing with it, whether it is an understanding of the way or otherwise, it seems that all problems can be solved. Shepherd Dust watched the Jade Emperor leave. Finally, a peace of mind. At this point, dripping, congratulations to the host on the end of his 100,000 years of fishing and obtaining the body of the Qingping sword. The words fell. An indestructible snow-white sword body floated out from the water pool and rested in front of Mu-chen. Shepherd's Dust looked away. Now that he had the body and hilt of the Qingping sword, it seemed that all that was missing was something to fuse them together. It's obviously a good thing, but I don't know why. Shepherd's Dust was still a bit unsettled. Feel suspicious for a moment. Is it being targeted again? Knowing that the imminent God-sealing cataclysm was about to rise, Mu-chen didn't want to make any trouble at this time. Host in crisis detected. Please continue to select. 1. Fishing for 1,000 years. Obtaining the systematic deduction method, which can deduce the details of all things. 2. Fish for 1,000 years and gain a powerful attacking aptitude of the same level. Herd Dust's eyes lit up, knowing that this is the system coming to their aid. No hesitation in picking one. Then the retreat began. 1,000 years isn't long. This feeling of being unsettled was really a bit strange. And Mu-chen, who was cautious to the extreme by nature, naturally wanted to find out. For a while, even the issue of the Qingping sword was put to the back of his mind. 50 years later, the Tongbang monkey returns from his injuries. Shepherd Dust opened the Sea of Clouds, but didn't speak, diving into seclusion. The Tong-arm ape monkey entered the Sea of Clouds and found that Maxian was in seclusion, so it obediently followed suit in a side corner. Thousands of years are like clouds of smoke. The human race has changed dramatically. Because of the failure of the Great War, the cultivation culture withered away completely. Clan empires went up in smoke completely, and tribes re-emerged as the norm for mortal existence. With a certain day, the birth of a baby named Fushi on Earth symbolized the complete arrival of the period of the three emperors. Above the Sea of Clouds, Shepherd's Dust opened his eyes, dropping, detected the host completing 1,000 years of fishing, gaining the deduction method. Instantly, a surge of memories flooded into Mu-chen's mind. Shepherd Dust closed his eyes and began to study. Now as a great Luo Xianxian immortal, an existence just a hair's breadth away from being a quasi-saint, one's comprehension of any divine ability was extremely strong. So in just a few years, Mu-chen learned it. Then it began to push. A full 3 months. Mu Dust opened his eyes, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He deduced that Kuanping rushed to hell after being injured. Then it also deduced a sea of blood filled with the hostile energy of the wronged souls. Unsurprisingly, Herd Dust found the truth and muttered silently. So it's the old man of the river Styx. Chapter 70, The Might of the Laws. Shepherd's Dust had almost forgotten about this figure. It is said that since the opening of Hongmeng, the yellow springs of the earth have been born, and one of them, which is beyond the three realms, is the underworld Sea of Blood. And in the underworld Sea of Blood, a placenta was born and birthed, which was later the famous Stygian ancestor. Styx once listened to Hongjun's preaching in front of the Purple Heavenly Palace, and then, after seeing Nuwa create people to become saints, he also created the Shura race and wanted to become a saint with merit like Nuwa, but unfortunately failed. It is important to know that the Azura clan relies on devouring the souls of the living beings in hell to enhance their strength, which is extremely evil. And back then, because the witch clan was so powerful, The Azura clan didn't leave the Sea of Blood and submerge themselves in meditation, so they were forgotten by Mu Dust. I almost forgot about this guy, but he's a tough one. Shepherd's Dust frowned. Hiding in the river Styx for countless sessions. It's damn near as meticulous as yourself. It must be a big deal. Putting his heart in the right place, Muchin felt that this fellow was definitely not a good person to mess with. And according to the friendship between Styx and Kuanping, now that Kuanping had asked for help, the two guys would definitely come to take revenge on themselves. Detecting the host's access to the deduction method, please continue to choose. 1. Hiding within the sea of clouds and practicing meditation. Fishing for 100,000 years. You can obtain the clay of all things, can repair the Qingping sword. 2. Go to hell and destroy the Azura clan, so that Styx's strength will be greatly reduced. And obtain the Pango cultivation method, extreme cultivation mind method. Shepherd Dust sked and smacked his lips. Pango practice method it was probably the rarest cultivation method in the world. If he gets it himself, and then dives into seclusion for a few 100 million years, becoming a saint is probably a piece of cake. Just, to go to hell and exterminate the Azura clan would mean facing two paragon existences at the same time. Thinking about it, Mu Dust knew that it was still a single choice question. No way. Definitely not a death wish. As long as they weren't saints, they wouldn't be able to break through this big formation of his, and they wouldn't be a big threat to him. I choose 1. Shepherd's Dust still made his choice. Just here. Drop. Achievement system reached. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Flood Go King achievement, surpassing Styx to become the number 1 Go in the Flood, and obtaining the mercy of the Great Dao's Chi Fortune. Host's current attribute panel. Host, Mu Dust. Race, human. Realm, Dala Shenxian immortal, peak early stage. Divine abilities, the Dharma heavenly phase, the heavenly incarnation, the 36 methods of the Big Dipper, the True God's Thunder royalty method, shrinking the earth into an inch, the golden eyes of fire, and the body protecting fire god technique. Techniques, low-ranked vomiting technique, high-ranked vomiting technique, Shu Rong royal fire technique, and the remnants of the Taishang Chang Chi Dharma sect. Weapons, immortal exorcism 4 sword imitations, demon suppressing pagoda, scattering spirit gourd, immortal suppressing cauldron, pen of all things, absolute immortal gun, treasures, 3 flavors of true flame, a drop of the origin of water, giver, red cloud, giver, 12 pieces of karmic fire lotus platform. Unlock achievement, King of the Flood Go, gain an extra share of the Great Dao's fortune. Moment. An invisible aura descended from the sky and merged into Mu Chen's body. The already dusty Makoto's aura became deeper and deeper, as if it contained the aura of the Great Dao. Shepherd's Dust was still in a daze as he felt the changes in his body. What's the situation? Is this the system's way of despising itself? The system explained. It is a law that all things in the flood will be favored by the heavenly Dao if they are the first. Now that the host has unlocked the Go King achievement through billions of years, he has been blessed by the Great Dao and his cultivation speed has increased dramatically. Mei-kin. Okay. The name is a little hard to swallow though, but this Great Dao Chi Luck dangling mercy still smells pretty good. So after thinking about it, Mu Dust still accepted. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement for the first time. Please accept the system gift pack. 1. At the end of the next angling session, the host may additionally randomly comprehend a law of the Great Dao. There is only one option. But Mu Dust heard the word law. The pupils of his eyes all shrunk violently. The law of the way. This was a powerful means that could only be comprehended by saints. Like the 3,000 gods and devils at the beginning of chaos, they are the 3,000 laws of the Great Dao. The later 12 ancestral witches were the best among the laws. For example, Zhu Rong, the ancestor witch of fire, Gong Gong, the ancestor witch of water, Di Jiang, the ancestor witch of space, and so on. These were all existences that had comprehended the laws, and thus established their power in the flood. If he was able to comprehend it during the Deluo period, then his combat power would absolutely skyrocket instantly, and he would be an absolutely invincible existence in the same realm. Shepherd's Dust was in a great mood. The system has finally come to a point of greatness. If he could get lucky enough to comprehend an advanced law like the law of space or time, then with his current strength of a great Luo Xianxian immortal, it was estimated that he would be able to compete with a paramount saint. One could even go out for a stroll during the God-sealing cataclysm, no longer needing to cower and hide here. Think about it. Shepherd Dust stood up. There were still some things he needed to do before he closed the door. The faraway Tongjia monkey then noticed and respectfully got up and saluted. "See, master." Makoto glanced at it. Nowadays, after the great battle between Kuan Pang and the Jade Emperor, the The tongue-arm monkey is no longer as unbeatable as it was in the beginning. Simply put, it's maturity. That Kuan-Pang is a ferocious beast that has existed since ancient times, and is about the same age as both of your masters, so it's common for you to be unable to defeat it. Shepherd Dust symbolically consoled, then said, there is a baby of the human race called Fushi. You go down the mountain to look for Hoi and Kwafu both. Tell them to support Fushi to unify the human race and ascend the throne. Though the Tongan monkey doesn't understand it, but still, he answered and instantly disappeared within the sea of clouds. Chapter 71. As he watched the Tong-arm ape monkey leave, Mu Chen withdrew his line of sight. Prepare to observe the earthly direction first. Fushi became the heavenly emperor of the human race. And that was a great trend, because Fushi was Nuwa's elder brother in the ancient times, only to fall during the witch demon catastrophe. Now that he has been reincarnated as a human being, the gods and fairies and Buddhas roaming the three realms will all give some face for the sake of Saint Nuwa. Coupled with the fact that now that the heavenly court was in its infancy, Haoqian wanted to establish his majesty on earth, and in order to draw in sage Nuwa, Fushi became the best choice. Even not only the heavenly court, but also the disciples of the three religions would come to assist Fushi, so that they would be more able to promote their teachings on earth in the future. This thing is actually in the three worlds are considered hidden. Everyone knows, but no one said it. Even Mu Chen had quietly deduced it with the deduction method. This also answered the doubts that Mu Chen had once had. Nuwa is a deity that has existed since the Hongjun period, whereas Fushi is a human emperor, too late in the timeline. The reason is that Fushi is reincarnated. Next, the Tongbang monkey and monkey found Kater and Hoi, who were practicing on earth. The two had become loose immortals long ago in their earthly years. In the mortal tribes it belongs to the immortal level. It was only that they never displayed their divine abilities at the behest of Mu Chen, so their reputation was not obvious. Master has orders for you to go down the mountain to assist Fushi in uniting the human race, and to ascend immediately when your merits are complete. The two of them looked at the Tongjia monkey, full of shock and awe. That powerful aura was something they had never seen before except for their master. Honorably listen to the laws of master and senior brother. The two men responded respectfully. He then descended the mountain and began to assist Fushi. 10 years later, Fushi was born with a vision and showed his face on earth. Beside him, there are two major loose immortals, Hoi and Kwafu, to protect the way, and there is no second to none in the earthly wind. Immediately after that, Sage Nuwa broke out and walked in the three realms. The three religions knew it well, and all of them sent people to make a good relationship with Fushi. Watch this scene. Mu Chen on the Cloud Sea Grand Formation was happy. It's good to have connections. As soon as it was released, all the bigwigs of the three worlds came over to pull the strings. Chi Luck is entangled in his body. The pride of heaven. The future is just waiting for all the way across the villain, proving the way to become a saint. Isn't this a living, breathing Destiny's Child? Think about it. Shepherd's Dust couldn't help but sigh a sigh of relief. People are so angry with each other. It then began to close up as well. The fact that the end of the 100,000 year period would allow for the comprehension of the laws and also the fusion of the Qingping sword. This was the thing that Mu Chen had placed most on his mind at the moment. Time flows like water. Time passes as days go by. 10,000 years. Fushi accomplished the plot that had been predestined long ago, unifying the human race. Because of the opening of the human race, the merits and virtues of the perfect, get the mercy of the Great Dao ascended to the Fire Cloud Cave to achieve the position of the human race emperor, with the power of the quasi-saints. 100 years later, Hoi, the father of the quartet, also achieved the position of heavenly immortal for supporting Fushi. They come to the flood, entering the Sea of Clouds Grand Formation. He looked at Mu Chen and knelt respectfully. See Master. Shepherd Dust looked at the two and nodded with a smile. Although nowadays Hoi and Kwafu are merely at the heavenly immortal cultivation level, but they were great wizards in their previous lives and were gifted. Now that he had reached the heavenly immortal cultivation level, his cultivation speed would only increase in the future. Shepherd Dust casually waved his hand. The high-level cultivation mind method and some spirit pills and magic weapons were then directly thrown to the two. It doesn't work with him anyway. You may choose to travel in the floodlands, or you may choose to continue your cultivation. This place is very dangerous, and even I may not be able to protect you, Shepherd Dust reminded. Hoi and Kater looked at each other. He then decided to travel the floodplains and become stronger in his senses. In response to this, Mu Dust did not stop him. People have their own aspirations, so let them make their own way. As for the little 10 Tong-arm apes and monkeys, suffered the blow back then, now more and more calm, has been beside the pastor Dust closed, watching the two leave. Shepherd Dust smiled. Now his power is beginning to take shape. The disciples are the through-armed ape monkey Xiao X, the three fire phoenixes, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Hai and Xiao Jiu, Ho Yi and Qua Fu, all of which are existences that can reach quasi-sainthood in the future. At this level, even at the time of the God-sealing cataclysm, his faction was extremely powerful. Even if they were allowed to destroy Kuan Pang and Old Man Sticks, it was probably possible. There's still a few people left. Should I try to lure a few more over here? That said, Neza and Yang Jian seem to be good. Shepherd's Dust fell into deep thought. Chapter 72, The Great Brahma. Since Fuxi became a saint, the human race has officially begun its rise to power. Due to Fuxi's cause, the people also began to believe in the gods. After Fuxi's departure, Shinnong came into being, tasting 100 herbs to cure the world's diseases, and was honored by the human race. 100 years later, Shinnong also accomplished his work. Following Fuxi, the second after the ascension of the Fire Cloud Cave, the achievement of the throne of the earth. At this point, the human race has become more and more prosperous. There was just a disagreement over the heir apparent. Xian Yuan to the orthodox position wants to lead the human race forward. However, Shi Yu Rose want to seize this heir position. You have to know that the position of the orthodox heir of this human race is passed down from generation to generation. Fuxi passed it on to Shinnong, who in turn wanted to pass it on to Xian Yuan. That's when Shi wasn't satisfied. His own soldiers are strong and powerful. Why do you think you're in charge of the human race? I'll be the first to disagree. So there was a fight. The fight broke out again. And then there was a war on Earth. Heavenly Court takes a look. This Earth actually fought on its own, and it was not good for them to intervene. So they looked on for the time being. The scene. The melon-eating crowd on the Sea of Clouds. Makoto was watching with great interest. No thoughts of meddling though. It's really too pedestrian. If we really talk about the generation of the human race, he was the first living being in heaven and earth to take the form of a human. What Fuxi and so on in his eyes are heavy grandchildren generation. Need have to call a grandfather. What's more, having seen the Dragon Han's initial robbery and the witch and demon cataclysm, the battle between Xian Yuan and Shi Yu is almost like a joke nowadays. Can't really get interested. The next days, Shepherd Dust then fished while waiting for the 100,000 year period to pass. One day, an aura of a fight unexpectedly came from the waters of the endless sea. This caused Mu Chen to be quite surprised. Ever since the establishment of the dojo within the 100,000 mile sea, no one dared to make waves here. It's a rarity these days. He looked on faintly, only to see what turned out to be a true immortal realm Qilin breaking into the waters in panic, fleeing frantically. And behind, a terrifying demon general clad in armor followed close behind. His face wooden and his eyes indifferent and filled with killing intent. He was extremely arrogant after stepping into the sea. Each step would cause the sea to explode, and countless weak beings would even die on the spot. Not far away, Turtle Prime Minister and the three demons saw the scene and simultaneously shivered. Tiger Zun muttered in a small voice, "Turtle Prime Minister, aren't we going to go up and stop it?" Turtle Prime rolled his eyes. This fellow looks to be at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. We're no match for him. The master will make his own move. I, the Qilin clan, have no grudges against you, Styx River, so why are you so desperate? Inside the sea, the juvenile griffin questioned angrily. He was called Kijin, a young genius of the Kirin clan. However, nowadays it was too weak to be a match for the other party. The demon general's face was expressionless. By order of the master, slaughter all the true dragons and unicorns in the world. Makoto frowned slightly on the Sea of Clouds. The man's face was lifeless and carried the bloody scent of the yellow springs of hell. But why slaughter the true dragon and the Kirin? Shepherd's Dust was puzzled. And then he utilized the deduction method to start projecting the cause and effect. Half a dozen times, he came to his senses. Maharaja, this guy is one of the 4 great demon kings under Old Man Sticks. As for the slaughter of the Qilin and the true dragon, it turned out to be that Styx and Kuanping sensed that they had an affinity with the true dragon Qilin lineage. That's why, in order to get back at himself, Styx sent the Great Brahma. Heard Dust's face was gloomy. He hadn't even cleaned up these 2 guys yet. And as a result, these 2 guys had the audacity to come to his door. Qi Jin was desperate, and his face showed a look of despair. Dropping, detected that the host has met a vendetta. Please choose. 1. Save Kurjin and offend the Styx. 2. Indifference. Drive the 2 away, and you can gain the Palm Mountain and River Avatar. Shepherd's Dust didn't hesitate this time, shouting, 10. The Tongjia monkey had long since noticed something strange down below. feeling the powerful aura emanating from that demon general's body, instinctively generating an undisguised wariness. But nowadays it is extremely calm and does not act rashly. At this moment, when he heard Mu Chen's command, only then did his eyes light up and he flew down at once. Boom! The sky clouds parted. Bold demonic evil, don't you dare spread your wildness within the endless sea again. With a chortle, the huge Optimus Prime smashed down towards the De Brahma sky head-on. With great force, Devil General De Brahma subconsciously blocked with his arm. Bang! Moment! The entire sea was violently dented with a large crater right in the center. The Great Brahma was directly smashed into the bottom of the sea by the Tongarm Monkey. Chapter 73, A Strong Strike. The Tongarm Monkey is the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. If you don't make a move, you don't make a move. The moment he struck, it was a stone's throw, and the entire surface of the sea was instantly smashed into two halves. After countless years of seclusion, the strength of the present-day Tongarm Ape Monkey had also risen greatly. Next moment, the Great Brahma sky flew out from the sea, dripping wet, and a majestic baleful aura instantly erupted out. As one of the four great demon kings under Old Man Styx, he had never been so provoked before, and his face was gloomy to the extreme at this moment. I am the Great Brahma sky of the river Styx, a mere demon monkey. How dare you provoke me like this? The Tongarm Monkey simply didn't care and swung the prime pillar to continue smashing away. As one of the four divine monkeys, no respect for heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, let alone a mere Styx. Plus the fact that his master was right behind him, he was even more emboldened. The Great Brahma gripped the lance in his hand and began to meet the attack. Bang! 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 Wherever the two went, they exploded. It was a good fight for a while. The living beings in the Endless Sea region watched this scene from afar and were also dumbfounded. Two great Luo Golden Immortals battling against each other. It was extremely rare even in the floodplains. Time passes slowly. Several hours had passed. Yet the two were still in the midst of killing each other, indistinguishable from each other. Makoto watched this scene quietly from the sky. Letting Ten go forward was just a way to get his confidence back. After all, it was once a blow to the head, and today, it's clearly working well. Originally, after the Tongarm Monkey closed with himself, he was only one opportunity away from a breakthrough, and now a fight with an evenly matched opponent. It was only a matter of time before he achieved Great Luo Xianxian next. Waited a little longer. Shepherd's Dust couldn't sit still. If he let these two guys fight any longer, it was estimated that this endless sea of his own would have to be destroyed. So the mind moved. He then appeared on a reef in the sea. Long hair cascaded over her shoulders. The clothes slowly fluttered with the wind. There was no might flowing out, yet it was filled with a sense of unrivaled power. This is the Paraclete, possessing signs of returning to the basics. He trailed off. Come back. The Tongjia Monkey was startled. He hastily withdrew his hand and came to beside Mu Dust. Who? The Great Brahma narrowed his eyes as he looked at the grey-clothed Makoto. Can't feel any pressure. So sneered. Two if one doesn't work? You want to get killed too? Lit. The Great Ape sniffs at his words. The face gave the guy an odd look. Shepherd's Dust didn't say anything. He didn't have any kindness when it came to the guys from Styx and Kuanpun. Kill if you can. Now that he dared to come to his own territory, he was looking for death. Next moment, Makoto gently stretched out a finger. In an instant, a terrifying thunderbolt burst out from the tip of his finger. The Great Brahma used his spear to block it, but he was still sent flying for tens of thousands of miles and smashed heavily into the sea. What? The Great Brahma was filled with shock. Yet before he could react, as if in the blink of an eye, Makoto arrived beside the Great Brahma sky. A palm lightly slapped down. Boom! The Great Brahma violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his entire body slammed back into the seabed. The sea surged to the sides. Complete vacuum in the center. The Great Brahma's figure went straight to the bottom of the sea and then embedded itself dead on top of the rocks on the bottom of the sea. At the moment he was filled with shocked awe. Looking at Mu Chen, who was looking at him without any waves above the sea, he said in alarm in his heart, Paramount Saints, definitely a quasi-saint. If it wasn't a quasi-saint, it wouldn't be possible for it to be this powerful at all. Next moment, he fell farther away in a frenzy, trying to escape back to the Yellow Springs. Mu Dust's face was expressionless. A disdainful smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Come to your own turf and kill people. Do you really think you're good-natured? There are no words. Makoto had one hand stretched out in mid-air. A 10,000-foot giant hand instantly appeared in the sky, with countless thunderbolts and aura of the Great Dao entwined around it. Filled with the meaning of destroying everything, the giant palm then descended from the sky, toward the Great Brahma sky. He suppressed it. This is no longer the avatar. It was just simply Mu Chen's understanding of the heavens and earth within his own grand formation. However, it was more terrifying than most divine abilities. The great Brahma wanted to escape, but felt that there was nowhere to run. Watching this scene, he shuddered on his soul. No, I am a disciple of the Stygian ancestor. You can't kill me or the Asura clan won't spare you. Shepherd Dust said indifferently. It's you who kill. Mindfulness. The giant palm landed with a bang. The great Brahma was instantly strangled and his corpse was left without bones. Do it all. Makoto then disappeared on the surface of the sea. While looking at this scene, the tongue-arm monkey was trembling with excitement. It was the first time he had seen his master personally strike. As a result, it instantly killed a great Luo golden immortal. It's just too strong. The rest of the living beings were even more worshipful, almost kneeling. Chapter 74, Carrion. As the saying goes, you have to run after pretending, or you'll easily get punched in the face. As a system-certified Flood Go King, Mu Chen naturally knew this. Above the sea of clouds, Kurjin cowered in the corner. It also seemed to be dumbfounded by the earlier battle. Makoto came back to watch the scene, and a hint of a smile flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed to think of something funny from back in the day. Thank you, senior, for saving me. Shijin felt Mu Chen's gaze and hurriedly whispered. He was just too nervous. He hadn't seen since he was born. A terrifying existence that could make a great Luo golden immortal go up in smoke with the snap of a finger. Even his own old ancestor might not have reached this realm. Shepherd Dust inquired. What is the situation of the Kirin clan now? Kirin, Dragon and Phoenix. The three tribes had a very miserable end after the initial robbery of the Dragon Han. All have since disappeared into obscurity, and they can only be heard of in the occasional legend. Even Mu Dust was curious. Kijin shook his head with a lost look on his face. The situation is not good. The Asura clan is too strong. My companions died a lot this time. What kind of person is Kirin to you? Shepherd Dust looked at him and suddenly asked. Kurjin's eyes widened in surprise. Elder knows our old ancestor? Elder ancestor? Shepherd's Dust froze slightly. He then began to project and then exuded a look of enlightenment. The original. Back then, Kirin and Aotion left this place and learned of the tragic situation of their people. Disheartened, he led the remnants of his clan to live in seclusion on the overseas Kirin Island and began to recuperate. And nowadays, Kirin had even become the old ancestor of the Kirin clan, only because of the great robbery of the three tribes killed too much. Now the three tribes' generation is not as good as a generation. Has long been not as prosperous as that year. That's why even the Shura race dared to bully them. This whole thing is actually kind of my reason. Shepherd's Dust was a bit guilty. After all, what Koan Pang and Styx wanted to target was themselves. Both the Kirin and Dragon clans were just suffering from the streak. Think about it. Shepherd Dust said. You'll recuperate here for 10 years. I'll pass on the divine power Dharma. And you'll go back and tell Kirin. Kijin said carefully. Dare I ask what is the origin between Senior and my family's old ancestor? Shepherd Dust didn't reply and faintly smiled. You'll know if you ask your old ancestor later. Next, Mu Chen first threw a few innate spiritual treasures such as the Pen of 10,000 Things to Qijin. Then he would pass on the Zhurong Royal Fire Method and the 3 flavors of true fire. Kirin's were already of fire, and this was the most suitable Gong method for them. 10 years later, Qijin learning to great success. Shepherd Dust said, you go back. The Gung Fu aptitude can be passed on to the Qilin clan members, and in the future you should then have the power to defend yourselves. Little 10. You accompany him, and when you meet the Asura clan on the way, send them straight home. The tongue-arm monkey sat cross-legged on the red cloud and respectfully responded. Kijin kowtowed with a grateful face before leaving. Thank you, Senior, for your great kindness. The Qilin clan will remember it. After saying that, he left in a hurry. In his eyes, his predecessor must be in existence above a paragon. Now that they had his shelter, the Qilin clan was naturally expected. This news, he had to tell his own old ancestor quickly. Next, watching Kurjin and Ten leave, Shepherd Dust stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. These two fellows, old ancestor Styx and Koan Pang, were definitely feuding with themselves. Now that he himself had killed Styx's disciple, De Brahma, the two sides were bound to end up in an immortal situation. And the problem was that Styx was a placenta conceived in the land of the Blood Sea, and was born immortal. It was extremely difficult to completely kill even a saint's strike, unless the power of the law is applied. So think long and hard. Shepherd's Dust felt it. If you can't find a way, then go is the only way. It's really not that I want to go through with it. The enemy is really too strong. Shepherd's Dust convinced himself. Then he began to continue practicing contentedly. 100,000 years. Almost there. At that time, he would be able to comprehend the power of law. That would also mean it wasn't too far from the day of his release. Road. The tongue-armed monkey discovered the scent of the Azura clan and chased after them, instructing Kijin to return to Kirin Island first. Kijin nodded, and without stopping along the way, he directly arrived at an immortal island overseas. Compared to the initial dominance of the flood, today's Qilin Island looked exceptionally depressed and dilapidated, and there were a dozen Qilin patrolling the island on guard, all with different injuries on their bodies. Elder Ancestor, Kurjin came deeper into the island. A figure as terrifying as a small mountain slowly awoke from the shadows, a blazing flame burning around it, filled with endless power in every breath. It was Kirian, now honed through countless years. Kirian's lifespan was already high, but his cultivation had also reached an extremely terrifying point. It seems you have not been killed by the Shura clan and have some chance. Kirian opened his mouth. The voice carried a lightness and a hint of relief. I met a senior who not only killed the great Brahma, but also passed on my divine abilities to be taught to my clan. That's a good thing? Yes, that senior lives in the Sea of Clouds and seems to know the old ancestor and treats me well. Boom! It was as if the earth dragon had turned over. Kirian's entire body stood up straight, his figure large enough to cover the entire island. However, at this moment, he was gasping for air and staring at Kijin with a deadly stare. Wait, Sea of Clouds? You're talking about the Sea of Clouds in the extreme south of the flood? Kijin had never seen an old ancestor so out of sorts. Scared to death. Hastily, he told the story of what had happened in 10 years. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the pupils of Kirian's eyes. Sure enough, it's the owner. The master is still thinking of me. After leaving back then, Kirian took on the huge responsibility of protecting the clan. As the older generation of Kirin in the clan gradually died, his responsibility as the strongest cultivator of the Kirin clan became more and more important. It was a pity that the Qilin clan's generation was not as good as its predecessor, and could no longer restore the splendor of the Dragon Han's initial catastrophe. So for these countless years, he could only cultivate hard and do his best to protect Qilin Island. And because of that, there wasn't even time or opportunity to go back and see the owner again. But in his heart, he had actually been extremely pining for that Sea of Clouds. Now that he learned that Makoto hadn't forgotten about it either, and even protected his clan, he, whose heart had already been like a rock, couldn't help but break down in tears. Old ancestor, I'll first transmit the divine ability to the clan, so that even if the Azura clan guys attack again, we'll be able to deal with it calmly, Kurjin said happily, still trying to remain calm before his own children and grandchildren. Kirian nodded. You go ahead. Kijin wondered before he left. Old ancestor, what exactly is your connection with that senior? Can I worship him as my teacher? Hear that. Kirian rolled his eyes. I can only shout master. If you worship the master, won't you be senior to me? I treat you like a grandson and you want to be my big brother? Think about it. Kijin was instantly and unceremoniously slapped to the side of the island. Chapter 75 Kirian and Aotion returned. Poor Curzon didn't even know how to upset his old ancestor. He touched his head, then went to pass on the clan's divine power with a grimace. On the other hand, Shi Yen was in a stirring mood, and after instructing his clan members to be on guard, he turned into a rainbow light and left Qilin Island. A deep sea of gloomy silence. The wind was howling, the waves were high above the sky, and it was full of strong pressure. Kirian came here, into human form. A fiery red coat with majestic flames wrapped around his body caused the temperature of the entire sea to rise. He shouted at the same time, "Silly dragon, come out!" The words just fell. A dragon's roar was faintly heard from within the sea area. A black dragon with a body of unknown magnitude slowly flowed out of the iceberg on the surface of the sea. After long years of cultivation, Aotion was now also a dragon clan ancestor, commanding a side of the sea. I thought it was a bastard from the Shura clan coming to die. How come it's you? Aotion's voice like thunder came out. Although the three clans fought to the death in the ancient flood, after the great calamity passed, Aotion and Shi Yen became close friends, and even the relationship between the two clans was still good. Kirian said with disdain, "What is the Shura? Don't tease. That old man Styx is tricky. Nowadays we're not like the old days when we had to take care of the clan." Aotion's voice was a bit despondent. Kirian laughed out loud as he looked at Aotion's appearance. "What's old man Styx? The master knows about this and has come to help us." Aotion's dragon pupils shrunk violently, subconsciously flinging the dragon's tail. The entire sea seemed to have lifted a monstrous wave. Some of the dragon's children and grandchildren were knocked far away by this huge wave. A look of confusion, not at all sure what happened to the old man. Master? You mean the master? Aotian was filled with surprise. Humph, that's for sure. I'm here to shout at you, stupid dragon. Master has already sent someone to defend against the attack of the Cultivator clan. Now that you're free, why don't you come with me to pay your respects to Master? Kyrian said. If it's unusual. When Aotian heard this, he would definitely fight with Kyrian again. But at the moment it wasn't even in that frame of mind. It directly transformed into a black-robed man with 2 horns on his head and flew straight towards the extreme southern cloud sea. The pressure was so strong that the sea of clouds blasted away. Hey, stupid dragon. Running that fast waiting to be cast. Humph, that's the way to show who's more loyal to their master. So take your time and hang around back there. Asterisk. Wait for me. Makoto was currently cultivating on the Sea of Clouds. 2 terrifying auras were seen flying straight towards Yunhai. Shepherd's Dust was not surprised. After all, with the deduction method most things were extremely clear to him. Just some smack. I didn't expect that after so many years, the 2 little guys would have already reached the quasi-saint level. But when you think about it, it's only natural. Both of them were ancient beings that did not fall during the Dragon Han primordial tribulation. And with their exceptional talents, it was only natural for them to become quasi-saints now. Shepherd's Dust opened up the Sea of Clouds. Less than a moment, Aotian and Kyrian then came here. When she saw Mukin, who was sitting next to the water pool, she couldn't help but her eyes reddened and she knelt down on the ground. Truthful said, Aotian meets the master. Kyrian meets the master. Makoto looked at both of them quite well. It was also a bit emotional. In the blink of an eye, the 2 great catastrophes of heaven and earth, the Dragon Han initial catastrophe and the Witch Demon catastrophe, had both passed through countless years. As a result, I now see a familiar face. That feeling is really very gratifying. Kyrian shouted with all 5 bodies. Thank you, Master, for guarding the Kirin clan. Once again, Aotian froze. I thought to myself that this guy is usually stupid, but why is his brain so smart at this time? Hastily, he shouted back. Thank you, Master, for guarding the Dragon clan. Again. Point out your face. When has Master ever taken care of the dragons? It was clearly me who called you over in passing. Stinky dog, you wanna ing fight? Just fight. You think I'm afraid of you? The 2 of them were fighting again in 7 different ways. Makoto shook his head with some amusement and helplessness. You've become an ancestor of 2 clans, and you're still the same as before. He naturally knew what the 2 had in mind. So said, the Cultivator clan is in the Sea of Blood. It's endless. It can't be killed in a short period of time. You guys move into the endless sea. Within a radius of 100,000 miles you can look for a valley and a deep sea for the clan to live in. Hear that? Kyrian and Aotian's eyes lit up at the same time. Kneel again and thank you. Thank you, Master. Chapter 76, The Dragon and Qilin clans migrate. Aotian and Kyrian discussed it. Then he went home and prepared to lead the migration of his people. Shepherd's Dust had also experienced deep thought about this matter. There were still many places within the Endless Sea that were empty and could house the clansmen of the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan. Another thing is that the Dragon and Kirin clans are ancient divine beasts, representing auspiciousness and possessing the fortune of heaven and earth. If it survived within the Endless Sea, it could add aura to the place. It was even possible to be ranked as a cave of heaven. January. Kyrian led his clan to select an extremely desolate and vast sea island within the sea area. The trees are extremely vigorous and the island has valleys and deep caves, perfect for the Kirin to survive. With the arrival of the 18 young Qilin, the entire barren island instantly took on a majestic vitality. Immediately after, Aotian also brought the descendants of the dragon race to the Endless Sea. A piece of ocean was selected. The real dragon keeps entering the water. Countless living beings within the sea looked at this scene and shivered in fear by the terrifying dragon's might. True dragon. This was a terrifying existence from the ancient times. Even if they were weak today, they were not something they could deal with. It's just surprising. Those dragons didn't even bother with them and directly drilled into the deepest part of the seabed. They had already been given a stern warning by their old ancestor. Come to the Endless Sea and do not make waves. Still less may it produce strife. Anyway, everything is done by the rules here. If they ever caused troublesome matters, they would be personally drawn off the dragon tendons by the old ancestor and be punished by the clan. Hearing this news, even the always unruly dragon clan didn't dare to cause any trouble. Far away on the reef, Turtle Prime Minister and the 3 demons gulped, watching the real dragons in front of him rush into the bottom of the sea like they didn't want any money. They were all a bit skeptical. Tiger Zune muttered in a small voice, "Boss, this, aren't you going to ask?" Turtle Prime rolled his eyes. Isn't that silly? What the is this? It's a true dragon and a unicorn. You guys still think you're the same little fish and chips you used to be. This matter. I still have to ask the master about it. The words just fell. Kyrian and Aotion then appeared beside them. Feeling the gazes of the two paragon saints, Turtle Prime Minister and the three demons are about to piss themselves. Kyrian asked gently, "You are the administrators of the Endless Sea?" The three demons trembled in shock. I am Tiger Zune. And I am strong. My name is Devil's Shadow. And it's not bad. I am the Turtle Son. No, Turtle God. With a look of disgust, Turtle Prime pulled away a bit from the three demons. It's just too humiliating for the turtle. Only then did he do his best to remain calm and said, "I am the Turtle Prime Minister of the Endless Seas, and I am in charge of the 100,000 mile radius for the time being." Kyrian nodded thoughtfully, then extended his hands to make a fist and respectfully said, "Turtle Prime Minister, our two clans are new here. If there's anything we don't know about the rules, I'd appreciate your guidance." Aotion similarly clenched his fist. "I'll trouble the Turtle Prime Minister from now on. Watch this scene." Turtle Prime took a deep breath. The Dragon Clan and the Kirin ancestor were asking for a favor? Usually the guys he dealt with were all in the heavenly immortal true immortal realm. This is a once-in-a-million-year situation today. One moment. Turtle Prime feels like standing up. Ahem. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of the clansmen of the two clans and will inform other beings not to trespass on the two clans' territory. Then thank you very much. Kyrian and Aotion smiled at each other and left the place. Sky. Makoto opened his eyes in some surprise. As the true dragon and the Qilin migrated to the area, he keenly sensed that the aura within the dojo was getting more and more vigorous. Invisibly, even the speed of cultivation had increased quite a bit. Chapter 77, The Western Cult Comes to Town? This is obviously a good thing. Shepherd's Dust thought to himself that his decision was not wrong. When Little 7, Little 8, and Little 9 return in the future, and the three ancient tribes gather, this dojo of their own is expected to undergo even more qualitative changes. Yet if that were true, a 100,000 mile sea of clouds would be a bit too small. The flood is vast and boundless. He himself would have to get a million-mile dojo at the very least in the future to have a poker face. Think about it. Shepherd's Dust then became even more motivated, and excitedly began his seclusion. Next, as the two clans moved into the Endless Sea, it became much calmer. The Azura clan did not dare to intrude into the waters. 10 years later, and with it, the Tongan monkey returns. Anyone of the Azura clan who walks in the floodlands has been killed by him with a stick, and the mission has been accomplished. And he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the changes in the Endless Sea. True Dragon, Kirin, those were all the overlords from the ancient flood. Especially when he saw that the old ancestors of the two clans at the Paramount Saint Realm were respectfully addressing their masters as their masters. The respect that the Tongarm Ape Monkey had for Mood Dust was like a flood of water flowing out in an unending stream. This time, Ten even had doubts about the master's realm. It could make a divine beast of the Paragon realm recognize its master. Is it possible that master is a saint? The thought of this possibility startled the Tongjia monkey, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it became. The master must have been afraid of inflating himself. That's why he deliberately pretended that he was only in the associate saint realm. If it was just a quasi-saint, how could it be possible to never walk out of the sea of clouds? It must have reached saints long ago, immortal, which is why it has no interest in all things. Figured out the possibility. For his part, the Tongjia monkey began to work hard on his cultivation, even more desperate than before. No way. Being a disciple of a saint is too much pressure. Shepherd Dust didn't know what the disciple was thinking at this moment. He was fishing while watching the development of the divine human race as a snacker. It's almost like rereading history. Shiyu and Xianyuan began to fight. Shiyu has strong soldiers and horses, and has the god of war, Interpol, as a subordinate. For a time, they even beat the army led by Xianyuan into a series of defeats and routs. Just then, the heavenly court began to send immortals down to help Xianyuan. Original. Both Shiyu and Interceptor possessed the bloodline of the ancient witch race. Xianyuan, on the other hand, was the hand-picked successor of Fushi and Shinon. Now Fushi and Shinon have ascended to the Fire Cloud Cave. In both reason and logic, the orthodox human Xianyuan should be allowed to succeed the throne successfully. If Qi is on the throne, then according to the hostility that the witch race had once shown to the heavenly court, it would not be conducive to the heavenly court's rule over the divine continent. And so with the gods descended to earth, Qi's army began to rout, almost defenseless. The only one is the god of war, Interceptor. The realm skyrocketed during the Great War. It turned out to be the awakening of the Great Witch bloodline of the Witch Clan, killing several great gods in a row, with a fierce reputation. But it still didn't reverse the end of the final war. At the end of the day, the scene that has been passed down in mythology occurs. Criminal Heaven rushed up to the heavenly court, wanting to behead Emperor Hao Tian. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene. Slurp and smack. What does it mean to have a great deal of pizzazz? Now that's what I call swagger. Though in the end, his head was cut off, and even his body was thrown under the uncharted mountain. Still, the spirit is worthy of being passed down through the ages. Finish reading this story. Shepherd Dust then withdrew his gaze and began to dive into seclusion. Now that most of the attention of the heavenly court and the three religions was focused on the earth, the floodplains were extraordinarily quiet. Bucket. 80,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 20,000 years short of 100,000 years of fishing. This day, Shepherd's Dust opened his eyes. The 100,000 mile square sea of clouds began to spread outward again. Breaking. Late stage of the great Luo Xianxian immortal. It was only a hair's breadth away from being a quasi-saint. Before Shepherd Dust could be happy, she only heard, dropping, detected the Western Sect's Earth King coming. Please choose 1. By following the Earth Store King and joining the Western Sect, you can receive the devoted cultivation of the two saints, the Junti and the Guiding Sage, and become a future Buddha. 2. Closed doors, decisive rejection, and all sorts of future calculations by the Western Church. 3rd, discussing with the King of Earthly Treasures and variously lulling him into giving up his pull. He may be allowed to sit in the Earth's capital and suppress the Ashura clan. Chapter 78, Causing a Shock. How did the Western Church set its sights on itself? Surprisingly, he even sent the Earth Store King to draw himself into the religion. Shepherd's Dust heard this news. A frown came to his face. Essentially he disliked the Western religion. You should know that when the two people of the Junti Jain was relying on Flim-Flam and Renegade, only to let the good old good-natured Red Cloud give up the seat, and in the future of the Great Seal of the Gods, the Western religion is even the biggest gainer. In one fell swoop, he rolled away 3,000 disciples of the Interceptor sect and became the mainstay of the Western sect. To put it nicely, it's Buddha, but it's really just a bunch of hooligans. I can't pick the first one. I'm not interested in becoming a monk. The second one won't work either. The two old things, Junti Guayin, are too insidious. It's too dangerous to be counted by them. Shepherd's Dust thought of this. Then you can only choose 3. To put it bluntly, if there can be a better Luddite in the entire 3 worlds than the guy from the Western religion, guess it's just him. Have to say, sometimes Makoto still knew himself quite forcefully. In the whole world, who else can compete with the Western Buddhist sect in terms of flim-flam? Think about it. Shepherd Dust simply opened the Sea of Clouds grand formation directly. Tannen waited for Jizo to come. Meanwhile the mind pondered how to fool this guy. It is very difficult to know that the Earth Store King has a very high status and realm in the Western sect and is very difficult to deal with. For the first time in history, Mu Chen felt a crisis. On the flooded continent, there was a monk who came from the far west, with folded hands and a robe. He walks between heaven and earth. He was stooped and pale, but his face wore the compassion of a sad and compassionate man. Suddenly, Taoist Duo Bao stepped out from the void in front of him, his face quite grave, and said, I wonder what the Western Earth Bodhisattva has come for. The monk bent down slightly and calmly said, the Buddha is in the south, so come and seek the Buddha. Duo Bao sneered, the Buddha is clearly in the west, so why is there a south? The monk's face was bland. The Buddha I have seen is in the endless sea to the south, so it is only natural that I should come. Taoist Duo Bao frowned slightly. As a matter of fact, the arrival of the people of the Western sect in the floodlands may seem like a small matter, but it is actually quite a big one. The two of them, Junti and Jiin, founded the Western religion, which is not in line with the orthodox Taoist axioms of the Three Qing sect. To put it bluntly, if the Western religion was allowed to preach in the flood, then all Three Qing's teachings would be impacted. When the West flourishes, the Taoist sect declines. The impact is on the entire 3 realms today. This is something the 3 saints do not want to see. So when he saw the Western sect coming, Tong Tian personally sent him to inquire. The Earth-Hidden King's voice was indifferent as he asked, will the Taoist stop me? Taoist Duo Bao was silent for a moment and shook his head. Prepare to go back to the palace and ask your master first. Jizo continued to move forward. On his way out, he glanced at Duo Bao and smiled. Duo Bao, you have a destiny with the West. Would you like to come to the Pure Land to cultivate? Taoist Duo Bao disdainfully said, I am Taoist Duo Bao. A great disciple of Lord Tongtian of the Interceptor sect. Jizo shook his head. You can become a Buddha on the Western Spirit Mountain. Duo rolled his eyes. Fly straight away. Neuropathy. He was a disciple of the Interceptor sect, and now he was in the middle of the day. So how could he run away to the remote and dilapidated Western sect to become some kind of Buddha? Going is not going to happen. Not in this lifetime. Duo Bao went all the way back to the Bio Palace and told him what happened. Except for the part where he was asked to go to the Western Paradise to become a Buddha. Endless seas? Isn't that little fellow Daoist Maction's territory? Sect leader Tong Tian pondered. Ever since the last time he saw Muchin preaching for the sea creatures above the sea area, he had been struck down, and so he had been in seclusion for all these years to improve the Upanishads of the Interceptor sect. He knew there was a shortage of people in the Western Church. It's even trying to find ways to collect people from the East. However, he didn't expect that the two saints, the paramount and the guiding sage, would actually target Machin. Couldn't help but feel a pang of amusement and curiosity. Inform Yuan Shi and senior brother Laozi. I'd like to see how that Muchin should respond. Having said that, Tong Tian separated a wisp of his Yuanshin and flew towards the endless sea. Chapter 79 Debate. Makoto waited on the sea of clouds. All that could be seen in sight was a monk walking slowly from the shore. His hands were folded together, and there was not the slightest amount of chi flowing around him, but it was as thick as a mountain, peaceful and immovable, like the earth. Meditation is deep and secret, like a secret treasure. This is the origin of the word Jizo. It's visible and powerful. The Tongjia monkey opened his eyes, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Immediately after that, Aotian and Qiyan also sensed that something was wrong and came above the sea of clouds, their faces on alert. So strong, even they felt the pressure. Mudust slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The temperament and state of mind that a paragon should have was restored. Fade. I wonder what business your excellency has come to my endless seas. Holding a wooden mortar and pestle in his hand, the monk ascended to the sky and stopped tens of meters in front of Makoto. Poverty Monk Earth Store, observing a Buddha in the south. Today, at a glance, it should be the Machin scholar. So I've come here to lead the scholar to join the Western sect, and work together with the two saints to universalize all beings. Rub. Sure enough, it's this standard flimflam line. Change not even a little bit. It's almost as bad as the line. I'll sell you a secret martial arts book for 50 cents, and then you'll come with me to save the world. Shepherd Dust spat in his heart, but his expression didn't move. But I cultivate the three clear path. Buddhism cultivates the afterlife, and cultivator Machin can naturally change it. If I don't want to, Jizo is going to keep pushing me? There is no higher or lower Buddhist path, but there is a distinction, and I can convince until the Shitsu agrees. Meaning that Earthstore Bodhisattva wants to debate with me about the two dharmas of Buddhism and Taoism, to make me improve my mind? Yes, the Buddhist-Taoist controversy. It is the great paradox of the time of the Western journey. I just didn't realize it was trending now. Shepherd's Dust was not shy and simply said, "Come on then. Say it." Shepherd's Dust appeared in midair. The sea of clouds under his feet dispersed on its own, forming a black and white yin and yang Taiji Bagua diagram. Shepherd Dust stood in the center, his hands behind his back, his long hair flowing, extraordinarily dusty. Seeing this scene, the Earthstore King plopped down in midair, folded his hands, and a majestic wishing power filled the endless sea. Far away, the Tongtian sect leader's detachment had arrived. In less than a moment, Yuan Shi, Lao Zi, arrived together. The three of them looked at this scene with somewhat odd expressions on their faces. Jizo Bodhisattva is well known in the West. However, the scene of Makoto preaching right here back then was still vivid in their minds. It's really hard to tell. It's not even less than the three purities. Foot waters, countless living beings. Both the true dragon and the Kirin also quietly came out of the world and gazed at the sky visions. The two Buddhist paths are in dispute, seemingly calm, but actually extremely dangerous to the defense of the two. If you are not careful, the foundation that you have cultivated for millions of years will be damaged. Western Pure Land. The two saints, Junti and Guiding, sat high in the void. The Bodhisattvas and Buddhas roaming the heavens under their feet bowed their heads slightly. The Buddha's light shines through. The power of thought is boundless. Attention is all in the East at the moment as well. Elder brother, that fellow Daoist Shepherd Dust is a being that has existed since the time of the Dragon Han Cataclysm, and he didn't even take a seat when he was invited by the Dao ancestor. So is it possible for Earthstore to have difficulty? Earthstore's Buddhist doctrine is profound, and this trip represents the belief in the rise of the Western sect, so naturally it will be successful. that Mu Chen has not yet been sainted, and ultimately his Dao is still shallow. Junti and Jain exchanged a glance, and then closed their eyes with confidence. Even at the top, purple heavenly palace, a sliver of Hongjun's will had landed here without a sound. Schmucks first. Jizo sensed that the three pristine ones had arrived and was not surprised. It was going to be a defense of the law in front of all the saints so that the Taoist saints would not be able to stop it. Shepherd Dust laughed. The Bodhisattva wants to ferry me into the Western Church to become a Buddha. What makes a Buddha? Jizo has a good chest. The one who realizes, the one who is enlightened. He who realizes the truth is a Buddha. One who has penetrated all things and understands the afterlife and this life is a Buddha. Chapter 80, I am the way. Hear that. All the living beings couldn't help but nod their heads. Shepherd's Dust, however, laughed. Straight away, he shook his head. Nope. The beings listening to the defense were all stunned. That answer is obviously perfect. What's wrong with it? If it had been the rest of them, they would have suspected that it was a deliberate attempt to make trouble. After all, apologetic, too, requires reason and basis. Both sides were great cultivators, and there were so many people watching, so it was impossible not to be cheeky. Earthstore Bodhisattva was extremely good-tempered and smiled. What's wrong? If the other side is talking nonsense, then naturally the debate is his to win. Shepherd's Dust had a plan and opened his mouth. Of course not. To understand all things, to understand the afterlife and this life, this can only be holy, not Buddha. The three sect masters don't say that the few human cultivators in the floodplains today can all calculate the afterlife and this life. So are they considered Buddhas? Jizo was thoughtful. Subconsciously asked. Then what is a Buddha? Shepherd's Dust said indifferently. Naturally, those who ferry 10,000 people are Buddhas. The world is like a sea of bitterness, in which mortals swim and seek liberation without being able to do so. Therefore, those who can ferry the world to step onto the other shore will become Buddhas. Jizo thought carefully. Surprisingly, I can't find a single point to refute it at all. Couldn't help but nod. Shepherd Dust asked again. Is the nodding of the Earth Bodhisattva a sign that he thinks I'm right? It does make sense. Shepherd Dust laughed coldly. Wrong, wrong again, and very wrong. Earthstore Bodhisattva exuded a look of dismay. The rest of the living beings also looked at each other. How is it that you've just said something that you've reversed yourself? The three pristine ones also frowned slightly, not showing any color. Mu Dust's face was expressionless, then explained. In my opinion, those who ferry others to log on to the other shore are only bodhisattvas, but not Buddhas. The Buddhist texts say that Buddha is the face of all beings, which means that all beings are Buddha. If you really want to say how to become a Buddha, you travel the sea of bitterness and find that everyone in the sea of bitterness is a Buddha. It might mean that you have already become a Buddha yourself. Don't look at these few words. It wasn't that Shepherd's Dust was making things up. It still takes a bit of a dry spell to deal with a guy of Jizo's caliber. Fortunately, in his previous life, Makoto had lived in an era of information explosion, and had some knowledge about Buddhist texts. The words just fell. The hearing beings of a low realm instantly covered their heads in pain and even collapsed to the ground, their cultivation dissipating greatly. The pain is unbearable. Can't even think about it in detail. The words contain the mysteries of the Great Dao. The slightest carelessness would instantly blend in and completely sink the Dao into oblivion. Earthstore Bodhisattva also looked bewildered at this moment. Even tried to say something but couldn't get a word out. Shepherd Dust pressed on with his steps and asked again. If you put down the butcher's knife, you can become a Buddha on the ground? Is that true? Jizo actually had a moment of hesitation at the moment. A firm nod followed. No mistake. Shepherd Dust smiled. Then the face grew colder and colder. I think it's still wrong. The Buddha said that all beings are equal. The wicked can become Buddha by putting down the butcher's knife, but the good people have to suffer all the earthly sufferings and bad luck to seek a blessing in the afterlife. What kind of equality is this? Does this blessing come too easily? And is it too hard to be a good man? Jizo Bodhisattva, can you solve the puzzle? Word for word. It's like thunder. Jizo was pale at the moment. He only felt that from the beginning of the debate. The other party's words were like thunder smashing into his heart, and there was no power to fight back at all. If he really engaged in a Buddhist Zen theory debate, he was confident that he was only a shade inferior to even the two sages of the West. However, in the face of Makchin, it was restrained at every turn and could not be utilized. Actually, is it true that Makoto's understanding of Buddhism is deeper than that of Earthstore Bodhisattva? Of course not. It was only because Muchen had used a modern debate trick. Do your research literally, lead the other person astray from the very first question, and then beat them to the punch with a theory that has been prepared long ago. When had Earth-hidden Bodhisattva ever encountered this kind of method? He didn't react for a moment, so he fell step by step into the trap that Makoto had prepared long ago. Far away, the three clearances looked at each other in disbelief. This kid, when did he realize the teachings of the West so deeply? A few simple sentences, even they seemed to have some damn good sense. On the sea of clouds, Aotian and Kirian were close to kneeling down to listen. The Tongjian monkey had fallen to his knees and cowed out straight. It was expected to be an even matchup. It turned out to be a straight-up crush from the get-go. My master is mighty. The Bodhisattva Buddhas roaming the western sky looked at each other in dismay. It was also full of incomprehension. Reception said angrily, "This son doesn't follow the rules." Jizo Bodhisattva was silent for a long time. Still with a hint of reluctance, he opened his mouth. The fact that you have such a deep understanding of Western Buddhism is more proof that you have an affinity with the Western religion. So where does the Tao lie in your heart? Good question. Those who could understand the debate between the two were powerful beings. The beauty of this text from Jizo was instantly understood. Shepherd Dust had such a deep understanding of the Buddha. So if his comprehension of the Tao was slightly inferior, then wouldn't that mean that the Tao was inferior to the Buddha? Then this debate naturally ends instantly. Countless people looked toward Makoto. I wonder what answer he will give. Shepherd's Dust was silent for a moment. The right hand pointed to his feet. Excuse me, but I stand in a sea of clouds, and that is the way. The words fell. Heaven and earth are in unison. Chapter 81, You're fooling the little cutie. Heaven and earth are in unison. The great way manifests itself. The Taiji Yin Yang 8 trigrams pattern underneath Mu Chen's feet covered the entire endless sea in an instant. The great Tao within the realm was natural, and countless living beings only felt relaxed and refreshed. Even their realms were progressing invisibly. A ray of haze light hung down from the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and draping over Mu Chen's body. Shepherd's Dust stood in the middle of it. It was like the Taoist ancestor appearing in the world. With an outstanding style, Master is indeed a saint. The Tongjia monkey roared wildly in his heart. If one was not a saint, how could one issue such confident words and still cause heaven and earth to shake? You have to know that Hongjun Daozu is still around. Who in the world dares to discuss the way in front of Hongjun? Aotian and Qi Yan were slightly calmer. After all, they were the beings that had followed Mu Dust since the beginning of the Dragon Han. Countless living beings followed with a cry of alarm. Bullying. To this answer from Makoto, even they could appreciate the hegemony and invincibility it contained. And among the three Qing, Laozi even kept stroking his beard and nodding his head, laughing. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Jizo is actually very smart. Seeing how Makoto had such a deep insight into Buddhism. No more deliberate debates on the understanding of the Dharma. Instead, it's a straight-up anticlimax. Don't you have such a deep understanding of the Dharma in your heart? And where is the word in your heart? How do you differentiate between Buddha and Tao? This question is extremely heartbreaking. If Makoto was not careful in his reply, then it was highly likely that he would fall into the trap of the Earth Store. However, Shepherd's Dust's reply was even better. I am the way. It means that Buddha is in my heart. Buddha is within my understanding. But, I am the Tao itself. I make my own way. I watched the Buddha's teachings from within the path. The highs and lows were immediately apparent. Shepherd Dust felt the gazes of admiration around him, unconsciously floating. As a matter of fact, he hadn't even thought of that. As to why that is so, it's simple. Playing hard to get. This statement is full of endless persecution no matter where you look. As for what the other side thinks, it's none of his business. Jizo Bodhisattva realized it at this moment. Full of confusion and frustration. He knows. When Mu Dust said those words, one has lost completely and utterly, and no longer have any power to fight back. I lost. Jizo folded his hands, bent slightly and closed his eyes. Full of sighs, the words just fell. The sea area was in an uproar. All living beings exuded a look of shock. After the witch demon cataclysm, the Buddha and the Tao have actually engaged in countless debates, but in which Taoism is often the underdog and also loses more than it wins. This is due to the fact that the Western religion has a well-developed system of logic and concepts. Taoism, on the other hand, advocates the law of nature and does not fight for a place or a time. To make it even simpler, believe it or not, don't delay my alchemy to become an immortal. Usually there's no difference, but when it comes to a real debate match it falls to the wayside. And who would have thought? The Earth Store Bodhisattva, who was renowned in the Western sect, had unexpectedly admitted defeat directly under Makoto's debate at this moment, and lose without a shred of resistance. For a while, countless people began to cheer and applaud. In today's world, esoteric orthodoxy is still deeply rooted. Next, Jizo made an amazing move. Do the disciples salute and bend your knees and join your hands. Immensely pious inquiries. Dare I ask, Senior, what is the true Buddha in your mind? And how should the world become a Buddha? Seeing this scene, all living beings were dumbfounded. This is the Bodhisattva of the earth. At this moment, he even saluted as if he were a disciple. Only the three purities had calm faces. Shepherd's dust had existed since ancient times, even longer than their years, and naturally deserved this worship. Ask me? Shepherd's dust thought to himself that he had finally snubbed the main topic. He then sat upright and exuded an inscrutable smile. The Dharma has no boundaries. Toist nature. You ask me what a true Buddha is? Then it depends on whether you can become a Buddha or not. Jizo became more devout. Then how can I become a Buddha? Shepherd Dust coughed dryly twice and said with a sad face, I count with my fingers, the yellow springs, the hell, countless souls, especially there is a netherworld blood sea, not within the three realms, but the birth of the Asura clan, born to devour the souls of the wrongdoers for a living, the sins of the deep. If you can cross, naturally, you will be able to become a Buddha. Truth be told, I observe the hell, then heart pity, moment just want to go to ferry the Shura clan, but really do not have the time. Hey, Shepherd's Dust shook his head with a pained expression. It looks extremely painful. However, the words just fell. The three clearances on the sidelines instantly exuded an odd look. You've been to ing hell? Fooling around with cuties. What about? Chapter 82, Abdominal Hell. All beings of the three religions in the three realms who have accomplished cultivation. Almost all of them know what has happened to the flood over the years. The three purities, on the other hand, knew it even better. For example, Mu Chen sent his disciples to target Old Man Styx and the Asura clan. Both sides are almost at the point of no return, and also transmigrating. What's the point of crossing the border? It's so close to you dying. However, at this moment, Makoto's performance was too real. Most of the beings who didn't know what was going on were all looking up in respect at the moment. This is especially true of Jizo Bodhisattva. Directly, he was conquered by Mu Chen's broad-mindedness. Seriously, I have observed that there is a true Buddha in the South Sea, and indeed I have not been deceived. Senior doesn't practice Buddhism, but is a true Buddha. I also know that the yellow springs of hell are full of unjust and evil spirits. In that case, I will make a trip down to hell on behalf of my predecessor in the hope of doing some good. Shepherd Dust was flabbergasted. I didn't expect the other side to be so dry. Inside, he was overwhelmed with joy, but on the surface, he pretended to be extraordinarily calm. Remember the Buddha in your heart, and this time, I will trouble you. By the way, there's an extremely terrifying existence in that underworld blood sea called Old Man Styx, so you should remember to be careful. He kills like a man. Sinful, ruthless, even the sixth wheel cannot help this person. Ordinary people are not a rival. You mean it, do not really fight. Shepherd Dust pretended to be extraordinarily concerned. In fact, the underlying words are, this guy is the great evil. Chant me to death and get him killed. As expected, this move instantly drew a look of contempt from the three pristine ones. They really knew too well what was in Makoto's mind. But after all, Jizo is a person of the Western religion, and they feel nothing if they are punked anymore. The Earth-Hidden King said faintly, poor monks love to fulfill such people in their lives. After saying that, he bowed respectfully, turned and left the place without a second thought. There was no resignation on his face as he left. Instead it was full of relief and cheerfulness. With the departure of Jizo, it was only at this moment that Makoto exhaled heavily, realizing that his back was wet with sweat. Too damn tired. It's more tiring than a fight. Oh little Zhang, it's up to you next. Don't let me down. Go and clean up that old thing from Styx. A hint of a bad smile spread across the corners of Mu Chen's mouth, and his entire figure instantly returned to the Cloud Sea Grand Formation, with both protagonists dispersing one by one. The beings who came here to watch were all a bit unfulfilled, and could only go back to the sea area to go back to the sea area, and the ones who were in seclusion went back to seclusion. This topic could instantly be talked about in the flood for some more years before fading away. The three Qing looked at each other, all the while looking a little silent. The good news is that this time the two religions, Buddhism and Taoism, are fighting each other, and Shepherd's Dust has given Taoism a big face, which can greatly slow down the progress of Buddhism's invasion of the flood. And the bad news is, the three of them had originally received a great blow from Makoto last time, and went back to their respective studies of the Upanishads. Now years have passed somewhat confidently out, and ended up witnessing it again. Breaking the ice was a little frustrating. Tonto rolled his eyes. Where did this kid get so many senses? Shouldn't this level of comprehension of the Tao have been able to become a saint a long time ago? Yuan Shi faintly said. People have their own aspirations. It's only natural that fellow Daoist shepherd has other ideas. And it might be more comfortable to not be a saint. Lao Tzu said directly. You guys are jealous. Tonto. Genji. Lao Tzu smiled. Suddenly I feel something again. I'd better go back to the palace to drill the drill again. Having said that, the three pristine ones disappeared again. This slip. Countless more years of drilling. Purple heavenly palace. Hongjun frowned slightly. I am the way? Could it be that Makoto had already found the method to prove the way? Or is that a sneaky hint at something? You know that in today's flood, he then symbolizes the Tao. There must have been some deep meaning for Makoto to say these words. Hongjun thought. Once again in deep thought. The yellow springs of hell. The cries of injustice were deafening. The terrifying fury in Inchi spread all over the four fields. Extremely terrifying. A monk came here slowly from the flood. Look around. With a saddened face, he murmured. Elder honestly doesn't deceive me. This is the abyss. Chapter 83, The Collapsing River Styx. At the beginning of the flood, the Yellow Springs hell was extremely terrifying. As the fallen were all-powerful beings within the flood, they contained countless grievances and hostility, which the ordinary hellish brats could not suppress at all. Coupled with the fact that the system of the 10 temples of Hades had not yet matured, the stern ghosts of the Shura clan, relying on the old man of the river Styx, were always in the vicinity of the Yellow Springs devouring the wronged souls. The king of hell is afraid of the authority of the old man of the river Styx, so he can only turn a blind eye. That's why the Yellow Springs hell is exceptionally dangerous at the moment. Jizo Bodhisattva came here. With a sad face, he began to walk by the Yellow Springs. Countless unjust souls in the water all hissed and surged up when they saw the living people on the shore. Tearing, ranting, accusing, angry, trying his best to drag him into the Yellow Springs. Jizo folded his hands, and the 8 winds did not affect him in the slightest. Don't look at the fact that Earth Hidden lost to Makoto, but really it's just a matter of eating the experience. Looking around, Earthstore's true battle power was extremely strong even in the 3 realms. Walk among the evil spirits of the underworld who do not wish to be reincarnated. Jizo suddenly closed his eyes. His lips moved slightly as he silently recited the mantra of the past life. Namo Amitba Night. Do the Gadu Night. Dodi Yatra. Amrita Brahmi. Amrita Du. Siddhartha Brahmi. Amritaldo. Vigilandi. Amritaldo. Vigilandi. Gani Pati. Jagana. Hida Jali. With the scriptures present, behind the body of Jizo emanated multicolored Buddha light, and his chanting power was majestic. Under the Buddha's light, countless evil spirits that had lost their sanity began to stagnate, awaken, and free themselves in the incantation. The scriptures kept echoing. Dozens of days later, the countless grievous souls and ghosts listening to the scriptures in the Yellow Springs began to emanate white light from their bodies. The sins dissipate and the body gradually drifts into the 6 paths of rebirth. On their way out, the beings looked to Jizo with grateful eyes. May the Bodhisattvas transform the living beings. May the Bodhisattvas transform the living beings. May the Bodhisattvas transform the living beings. When Jizo saw that this was effective, a pleased smile spread across the corners of his mouth. So sit in place. Continue chanting. The only thing left in the air were the verses of the mantra of the past life flowing. The Yellow Springs began to quake. The 9 specters were also trembling. For the first time, the holy light of great merit and virtue penetrated the flood and shone in the hell. Old bald donkey, dare to ferry my clan. You seek death. A terrifying fury filled the entire netherworld. Old ancestor Styx rushed in from the underworld blood sea with a hideous face. Earlier he was in seclusion. Wake up when you realize something's wrong. Shocked to find that the Shura people had been mostly purified by the spell of the past life. He should know that this was his opportunity to prove himself as a saint, even though it failed. Jizo looked to Styx. Poverty-stricken monk Earthstore? I wish to ferry all living beings to get rid of the sea of bitterness. May the monks turn back to the shore as the sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Styx laughed furiously. I was born in the sea of blood, and that is the shore. If I am here, why should I turn back? After saying that, the boundless mana surged towards Earthstore. Jizo's face was expressionless, still meditating on the sutras of the past life. Hidden Buddha light protects his body around him. Bang! 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 The sea of blood exploded, raising monstrous waves of blood. Jizo was oblivious. It's still the same. Strong. Western religion is all about resistance to blows. Even if Styx was immortal, it still couldn't help Jizo. It makes you fight all the time. Next, countless unjust souls and clansmen of the Shura clan were purified and reborn under the spell of the past life. Yet more grievous souls and ghosts died in the flood and entered the hell one after another. There is no end to this cycle. 100 years later, while transmitting the souls of the wrongdoers, while enduring Styx's attack, even Earthstore Bodhisattva's face was vaguely sweaty. Finally, one day, he reopened his eyes, and a blank look passed over him. If you cross millions of people, you become a Buddha. Then why did he cross the 10,000-year-old ghosts, but still didn't become a Buddha? Take it a step further. Even if one becomes a Buddha, can one really transcend the endless ghosts and spirits of the underworld? If you can't be transformed, what's the use of becoming a Buddha? Jizo was beyond torn. Styx saw that Jizo was no longer reciting the mantra for the past life, but the excitement was so great that he was on the verge of tears. Please, Bodhisattva, stop chanting. Another 100 years of chanting and my people are dead. He's been fighting for hundreds of years, but he can't really fight. It's been 100 years. Half of the Shura clan was dead or injured, and it was miserable. It was the equivalent of his heart dripping blood. Jizo suddenly looked up, thinking back to the words of Makoto back then. The Buddhist texts say that Buddha is the face of all beings, which means that all beings are Buddha. If you really want to say how to become a Buddha, you travel the Sea of Bitterness and find that everyone in the Sea of Bitterness is a Buddha. It might mean that you yourself have already become a Buddha. Earthstore Bodhisattva finally showed a look of enlightenment, to ferry all the people of the world to become Buddhas. He himself is the true Buddha. Jizo then looked to Styx and smiled. Styx took a deep breath. There was an extremely bad feeling. What do you want? Calm down. Immediately after, only Jizo slowly soared up into midair on his knees. The left hand holds a lotus flower and the right hand gives fearlessness. The Buddha's light sword. It's like the Buddha taking an oath. May I, for as long as I can remember, respond to sentient beings suffering from sin, and set up wide-ranging convenience to bring about liberation. May I, from this day forward, be before the image of the pure lotus-eyed Rudra, but after 100 million kalpas, may all the hells in this world, and all the sinful and suffering beings in the three evil paths, vow to save them. Make them free from hell. May those who are as sinful and rewarding as these become all Buddhaholics and pure, and I will then become fully realized. The Jizo Sutra, which has been passed down in later generations, was officially released. At this point, Jizo formally set up his great wish. Only when all sentient beings are finished will we realize Bodhi. I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. When the words fall, heaven and earth quake. Countless meritorious holy lights came out from above the flood. All three worlds hear this, and Styx heard this, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He almost fainted on the spot. Chapter 84, The laws I comprehended are, on the sea of clouds in the endless sea. Makoto also heard the grand wish issued by Earthstore Bodhisattva, a smack in the face. Surprisingly, it actually worked. This also meant that from then on, a broken old Bodhisattva appeared next to the sea of underworld blood, idle all day long. Instead of preaching Buddhism in hell or on the Yellow Springs Road, he stayed on the Blood Sea every day, copying scriptures and reciting Buddha's name, and ferrying the ghosts and the Ashura clan. The poor old man of the river Styx also logically became a pair of old enemies with the king of the earth's Tibetans, and from then on lived a life without shame. Shepherd's Dust thought of this, sighing as well. How else to say that these Occidental guys hold grudges? After 100 years of beatings, you have to recite countless thousands of years of scripture on the other side's doorstep. Who's gonna be able to handle that? It's scary to think about, but it was a good thing for Makoto anyway. That way Styx wouldn't have anything to trouble him. As for the Kuanpung, forget it. Shut up and shut down. There's still 20,000 years left before my laws and God-slaying lance are almost there. Think about it. Then, Mu Dust began to cultivate with peace of mind. 20,000 years passed in a flash. The Tongarm monkey had also managed to break through to a great Luotian immortal during this period of time. With a feeling in his heart, he continued to travel out of the flood. The sea of clouds grew quieter and quieter. Aotian and Chi-Yan's arrival. The two quasi-saints sit in the town. The sea is even more, no one dares to make waves. A peace. This day, a sacred and terrifying pressure emanated from the sea of clouds, enveloping over 100,000 miles of sea. Immediately thereafter, the sea area continued to expand. This one was surprisingly wildly exponential. It instantly covered 1,000,000 miles around. Countless mountains and rivers, the sea and land, were instantly wrapped. Countless living beings raised their heads, their faces filled with awe and terror. Shepherd's Dust opened his eyes. exhaling gently on the sea of clouds' grand formation. The sea underneath his feet instantly set off countless waves, and the wind was so fierce that it was almost instantly going to wipe out the vast majority of the land. Shepherd Dust made another mental movement. Tranquility was restored to the sea in an instant. Have you finally broken through to Paragon? Shepherd Dust stood up, his long hair covering his shoulders, and his entire person carried a trace of an aura of the Great Dao that caused people to look up to him. There was a sense of relief in his eyes. As a character of the same era as Hongjun, now experiencing two major heaven and earth quantum robberies before arriving at the quasi-saint, it is reasonably speaking a bit spicy. However, Shepherd's Dust was different from the rest of the flood spirits. Having just crossed over as a mere ethereal spirit body, and later choosing the human race, neither his talent nor his background was on the same level as the rest of the living beings. Even the Gongfu practiced today was only a remnant of the Tai Shang Cheng Chi Dharma sect. However, just by my own efforts, go, step by step, one footstep at a time, I have come to this day. This is no less difficult than hitting the top 10 in the country in a kryptonite game without spending a dime. The satisfaction was extremely painful for him. Just then, a double whammy. Drop. Congratulations to the host on the end of 100,000 years of fishing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clay of all things, fusion to repair all supreme treasures. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You can randomly comprehend a law. The system is in the process of randomly selecting one. When Makoto heard this, his eyes lit up. It's going to get stronger. It was the laws that were the most powerful means of attack at the beginning of the flood. Shepherd's Dust kept meditating. God forbid. Give me the law of force of the great god Pangu. I give 10 years of my life for that luck. If you can't, 20 years will do. Wait a while. For the first time, Shepherd Dust felt the sensation of days being like years. Finally, only a drop was heard. Randomization complete. Congratulations to the host on Chapter 85, The Laws of the Five Elements. Dropping. Randomization complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 elemental laws. Makoto sighed first. What the heck? Not the law of force. Next moment. Another shock. And so on. The laws of the 5 elements seemed good too. Her Dust's eyes lit up. It was important to realize that there were a total of 3,000 laws in the chaos, which meant 3,000 great Dao gods and demons. However, all the divine and demonic masters of the first 10 laws were the most powerful existences in the flood. Among the top 10 laws, the first was undoubtedly Pangu's law of power. The rest are the laws of time, space, chaos, and so on. And this law of 5 elements was likewise one of the top 10 laws among all laws. The 5 elements Taoist, after all, was also a once famous existence in the flood. Phew, that'll work too. Shepherd's Dust thought about it. Although it wasn't as powerful as the law of force, law of space, it wasn't a loss to have gotten a top 10 5 elements law. Not to mention, maybe there's a chance for that later. Thinking of this, Muchen slightly sat on his knees, only feeling an extremely subtle sensation in the heavens and earth crazily surging into his mind. He frowned. This force is extremely powerful. Even when he looked at it from the Paragon realm today, he felt some fear. This was the power of the true 5 elements law. The 5 elements of life. Gold begets water. Water begets wood. Wood begets fire. Fire begets earth. And earth begets gold. Compatibility of the 5 elements. Gold over wood. Wood over earth. Earth over water. Water over fire. Fire over gold. Gold. Wood. Water. Fire and earth. The 5 elements are born together. Then contains the mystery of heaven and earth. With the passage of time, a majestic true fire rose violently, transforming into a swimming dragon that wrapped around Muchen's body. Immediately after that, in the distance, the drop of water origin that he had gifted to the Tong Arm Ape monkey unexpectedly flew directly back, transforming into a droplet of water that merged into the center of Muchen's brow. Water and fire intermingle with each other. Of the 5 elements, Shepherd's Dust had the deepest understanding of the 2 paths of water and fire. So at the moment, he has the most exaggerated boost for water and fire. It was even higher than the once 2 great ancestral witches Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. There was no need to think about it at all. And all the ground covered by the water in the sea was as if he had been there himself. When the mind moves, true fire comes out and can burn everything. Makoto's mind was completely immersed in the ocean of 5 elements. This realization is 3,000 years. 3,000 years later, Herd Dust opened his eyes, and his entire aura changed drastically once again. A gray shirt also turned black and white, and the long shirt floated in midair. Hunting. The face is also slightly altered. A taiji dot appeared in the center of his eyebrows, on which water and fire blended. and the entire person's aura was ethereal, blending into heaven and earth. Shepherd Dust took one step out of the sea of clouds, appeared over the waters. He scanned around briefly. It was discovered that everything contains the 5 elements, and that there is the principle of birth and death. Is this the power of the law? Shepherd Dust looked at the center of his hand and slightly clenched his fist. After all this time, the way he sees and feels about everything in the world today is very different from before. 3,000 years. He had actually only comprehended a small half of the 5 elemental laws, barely getting started. But the battle power was obviously much higher than that of a great Luoxian immortal, as well as when he had just arrived at the Paramount Sage. After all, this was one of the top 10 laws in chaos, and contained endless avenues. Only looking at the system's meaning, whether or not he could completely comprehend the full power of the 5 elemental laws, he would have to rely on himself to rely on time to close the door before he could do so. Think about it. Shepherd's Dust smiled instead. Finally, a little self-preservation. Early stage of quasi-saint, plus the introduction to the laws of 5 elements. Is he the first person under the saints in the flood? He broke into a leap of faith and wanted to find someone to try it on. At this point, the Tongbang monkey returned from the distance on a red cloud. Upon closer inspection, quite heavy injuries appeared on his body. Chapter 86, First time out of the gate in life. Master, I'm back. The Tongjia monkey came to the surface of the sea with an angry face on a daily basis. His body was drenched in blood, and his breath had become somewhat weak. Originally, he wanted to say something, but as a result, he looked at Makoto's appearance. Another blink. At this moment, Mu Chen's appearance and temperament seemed to have changed greatly, becoming more and more ethereal, as if he was merging with heaven and earth. This caused a sudden feeling of awe to arise again in the heart of the Tong-arm monkey. Could it be that the master had come to a new realization as he traveled farther and farther along the path of sainthood? Shepherd Dust glanced at Tom Arms. A slight frown. 10. What's going on? Now that the Tong-arm monkey was already a great power at the level of the great Luoxian immortal, just the physical body alone was already extremely terrifying. But the injuries on his body at the moment had obviously gone through a vicious battle, and in the entire floodplain, he should know all the ones who can beat the Tong-arm monkey. When the Tong-yi monkey heard his master take the initiative to ask, he gritted his teeth. Master, it was that Kuan Pang, taking advantage of the fact that I was out in seclusion to actually strike and sneak up on me. Fortunately, with Red Cloud, I escaped death several times, and that's how I ran back. By the looks of that, it's to capture me alive to threaten Master. Shepherd's Dust heard these words. A look of realization came over him. This made sense, as a quasi-saint Kuan Pang was still able to deal with Little Ten. Think about it. With another sympathetic look on his face, Mac Dust gave the Tong-arm ape monkey another glance. Actually, the Tongan monkey is really considered strong. Inherited most of his mastery. Looking at the entire floodplain was definitely among the super experts. Yet following himself, every time he meets an enemy who happens to be a level above him, so it just seems like he's getting beat up every day. To this, Makoto couldn't help but sigh as well. The words are serious. Little Ten you have to know that it takes a beating within a beating to become a monkey within a monkey. And if you want to become a paramount sage, it's actually a good thing to take more beatings. Master, I know. Please pass on my powerful divine abilities again. And when I cultivate into a paragon I'll go and take revenge myself. The Tongjia monkey said with an unusual backbone. No need. Go now. Shepherd Dust commanded. The Tong-arm monkey exuded a difficult look. Now. But master, I can't beat that guy. Shepherd Dust smiled confidently. This time for the master to accompany you. Hurt my disciple twice, as a master should always do something to show. Upon hearing this, the Tongjia monkey thought that he had heard wrongly. Master is going to come out himself? For as long as he could remember, it seemed that Master's essence had never taken a step out of the sea of clouds. It's just a diversion to go out on weekdays when there's something going on. If memory serves, this is Master's first time out? The Tongjia monkey's eyes reddened at the thought. The master must be doing it for himself, so he was willing to come out of the gate. What can he do? Master, don't go. Just rest in peace. No, I'm going. You don't worry about the disciple. The disciple will avenge himself later. No, I'm going. Master. Asterisk 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 off. I'm ing going out. With a slap, Makoto slapped him inside the sea of clouds to heal his wounds. It's so hard to quasi-saint yourself. Comprehending the laws again. Was gleefully preparing to go out for the first time in my life and put on a show. And you're telling me not to go out? No way. Shepherd Dust's mind moved. It then appeared on top of the land outside the cloud sea formation. At the same time, no longer deliberately suppressing his breath, with a hint of paragon aura flowing out. Rumble. Miles of white clouds began to fall apart. The earth shook. The long river flows backwards. There were frequent visions around the body. The 3 flowers are gathered together. The 5 chi are facing each other. Another terrifying shadow manifested behind Mu Chen's head, containing the aura of the Great Dao. This time, there was no doubt about the true paraclete. Shepherd Dust took a deep breath, looked out over the land. A different feeling was born. It's not like being in your own territory. This was the first time he had stepped out of the sea of clouds in his true form since the initial calamity of the dragon Han. Is this what it's like to be in control of thunder and lightning? Ah shucks. The feeling of freedom? Chapter 87, The Battle of the Kuanpun. Take that subtle discomfort away. Mu Dust then slightly closed his eyes and perceived the heaven and earth. Ever since he had comprehended the 5 elemental laws, the sense of heaven and earth was countless thousands of times stronger for Makoto. In an instant, the divine sense spread for an unknown number of thousands of miles. Wherever the 5 elements existed, Makoto could reach them. The Koanpang was a demonic beast created by heaven and earth, and its strength was incomparably powerful. Treat this enemy. Shepherd Dust was holding the intention of certain death. In the meantime, he also wanted to find an opponent to hone his understanding of the 5 elements laws. Thinking about it, it was this Koanpang fellow who was the most suitable as a chaperone, and the dangers involved were naturally pondered by Mu Chen. But now the great calamity of sealing the gods has not yet arrived. The forces of the various religions of the flood were developing peacefully. There wasn't any major heaven and earth catastrophe, and it could be described as a vacuum in the flood. Paramount saints can still slip outside quietly. Just don't get too high profile and attract the attention and hostility of the saints. And because of that, Shepherd Dust came out, still wearing the heaven-defying cloak on his body to conceal the heavenly chance. Pack up the kunai and sneak back in quietly. Shouldn't be much. A few days later, Mu Chen opened his eyes, and a trace of essence flashed through his eyes. Found it. Next moment, Shepherd's Dust utilized the shrinking ground divine ability, and one step was 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, rushing straight toward the more southern part of the country. In the extreme south there is a Dead Sea that stretches for millions of miles. It is claimed to be connected to hell. Koanpang then transformed into a pale man with a hawkish nose, hiding on his knees in the deepest part of the seabed. Originally it was recuperating in the underworld Blood Sea. However, since the arrival of that old Bodhisattva, Earth's Store King, you can't even kill him, and you have to listen to him recite the sutra every day. Watching Styx live and die daily, the Koanpang then left the underworld Blood Sea with the utmost sense of humor and began to cultivate at the bottom of this sea. Decades ago, he found an opportunity to go forward and sneak attack the great Luo Xianxian realm's Tong-Arm monkey. As a result, who would have thought that the speed of the first red cloud on that day on Earth was too fast, and in the end, it even let it escape. The angry kunai then rejoined. Always be ready for the next moment. Nowadays, all the attention of the 3 realms and the heavenly court was on the human race and the divine continent, and they didn't have the energy to care about him. As for that Mu Chen, he was at most a quasi-saint, and he was no match for him in a head-on battle. Think about it. A scowl passed through the Koanpang's eyes as he muttered, "Macchen, you wait. Although Styx can't, when Kong Xian comes out of the gate, the 2 of us will still be able to kill you together." Just then, a faint cold laugh resounded from the sea. Waiting for who to come out? The kunai was shocked. This place was set up by him with a great heaven and earth formation at the level of a quasi-saint. Existences as strong as the Dao Lord level couldn't possibly discover him, not to mention hearing his whispers directly. Yet the next moment, an even more horrifying scene appeared. The seawater surrounding him unexpectedly began to automatically disperse to the sides, not under any of his control. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, he was exposed to heaven and earth. The seawater on both sides was as if it had been cut by a knife. Incredibly smooth. With that, Koanpang saw the figure in midair. The man's black and white robes floated in the wind. His hands were behind his back. There was a wisp of vermilion in a taiji pattern on his brow, and his slender body stood in the air with an immortal aura. Makoto. The kunai's face twisted. A furious fury and hostile aura surged out. He's with Shepherd's Dust. That was a grudge that had been made since the time of Hongjun's purple heavenly palace. In the present day it is even more almost a deadly enmity. However, he hadn't expected that the other party would dare to appear in front of him single-handedly. How dare you come to seek death? Shepherd Dust put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Dare to injure my disciple? Naturally I've come to take your bird's life." Words. The kunai couldn't help but laugh. above the paramount saints. The gap between each small realm was heavenly, like a chasm. He had long been a peak paragon existence, and although the other party's aura was a bit odd, his realm was only at the early stage of paramount sainthood. In comparison, the combat power is not even in the same league. Now that Makoto took the initiative to come to him, it really saved him a lot of things. A mere early stage quasi-saint Anoli. How dare you come to provoke my father? Since you seek death, then I will fulfill you. As the words fell, the Koan Peng's entire figure rushed up into the sky. Yet the next moment, Mu Dust extended his right hand downward and faintly said, "Roll." Moment. The seawater on both sides, which was higher than the sky, turned into a terrifying force, condensing into countless 10,000-foot giant hands that simultaneously slapped down on their heads. Bang! 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 The Koan Peng was unresponsive, and his entire humanoid body was instantly smashed back to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 88, The Five Elements' First Show of Strength. The Power of the Law? As strong as Koan Peng, he was also briefly disoriented. A look of disbelief then spread across his face. Under the impact of the seawater just now, he had actually felt a trace of the power of law. Impossible. How can you possess the power of laws when you're just an early-stage paragon saint? The kunai growled, storming up again. At the same time, the entire body rose against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was countless tens of thousands of feet. If the Jade Emperor himself was present, then he could admit his failure. However, it couldn't stand the fact that today's Makoto was even stronger than itself as well. Even he had only comprehended the law of extreme speed. Shepherd's Dust had a bland look on his face. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand outstretched, light flowed from his brow. Come on! The words fell. Deep down the seabed exploded. Rocks broke open, and a huge seed slowly blossomed from it. One of the branches and vines began to reach out, followed by the evolution of countless tree vines. This scene contained infinite vitality. They rushed towards the sky, instantly entangling the Koan Peng's huge body in death, preventing it from breaking through the clouds. Koan Peng only felt his body stagnate. He looked up and was enraged. A tiny twig, and you presume to try to bind my body? Get out! A shout. Endless mana surged out. The densely packed giant tree vines exploded like firecrackers igniting. However, something weird happened. The branches and vines that had just shattered but seemed to be endless, had just disappeared and repaired themselves again, becoming intact. Stalemate. Those tree vines seemed to be immortal and could not be eliminated at all. And with each repair, the vines grew thicker. In the end, as strong as the Koan Peng, he was only bound in mid-air, unable to move. What the hell is this? Koan Peng was furious. His essence was at the heaven and earth supreme level, and as a result, he was bound by vines, which was really incomprehensible. Shepherd's Dust was pondering, and his heart was also a bit surprised. The power of the law exceeded his imagination. Originally, according to his strength at the early stage of the quasi-saint stage, the chance of winning against Koan Peng was extremely small. However, according to the principle that water can produce wood in the five elements, at the moment, the vines not only represented the power of wood, but also possessed the power of the infinite sea. Water to soft after the most rigid. Strong as the Koan Peng cannot break free. That's the law. For a moment, Muchin seemed to have gained a lot more clarity about the rules of heaven and earth of the entire floodplain. Die. Unable to break free, Koan Peng simply opened his mouth violently. All the vitality within a million miles radius was all sucked into the Koan Peng's mouth. It then merged into a purple orb that was compressed to the extreme, spinning non-stop, and a palpitating flavor of destruction came directly from it. This, Nima, tailed beast jade? Shepherd's Dust blurted out. The next moment even shook his head. No, 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 the picture is off. This is a flood. So the body flashed and instantly fell into the water. Next moment, the countless large mountains behind him instantly flew into ashes and were bombarded with no dregs left. Powerful shockwaves kept blasting out from the Koan Peng's mouth. A pillar of purple light kept flashing out, only to see that the boundless oceans were blown out with countless huge holes. The waves were horrifying. Shepherd Dust kept flickering amidst the seawater, slurping and smacking his lips. Asterisk is ing horrible. If it weren't for the fact that I'm extremely fast in the water, I might have really been blasted to death. I don't know how long it's been. Shepherd's Dust re-entered the high altitude, being beaten out of real fire. He cursed. Let's see me stew you today. The words fell. Hands make the five elements seal. The multicolored rays of light came out in unison. Then, the light in the palm of his right hand rose, and the entire sky was wrapped in a fiery red-hot aura. Great Sun Golden Flame. Mu Chen blasted his hands forward at the same time. A golden fire that was enough to burn the heaven, earth, and sea erupted from his hand. It's like a waterfall. It smashed straight on top of the Kuan Peng's purple shockwave. Boom! The sea of clouds dissipated in unison. The earth in a radius of tens of thousands of miles exploded together, cracks spreading crazily in all directions like a spider web. It's like the sky is falling. Chapter 89, A Saint's Strength. Rumble. The two terrifying shockwaves collided in mid-air, and the mighty aftermath emanating from them alone destroyed all the surrounding landscapes. Half a dozen times, Machen's Great Sun Golden Flame had the upper hand, and rightfully so. The Great Sun Golden Flame is known as the oldest ancestor of the 5 elements of fire, and is the elemental spirit of fire that was born at the beginning of the chaos. It was countless times stronger than the so-called Samadhi flame. Now that Mu Chen's comprehension of the 5 elements of fire was extremely high, he was naturally able to execute it. Die for me! Mu Dust's hands came out in unison and he bellowed. Super Turtle Qigong. Bah! The Great Sun Golden Flame instantly doubled. The terrifying golden flame engulfed the Kuan Peng's tailed beast cannon, and then covered the Kuan Peng's body. Boom! Endless flames blinked to cover the entirety of the Kuan Peng's body, boiling and burning. The Kuan Peng let out an extremely angry and miserable scream. It was as if that horrible feeling was going to melt him completely. Subconsciously, his wings shook. It was about to cast the law of extreme speed to escape from here. One must know that the Kuan Peng's true natural aptitude was extreme speed. A single lift of the wings was 108,000 miles. Undoubtedly the fastest divine beast in heaven and earth. If he was allowed to rush up into the clouds, it would be difficult for anyone to catch up. Mu Dust's face was expressionless. The hands made a drawing in the void and lightly spat out a word. Bind. The vines that were already wrapped around the Kuan Peng's body spread once again, and immediately fused with the Great Sun Golden Flame on the Kuan Peng's body, binding it to death and preventing it from flying away. Shepherd's dust didn't stop. The raging flames continued to evaporate. Fire chains bound it, preventing it from escaping. Ironically, I want to fire steam the kunai in the ocean. From a distance, it was like a cauldron in the center of the sea, in which the Kuan Peng was deadlocked and burned with fire. It just so happens, this scene was seen by several cultivators who had come here to check out the situation, and they were scared out of their wits. And so there was a rumor in later times. There is a fish in the north. Its name is Kuan, and Kuan is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. Time passes by. All of the mana in Mu Chen's body was being consumed at an exaggerated level. After all, his comprehension of the 5 elemental laws wasn't that deep yet, so it was extremely depleting. Finally, I don't know how long it took, but as a charred odor of some sort of meat being cooked came from the area, Mu Dust sniffed it and stopped his attack. The fire chains spread out. The kunai fell into the sea, splashing the waves. Mu Dust looked and found that the Kuan Peng still had some consciousness left, only that it was no longer able to resist, and was lying quietly on the surface of the sea. Done. Shepherd's Dust clapped his hands. Prepare the meat. Kuan Peng meat. It seems that no one has really eaten it before. It's exciting to think about it. Although this was the first Kuan Peng in heaven and earth, and possessed great merits on his body, but it wasn't like Mu Chen relied on merits to become a saint, so he was afraid of nothing. At the same time, a fluttering feeling rose in his heart. Lit. As strong as a giant ping bird. A peak paragon sage existence. Surprisingly, he was ed over. Although he had expended most of his stamina at this point, he was still extraordinarily swollen. Kunlun is not even a match for me. Who else in the flood is worth pretending to be my grandson? The moment. There were only 6 words in Mu Dust's heart. Who else? Stand out. It seems that the heart is sincere. Next moment. Sacred and ethereal breath landed over the South China Sea. A white-haired old man with an indifferent and high-cooled aura fell from the sky. He looked at the fainted kunai with a slight glare. A look of surprise then flowed out. Little fellow Taoist Macchen, you've actually comprehended the 5 elemental laws? Well, Shepherd Dust looked at this person. Scalp numbness. Asterisk. Surprisingly, it's the first Heavenly Father. I wonder how he knows himself. At this moment, Mu Chen simply didn't know that the 3 clearings had long since discovered the matter of him listening to the 3 teachings Upanishads, much less how long he had been observed. Yuan Shi turned his head to look at the battlefield, revealing a hint of appreciation. This Great Sun Golden Flame of the 5 elements didn't expect to be used by you, and even I'm a bit impressed by this power. Having said that, a flick of the wrist, the golden flames still burning on the sea of fire were gone in an instant. Ha! This firmwood containing the 5 elements born from the 5 elements method is also a great creation. Having said that, another point in the void. Those countless vines began to shrink, as if turning back time, instantly turning into a young seed. Watch this scene. Shepherd's dust was confused. What's going on? What Yuanshir was doing at the moment was like a person who kept praising him for being great and then hanging him up and hammering him while doing so. Is it unplayable? The moment Shepherd's dust finally understood that maxim again. All under the saints are mole crickets. Regardless of whether you were a Dao Lord or a paramount saint, you could still only stay honest in front of a true saint. Saints, they really are invincible in the floodplains. Ever since the 5 elements Taoist fell from the ancient times, there has never been a sight of an existence that has comprehended the 5 elements laws. Genji said, "You're very good." Shepherd's dust smiled harder than he cried. "I wonder what the saint is here for." The first heavenly father smiled faintly. Kuanping hands have the demon emperor Jun the treasure of the river map Luo book. This magic treasure is related to the prosperity of the human race. I have come to take it, and in the meantime, ferry it. I wonder, little fellow Taoist Shepherd Dust would be willing to raise your hand and leave a favor? This, Shepherd's Dust fell into deep thought. Less than a moment. Then, Mu Chen left the underworld sea and honestly went home. At the same time there was a rather regretful sigh. Knives and forks are ready. As a result, the sumptuous dinner was taken by Genji. But it can't be helped. Who called the others saints? And this move was also for the human race. And as the human race's ancestor, Shepherd Dust shouldn't have said anything in reason. Just after this, Makoto instantly realized a truth. Sanctification. It's still a matter of meticulously developing. Think about it. Mu Chen then flew towards the endless sea. Chapter 90 Recognizing the Qingping Sword. Shepherd Dust returned to the endless sea. The Tongjia monkey had already waited for a long time and hurriedly came over. "Master, what happened to that Kuanping old man?" In his eyes, his master was at the level of a saint, so naturally he didn't need to worry about him. Shepherd's Dust's dry face did not turn red. That Kuanping had already been almost roasted by me with the true fire. Only when I was finally ready to settle it, the first heavenly father came over to plead for mercy, saying that Kuanping had great fortune and could not be easily beheaded. So I let it go for the sake of old Yuan. The Tongjia monkey was surprised again. The first heavenly father came to plead for mercy. What a face and strength that must be. At that moment, a steady stream of admiration for Mu Chen flowed out again. For the teacher out once, to be closed. You and your own look at it. Remember to have time to take care of your Hoi and Kwa father 2 brothers. Shepherd Dust commanded. Their cultivation is still shallow, and they are now traveling in the flood. So don't let them die. Yes, the Tongyi monkey led the order, and then went directly to seek the location of Hoi and Kwafu. Watching 10 leave, Mu Chen then sat down on the 12-pin red lotus beside the small pool of water. A lazy stretch. Hey, it's better to be comfortable in your own home. Immediately afterward, Mu Chen began to take out the body and hilt of the Qingping sword. Another thought. The everything clay gifted by the system appeared in midair. Some years ago, for the sake of the laws, he had forgotten about this innate treasure. However, in fact, the real Qingping sword was also extremely terrifying. It is with the Tai duster, the 3 jewels of the jade Rui as the symbol of Tai, jade, on the 3 Qing, the explication, the interception, the 3 religions of the same origin. The sword is 3 feet, 6 inches and 5 minutes long. The body of the sword and the scabbard are all soapy black, with a green lotus flower overlaying it. It was even transformed by the lotus leaf of the 36 pure green lotus. One of the 3 great innate spiritual treasures of merit and virtue. Shepherd's Dust slightly extended his hand. The body and hilt of the Qingping sword then slowly fused together. This was followed by carefully covering the broken joint between the two with the clay of all things. See only. A powerful green aura shot up from the real Qingping sword and poured into the sea of clouds. And the entire sea of clouds turned a horrifying black color, in which thunder and lightning intersected. Immediately afterward, an unparalleled terrifying might filled the air from the sky and covered the surrounding sea. The originally tranquil sea began to roll and roar, blowing up layers of horrifying waves. Countless living beings were awakened from the sea or caves, and looked at the sky with awe. In particular, the true dragon and Shilin clans were already extremely sensitive to the aura of heaven and earth. At this moment, when they felt this fury, they all turned pale and frightened. What is this? It's horrible. No, hide or you'll die. What a terrifying aura. This is the Qingping sword. Aotian and Shi Yan appeared in midair at the same time, their faces grave. Back then, The devil ancestor Luo slaughtered the living beings of the 3 tribes and used the deicide lance. However, the aura of this sword was surprisingly not on par with the God-Slayer gun. Yet this was said to be a saint's magic treasure. How could it now appear beside its owner? They looked at each other and flew towards the sky. The moment. Makoto's eyes also widened. What a strong aura. That aura directly covered his entire body. If you are a little careless with your mind, you will be lost to the great power. Shepherd's dust slurped twice, using the power of the 5 elements to make a seal on the sword to seal the breath. Subsequently, after spending a little effort, he recognized his master with the Qingping sword. If it wasn't for battle, this sword would be no different from an ordinary magic treasure. Unless the seal was unsealed, it would display a terrifying might. Looking at the Qingping sword, Makoto fell into a new contemplation. This sword seems to be the weapon of Lord Tongtian. He had somehow gotten it from the system himself. So did the Qingping sword from the Tongtian godfather disappear? Or did it still exist? If it still exists, wouldn't that make 2? How should I explain myself if Tongtian found out later? For a while, Mu Chen did not speak. Just then, Aotian and Qi Yen came onto the sea of clouds and said respectfully at the same time, Master. Then looking at the Qingping sword in Mu Chen's hand, he subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. Shepherd Dust smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's already recognized. Chapter 91, a terrifying Dharma door that fuses multiple laws to prove the way? Kirin and Aotian were originally extremely worried, but it was a relief to hear that. Although the Qingping sword is full of fury, and even easily backfires on the host, but the master is clearly speaking in such a way that he has a plan. The 2 men looked at each other, at the same time said, Congratulations to master for accepting the innate merit spiritual treasure. The Qingping sword is the weapon of the saint. Now the master can get more strength after getting it. Naturally deserves to be happy. N. Shepherd's Dust was not overly happy. Under the saints is indeed awesome, but after reaching the saints, the power of the Qingping sword was not as great as that of the laws. Dropping. Detected the Qingping sword recognizing its owner. Please choose the host. 1. Fishing for 2 yuan years. Continue to comprehend the power of the 5 elements of the laws. After comprehending them thoroughly, you can obtain the remnants of the ancient 3,000 laws of proof Dharma scrolls, the complete version of which can be fused with many kinds of laws of proof Dharma. 2. Demonstrate quasi-saintly strength. Use the Qingping sword as well as the 5 elemental laws to sweep across the floodplains, and dominate the vacuum period in the witch demon cataclysm and the god feudal cataclysm, which can obtain most of the heavenly fortune. And in the future, there are chances of replacing Hongjun to be the number 1 person in heavenly ways. Makoto's eyelids jumped. The system's reward is a bit big this time. To know that in the middle of the flood, 1 session equals 30 campaigns equals 10, 800 years. $1 equals 12 sessions equals 129,600 years. And binary. That is. Shepherd's Dust stretched out his fingers in silence for a moment. It's almost like many years. Shepherd Dust stroked his chin and began to ponder. After a moment's thought he had his answer. Although the second option allows you to gain heavenly chi and a chance to replace Hongjun. However, Hongjun couldn't beat the heavenly Dao either. As a traverser, Mu Chen's last thought was inevitably to become an unrestrained existence, or even to break through the heavenly Dao. So second straight pass. After becoming a quasi-saint, the most important thing to study was how to become a saint. He doesn't even have the complete method of becoming a saint. And the first option could directly obtain the law-proof Dharma sect, which was undoubtedly what the current him needed the most. Pick 1. Makoto made up his mind. Then it closed off the endless sea with a great formation. Continue the retreat. After the great witch demon catastrophe, it was only a few 100,000 years that had passed for Makoto. And this was but a drop in the bucket for the flood, especially since there was still an extremely long period of time before the god-sealing cataclysm. The heavenly court is laying out in the human race, growing in strength. The hierarchy, the interceptor sect, and the human sect, too, have been slowly collecting disciples. Amidst the passage of time, the endless sea of Makedust was extraordinarily peaceful. Arriving at the Paragon, his sea had expanded to more than 1,000,000 miles. However, due to the presence of the true dragon and the Kirin, this place has become a forbidden land that is inaccessible to all but those who have lived here since the very beginning. All at once it seemed spacious. The true dragons and Shilin began to disperse on their respective islands, and as they multiplied, an invisible chi fortune wrapped around the place. It looks like a wonderland from the inside. From the outside there is no end in sight. And during this longest fishing session, Mu Chen then concentrated on comprehending the mysteries of the 5 elements laws. He was looking forward to whether or not he would have the opportunity to continue comprehending other laws if he obtained the law fusion Dharmagate rewarded by the system. The flood was as strong as the 3,000 great Dao gods and demons, all of whom had only comprehended one type of Upanishad each. Then, in case he had multiple laws in his body at that time, wouldn't he be another generation of long Aotian-style cross-border hacking geniuses? Think about it. Makoto couldn't even help but laugh out loud. Just then, a careful voice came from beyond the clouds. May I ask, is Senior Shepherd Dust here? Chapter 92 Many Treasures. Shepherd's Dust opened his eyes. Feeling the aura, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes instead. Taoist duo Bo? But what is he doing here? 80% of it has to do with Buddhism. Shepherd's Dust directly said. No. Allowing Earthstore to reside permanently in his residence would have offended the two saints of the West. Receiving Bodhi, before his strength reached saints. He didn't want to continue to have any entanglements with it now. What if the two guys don't want to take the lead and abduct themselves? Taoist duo Bao froze when he heard the words. Didn't we talk? Not again? So is it in or out? A few moments later, Taoist duo Bao realized. Senior Shepherd Dust has delved deeply into the Western sect. It's definitely Zen, meaning presumably that the time is not right. Thinking about it, duo respected. Then I'll come back and visit some other time. As Shepherd Dust watched Taoist duo Bo leave, she was also stunned. I didn't realize this guy was pretty good at fooling around, but it's fine. It doesn't stop you from fishing the sky and the air. Just keep fishing. Results Day 2. Taoist duo Bao is here again. May I ask if Senior Makoto is here? Not at all. Shepherd Dust closed his eyes. Day 3. May I ask if Senior Shepherd Dust is here today? No. Makoto rolled his eyes. Day 4. Day 5. Day 6. May I ask if Senior Makoto is here? Shepherd's Dust was speechless. He could finally realize why Duo Bao would run to the Western sect later on. It's ing living and breathing like the old man of the Western religion. A living bore. To make him recite the scriptures, stones would be ferried. Not bad for a future Rudraksh. At this point, the system voice rang out. Dropping. The insistent inquiry of Taoist duo Bao has been detected. Please host choose. 1. Invite Taoist duo Bao to enter the Cloud Sea formation, and after solving the puzzle, it will allow the Cloud Sea formation to be upgraded again, and the saints won't be able to force their way in for a short period of time, except for Dao ancestor Hongjun. 2. Refusal. No karma about doppelganger. No rewards. Shepherd's Dust thought about it. Forget it. Let him come in, since he's so insistent. This reward for upgrading the Cloud Sea Grand Formation was also too tempting. After the upgrade, the three purities wouldn't be able to enter his dojo without a sound, which was really quite a lot of peace of mind. Makoto's voice came out from the sea of clouds. Come in. Taoist duo Bao's eyes lit up. Finally the time had come, and all of a sudden he bumbled his way into the sea of clouds. Seeing Makshin, who was sitting cross-legged on the 12-point red lotus, at once he bent over. Greetings, Senior Mu-chin. He had witnessed the scene of Mu-chin debating with Earthstore back then, and was incomparably worshipful. Coupled with the fact that he had learned from his master that Makoto was the being who had refused the invitation of the Dao ancestor back then, he worshipped it even more. A figure from the same period as Dao ancestor from the ancient times. That cultivation was bound to pass through the heavens and was bound to be able to answer his question. Shepherd Dust also glanced at the little fatty in front of him. It feels like this guy has gained weight again. He had seen it once when he went to Panglai Island there to listen to Tongtian's preaching, and it wasn't as fat as it is now. Is a fat man fit to be a monk? I wonder why you came to me 3 times. Taoist duo Bao faced Makoto. Breaking the ice just felt like pressure. Little Dao has learned that Senior has a very deep understanding of the mysteries of Buddhism and Taoism, and is good at enlightening the living beings. So I've come here to ask Senior Mu Dust to clear up his confusion. Shepherd's Dust nodded. So tell me. Taoist duo Bao's face was complicated. Then he sighed. To tell you the truth, when Earthstore Bodhisattva came to the Floodlands back then, I stopped him once. And that time he recruited me into the Western sect. And after that, every time I practiced a dream was born in my mind. And even the 2 saints, guiding and Quasi-T, manifested in it, calling me to go to the West, where I could become a Buddha on the ground. Duo Bao's face showed a hesitant and torn look. This is just too bizarre. I don't dare to tell my master. So I've come to ask Senior how I should choose. Hear that? Shepherd's Dust came to a sudden realization, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Paraclete receiver. Starting to lay out. Chapter 93. In the future, during the Great Seal of the Gods. On the surface, it was the Interceptor sect that suffered a great defeat, and it was the lineage of the first heavenly father that won a great victory. But it's actually the Western religion that's smothering it. He robbed the 3,000 disciples of the intercepting church to become 3,000 Buddhas, and then took the 4 disciples of the Hierophant church to become Western bodhisattvas. For example, the Guanyin Bodhisattva, who is the most familiar to all of us, is one of them, and that's exactly why the later Western religion was transformed into Buddhism, which eventually managed to grow and reach a point where it could compete with Taoism. Even at the time of the journey to the West, there was already the beginnings of the Buddha's steady suppression of Taoism. It could be said that Taoist Duo Bao was the most important part of it. Think about it. Mu Dust also couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. That's why the most terrifying thing about the flood is the saints. Everything that happens is in the calculations of the saints. Shepherd Dust thought carefully about what had happened over the years. It was discovered that the original target of the paramount receiver was actually himself. In their view, they are the ones who are best suited to go to the West to become Buddhas. He even went so far as to send such a powerful and coaxing figure as the Earth Store King to fool himself. However, who thought met him such an unorthodox king of the flood of flubs? Even Nuwa was lulled into sainthood by him, so it was inevitable that Jizo would fail. However, they didn't give up yet, so they targeted Taoist Duo Bao, and it was all carefully laid out. And the 3 Qing to raise the superiority of countless millions of years. In this kind of game, calculation is worse than a line of the junti to take the lead. Shepherd Dust couldn't help but secretly nod his head as he thought of this. But then the question arises, what should I do with myself? Was he going to tell the other party not to go, and then tell the Tontian sect leader to sabotage the Western Two Saints scheme? If we did, that Zhuanti Guanyin won't have the face to come here specifically to get himself killed, right? Thinking of the horror of the Western sect, a cold shiver hit Mu Chen. Can't do it. Monks are most capable of holding grudges. This can be seen by the fact that the Earth Store King specifically catches the Stygian old man's clan chanting. One claimed that the sea of blood is not empty and the river Styx is not dead. As a result, the other simply, hell is not over until it's over. That's too scary. If 2 old monks were chanting by their sea of clouds, don't dare to think about it. Don't dare to think about it. But straight to the West for Doppel? But one doesn't have a good feeling about Westernism. Also, disrupting the heavenly order and changing the process might be punished in some way. Shepherd's Dust thought about it, thinking it's best since we're not doing anything. Then simply pretend. Shepherd's Dust was sitting upright, staring into Taoist Duo Bao's eyes. He solemnly said, as the saying goes, if you think about it in the day, you dream about it at night. Do you dare say you haven't thought about it? Taoist Duo Bao was instantly frightened. The face was pale. Shepherd's Dust took a look. Is it hard for this little fatty to really think of defecting? Since you're not willing to spill your heart, then you can go back. Shepherd Dust made a big move. Duo Bao Dao's face changed, and the person said in a hurry, there really isn't. There really isn't. It's just that Master hates the Western sect the most, and ever since Earth Store Bodhisattva spoke out about it, I've been worried about it being known. And over again, I don't know why the obsession in my heart has gotten stronger. Shepherd Dust faintly enjoined, knowing that this is probably whatever the Western religion is up to, then slowly said, do you know what it means to be unpredictable in the will of heaven? Duo nodded. Another quick shake of the head. Senior Shepherd Dust's cultivation and insights were all through the heavens, so how could he dare to say that he didn't know about heaven's will? Shepherd Dust smiled with satisfaction and dryly coughed twice and said, as the saying goes, all must come when it is meant to be, and none is meant to be, all is where chance lies, and the will of heaven cannot be changed. Since this thing is out of your control whether it happens or not, what do you need to dwell on? The corners of Mu Dust's mouth curled slightly. Besides, do you really think that Sage Tontian is an idiot? These words, it seems to make sense, and frankly it's just some bull asterisk. You love to go or not? What's wrong with eating and drinking in peace? But it seems that these guys in the flood eat it up. For example, Duo Bao is now a face of awakening. It's all damn near sainthood almost. Doppel thought to himself. Yeah, his own master was only one of the most powerful saints in this heaven and earth now. Does he really not know the source of this thing at all? Since the master knew but didn't say anything, wouldn't one's own sneaking around make it clear that he was harboring a secret agenda? Thinking about this, Taoist Duo Bao broke out in a cold sweat. Make up your mind not to think about it anymore. An immense amount of gratitude followed. Many thanks to Senior Shepherd Dust for clearing up the confusion in my mind in just a few words. Here are some small gifts. No honor. Having said that, 7 or 8 golden lightenate spiritual treasures and later heavenly treasures or whatever, were piled up on the ground like a small mountain pile. Then he whisked his sleeve away, lightly without taking a cloud with him. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene, but it was wide-eyed. In all his years of fishing, he had never fished this much at once. A mere great luo golden immortal. Waving his hand is so many treasures? Doppel. I can't believe that's what it means. Chapter 94, The Annoying Duo Bao. A wave of the big sleeve. Shepherd Dust then put it into his sleeve. These Hotian supreme treasures and innate spiritual treasures were not recognized by Mu Chen. That means it's some guy who was mediocre within his class. Now that Mu Chen possessed a magic treasure like the green ping sword, he naturally looked at it and casually collected it. Dropping. For Duo Bao's solution. The Cloud Sea formation has been upgraded again. All saints except Hongjun are unable to force their way through it in a short period of time. One time, the sea of clouds rolled over. The aura of countless terrifying sealing boundaries was generated in the millions of miles of sea. All the living beings were first shocked. Afterward, he looked towards the sea of clouds that was where Mu Chen was, and then lazily withdrew his gaze again. It can't be helped. It's just habit. With the Qingping sword and the breakthrough, the tension was long gone. Wait until the sealing boundary around the cloud and sea grand formation is formed. Shepherd's Dust felt it for a while. It was indeed much stronger, and he couldn't help but nod. It doesn't feel like there's anything left to do next. So set your sights on Earth. Discover the passing of the age of the three emperors. The first Heavenly Father gifted the book of He Tu Luo to Fuxi, who had already become a quasi-saint of the Fire Cloud Cave. Fuxi passed it on to Regulus, who is now the rightful emperor, and the human race flourished. After the three kings, it is the era of the five emperors. The human race in this era, hey, Shepherd Dust, who had experienced countless great calamities, really couldn't look on, so he withdrew his gaze. In addition, he found a problem. The flow of time in the floodlands was different from the divine continent. Flood time is going to be faster. The time on Earth, however, appeared extremely slow in the eyes of the flood cultivators and Mu Dust. A moment later he figured out that this should be the means that Sage Hongjun used to protect the human race. After all, they, the great powers of the flood period, closed and opened their eyes for countless years. What if you close your eyes for a retreat 1 second and then open your eyes the next and the time pops up to 2020 all of a sudden? And after setting up a different time flow rate, so that they shut down for a few sessions, but still only 100,000 years have passed on Earth. Go on with the retreat. As Makoto said that, he slowly closed his eyes. Day 2. Toist Duo Bao is here again. Hurriedly, Elder. In the dream, the two of them, Juinti Jian, went so far as to say that they want me to rule the Western sect, to become the new leader under them. Mu Dust was filled with black lines. The two old monks were really holding back a big move, and even said it directly inside the dream. I told you it was a dream. Why are you making a fuss? Go home and go back to sleep. But, you want to go to the West to be the boss? A single sentence sent Taoist Duo Bao away. Now that his usefulness was gone, Mu Chen didn't want to push him. In case the Tongtian sect leader has a misunderstanding and thinks that he is the one who fooled Duo Bao into defecting in the future, then he can't even wash himself by jumping into the river Styx. Results Day 3. Dabo bumbled back in. Fuss. Seniors, they say that the Western Church has changed to Buddhism and that I am the next Buddha. Shepherd Dust smiled. You want to go? Duopa shook his head back and forth. Dare not, dare not. Makoto rolled his eyes. So what the hell are you talking about? Go away and don't disturb my purification. Taoist Duo Bao commiserated and exuded a trace of worry and said, but they say no great religion is immortal. Not even the saints. Inside of Mu Dust's heart, there was a violent thump. This is a showdown? And so on. But how did the Junti Jian know the end of the God-sealing catastrophe? Had they already foreseen the future? If that's the case, then Duo Bao Daoran obviously knew this ending. A series of operations in the period of sealing the gods, and even fooled Tongtian Godfather to single out the four saints, is not the sixth person of Buddhism who brightened up the entire floodplain? A thought on the side of Shepherd's Dust. Then it denied itself. If that's the case, Taoist Duo Bao is too scary, and there is still a long time to go before the great God-sealing catastrophe, and Junti Jian doesn't have the ability to do that yet. Taoist Duo Bao said with a puzzled expression. Elder, is it possible to solve the confusion? Could it be that the Interceptor sect will change in the future? Chapter 95 Duo Bao with a great change of heart. Duopa thought extremely deeply. Nowadays, the Interceptor sect is the most powerful of the three sects and enjoys the reputation of 10,000 immortals coming to the city. And as the great disciple of the Interceptor sect, he was even more of a one-man man. By all rights one should lie down and delve into the Dao and then inherit the mantle of the Tontian sage. Yet the dream world. Junti Guiyin was clearly implying that nothing was immortal to him. Not even the interceptors and the saints. The words of saints don't make nonsense. That means it's hard to believe that there will be some big changes in the future? Even a strong sect like the interceptors would be destroyed? Thinking about this was why Duo Bao was extraordinarily nervous and uneasy. Shepherd's Dust pondered slightly, shaking his head. Still, there is a law for everything to be born and die. This is the Tao. I don't know anything else. So go back. Can't afford to mess with either side. Just don't say anything. Anyway, Duo was later released to the west by his old man. For all he cared. Duopa suddenly grumbled. Elder, why are you unwilling to tell me when you know it so well? Makoto sighed. Mindfulness. It's not that my brother won't tell you. Little old me. I really can't. Otherwise you'll be in trouble as a Buddhist boss. Not to mention yourself. Dabo listened to the long sigh. But it was a misunderstanding. Who else could there be besides saints in the entire floodplains who could make Senior Shepherd Dust so unable to speak of his unspeakable secrets? Sage. There are only a few saints among the flood today. All are the most powerful existences in the flood. But strongest against strongest? Wouldn't that be saints' battle? Think about it. Duo Bao's Dao heart almost had a hint of collapse. Now he had no idea that he had accidentally predicted the real future. Yet the mere possibility of it scared the piss out of him. There has clearly been a difference between the two saints of the West and the three Qing Orthodox Taoism. The Buddhist-Taoist dispute was the prototype. Is it hard to fight? Once again, when I thought about what Shepherd's Dust had said at the very beginning, it's not something you can control, so it's better to accept it openly. It turned out that Senior Shepherd Dust had already told him the method a long time ago. I thank Senior Maxian for his guidance, and I will keep it in mind. I'll take my leave first. Taoist Duo Bao no longer had the previous nervousness, replaced by a face of frankness and casualness. Turn around and walk away. Shepherd's Dust was instead confused. I don't know how this guy suddenly figured it out, but it's good. Don't bother yourself with it. Thus, when Mu Chen jumped onto the sea of clouds, he continued to cultivate. Returning to Bo Palace, Taoist Duo Bao was much quieter. There was even a vague hint of self-loathing. In his opinion, if it was really what he thought it was, then it didn't matter how it was done. It was only a matter of whether or not his master could survive this. And yourself. What's the difference between practicing and not practicing? The saying that all under saints are mole crickets was not just words. Think about it. Taoist Duo Bao then became disheartened. He has also become lukewarm to his most passionate practice. Inside the next few days, Duo Bao Dao Ren's temperament gradually changed. Weekdays inside the practice of doing things no longer as usual general rigor. Extremely lazy, go with the flow. Became fond of traveling down to earth. Then again, you just like to sit around and enjoy the clouds. Gradual. Just fell in love with the peaceful and laid-back feeling. Doppel is beginning to feel the pain of the mortal world. Even saints cannot fully control their own destinies, so what is the use of the multitudes of beings, the gods and devils in the sky practicing hard? There is still no escape from this prison of heaven and earth. If so wouldn't their whole life be a journey through the ages? Boring. Duo shook his head. Western Pure Land. The God Buddha whispers. Guiding Junti looked at each other and smiled. Good. On the sea of clouds. Shepherd's Dust was unaware of the change of heart that was vaguely occurring in Duo Bao at this moment. It doesn't matter, because all of his attention went to his fishing rod. It's rare to catch anything inside a small pool of water. Countless years of just catching some low-grade magic treasures, elixirs and whatnot was insignificant compared to the system rewards. Yet today is different. He gently lifted the rod. On it hung something vaguely familiar and yet unseen for countless years. If he had guessed correctly. This is a Pepsi? Chapter 96, The Heavenly Court Pulls People In. Shepherd Dust was dumbfounded. Just looking at the unmistakably familiar logo and colors, he confirmed that he hadn't been mistaken. Coke was then captured in the palm of his hand. Carefully, he opened the cap and took a sip. A pungent odor instantly flooded the brain. It's still that familiar happy smell. Surprisingly, it really is Coke. Mu Dust instantly had a mixed and extraordinarily complex flavor. Nostalgia, excitement, sentiment. There should be everything. He hadn't expected at all that he would be able to drink Coke in the flood in his lifetime. And trolling. Not long after, Makoto inexplicably became a bit homesick. This little watering hole feels like there's more and more to fish out now. Makoto sighed. A few small sips followed. Then I couldn't afford to finish it in one sip. Place it next to the water hole. Prepare to follow up with another drink next time. After all, Who knows if you'll get a chance to fish next time. At this point, Shepherd Dust raised his eyebrows slightly, sensing that someone had arrived in the Sea of Clouds Grand Formation. It was an old man with gray hair and a kind expression. There is a pentagram shape on the brow. The old man slowly bent down and said softly and respectfully, "The lesser god, Tai Bai Jinxing, has come to convey some orders by order of the Jade Emperor." Shepherd's Dust eeped. Tai Bai Jinxing? In his understanding, Tai Bai Jinxing was loyal and kind, and his main position was an envoy of the Jade Emperor, responsible for conveying various orders. And in Taoism, Tai Bai Jinxing can be regarded as one of the core members, on the status of only under the three Qing, is considered extremely high. Of course, in the face of an existence like Mu Chen, who was even older than the three purities, it was still quite a bit worse. See here. Shepherd's Dust also solved the confusion. At one time in the flood myths, it was even said that Tai Bai Jinxing was only born during the period of the sealing of the gods. This is clearly wrong. Tai Bai has long been Hao Tian's beloved. Since it was the Jade Emperor's decree, Mu Chen opened the Sea of Clouds. Tai Bai Jinxing came to the waterhole. When he saw Makoto, he slowly bent down. "Little god has met Senior Mu Chen." Shepherd Dust inquired, "What is the Jade Emperor's will?" Tai Bai Jinxing squirmed a bit and whispered, "After the establishment of the Heavenly Court, it's really too poorly staffed. Everything is a bit intimidating. So the Jade Emperor wants to borrow Senior Mu Chen's disciple to use to serve in the Heavenly Court." Shepherd's Dust froze. "Your own disciple? Who?" Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly continued. "It's Ho Yi and Kwa Fu. Their talents and aptitudes are appreciated by the Jade Emperor, so they've come to ask if they can be allowed to join the Heavenly Court as officials. If Senior is unwilling, there is no harm. I will leave immediately." When he came, Hao Tian had already made it clear to Tai Bai about Makoto's origins. He was afraid that Tai Bai Jinxing would annoy Makoto if he didn't deliver the message properly. And when he learned that Mu Chen was in existence that could discuss the Dao with the Dao ancestor, and that he had also led the young Haotian for 1,000 years, Tai Bai Jinxing was instantly scared less. "How dare you be half disrespectful?" So, Shepherd's Dust came to a sudden realization. To put it bluntly, it's just pulling people. The Great God-Sealing catastrophe was because Haotian really ran out of manpower before he went to Hongjun and Yuanshu to discuss this matter. Finally got a seal up. As a result, I didn't expect the Jade Emperor to start digging in before it was too late. But yeah, there was also too little talent during the flood. Both the Western Church and the Heavenly Court have their hands full pulling people in. Drop. Jade Emperor request detected. Please select 1. Outright refusal, slowing down the fading of the love affair that once existed with the Jade Emperor, and obtaining 10 ginseng fruits. 2. By allowing Kwa Fu and Ho Yi to be inducted into the Heavenly Court as generals. They can make good karma with the Jade Emperor, and no disciple will be dragged into it when the God-Sealing Measurement Rebellion takes place. Shepherd's Dust listened to these words, laughing all at once. What is the point of choosing? Directly. This matter can be. Only Hoi Kwafu 2 people cultivation is still shallow. I need to first instruct them for 100 years. After 100 years can enter the Heavenly Court as an official. Tai Bai Jinxing was overjoyed. You know why the Jade Emperor didn't come himself? It was afraid that the Hall of Heavenly Emperors wouldn't have the face to put on after Mu Chen directly refused. However, it didn't occur to me that Makoto would be so dry and direct. Okay, then I'll go back to the Heavenly Court to report to the Jade Emperor first, Tai Bai Jinxing said, and then left in joy. Watch this scene. With a thought, Mu Chen summoned Ao Tian and Qi Yan. Chapter 97, Sending Someone to Heaven. Ao Tian and Karen Yen had respectively divided a 200,000 mile true Dragon Sea and an immense and incomparable Kirin Island as the two clans' territories within the Endless Sea. At the same time, nowadays, they are also all at the early stage of Paragon. Putting it outside, it was a heck of a terrifying existence. The two of them sensed Makoto's command and directly appeared on the Sea of Clouds. Young master, may I ask what is the matter? Kirin asked. Ever since a few decades ago, Makoto had made the two change their names. After all, the two guys were also the ancestors of the two clans now, so they had to have some face. And the two of them were even more grateful when they learned of Makoto's thoughts. With a handful of snot and tears, earlier the Heavenly Court came. Shepherd's Dust spoke out what had happened earlier. Ao Tian was more opinionated and frowned. Hoi and Kwafu are extremely gifted, and going up to the Heavenly Court as officials seems to be a bit of a big deal. Kirin chimed in. That's right. That's a good point. There's something bad about young master's move. Shepherd Dust smiled and said, okay, they're not going, so you guys can go. Just in case no one else is there. The two men's faces stagnated. Aotian stroked his beard and said with a serious face. That said, Kwafo Hui is still young. Just enough to get some exercise. And the heavenly court is a good choice. Kyrian nodded repeatedly. That's right. It still makes sense. Shepherd Dust stared at the two with dead fish eyes, tugged at the corners of his mouth. Just don't bother with these two guys. 10 years later, Hui and Quaif returned. Compared to when they had just traveled to the floodlands, the two of them were more and more mature and stable at this moment. The realm had also broken through from the initial heavenly immortal to the middle Xian immortal stage, and was only one large realm away from Tai. See Master. The two men kneeled and bowed. There was an indescribable respect on his face. Since traveling through the floodplains, he had become more aware of his master's power. Shepherd's Dust nodded slightly. Speaking of which, among his disciples, only Hui and Kwafu are now of the human race, so they are still preferred. From today, you will cultivate here for 100 years, and after 100 years you will go to the heavenly court as officials, Shepherd Dust commanded. The two men looked at each other. It's not yet known that the Jade Emperor has his eye on them, Hui asked curiously as he was thoughtful. Master, what are we doing in heaven? Muchen saw through Hui's mind. Laugh. Just stay there and eat and drink and do whatever is easy. Do civil servants understand? Hui and Kwafu had once followed Muchen for a period of time since they were young on Earth. Naturally, I understand the wacky vocabulary that many masters speak of, like civil servants that are pretty well known. So they looked at each other and laughed. At your master's command, the next 100 years, Shepherd Dust handed over the two of them the divine abilities that must be practiced under the sect, the True God's Thunder Royal Method and the Shrinking Ground's divine ability. At the same time, he took out two Hotian supreme treasures from his own sleeve. It's all from Doppel, a sacred bow, an axe, extremely appropriate for both. 100 years later, the two of them were at the beginning of their divine abilities, and they were only a hair's breadth away from Tai. They were ready to go to heaven. Master, are we just going to go empty-handed? Cotter wondered. Shepherd's Dust thought about it. Something doesn't seem right, but to ask him to deliver the baby, that's too hard. He's always been the one to scavenge for other people's. When would he ever give it away voluntarily? Shepherd's Dust thought about it. Saw the half bottle of Coke by the puddle. It's been 100 years. It's all sealed with his mana. I just don't know if it will still be broken. So waved his hand. Coke flew out from inside the bottle, which was then contained in an empty golden bottle. Enough with the cards. It was thrown directly to Hui. Shepherd Dust smiled. This is considered to be a meet and greet gift to the Jade Emperor, named Fat House Happy Water. In addition, the sea of learning is endless. You all go to the heavenly court here. Remember to keep a low profile in your dealings and keep your feet on the ground. Yes, sir. Hui Quaif and the two of them had a face of dismay. He kowtowed 3 times hard on the sea of clouds before leaving. Outside the Heaven's Gate, with several heavenly generals sitting in the town, the aura was majestic and strong, and there was silence. Hui and Cotter came to this place and felt the atmosphere with some rare tension on their faces. Who's coming? A burly man in a silver coat droned. Chapter 98, The Power of Fatty Happy Water. Hui bent down and saluted. The two of us are Quester Hui of the Endless Seas, and we have come to serve in the heavenly court by the decree of our master. The Sky General frowned slightly. Joke, who is your master? This is the heavenly court. This is the heavenly court. How can your master just say you can enter it? Having said that, just want to drive the two away. Just then, 2 golden lights appeared. The person in front of him with kind eyebrows was naturally Tai Bai Jinxing, and at the back was a man who was full of valor, wearing a dragon robe, full of righteousness, with his hands behind his back. Invariably there was a domineering aura of looking out over the 4 seas and the 8 deserts. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals changed their faces drastically and knelt on the ground. Greetings, Jade Emperor. Hui and Kwafu weren't stupid, so they similarly half-kneeled on the ground and saluted. Master has already said so. Under someone else's roof. When he met the Jade Emperor, he simply knelt without saying a word. Failing that, kowtowing. Anyway, in a word, play the grandson. When the rites are done, the people in the heavenly court can't even find them if they want to find trouble. The Jade Emperor saw the two and smiled. No need to be nervous. The two of you are I sent Tai Bai Jinxing to your master to ask for. I am very optimistic about you, and I also hope that you will have a great success in the heavenly court. The words just fell. Not only Hui Quaifai was a bit surprised. Even the heavenly soldiers and generals kneeling on the ground almost stared off their eyes. In the whole of the flood, besides Hongjun and a few saints, who else could make the Jade Emperor personally come out of the heavenly court to greet him? After a short conversation, the Jade Emperor began to lead Hui and Quaif towards the interior of the heavenly court. It was natural for the Jade Emperor to personally bring two little immortals who hadn't even reached Tai. Of course, the most important thing was to look at Mu Chen's face. Halfway, Hui remembered something. The golden bottle was then carefully taken out. Your Majesty, this is a treasure that the Master has specially come to offer to Your Majesty, named Fat House Happy Water. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. That was a bit of a surprise. Holding the golden vial up, he inquired, where did this come from? And what is the meaning of Fat House Happy Water? Is there such water in the world? Hui and Quaif both shook their heads and put on a pose that we don't know either. The Jade Emperor pondered a little, then laughed with some skepticism. Okay, then I'll taste it. When he finished speaking, he took a sip from the end with extreme panache. Next moment, Hongjun frowned slightly. This made Hui Kuaibu's heart sink. That bottle of Fat House Happy Water, they could all see with their own eyes, had been sitting there for 100 years. Who knows if there will be any problems? It seemed that the Master was a little hesitant to pick it up. If the Jade Emperor is drunk, he won't kill them on the spot. Just as the two were in a tight mood, suddenly, the Jade Emperor's taut brow loosened, his eyes brightened greatly, and his face was filled with approval. Not bad, not bad, not bad, simply excellent. I've never had such a good flavor of happy water. No, it's simply divine water. Originally, the Jade Emperor is used to drinking agar jelly. There is a sense of disdain in looking down on the rest of the drinks. It was the same even if it was sent by Makoto. Yet who would have thought that this feeling would completely conquer him in an instant? The Jade Emperor hurriedly inquired. Senior Shepherd Dust is really kind. I must give it to all the ministers to try. I wonder if your master has any more there. Hui Cotter scratched his head, again with the I don't know anything face. Also, next time I'll send Tai Bai Jinxing to inquire in person. The Jade Emperor sighed with a look of regret. Then came the spirit of bravado. I didn't expect Senior Maxian to be so generous. As a return gift, what kind of official position would you like to hold in the heavenly court? For the sake of this happy water, just ask. Even the Mu Dust at this moment didn't know. With just half a bottle of Coke, Hui and Kwafu have since become the Jade Emperor's only two favorites. Chapter 99, The Devoted Hui. 3 days later, Hui and Kwafu hurried back to the Endless Sea. Shepherd Dust looked at the two men's appearance and curiously said, What's wrong? Hui and Quaif respectfully said, Master, that Fat House Happy Water is deeply liked by the Jade Emperor. Not only did he personally receive us, but he also allowed us to choose our officials at will in the heavenly court. I don't know how many years I'll be going to heaven as an official, so I've come to say goodbye to my master once again. Herd Dust's face was odd as he stroked his chin. Looks like the Coke thing. It's a hot commodity no matter where you are. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably die on the spot if they took a sip. I also wonder if the Jade Emperor will feel any discomfort after drinking this 100 years of cola. But the gods shouldn't have diarrhea, right? Right. Then what official positions do you hold in the heavenly court? Mu Dust was curious. It is important to realize that the current heavenly court is extremely small in number. Countless official positions of great power are still unoccupied. If the two Kwafu Hui were powerful, they could save themselves a lot of trouble in the future. Cotter scratches his head and oozes a goofy smile. I told His Majesty the Jade Emperor that I wanted to move mountains, so I was made the mountain-moving god, responsible for changing the landscape of the flooded mountains and rivers. Makoto tugged at the corner of his mouth. Moving mountains. This is too unpromising. Isn't this a modern-day bricklayer? Muchin sighed in his heart and looked toward Hui. What about you? Hui wanted to say something. I told His Majesty that I like to enjoy the moon, so I was assigned to serve as the moon protector star god outside the moon palace. Makin. Gotta. A bricklayer. A janitor. It's kind of completely uncountable. Muchen looked toward Hui and sighed. Haven't you let go after all these years? Hui's face changed, then just silently lowered his head and didn't say anything. Once Shepherd's Dust commanded the mortal Hui to travel and practice in the mortal world. Hui actually had a wife. Hui, who was just a mortal. One day, Hui got a few pills of immortality pills by mistake, and wanted to enjoy them with Hui, and then to be a loving couple who would live forever. However, who would have thought that Hui was just too extraordinary at that time? After getting a nudge from Makoto, he was not at all like a mortal. Hui has a low self-esteem, and fearing that the other will not want her, she steals all the elixir herself. As a result, who would have thought that the sun would rise in the sky, inexplicably became a fairy in the moon palace, and has since changed her name to Chang'e. Hui, on the other hand, was not yet a loose immortal and could not ascend to heaven, and so the heavenly beings have been separated ever since. This matter is actually a pain in Houyi's heart. It is precisely for this reason that Houyi wants to work as a guard in the Moon Palace, the purpose of which, presumably, is to see his wife again. Although he didn't say anything about this matter, but Mu Chen knew it by heart, couldn't help but sigh. Lo and behold, what a poignant and regrettable love story. It made even Mu Chen, an old virgin of countless thousands of years, weep a little. Forget it, since you guys like it, then Master won't say anything. Shepherd Dust waved his hand. How come the people in my own lineage feel like they're all salted fish? Presumably this is a division. It's also just that 10 is a little more ambitious. Shepherd's Dust opened his mouth. If that's the case, you guys should go. That fat house happy water that the Jade Emperor wants. I got it by chance. If I get another chance, I'll send someone to send it to the heavenly court. Houyi and Cotter nodded at the same time. Then Master, we'll be off. Getting a nod from Shepherd's Dust, the two of them then left the Endless Sea and flew straight towards the heavenly court to become gods. Chapter 100, The Moon God. With Houyi Kwafu traveling to heaven to become a god, the Endless Sea then became quieter and quieter. However, this tranquility didn't last long, and the True Dragon clan became somewhat unable to sit still within their ranks. True dragons are inherently unruly and untamed, and there is a sense of superiority within their bloodline that looks down on the four seas and the earth. Once, they hid here because of the massacre of the Shura race. However, when the days became leisurely, there were quite a few dragons who wanted to go out. Although the Endless Sea was not small, there was still some dissatisfaction with these dragons. After all, who wants to cower in this little corner when they can reign supreme out there? To this, Aotian had a bit of a headache and came to the Sea of Clouds to ask, "Young Master, how should I decide on this?" Shepherd's Dust had long anticipated this and said, "Go out if you want to, but remember that you can't use the Endless Seas as a background or backing. In the future, the dragons will rule the four seas, yet even this is not the same as the old days. One can only become a subordinate of the heavenly court. It can be said that these little dragons just haven't experienced the beatings of society and will be honest when they go out and get cleaned up by the heavenly court." Aotian dropped his heart when he heard this. Immediately afterward, he brought a junior member of his clan called Ao Guang to the residence of the Turtle Prime Minister. "Turtle Prime Minister, the late generations of my dragon clan will soon go far away to unify the oceans. I wonder if Turtle Prime Minister has any insights or plans?" In Aotian's opinion, to be able to help the young master manage the Endless Seas, that's definitely something. Turtle Prime is drinking with the three demons. Within a long period of time, the three demons had then been assisting the Turtle Prime Minister in managing the affairs of the Endless Seas, and were very loyal, and because of that received the pills rewarded by Mu Chen, broke through to the Taiyi realm. Hearing Aotian's question, the Turtle Prime Minister did not dare to be slow. Thinking hard about it, he said, "The dragon race is inherently peerless, and the most troublesome thing after uniting the seas is actually how to manage the four seas. After all, the four seas are too big. There are countless living beings. That's why I suggest that the Dragon Palace be established in all four seas, with the four Dragon Kings sitting in charge, and then managing countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals to maintain peace in the oceans. In which case the majesty of the Dragon Clan can be maintained for a long time to come." The Turtle Prime Minister's words were from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had managed the Endless Sea for countless thousands of years. That was a lot of experience. Aotian's eyes lit up even more when he heard this. There's nothing wrong with it. It makes too much sense. Then he brought Ao Guang to thank him again and again. After leaving the Turtle Prime Minister's cave, Aotian asked, "Ao Guang, do you understand?" Ao Guang, who at the moment was still a teenager carrying a dragon's horn on his head, said seriously, "Old ancestor, I understand," got an affirmative response. Aotian then let the dragon clan members led by Ao Guang leave. As for what remained within the waters, there were merely a dozen or so aged or tender little dragons. The Qilin clan is not as ambitious as the dragon clan, and just went out of the Endless Sea to start traveling in the flood. There was even one that ran away to the divine continent and seemed to have driven away the demon race by mistake, and even became the auspicious beast of the human race, transforming into a totem. This is the origin of the future custom of setting off firecrackers on New Year's Day to mimic the unicorn's roar and drive away evil spirits. All of this, it was all seen by Mu Dust and was somewhat speechless. Add up. The Dragon Clan divided the Four Seas Dragon Palace. This, surprisingly, is the idea of the Self-Turtle Prime Minister? Of course, all of this was just a small talk for Mu Chen when he was bored. What he cared most about nowadays was still his understanding of the 5 elemental laws. Even his own realm cultivation was temporarily put aside. After all, it's a long time before the binary of the end of fishing. With this passage of time, another few hundred years passed. Ao Tian and Qi Yan had been born since the beginning of the Dragon Han, and were now extremely old. Now it was in deep seclusion and would not awaken unless there was a great change in heaven and earth. After all, only saints could be immortal, and quasi-saints could not escape the karma of the great tribulation of heaven and earth. It was not uncommon for paragon saints to fall in the great tribulation. Someday, Shepherd's Dust opened his eyes, fished up another bottle of Coke and couldn't help but be happy. Inside these years, he had caught 18 bottles of Coke one after another and had placed them next to the waterhole. A total of 5 bottles were sent to heaven. It's not that I can't afford to give it up. It's just a matter of things being rare so that they can show their value. And I heard that the heavenly court nowadays has renamed this cola as divine immortal water, which is on the same level as agar jade dew. It is only given to the gods to taste at large banquets organized by the heavenly court. Even Mu Dust never expected that this thing would accidentally catch fire again in the heavenly court and become a rare commodity. Just then, a rather strong aura rushed towards this place from a distance. Makoto slowly narrowed his eyes. Not weak, but not very strong either. Not at the level of a saint. A moment. A woman was seen descending to earth from the moon. The face is clear and cold. Instead, it carried an indescribable chill around it. I am the everlasting moon god. Chapter 101, The Calf Protecting Makoto. Moon god Chang Shi. She is the wife of Emperor Jun. Born in the 12th month of the year, it is the god of the moon. It is also the first moon god in Taoist mythology. With a single movement of his mind, Makoto appeared at the edge of the sea of clouds, looking at the woman with a cool and absolutely beautiful temperament. She said with a calm expression, "I don't know what business the Changshi moon god has come to the endless sea for." Changshi's face was a bit offended. "Open the door." Then Ho-E, who came to the moon palace to serve as the moon protector star god, is your disciple? N. Shepherd Dust subconsciously nodded his head. A hint of anger spread across Changshi's face as he questioned. "I came here to tell you that Ho-E is frivolous and debauched, unsuspecting, and instead of doing his duty, he spends his days drifting around outside the moon palace of the Chang'e immortal under me, sneaking around. I am mindful of the fact that he is still a junior, and that the Jade Emperor himself has decreed it, so it's not good to dispose of him, but instead I've come to ask you, the Master, what this is all about." This, Shepherd's Dust heard these words. He was also speechless to Ho-E. "Why don't you stop being such a creep when you see your daughter-in-law hanging out on people's doorsteps all day like a tailgating nerd? Not to mention a daughter-in-law I haven't seen in years. What normal fairy wouldn't be scared? It's normal for others to sue." But then again, Mu Dust was a bit puzzled. Changshi was the moon god. How could she personally come to herself for such a trivial matter? It always feels like the mom of the bullied daughter coming to settle the score with the other parent. Shepherd's Dust deliberated. Although this matter of Ho-E is not proper, it seems that this matter is none of your friend Dao's business, right? Changshi indifferently said. "Chang'e is my daughter. Do you think this matter is related to me or not?" Shepherd's Dust was dumbfounded. Subconsciously, he used the deduction method to do a calculation, finding out that this whole thing was true. Jun and Changshi have a daughter, Chang'e. But when it coincided with the witch demon catastrophe, the two of them used a secret method to seal Chang'e, so that she could be reincarnated into a human race in the afterlife. As a result, she met Ho-E by mistake and even married him. Later Chang'e stole the elixir and ascended into the moon palace. In fact, the dark side is basically Changshi pushing the envelope. Mu Dust was filled with disbelief. It's not like the myths he's heard before. It's nothing like that at all. Only on second thought it was right. Myths, can't always be all true. Instead these truths only get truer. Shepherd Dust dryly coughed twice. So what? Chang'e and Ho-E at least have a husband and wife relationship in the mortal world. Although Ho-E acted a bit improperly, but it's not so serious, right? Words. A hint of disdain and contempt passed across Changshi's face. A mere extinguisher of the ancient witch race bloodline, and now even more so a mere watchdog of the Tai realm, is also worthy of renewing his relationship with me and Emperor Jun's daughter? This time I came to tell you. Immediately let that Ho-E take the initiative to report to the Jade Emperor and leave my daughter, or else suffer the consequences. Changshi had long ago found out about Ho-E. Now the face was even more filled with the standard expression of a rich mother-in-law disliking her poor son-in-law. As the wife of Jun, the moon god above the moon star was already hostile to the sorcerer race and had an extremely high level of vision. Even when looking at Makshin, there was a kind of natural looking down on him. Yet hear this. The smile on Mu Dust's face however faded. Calmly said, "I don't suppose you've been out of the house in years?" Changshi frowned slightly. "So what if it is?" She had lived in the Moon Palace for a long time since the witch demon catastrophe. In addition to his own daughter's business will never appear in the flood. This time, he was also angered by Ho Yi's behavior towards his own daughter, which led him to come here directly after asking for the bottom line. She didn't even bother to inquire about Mu Chen's bottom line. In her opinion, other than a few saints and the heavenly court, the rest of the cultivators were all ants. Not how. Just wanted to let you know. The expression on Mu Chen's face changed violently. Senile coldness swept out. My Mu Chen's disciple is not something you, a mere little de Luo genie mortal, can call a watchdog? I'm only being courteous to you for the sake of my disciples. In terms of years, cultivation, and strength, what are you taking to be arrogant in front of me nowadays? Don't say you're just a mere moon god. Even if it's the entire moon palace, my father can still destroy it with a flip of his hand. Word for word. It was like a thunderous outburst. As the words fell, Mu Chen's entire body suddenly rose 10,000 feet, and an incomparably terrifying aura swept across the entire sky. Chapter 102, I want 3 bottles. Mu Dust was extremely domineering this time. First, he's a go, not a goon. Back then when he came out of the gate, in order to help Little Ten get back his revenge, he dared to kill even the peak quasi-saint Kuan Pang. Secondly, Hoi and Kwafu are disciples he thinks very highly of. It's not much of a success though. However, Mu Chen's nature had always been extremely protective of his calves, especially after being despised by others for no reason. That's something that hasn't changed in the bones. However, the most important thing is, Changshi was merely a great Luo golden immortal, and although he had taken over the creation of heaven and earth with exquisite aptitude, he was ultimately not his own opponent. In terms of background, the demon race led by Di Jun had died long ago. In the new heavenly court, the Jade Emperor is quite respectful of Changshi in light of his influence, but it's actually impossible to back him up at all. In the end, the only relationship Changshi could pull was that of Sage Nuwa. And what does Nuwa have to do with him? Just kidding. That was a year when they gave away phoenixes and monkeys. With that kind of friendship, you can still deal with yourself? So synthesizing the above considerations, as well as the other party has come to their own doorsteps to pretend to be a bully, Mu Dust felt. Can't stand it. The Paramount Saint aura was like a mountain erupting out. The entire sky was covered with dark clouds. The pupils of Changshi's eyes shrunk, but that cold and cool and proud face was filled with shock. Quasi-saints. Paramount Sage. Surprisingly, it's an associate saint. He was stunned, mouth wide open, completely speechless. Originally, I thought Hoi was only a regional Tai realm human cultivator, and the master was not much stronger. However, who would have thought that? Shepherd's Dust was actually a paramount saint. Subconscious. When Changshi's mind moved, there were countless stars protecting his body around him. At the same time, he performed the heaven-changing avatar. There was a great change beneath his feet. Countless astral bodies surrounded him, and the emptiness and cold drifted away. As if in an instant, the two were in the middle of the starry sky. Look at the boulders and planets hovering around you. Mu Chen's face was expressionless, and a sneer flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just a snap of the fingers. A ripple of nothingness spread out. Rumble. The stars that contained countless aura of the Great Dao almost instantly, devastatingly exploded one after another. Then the right foot chopped the ground violently. The starry sky beneath his feet roared and shook, and countless cracks visible to the naked eye unexpectedly appeared. Immediately afterward these cracks spread in all directions like a spider's web, and the entire starry sky seemed to have turned into a fragile glass that was about to break apart. Only a crackle was heard. The stars exploded. Countless fragments floated in midair. In an instant, the two were back within the endless sea, under the Paraclete. Even the great Luo golden immortals are like ants. Moon God Changshi spat out a mouthful of golden blood almost simultaneously, her face pale and shaky. Mu Chen was about to continue slapping it away, and remembering that this might be Ho Yi's future mother-in-law, he withdrew his hand somewhat resentfully. This is a small commandment. If you don't accept it you can find me on your own. Shepherd Dust said. Hey, haven't smoked anyone in years. Inexplicably a bit nostalgic. Yet next, Changshi's actions, however, surprised him all a bit, only to see Changshi cover his chest and take the initiative to get up and bend down to salute. Changshi has no eyes and has offended Senior. He deserves to receive this slap from Senior. I only beg Senior not to take it to heart again. Shepherd's Dust was first stunned, then some appreciation after thinking it through. For Changshi to become Emperor Jun's wife and survive the witch demon cataclysm, she does have redeeming qualities. Unlike those brainless cuties. Taking stock of the situation, Changshi understood this very well. Offending a paramount saint at the same time as one was justified was definitely not a good idea in the floodplain. It's the best way to take the initiative and admit you're wrong. Shepherd's Dust shook his head. In that case, this time the karma will be forgotten. The aura instantly dissipated. But, Changshi slightly bit her lips and said somewhat stubbornly, Elder, I'm still against Ho-E and Chang'a's affair. Even though he's Elder's disciple, I still don't think he's worthy of my daughter. Hear that? Shepherd's Dust fell back to being somewhat helpless again. It's out of his hands if his mother-in-law can't see her son-in-law. One can't just force the other party based on one's cultivation. That would be too classless. What does it mean to have pity on the world? Floods are all the same. Shepherd's Dust thought about it. Holding an uncertain tone, he said, Ho-E is also sincere. Why don't you take a closer look? As a return gift, I still have a few bottles of the divine immortal water given its name by the heavenly court here. Why don't you ask Aunt Moon Goddess to take them back and try them? After saying that, he gently waved his sleeve. A bottle of cola canned in a silver bottle then flew in front of Changshi. This is fairy water? Changshi's eyes brightened slightly. The divine immortal water, which had been a big hit in the heavenly court over the years, was as good as heard of even by her, only that she had been slow to get the chance to taste it. Next moment, she picked up the silver vial and took a gentle taste. Then, silence. The faces were a little dull. Shepherd Dust carefully said, For the sake of this bottle of divine water, the moon goddess gives face? After a long time. No. Changshi shook his head decisively, and then very firmly stretched out 3 fingers and said with a serious face, 3 bottles only. Make in. Chapter 103, The Little Six Ears. Moo Dust was filled with black lines. I'll rub it in. Just now. He was still in a tit-for-tat situation, but now he's bargaining with himself. Just inexplicably. Now Changshi is actually kind of cute in this way. But, 3 bottles of Coke and you sold your daughter? I wonder what Chang'a will think when she hears this. Dropping. Changshi has been detected asking for divine fairy water. Please choose host. 1. Giving a certain amount of divine immortal water will gain favor with the moon goddess Changshi and the entire moon palace, and a strand of the moon's essence, origin of the moon. 2. Reject it on the spot. Slap it away or chop it up, and forcefully take Chang'a to get an innate spiritual treasure. Shepherd's Dust heard this. There would be no need to think about it. One is not that hard-hearted anymore. Besides, for the sake of his disciples' happiness, he, as a master, had to do something. Shepherd Dust deliberated for a moment and slowly laughed. Give well. Not know. Only to know this fairy water. I even to the heaven these years only sent 5 bottles. You want 3 bottles at once. Which, seems a bit wrong. Changshi pondered slightly, thinking to myself that I did Leonize it. There were only 5 bottles in the Hall of Heaven, so he really didn't have the qualifications. So said, 2 bottles then. I'm going to bring it back for the disciples of the Moon Palace to try, so it can't be any less. Shepherd's Dust smiled. Deal. With that said, another bottle was delivered from the side of the waterhole. Looking at how direct Mu Chen was, a rather unexpected look flashed across Changshi's eyes. Actually, claiming the divine fairy water, in addition to really feeling good. In fact, the most important, was still wanting to see Makoto's reaction. And now she was relieved. With such a broad mind and an extremely good personality, the disciples taught by Mu Chen should not be too bad. I didn't expect Senior to be so broad-minded. It's me who was too disrespectful this time. As a token of reparation, I'll send Senior a strand of moon essence as a token of appreciation. As for this divine water, I would only want 1 bottle. Changshi once again bent down and saluted, his face incomparably respectful. Having said that, a bead of rice that emitted a faint moonlight was gifted to Makoto. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene and smiled instead. I didn't expect Changshi to have this kind of mindset, and be quite frank, it's the wrong thing to think about. So said, no, I won't take it back now that I've given it away. Keep these 2 bottles. If Chang'a and Ho-E are destined to be together in the future, I will present 2 more bottles. That would be excellent. That's all. After a pleasant gift exchange between both parents, it ended successfully. Looking at Changshi's departing figure, Mu Chen sighed and said in a serious tone, Little Master has already helped you take care of your mother-in-law. The rest is up to you. Outside the Moon Palace, Hoi looked at the vaguely delicate figure in the Moon Palace with a face of infatuation and suddenly yawned. Who's reading me again? After such a small twist, Shepherd's Dust was instead refreshed from his state of angling, concentrating fully on drilling up the 5 elements laws, the 2 elements of water and fire. He had almost comprehended to perfection. Next there are the 3 lines of gold, wood and earth. Only when the 5 elements were perfected could one truly comprehend the power of the 5 elemental laws. Just like that, another extremely long period of peace fell within the sea of clouds, blue sky and white clouds, green hills and green water. More than 120,000 years had passed since Mu Chen's seclusion, which was 1 yuan. According to the binary angling time given by the system, there is still halfway to go. It's not difficult to understand the 5 elements laws individually, but these 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and contain thousands of great roads, which is rather too complicated. Someday, Makoto opened his eyes and whispered to himself, in these tens of thousands of years, he was still quite a bit short of the realm of 5 elements perfection. No way. Although the human race is in the future of the end of the era of all things, but in the present day compared to the innate gods and devils of the flood, ultimately the talent is much worse. To be able to reach today's early stage of quasi-saint step by step was already extremely rare. Undoubtedly the first person of the human race. However, Shepherd's Dust was in no hurry. His own sainthood as a member of the human race was not subject to the prying eyes of the heavenly Dao. This meant that the heaven and earth tribulation would not deliberately target themselves, which was the most important thing. Compared to that, it didn't matter if the progress of cultivation was slower. Nowadays, Mu Chen's attributes were already considered very good in the floodlands. Host, Mu Dust. Race, human. Realm, quasi-saint, early stage. Divine abilities, the Dharma heavenly phase, the heavenly incarnation, the 36 methods of the Big Dipper, the true God's thunder royalty method, the shrinking earth, and the body protecting fire god technique. Techniques, low-ranked vomiting technique, high-ranked vomiting technique, Shu Rong royal fire technique, and the remnants of the Taishang Chang Chi Dharma sect. Weapons, replica of the 4 swords of the immortal executioner, the scattered spirit gourd, the green ping sword, and others. Magic treasure, 12 pieces of karma fire lotus platform, a wisp of the moon's essence. Host comprehends form, 5 elemental law form. As for some others, they were either given away or were so much worse than the ones on here that they were simply ignored. Overall, though, it looks vaguely like a full-size number already. Shepherd's Dust was also very pleased. All of a sudden, Shepherd Dust looked towards a certain direction of the mountains and rivers and asked with a smile, "Little 6 ears, how dare you spy on my way?" Chapter 104, Instructing the 6 ears. Little 6 ears, how dare you spy on my way? The words sounded like thunder. It resounded in the middle of some secluded and deep mountain forest. At the top of the mountain, a shrewd and lively-faced monkey's face changed drastically, retracted its 6 ears avatar, turned around and ran. Yet the next moment, a gray-shirted figure stopped right in front of him. This was a doppelganger that Mu Dust had randomly manifested, with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Run for what? 6 ears was terrified. Turn and run again. However, no matter where they ran, behind them, Mu Dust followed them like a shadow. After a long time, 6 ears just couldn't run anymore. Only then did Shepherd Dust gently wave his hand. A huge suction force instantly pierced through the void, yanking the two directly into it. On the cloud and sea grand formation, Makoto carefully surveyed the 6-eared macaque that was shivering and crouching on the ground. Can't help but be a little curious. Among the 4 monkeys of the mixed world, the 6 ears are good at listening to the sound, and they are able to perceive reason and know before and after, and all things are clear. Also the oldest monkey of all time. When Hongjun was preaching in the Purple Heaven Palace, 6 ears was disciplined by Hongjun for eavesdropping on the preaching, even uttering the famous line that the law is not passed on to the 6 ears. For this reason, all the world's great paths have no connection with the 6 ears. There were cultivators who looked at the 6th ear who did not dare to take on a disciple because they were afraid of the might of the Dao ancestor. So by now, 6 ears was only a tiny xian. It was just that what made Mu Chen not expect was, this little guy was eavesdropping on his own head. Shepherd's Dust was not angry, and smiled and joked. Little 6 ears, you're quite bold. Didn't Dao ancestor teach you enough lessons back then? Elder, spare your life. Elder, spare my life. I will never dare again. 6 ears directly knelt down and begged for mercy. During the endless years, because of the words of Hongjun back then, he could be said to have lived an extremely miserable life. Even if one possessed great talent, one would not be able to enter the door of cultivation. And regarding this sea of clouds of Makkan, it was also something he discovered unintentionally. Back then, when Shepherd's Dust debated with the earth-hidden king's Buddha Dao, he happened to be there, and from then on, he was astonished as a heavenly being. However, who would have thought that the first time he made use of the 6 ears avatar, he was discovered by the other party, and could not help but be even more intimidated. Shepherd's dust was about to open his mouth. Only a drop was heard. A visit from 6 ears has been detected. Please select the host. 1. Take 6 ears as a disciple. Pass on his divine abilities, and you can obtain an innate treasure, which may cause Hongjun's displeasure and concern. 2. Kill them at will, with no reward. 3. Give the 6th ear a hint of heavenly knowledge and show the way forward, and you can gain the 6th ear's divine power. As Shepherd Dust listened to these words, her eyes darted slightly. Cut him down? I don't like to commit murder myself. What's more, he himself was a quasi-saint, so it would be too low to lay his hands on a Xianxian immortal. As for the innate supreme treasure is still a bit attractive. It's just a pity that, compared to Hongjun's dissatisfaction, it is definitely not proportional. That means there's only 3 left. Although the 6 ears avatar was not strong, it was still extremely practical. Shepherd Dust pondered for a while and slowly said, then why are you eavesdropping? 6 years of honesty. Wanting to cultivate, not willing to be a tiny Xianxian anymore. Please forgive me, senior. I won't dare to do it again. Shepherd Dust smiled. The Dao ancestor has already put down his word that no one in the entire flood wasteland will dare to preach to you nowadays, so don't even think about it. When 6 ears heard this, his face was indescribably sad. But, Shepherd Dust turned his words around and added, there is a law for everything. Back then the Dao Father might have just been angry for a moment, and now that he has long forgotten, you don't necessarily have no chance. As per the future, the law is not transmitted to 6 ears. Maybe it was Hongjun's intention to provide talent for the paramount receiver. After all, the 6 ears were mediocre until the Great Seal of the Gods, and were only enrolled by the Buddhist sect when Buddhism flourished during the latter's journey to the West. Of course, it's also possible that Buddhism was so airy-fairy that it dared to ignore the Taoist ancestors. 6 ears' eyes lit up. Senior is willing to pass on my dharma? Shepherd Dust smiled faintly and shook his head. What I have learned is the orthodoxy of the 3 esoteric sects. So of course it won't work, but there may not be only Taoism in the world, so you can continue to seek your own chance. Chapter 105, The 6 Ears' Divine Power. Having said that, with a gentle wave of his sleeve, Muchen sent it directly to the land outside the endless sea. That was as far as he could tip his hand. Also this monkey, while extremely high potential, has too much breeding time and resources. A single Tongjian monkey had consumed most of his family's money and time. Another one would be too rowdy. Can't afford to feed. Can't afford it. It had to be said that as a traveler, Makoto's idea of accepting people that was also extremely novel. In the meantime, 6 ears was sent directly outside the mountain forest. A butt dropped to the floor and no reaction at all. The only thing left inside his mind were the words spoken by Makoto. What I have learned is the orthodoxy of the 3 esoteric sects. So of course it won't work, but there may not be only Taoism in the world, so you can continue to seek your own chance. 6 ears scratched his head. There may not be only Taoism in the world? Isn't everything in this world generated by the Tao? Where is one's chance if not in the word? 6 ears was confused for a whole day, watching the sun slowly rise in the east and set in the west. Suddenly, he remembered that Makoto had glanced to the west when he was leaving, and so on. West. Western teachings. 6 ears figured it out in a flash and jumped up from the ground with a jerk. The face was overwhelmed with excitement and elation. By the way, Senior Shepherd Dust must be referring to the Western sect. Only the Western religion, which is about transmitting oneself, pursues not the doctrine of the Tao. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. 6 ears will never dare to forget it. The 6-eared macaque knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, then got up and rushed toward the west with great excitement. The flood wasteland is vast and sparsely populated. There are countless dangers exist. In addition to the existence of the Great Luo above, no one dares to say that they can cross the flood wasteland. This time, 6 ears was gone for countless years. As she watched 6 ears walk towards the west from the sea of clouds, she knew that she had already comprehended her meaning, so she slowly withdrew her gaze. Dropping. The host is detected instructing the 6-eared macaque, gaining the 6-eared avatar. Makoto only felt heat at his ears. Countless subtle sounds from heaven and earth began to pour into one's ears. Needless to say, this avatar was still extremely convenient and interesting. One time, Shepherd's Dust then discovered the whispers of countless living beings as they talked. See, brother Goldfish, why is it that the owner of that endless sea near us never comes out? That's something you don't know. I heard from my ancestor's ancestor's ancestor that the owner of that endless sea was a powerful cultivator who had existed countless sessions ago, and it was said that he even had the honor of witnessing that person attest to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. I'll go. So long ago it was already a Dala Golden Immortal. Wouldn't it be an old goblin now? That's Makoto tugged at the corner of his mouth. The avatar spread to the mountains. Quick! My gold and silver axe was stolen by that bear demon on the next mountain. Go together to claim it back. It said that the bear demon is highly powerful. We're no match. Fear not. That bear demon loves to eat the honey inside the hive. When the time comes, you distract him. I'll do it. Yes. Shepherd's Dust smiled gently. It was quite a bit of fun. The mine came to a certain peak between the peaks. Xinger, yesterday that purple jade Taoist from the 9 Zhuan crowns wanted to marry me. Ha? Sister, did you promise? I told him there was no one in my house yesterday under the full moon. Wow. And then what? And then what? What happened back there? And then there was really no one. Yeah. He knocked on the door all night. Cluck 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 cluck. Make in. Ha. Woman. Nope. Ha. Goblin. Makoto rolled his eyes. Again. Start spreading the avatar to the sky. Unconsciously came to the heavenly court with an obscene feeling. Chapter 106, Yang Jian, the six-ears avatar. As the six-eared macaque's natural aptitude, can hear all things in the world and is extremely difficult to detect. Now that Mu Chen, who possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, was using it, it was naturally even more powerful. He easily passed through the southern heavenly gate, and several heavenly soldiers and generals did not notice. The moment. The evil heart of gossip hidden within Mu Chen's body was burning brightly, sneaking around and peeking into other people's secrets. I have to say, that's still pretty cool. In this tense and exciting situation, asshole, in the middle of a certain large hall, the Jade Emperor's angry voice came out at once. Shepherd's Dust was startled. After a few moments of realizing that it wasn't his scolding self, he was drawn in, somewhat curious. What could make the titular Jade Emperor so angry? You know that Hao Tian is never happy unless he can help it. With a slight movement of his mind, a small ear grew noiselessly at the corner of the stone pillars on the periphery of the Great Hall, just enough to hear the conversation inside. The moment. Jade Emperor is still spraying 5 a second. It's really too unbridled. It's an iron law that humans and gods can't fall in love. Yao Ji is really too angry with me. Who is that mortal? Come men. Command the great mountain-moving god, Quester, to bring him back at once. Insulting the majesty of the heavenly court must be severely punished. The Jade Emperor's face turned blue. Since he founded the heavenly court, there had never been a case of a god falling in love with a mortal, and the fact that it was his own sister who had broken the iron law caught him off guard. Shepherd's Dust was listening with great interest at the moment. Yogi? Mortal love? Something feels familiar. A moment later, Shepherd Dust figured it out. Isn't that Erlang god Yang Jian's own mother? Doesn't this mean that Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, is going to be born? Shepherd's Dust remembered that in the original story, Yang Jian was hunted down and killed, and after splitting the mountain to save his mother, he was accepted as a disciple by the Jade Tripod Truthfulness, and became a famous third-generation disciple under the elucidating religion's heavenly emperor Yuanshi. And the battle power is good in the period of sealing the gods. The 8-9 Xian Gong is very conspicuous. As for the Western journey is even more powerful, easy and simple to train. The perfect SSR class character. Thinking of this, Mu Chen had some small thoughts. Drop. It is detected that the host has inadvertently touched the Yang Jian plot. Please choose. 1. Secretly guarding Yao Ji when the Jade Emperor is chasing her. You can gain Yang Jian's goodwill in the future, and it will be easier to take him as a disciple. 2. Indifference. Leave. 3. Bring Yang Jian and Yao Ji back to the heavenly court. Gain favor with the Jade Emperor. And also get 5,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to guard the endless sea. Shepherd's Dust thought about it. It's still a three-way street. A good card like Yang Jian must be collected. Anyway, Jade Tripod Truth's acceptance of disciples wasn't something Yuanshi Tianzun had arranged for a long time ago, so he wasn't afraid of feuding with the saints. Hear this. Shepherd's Dust then slowly withdrew the six-ears avatar. Next, a great event then took place in the heavenly court. Yao Ji, the sister of the Jade Emperor, comes down to earth privately and falls in love with a mortal, even injuring the heavenly soldiers and generals who come to arrest them. Cotter could have tackled both. As a result, when the hands suddenly heard the master's voice, then also out of work, a fight pretending to be defeated and then fled back to heaven. In this day and age, a god falling in love with a mortal would definitely make today's headlines. Not to mention the second year, Yao Ji gave birth to 3 sons with the mortal named Yang Tianyu, the eldest brother Yang Jiao, the second Yang Jian, born with a divine eye on his forehead, limited in magical power, and the third sister Yang Chan. Learning this news, the Jade Emperor was even more enraged. Countless immortal gods were sent down to earth to hunt them down, regardless of life or death. Just on the run, Yang Jiao died tragically. Yao Ji was also captured and suppressed under Peach Mountain for countless thousands of years. Only Yang Jian and Yang Zhen are left to fall to the end of the world and continue to flee. Shepherd Dust had been keeping an eye on the divine continent during this period of time. The flow of the flood was so different from the flow of heaven and earth that it was as if they were not in the same world at all. After a long time, it was only then that Makoto waited for this ending. So pat yourself on the back and get up. It's time to strike out on your own. Chapter 107, Yang Jian and Yang Chan. To save Yang Jian, the first thing to tackle was not so much the Jade Tripod, but the Jade Emperor's Hurdle. After all, Yang Jian's existence was a disgrace to the heavenly court. But fortunately, he had once had a karmic relationship with the Jade Emperor, and for Cola Water's sake, there shouldn't be any major problems. Shepherd Dust's mind moved. Then he sent out a doppelganger with the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal and left the Sea of Clouds, the divine continent, somewhere beside the flowing water of the mountains. A pair of young boys and girls with tired faces hid behind the trees. Even though his face was covered in dust and fatigue, he still couldn't hide the perfection of his features. It was Yang Jian and Yang Chan, the two siblings. At the moment, their luck wasn't considered good. Not only were they being chased by the divine generals of the heavenly court, but they had also mistakenly entered the demon forest and were attacked by a group of demonic beasts. If Yang Jian hadn't opened his third eye during the crisis, perhaps the two siblings would have been buried in the demon's belly. Brother, will we die? Yang Chan asked weakly at this moment. No, I will protect you, and save mother later. Erlangshan was covered in wounds, but his eyes were incredibly determined. Just then, a golden light fell from the sky and landed straight in front of the two. Yang Jian and Yang Chan were startled. It was thought that the heavenly court pursuers had arrived. Yet who would have thought that a young man in a gray shirt had walked out from among them? There wasn't the slightest hint of harshness, but instead it was like a spring breeze. You, who are you? Yang Jian was still very cautious. Shepherd Dust opened the door. Majestic said, I am the lord of the endless sea region. Mu Chen. Yang Jian, truth be told, this honored one has been paying attention to you since you were born. Seeing that your bones are amazing and different from the norm. You are a one-in-a-million immortal cultivation wizard. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? So I have long been prepared to take you as a disciple. And now that all the trials and tribulations you've endured have been carefully arranged by me, you've successfully passed my test. So the task of presiding over justice in the floodlands and maintaining world peace in the future will be yours. The two siblings were flabbergasted. Muchin put his hands behind his back and sized up Yang Jian. The more you look at it, the more satisfied you become. Now that's a poker face, not to mention the cultivation. This selling look is definitely much better than the boys raised by his own family. At this moment, in the distance, the Tong-arm monkey, who was still fighting with the flood ancient demon beasts to hone his cultivation, sneezed. An inattentive opponent is sent flying. Why should I trust you? Yang Jian frowned and asked, couldn't you be a traitor sent by the heavenly realm? Makoto smiled and shook his head. This kid is not easy to fool. Fortunately, there was an early response that hit the nail on the head. Yang Jian, don't you know why you guys can escape from death every time under the pursuit of the heavenly soldiers and generals? Do you guys think it's really because the heavenly court's heavenly soldiers and generals are too weak? Or is it that your luck is too good? In your mind, you should have thought about it. Yang Jian's face changed drastically when he heard this. The words instantly poked at him. He had grown up with a sharp mind and had thought deeply about the questions that Mu Chen had asked. There were many times when they were in Peach Mountain that the immortal named the mountain-moving god clearly could have apprehended them on many occasions, but each time they failed by extreme coincidence. You mean you helped us? Yang Chan asked weakly. It was only then that Mu Chen noticed the little girl behind Yang Jian. Ha! If it isn't the future three Hail Marys. So he smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. Before he could say anything, he only saw the ground suddenly and strangely vibrate violently. A raging demonic aura came to the surface. Look around. Countless demonic beasts gathered in the mountains and forests rushed out, targeting Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Yang Jian's face turned pale and he shielded Yang Chan from death. Run! No need. Makoto lazily extended a hand. The golden flame of the great sun. Chapter 108, The Jade Cauldron Master. An incomparably hot golden flame burst out from his hand. The aura emanating from this flame caused the tide of demons to subconsciously stagnate, and they all wore a restless expression. Shepherd Dust smiled gently. Originally, with his strength he only needed one finger to exterminate these demon clans. However, It's time to go out and pretend in front of Yang Jian. Or else these two siblings still don't know their strength. So he flexed his fingers. A spark flew out of his hand and floated towards the tide of beasts. According to Mu Dust's original idea, the sparks drifted to the center of the wave of beasts and then exploded. The sky is falling. All anyone would see was a huge mushroom cloud floating in the sky. And he or she can take the admiring Yang Jian siblings without looking back, whisk their clothes away, and hide his or her achievements and fame. Really, it's handsome when you think about it. However, something embarrassing happened. When the originally palm-sized golden flame left Mu Chen's hand, it instantly turned into the size of a fire. And with an extremely difficult posture, he floated forward left and right. All the demonic beasts froze. It was as if I had never seen such a weak fire before. Even scarier. When that fire flew halfway, it suddenly fell straight to the ground as if it had lost its strength. Crackle! The ground exploded with a small spark, as if it were like a golden fart, and then disappeared into the heavens and earth. Watch this scene. The air was momentarily and unbearably quiet. Yang Jian, Cindy Young, countless demonic beasts. Shepherd Dust also pulled the corner of his mouth when he felt the grudging and suspicious gazes cast behind him. This, pitiful. The power of the 5 elemental laws was too strong. I didn't expect that even the doppelganger of a great Luo golden immortal would have some difficulty in performing. For a while, Mu Chen was also somewhat speechless. A grumpy monkey demon shook his head and cried out, "Damn it! Get on me and listen to the order of Lord Three-Headed Jiao King to capture Yang Jian Yangchan alive. As for this human who came to be funny, just slaughter him." A command. Countless demonic beasts rushed up and surrounded him on all sides. Yang Jian said with a pale face, "Are you good or not?" Shepherd Dust dryly coughed twice. Fumble. Fumble. Repeat. Having said that, a deep breath was exhaled. The right palm violently pressed down in the void. Fire come. Boom. It's like thunder on the ground. Raging samadhi true flames roared up from all sides of Mu Chen, transforming into countless hideous fire dragons that devoured all the surrounding demonic beasts in an instant. The temperature skyrocketed. A mournful scream rang out. Almost instantly, countless demonic beasts were burned to ashes. And all of a sudden, they were quiet. Look around. Hundreds of miles of mountains and forests were turned into a charred ruin. Yang Jian and Yang Chan both opened their little mouths wide, looking at this scene with disbelief. It's horrible. It's stronger than those heavenly soldiers and generals. Shepherd Dust smiled. How about this? Yang Jian didn't have the slightest hesitation and knelt on the ground on the spot. Senior, take me as your disciple. I'm willing to be an ox for master. I only ask that master teach me the divine power to destroy the heavenly court and then save my mother. Yang Chan knelt with her. Shepherd Dust smiled and shook his head. To save mother or not, that's your own matter. I can't destroy the heavenly court. I can only teach you the divine power. Are you willing? Yang Jian pondered slightly. Taking his sister Yang Chan with him, he knelt down respectfully. Disciple Yang Jian meets master. Disciple Yang Chan greets master. Shepherd Dust nodded in satisfaction. The two of you still have quite a few elder brothers and sisters, but they can wait until later. First follow me back to the endless sea, said he was about to leave, only to see another golden light with the aura of a great Luo golden immortal fall from the sky. An immortal Taoist man held a duster in his hand and smiled. Poor Taoist Jade Spring Mountain Jinsha Cave Yudingjinjin. Chapter 109, The Snub Begins. Jade Helm. Under the disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun of the Jade Void Palace, he is one of the famous 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. The list of the gods begins with the murderous robberies committed by the 12 golden immortals, and as one of the 12 golden immortals, the Jade Censor that also belongs to the top of the existence of which is quite untamed. The moment he shone with golden light, a majestic and sacred sight. The eye is not on the other side. Smiling, he looked at Yang Jian. Yang Jian, truth be told, this seat has been concerned about you since you were born. Seeing that you were born with a vision, your bones are amazing and different from normal people. You are a 1 in a million cultivation wizard. As the saying goes, there is a law for everything. I am your future master. Are you willing to learn the way with me? Obviously. The Jade Tripod realist had the same mindset as Makoto. The opening should be laid out with the master's cards out. The mana was scattered in all directions for a while, and it was awesome. Yang Jian, however, was indifferent. Instead, I somehow thought it was a bit familiar. Subconsciously, he looked at Mu Dust. Shepherd Dust silently rolled his eyes on the side and didn't bother to speak. Yang Jian before politely shaking his head. I'm sorry, Jade Cauldron Master. I already have a master. The Jade Tripod froze. Then with a face full of incredulity, his hands kept pinching and calculating. How is that possible? I obviously didn't count on it. It shouldn't be? Who? Just who else dares to take this karma? Yang Jian pointed at Mu Chen. The jade tripod realist immediately looked over with a somewhat unpleasant face. Yet the next moment, when he saw Mu Chen's face, his face immediately stagnated, and his entire eyes were about to stare off. Surprised. Mu, it's Senior Makoto? Shepherd's Dust was also dumbfounded. Rub. He was obviously so meticulous. Why did he feel that any random person knew him? Could it be that his reputation as the king of the Floodgo has spread to the entire flood? The Jade Cauldron realist was sure that it was really Makoto, and he was instantly quite respectful. As a disciple of the hierarchy's first heavenly father, naturally, he was as familiar with the existence that the Taoist ancestor had spoken of when he preached back in the day. To be recognized by the Dao ancestor himself as having a talent for enlightenment that surpassed all the innate divine demons of that year, one could only imagine how powerful it was. And many years ago, that extremely famous battle between Buddha and Tao in the flood, he had also been curious to watch from afar. That's why he remembered Mu Chen's face extraordinarily clearly. At once, realist Jade Tripod's face became extremely grumpy and aggrieved. About Yang Jian as a disciple, he's been following it since he was a kid. Especially after so many years of observation, he found that Yang Jian's temperament was extremely to his liking, so he made up his mind to take him as his disciple. As a result, who would have thought that someone would have gotten there first, or that it would be Senior Shepherd Dust? Dropping. It has detected that the host is snatching disciples with the Jade Cauldron Master. Please select the host. 1. Directly use their power to drive them away and make a feud with the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. 2. Deceive him, fool him, and make the Jade Tripod Master willingly give up his desire to take on a disciple. And you can obtain the method of the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. 3. Surrendering Yang Jian to Yudingjinjin as his disciple can gain the favor of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. When Shepherd Dust heard this, he didn't think much about it. Putting is never going to be put. As for directly using power over people, it doesn't really fit his character either. And that circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation is deeply in one's heart. That is a powerful heaven and earth grand formation that was used in the ancient demon race's heavenly court. So in short, then you'll have to make a big move yourself. Think about it. Makoto sighed with a lonely look on his face. When I think of the past, the ones I snubbed were all saints. And at the very least, they were at the level of the king of earthly treasures. As a result, it was now replaced with a district Jade Tripod realist. Shepherd's Dust was really afraid of fooling him. If he was really stupid, then Yuan sure wouldn't be able to find himself to fight for his life? Take it easy, take it easy. Mu Chen secretly admonished himself. Jade Helm fought for a long time. With a wave of his hand, Yang Jian Yangchan was sent to the distance. Only then did he grit his teeth and speak. Elder, Yang Jian is the disciple whom I have decided to pass on his mantle. Can you bear to give up? Shepherd Dust took a deep breath. Then the movie star's acting skills kicked in and a look of pain passed over him. Oh little ding. Do you think that I'm accepting disciples purely for myself? Can I guess that you want to take Yang Jian as your disciple? The Jade Cauldron blinked with a blank, hesitant expression. That's. Makoto sighed and shook his head. Actually, I came here this time solely to save you. Hear that? The Jade Tripod realist had a flattered look on his face. Save me? Chapter 110, The Circumstantial Star Dipper Formation. The Jade Tripod realist frowned slightly. Unexplained. Dare I ask, Senior? What exactly is the meaning of this? Shepherd Dust smiled faintly, his face full of inscrutable intentions. Do you know the life of this Yang Jian? The Jade Cauldron slowly said after serious contemplation. Yang Jian is the son of Yao Ji, as well as the nephew of the Jade Emperor. And I also know that nowadays the heavenly court is hunting them down. It's just that. I am a second-generation disciple of the hierarchy. It shouldn't be much of a big deal to enroll Yang Jian in the hierarchy's cultivation, right? These karmic consequences, I am a great Luo. I should be able to bear them, right? Originally, he had long considered the matter. It was only when he heard Mu Chen's words that he unprecedentedly produced some shakiness. Could it be that I, a disciple of the great Luo and a saint, still can't bear the karma of a Yang Jian? The corner of Mu Dust's mouth curled up slightly, and he asked with an unhurried smile. You are a De Luo. You can bear Yang Jian's karma. So can you bear the karma of the heavenly court and the hierarchy? The Jade Tripod realist was terrified. What does the karma between the hierarchy and the heavenly court have to do with me? Shepherd Dust sighed and said with a "You're too young" face. Now that the teachings of the three saints have risen throughout the floodplains, which is supposed to be a situation where the three religions are the only ones in power, Then do you know why Ancestor ordered Hongjun to set up the heavenly court? The jade tripod frowned, then whispered, checks and balances? That's right. Shepherd Dust gave the jade cauldron an appreciative glance. He then secretly blocked the space around him, covering up the heavenly opportunity. Before speaking, that's right, with some great disrespect, it's because the three religions are too dominant in the flood. Yet the three religions as one are unable to maintain the balance of the flood, which is why Dao Ancestor sent Hongjun to create the heavenly court, with the aim of balancing the flood with the three realms. Let me ask you again, according to this reasoning, what do you think of the relationship between the heavenly court and the three religions? The jade tripod's face paled a bit, and he said with some uncertainty, it seems like, not good? As a second-generation disciple of the hierarchy, although his master didn't say it, he did manage to tell from the minutiae that his master wasn't very attached to the heavenly court. It has also always maintained a non-offensive attitude towards the heavenly court. It seems that all three religions are doing the same to heaven. MacDust changed his expression to one of relief again and patted realist Jade Tripod's shoulder. That's right. Originally, the Jade Emperor's relationship with the three saints was not good, and was even somewhat icy and hostile. At this time, once you abducted the Jade Emperor's own nephew into the Hierophant practice, where does this put the Jade Emperor and the immortal gods who are chasing Yang Jian? Where does this put their face? Wouldn't you be slapping the face of the heavenly court in front of all living beings? If once the Jade Emperor thinks that this matter is instructed by the hierarchy and comes to be accountable, then according to the temperament of the first sage, Shepherd's Dust nailed it, waiting for cold sweat to trickle out of the Jade Tripod's forehead. That's before continuing. Finally, let me ask you, if the hierarchy and the heavenly court are really estranged from each other, and the layout of the Taoist ancestor for the flood wasteland is damaged, as the one who stirred up this huge storm, where should you stay? I guess, the saints aren't that good-natured. To put it bluntly, all of this was just bull ***** from Mu Dust. As for the latter, Yang Jian joined the hierarchy, and the Jade Emperor turned a blind eye. After all, that is his own nephew, and the hierarchy has a saint. It is natural to look for a ladder down. As for the first heavenly father, as a sage, it was actually even more unlikely that he would care about a Yang Jian who was still immortal. But then again, everything just doesn't stand up to deep thought. Makoto was purely steering things toward one of the worst places, and the words just fell. The Jade Tripod was truly wound up. Cold sweat covered his back. After what Makshin said, it was natural to think in one's heart, **********. It seems like it's really something like that? I felt very grateful. Luckily it wasn't a big mistake. Afterward, the Jade Cauldron realist looked at Mu Chen and then his face was filled with undisguised gratitude. Bending over and bowing, he said, Thank you, Senior, for helping me to stop this monstrous disaster. If it wasn't for Senior, I feel that the floodplains could have been devastated. It's not that great. Senior is modest. It's obviously this great. There really isn't. There it is. Alright, you've seen it. Shepherd Dust put his hands behind his back and said with a look of pity for the living, but then again, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Today's karma will be borne by me. Mu Chen, so you go first. The Jade Tripod realist listened. Admiration poured out like a torrent of water. A million words came into my throat but I couldn't say them. In the end, all I could do was leave with a sniffle and a tear in my eye. Watch this scene. Makoto shook his head. Before I could exert myself, another one went down. Hey, lonely, just listen. Dropping. It is detected that the host has successfully caused the Jade Tripod Master to give up his desire to take on a disciple and obtain the Zhou Tian Star Dipper Grand Formation. Shepherd Dust smiled, slipped. With a wave of his sleeve, he rolled Yang Jian and Yang Chan into his sleeve in the distance and directly left the Divine Continent. Chapter 111, Jade Emperor's Visit. Above the Sea of Clouds, Shepherd Dust brought the Yang Jian siblings back here. The two siblings saw such a beautiful view for the first time, sitting in the Sea of Clouds, and still had a somewhat disbelieving dreaming expression. It's so beautiful. Clusters of clouds stacked in the distance, as if out of reach. Shepherd Dust smiled. From today, you will first cultivate here for 300 years. He could naturally see Yang Jian's mind. I guess I'm just learning to go down the mountain to split peach trees. But Makshin didn't have any intention of stopping him. Just let nature take its course. The Jade Emperor pretends to be as angry and majestic as he is on the surface. But in fact, he still has room for maneuver in his heart. Next time, Shepherd's Dust then passed on the high-level cultivation mind techniques to the two of them. The remnants of the Taishan Qing Qi that were a little more advanced were not quite suitable for the two of them yet for the time being. Inside the next few days, Shepherd Dust then taught the two to cultivate within the Sea of Clouds. Yang Jian's talent was extremely high, and Yang Chan's talent as the future three holy mothers wasn't weak either. Both of them could be descendants with Haotian's orthodox bloodline, and their cultivation speed far exceeded Mu Chen's imagination. It only took 100 years. Yang Jian had then successfully broken through to the realm of Earth Immortal and successfully opened his third eye. Yang Chan followed suit. That fast? Shepherd Dust raised his eyebrows slightly, waiting for the two to break through. He passed on the 36 methods of the Big Dipper to the two again, ready to see the progress. That's when the talent gap comes out. Yang Chan has encountered some obstacles. Yang Jian, on the other hand, is making extremely rapid progress in a day. Shepherd Dust also nodded secretly as he watched. This was the Dharma that had been passed down to him by Hongjun Dao ancestor, the superior Dharma, and it was still extremely difficult for ordinary people to learn it. And part of the reason is because Yang Jian is too diligent, all holding their breath inside, cultivating day and night without stopping. Even Mu Dust was somewhat shocked and smacked his lips, but nothing more was said. After all, the other's mother was still suffering under Peach Hill. That's why Mu Chun understood Yang Jian's feelings very well. In his place, it would probably be the same. In this dreary atmosphere, 300 years passed. Yang Jian opened his eyes. The body is now extremely tall and serious. Master, I want to return to Earth. Shepherd Dust smiled. Are you sure you can save your mother now? Yang Jian gritted his teeth. I have to try even if I can't. It's been 300 years. I can't wait any longer. All right. Shepherd Dust nodded his head. Casually, he handed over an axe. This is a mountain opening axe. You take it and use it. Remember to take your mother and run after chopping. Yang Chan said weakly from the sidelines. Master, I want to. Too. Shepherd Dust shook his head. Your cultivation is still shallow, so you won't be able to be of much use if you go. So feel free to cultivate here with me. Yang Jian was also planning to do the same and nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, little sister. Just feel at ease cultivating here at Master's. After saying that, he rushed down to the Sea of Clouds with his axe. Shepherd Dust ordered with a smile. Keep going to practice. You can't lose to your brother. Yang Chan was gentle by nature, and with a good-natured she ran away to watch from afar. At this point, the Sea of Clouds slowly dispersed. Shepherd Dust looked to the side and smiled. The Jade Emperor himself is here. It really makes this place of the little way fluffy. Only a golden light slowly transformed into a silhouette, fusing into an imposing and domineering middle-aged man. It was Hao Tian. At the moment he was dressed in civilian clothes, but he still couldn't hide his aura. When he saw Makoto, a trace of a sad look passed across his face and he sighed. Senior Maction, is really making things difficult for me? Makoto's eyes immediately widened as he feigned madness. What? Where did I give the Jade Emperor a hard time again? Quickly tell me. I'll change it in a hurry. Looking at the way that Mu Dust was clearly playing a rogue, the Jade Emperor rolled his eyes for a moment. Chapter 112 Negotiations. As Shepherd Dust looked at the Jade Emperor's deflated appearance, she hurriedly climbed up the pole and climbed the tree. LOL. Egu. Jade Emperor. Yang Jian and Yang Chan are at least your nephew and niece. Are you really willing to kill them? Aren't I also helping you down by the way? The Jade Emperor rubbed his brow and sighed. But, this kid now cannot properly cultivate. Must go to split the Peach Mountain. You do not stop. This is not again put my heavenly court majesty in disregard? What can I do with this heavenly court lord? The Jade Emperor finished, looking at Yang Zhen, who was completely immersed in cultivation in the distance. A hint of never-before-seen tenderness flashed in his eyes. Although on the surface he was thunderously angry and even placed a hunting order on the duo, he actually wasn't that desperate on the inside. Yao Ji is her own sister after all, while Yang Jian and Yang Chan are even her own nephews. Blood is thicker than water. How can you be so cruel? However, the rules of heaven could not be violated, and as the Lord of Heaven, if he were to harbor his own kin, would that not be a slap in his own face? It was under this tangled situation that made it so difficult for the Jade Emperor today. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come alone after learning that Yang Jian Yang Chan had been picked up by Maction. Back then, Mu Dust had spent 1,000 years with the young Haotian, so he naturally knew what the Jade Emperor was thinking. At this moment, he swore and patted his chest. Yang Jian splitting the Peach Mountain is his business, and it's also considered an excellent filial piety, which will surely be passed on in the future in the flood. Or you can just mean it and send someone to chase them down, and later say that they were received by me to cultivate in the endless sea. At worst, I'll bear the consequences. The moment. For the first time in his life, Makoto was so domineering. The Jade Emperor stroked his chin. There was a flash of uncertainty in his eyes. It doesn't seem right, does it? Shepherd's Dust sniffed. Quit, wailed in pain. Little Hao Tian, you don't even listen to me nowadays. Have you already forgotten the years when we fished together under the moon? Oh wow, can't live anymore. Little Hao Tian doesn't even listen to me anymore. Shepherd's Dust didn't bother acting. Facing the Jade Emperor, Makoto used the path of crying and hanging, sitting straight up on his ass on the steps. Spill the beans. And when the Jade Emperor heard this, his face was filled with black lines and he held his forehead somewhat helplessly. Although he had learned from a long time ago that Senior Makoto's heart was rather unconventional, yet there was really no way to anticipate this scene either. How can you be such a scoundrel? If the group of immortals and gods in the heavenly court were to see this, they would probably have to stare their jaws off. Hao Tian sighed helplessly. Alright, this matter will be in accordance with Senior Shepherd Dust. There's just one more problem. Makoto instantly jumped up from the ground, full of breezes. It seems that just now lying on the ground to play the rogue that is not himself at all, just hastily asked, "What's the problem?" He was considered to be completely shameless for the sake of a few disciples. After all, in the future, Nuken's retirement plan would rely on the Tonmar monkey, the 3 fire phoenixes, and Yang Jian, who were the generals. The Jade Emperor coughed dryly, said in a rather drawn-out tone, "Recently the divine fairy water is extremely popular fairy favorite in the heavenly court. The heavenly court's treasure cabinet is a bit in short supply. Shepherd's Dust stared with a dead fish eye and didn't say anything. "Ed up, or are you going to screw yourself?" Moo Dust clenched his teeth and opened the door. 3 bottles of fairy water. 10 bottles. 5 bottles can't be more. 8 bottles. 6 bottles is the limit. Deal. Chapter 113, The Story of Yang Jian. Watching the Jade Emperor leave with 6 bottles of divine immortal water, that sturdy body invariably came out with a hint of gracefulness, and Mu Qin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why is it weird? Yourself. Seems like you're being punked. Getting screwed yourself? No, it doesn't exist. Shepherd Dust shook his head and began to set his sights on Earth. The next episode was pretty much what he expected. In the original mythological story, Yang Jian, who had achieved great success in his cultivation under the Jade Tripod Truthfulness, rushed down the Peach Mountain with a 3-pointed and 2-faced blade transformed into a 3-headed scaly dragon in his hand. However, the Peach Hill is confined by a formation and can only be split by a mountain opening axe. So Yang Jian went to the 5 lakes to seek for a mountain opening axe again. Eventually, he succeeded in rescuing his mother after all the hardships and succeeded in creating a good story. Even the story of Xinqiang saving her mother in later times was extended from the story of Yang Jian, now replaced by the Master of the Pastor Dust. Not to mention, at least in the less struggle for 50 years in this regard that is pinpointed dead. It's never that much of a curveball. The opening is the opening axe. That's why Yang Jian didn't take much time at all and directly split Peach Mountain on the spot. The big mountain is split in 2. Yogi emerges from the mountain, dying. It turned out that ever since the immortals and mortals fell in love, her mana had also started to gradually dissipate. Plus now that she had been suppressed for countless years, both her body and her mind had reached a point where she had run out of gas. If he hadn't had his heart set on his own child, I'm afraid he would have fallen long ago. Now, after meeting with Yang Jian, Yao Ji's last wish has been fully realized and she died in Yang Jian's arms. Yang Jian is in pain. I didn't expect this situation, and I was so angry that I fought with the heavenly soldiers and generals who came to arrest him. As a matter of fact, if the heavenly court really intends to capture Yang Jian, who is still at a low level of cultivation, he is not an opponent. But who knew that the Jade Emperor had already made an ulterior deal with Shepherd's Dust on the Cloud Sea Grand Formation? So a fight that looks like a mountainous and violent battle is in fact full of water. It's a pity that Yang Jian didn't know it, and retreated while fighting, and escaped from the heavenly court and returned to the endless sea under the seemingly 1 in 9 death situation. And among the latter, because of his mother's tragic death, although Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, eventually joined the heavenly court as an official, he disowned the Jade Emperor as his uncle, and became the only immortal who listened to the tone but not the announcement. It means, I can do whatever you say, but don't fool around and act like you know me well. I won't even bother to talk to you. The moment. Master. Yang Jian's eyes turned red and he fell on his knees to tell the news of Yao Ji's death. Yang Chan's eyes also reddened when she heard this, and the two of them broke down into tears. As Shepherd Dust watched this scene, His mind was wave-free as he raised his head to look at the sky. Heaven's will is hard to disobey. All you can do is to cultivate. If you want to change this situation, you need to cultivate hard and change your destiny. This comment was purely a sentimental one on the part of Mu Dust. He traveled across the floodplain and suffered in endless loneliness at first, thinking of his relatives and loved ones in his last life. It was estimated that they had died long ago in these endless years and he was the only one left. In the end, he could only rely on cultivation to numb his mind. Old age, sickness, death and parting are the great sufferings of life, and only after experiencing them can one grow. He was experienced enough to not need to comfort anything. Only time would wash away all the grief. Countless years later, the two gradually emerged from the haze of losing their mother and began a new round of cultivation, without the pressure of saving his mother. Yang Jian's cultivation has instead become more stable. Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Xian Immortal, all the way to Tai Golden Immortal. It could be said that it was like a breakthrough. Shepherd Dust also sked and smacked his lips. These disciples are one tough as nails. Xiaowax had reached the great Luo Xian Immortal a long time ago, and now that he had been practicing outside for countless thousands of years, it was estimated that he was only one chance away from being a quasi-saint. And little 7 little 8 little 9 3 fire phoenixes also found the volcano where Yuanfeng cultivated countless thousands of years ago, and closed the door until now, and their strength is not known to have reached any point. Now there is another Yang Jian. Shepherd Dust inexplicably felt the pressure rise, thinking that he couldn't be surpassed by his disciple, and began to continue to delve into his own 5 elemental laws. Someday, Yang Jian opened his eyes and knelt in front of the water pool and said seriously, "Master, I remembered that the 3-headed scaly dragon is still making waves in the divine continent. I want to go capture it to avenge my mother's death." Chapter 114, The Big Black Dog. As soon as shepherding dust was heard, going to go collect my own weapon. So asked, "Are you viable on your own?" He remembered that the strength of the 3-headed Zhao King seemed to be a bit stronger than Yang Jian nowadays. Yang Jian said confidently, "That 3-headed Zhao King penetrated my mother's heart back then. This revenge will be avenged. Master doesn't have to worry about my disciple." "Okay, then you go, and take Yang Chan with you." "Yes, sir," Yang Jian respectfully returned. At the same time there was a lot more energy in the mind. Within these years, the master was harsh on himself, but he was just too good to his sister. There are no less than 7 or 8 body protection magic treasures alone, not to mention the many powerful aptitudes that can protect one's life. Even if Yang Chan's realm was worse than his now, if he really fought, just the magic treasure smashing could smash himself to death. Needless to say, Yang Jian wondered if his own sister was the disciple that the master had his eye on, and he was just dabbling in his sister's light. Shepherd's Dust had no explanation for this. As the saying goes, poorly raised men, richly raised women. The more tough it is to better hone Yang Jian's diamond in the rough. Watching the two siblings leave the Sea of Clouds grand formation, Mu Chen sighed in relief. I don't know why a certain monkey comes to mind again. Look at that. The difference between man and monkey, this is too great. Not like 10 at all. He had devoted himself to cultivating for so long, giving away most of his family's wealth, and this monkey still had to come back miserably every time to ask for his help. Of course, these were just jokes in Mu Chen's mind. After thinking about it, he went back to drilling his own laws. Progress is already fast approaching completion. However, at this moment, in the unknowable land, Little Ten, who was still fighting demonic beasts and diligently honing his skills, silently sneezed again. Yang Jian's subjugation of the 3-headed Zhao King didn't happen without too many ripples. With Yang Chan at the helm, the 3-headed Zhao King bowed down after some twists and turns, and finally knelt down and begged for forgiveness, transforming into a 3-pointed and 2-faced blade, which has become Yang Jian's weapon ever since. After subduing the 3-headed Zhao King, the two siblings found the earth uninteresting and prepared to go home. As a result, halfway through a certain village, he found that the sky, which was originally silent and peaceful, was instantly darkened, and there was no light in heaven and earth. Yang Jian's 3 eyes opened and looked towards the sky. Only a huge shadow gradually spread over the moon, as if it was going to swallow it in one bite. Countless people exclaimed in the darkness, Tengu! Tengu eclipses the moon. It's over. The moon is going to be eaten by the Tengu. Yang Jian frowned slightly when his 3rd eye opened, which is some kind of Tengu eclipse. It was clearly a black dog high above the sky blocking the moon's light, and as he came towards this village, it was clear that he was using the people here as food. Little sister, get out of the way, Jan Chan asked, blinking. Brother, why don't I just use some Sara fire? Yang Jian shook his head. No, I'll do it myself. After saying that, the three-pointed and two-sided blade appeared in his hand and charged straight towards the heavenly dog. Boom! The three-pointed two-sided blade ruthlessly smashed into the body of that huge black dog. The entire ground exploded, instantly turning into countless cracks. Roar! The black dog suffered pain and blasted a claw towards Yang Jian. It may seem slow, but it's a split second. Bang! 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 A man and a dog are fighting on the ground. The earth exploded, turning into countless large pits one after another. The villagers inside the village in the distance looked at this scene and were scared out of their wits, trembling. I don't know how long it's been. Yang Jian's right hand double-fingered toward his third eye. True God's thunder royal law. Shasta. Thunder was 10,000 feet, and it exploded straight out of his eyes, ruthlessly smashing into the black dog's body. Chapter 115, Subduing the Roaring Dogs. The True God's Thunder Sentry method was an ancestral tradition of Machan's lineage, and all initiates had basically learned it, with Yang Jian and Yang Chan being no exception. Only to see a shocking thunder ruthlessly smashing on the body of the big black dog. The heaven and earth changed color. A mournful and incomparable scream rang out. The big black dog began to rush towards Yang Jian like crazy, trying to devour him. Ergo, look out! Yang Chan appeared beside Yang Jian. Just a flick of the sleeve. The majestic samadhi flame exploded out in a rage and engulfed it. Roar! Thunder and fire met with an extremely powerful sound. Yang Jian looked at it for a moment and frowned. This guy. It's a bit strong. The Samadhi True Flame and True God's Royal Thunder Law smashed on the black dog at the same time. But surprisingly, it didn't have half an injury, and could only make it move slowly for the time being. This dog is extraordinary, by virtue of the fact that we are not yet able to subdue him, nor can we allow him to harm the villagers. So why don't we attract it back to the endless seas for Master to dispose of it? Yang Jian finished this sentence. Then he took Yang Chan and seduced the black dog while flying towards the flood endless sea. It took a full 2 or 3 years, 2 people and a dog across the entire divine continent, and from then on the heavenly dog away from the earth. And the legend of the heavenly dog eclipsing the moon has been widely circulated on earth since then. The flood. Amidst pulling far and wide over and over again, the duo finally pulled it to the endless sea. The moment. Shepherd Dust was dressed in gray, his clothes floating with the sea breeze as he stood quietly on the surface of the sea. With the deduction method, he had already figured out what happened to the two, and that big black dog. If nothing else, it is the snarling dog. Fruity. As Yang Jian and Yang Chan labored their way back here, a huge black dog followed behind with a fierce face. Apparently, it's also a thief who holds a grudge. Yet the next moment, when the big black dog saw Makoto on the surface of the sea, that huge figure stopped at once. There was a flash of suspicion in his eyes. Strange. Can't see through it. It's obvious that it's a bigot. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, the big black dog turned around and ran. Watch this scene. Not only was Yang Jian and Yang Chan dumbfounded, even Mu Chen couldn't help it. The dog is quite resourceful. However, it didn't help. In the face of absolute strength, mind games were of no use. Makoto gently stretched out her right hand, spit out the word lightly. Bind. The surrounding water instantly exploded and turned into countless huge ropes rushing towards the big black dog. Bang! 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 In an instant, hundreds and thousands of water chains formed a huge water prison, binding it firmly. The big black dog was in a hurry. His flesh couldn't be crushed no matter how much it collided, and his final bark changed like this. Roar! 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 Woof woof woof! Woo! Woo! Woo woo! Finally sulking down on the water. His form shrinking from a mountain to only half a man's size, he simply began to sleep straight away. Shepherd's Dust was happy at the sight. Isn't that a Chinese garden dog? Master, this black dog's flesh is extremely strong. We can't deal with it. Yang Jian and Yang Chan came forward and explained the original story. Shepherd Dust smiled faintly. This is a beast of heaven and earth. Your current cultivation level is still a bit short compared to it, so it's not a big deal to think that you can't help it. Yang Jian was curious. So what do we do with the big black dog now? Mu Dust looked at the big black dog that still had a face that wasn't happy to take care of them and laughed. Starve, and when you've been starved for years you'll naturally behave. To deal with the dog. That Mu Dust definitely has a way about him. What's wrong with the snarling dog? It's still not a dog at the end of the day. Yang Chan asked weakly. Master, what if starving for a few years doesn't work? Stay hungry. If you still won't pay attention to us, starve again. Starve until you die. Listening to these emotionless words, the eyelids of the big black dog, who had originally kept his eyes closed, couldn't help but tremble. This guy. It's so hard. Chapter 116, The Astrological Dog. The big black dog tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'm not human. But you're a real dog, it thought to itself indignantly. Anyway, I reached the golden immortal realm a long time ago. And eating is fun. But I can't even starve without eating grains. Makoto seemed to have seen through its thoughts and continued. Not just hungry. But you can't let the stupid dog out. So let's lock him up for a while. Hear that? The big black dog was completely unable to sit still. Freedom has always been the most important criterion of the flood. If it had been kept locked up here for a few sessions, it would undoubtedly be worse than death. At once, it conceded. Woo! The tail wagged at Mu Chen, and was filled with a pitiful expression. Yang Jian looked at this scene with some impatience and pleaded for mercy. Master, isn't this too cruel to it? Yang Chan nodded her head in turn. Cruelty? Shepherd's Dust asked rhetorically. This time even the big black dog was on the sidelines, his head nodding like a rattle. Shepherd Dust smiled faintly. Cruel? In that case, you have offended my disciple. So recognize my disciple as your master for 5,000 years. Protect his path for 5,000 years. And you can be returned to freedom after 5,000. The words fell. Black Dog exuded a hesitant look. Say no to recognizing the Lord. That's got to be a gazillion years in prison. Say it is recognizing the master. As a gifted demonic beast, he naturally has his arrogance. Yang Jian's strength at the moment was not worthy of its awe, so it subconsciously resisted a bit. Shepherd's Dust knew the big black dog's mind in his heart. Fade. Don't worry. It's just a divine state demon beast. It won't be a loss to ask you to recognize your master. If you want, I can give you a big bone stick to gnaw on when you're bored, said with a wave of his sleeve. A rod shaped like a large bone was thrown from it. This is a latter-day spiritual treasure, also from the water pool fishing out in the beginning. But it is a pity that it has been eating dust in the corner of the sea of clouds for so many years. Black Dog took a look. A raised eyebrow. A small voice muttered. It's only a Hotian spiritual treasure. At least it should be an innate spiritual treasure. Makoto tugged at the corner of his mouth. Dogs don't work, and their eyes are quite selective. Next moment, Shepherd Dust didn't say anything, only taking the bone stick and gently tapping it towards the surface of the sea next to him. Boom! The entire sea was instantly split in half. The ocean exploded, and the waves were higher than the sky. Then, while holding the bone in one hand, Mu Chen sneered with an apologetic face. Sorry, hands slipped. Big black dog. It suddenly felt a strong sense of malice. It feels like if I say the word no, then it seems like this isn't simply just a bone. Think of that image. A cold shiver ran through the big black dog. No hesitation. Getting down directly towards Yang Jian, he suddenly said with a solemn and serious face. Greetings, Master. Master, I don't have a name, but I'll be your dog from now on. Only then did Makoto nod his head in satisfaction and resume his amiable smile. Mindfulness. The water dungeon also disappeared. In the original story, this dog has made a great name for itself after Yang Jian, and this dog is also considered to be a rather bug existence in the ceiling of the gods. Anything dare to bite. The Great Luo Golden Immortal are no exception. The role is extremely powerful. If he were not so powerful, handsome and imposing, it seems like it's still a bit difficult. Mu Dust thought with a face of narcissism. Yang Jian stroked the black dog's head and was also quite joyful. After all, it was quite satisfying to have an extra powerful helper. Janchan asked curiously. Master, the big black dog doesn't have a name. Let's give him a name. Yang Jian said. How's Blackie? Yang Chan thought about it and beamed. Isn't it good to be called Hannah? Mu Chen glanced at his two disciples with a face of egg on his face. What kind of name is this? Shaking his head before speaking. The black dog is amazing and has the power to swallow the sky. Let's call it Roaring Dog. Chapter 117, When has I ever been a coward? After Yang Jian subdued the roaring dog, he started to find a cave within a million miles to start practicing hard. Yang Chan, however, had lost her motivation to cultivate, and since she had cultivated the Tai Dao fruit, she had begun to drum up flowers and plants within the sea of clouds. To this, Shepherd's Dust didn't stop it. People had their own aspirations, and he never dictated what realm his disciples must cultivate to. Besides, every time Yang Chan went out, she was able to bring back some extremely cherished and valuable flowers and plants within the flood. Not only does it improve the landscape, but it even has great benefits for human cultivation. Countless thousands of years have passed. Oneself this cloud sea within a white, occasionally more other colors. The mood seems to be much better. This day, Shepherd Dust sat high on the 12-pin red lotus beside the water pool. At the bottom of the steps were Yang Jian and Yang Chan. At this moment, Muchen unprecedentedly didn't continue to delve into the 5 elemental laws and was imparting experience in the Dao. As a paragon, teaching 2 Tai cultivators that was still casual. Both men on the stage were listening quite attentively. At this point, a mellifluous voice came out. Master, the sea of clouds dispersed. A burly figure in black armor and iron clothes, holding a prime walked in. It's none other than Little Ten, the Tongjia monkey. With his arrival, a majestic and formidable killing aura came crashing in like a tidal wave. Yang Jian and Yang Chan are still flowers in the greenhouse at the moment, which can withstand such a horrible pressure, and almost fainted. Yang Jian, in particular, was wide-eyed, not having thought that his master had such a powerful and terrifying disciple. A moment of inferiority and awe. In comparison, one is so weak. Shepherd Dust shot a glance at Little Ten. Peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It was only one small realm away from the early stage of paramount sainthood, and after all these years of killing and honing day and night, the battle experience is full, and the battle power is estimated to be the strongest in the same class. Shepherd's Dust said with relief. Not bad, worthy of being my most favored disciple. Xiao X grinned and looked at the 2 Yang Jian siblings aside, hesitantly. This is, Shepherd Dust said. The disciples I just took in are also your senior brother and sister. The Tongjia monkey's eyes lit up. He went over and gave Yang Jian a bear hug, which almost made Yang Jian spit out a mouthful of blood. He was used to fighting with the group of demonic beasts living in the demonic domain on weekdays. That's why the Tongjia monkey has a very rugged and bold character today. But all the same, there is a feeling of extreme trust and solidity. Xiao X followed up by rubbing Yang Chan's head in excitement. Great! In addition to eldest brother Wang Fry and the 3 sisters, another senior brother and sister have come in. Jan Chan wondered. Elder brother. Are there others? The Fluxus nodded his head. Of course, eldest brother Wang Fry is also of the human race, and is rumored to have created a gang on Earth called the Frying Sky Gang, and is extremely talented as well. And then there are my 3 sisters, fire phoenixes with true phoenix bloodlines, who are also practicing elsewhere today. Hear that? Yang Jian and Yang Chan were both filled with surprised expressions. King Fry big brother. It's strong just by the sound of the name. As for the phoenix, isn't this an ancient divine beast that disappeared countless sessions ago? Master, are you a being that has existed since the time of the dragon? Phoenix, and Kirin Wars and has survived until now. How on earth did you survive back then? Yang Jian couldn't help but ask. At the same time the adoration in his eyes became more violent. Longhen's first hijacking. The great witching havoc. These are all great calamities of heaven and earth. All living beings today are impressed. As long as one was not a saint, there was a high probability of falling, and it was not too much to say that one could die 9 times, and to be able to live from that time until now. Wouldn't that divine power be close to sainthood? Hear that? Shepherd Dust smiled faintly. After so many years, I'm not going to pretend anymore. That's right. I personally experienced 2 heaven and earth cataclysms back in those years and came back in one piece. Yang Chan, full of gossip and most fond of hearing about such things, asked, Master, what did you do in response to the calamity back then? A hint of a lonely and vicissitude look passed through Makoto's eyes. There was an unspoken scorn in his eyes. Silly disciple, when has I ever been a coward? So what if there is a great calamity in heaven and earth? It is naturally a battle. Battle the heavens and the earth. Kill until the blood flows. Ultimately crush all your enemies until you are invincible in the world. The words just fell. Not too far away came the ghostly gaze of the Tongjia monkey. Chapter 118, Another Ripple. The Tongyi monkey couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. He really wasn't sure about the initial robbery of Long Han, but when the witch and demon catastrophe, they follow the master. It seems that the master has never been out of the Sea of Clouds. And where does this battle for heaven and earth come from? For a moment, the Tongjia monkey was confused. Like him, there was the snarling dog inside the corner who was gnawing on a bone. He had known Makoto for the shortest amount of time. At this moment, he was even more filled with a foxed and disbelieving expression. It's okay for you to fool the master and the monkey. And lying to dogs? Makoto glanced at Yang Jian and Yang Chan's reactions. A relieved nod. Then after giving a monkey and a dog a cool off to the side look with bad eyes, it was only then that he took an hour to start telling the 2 disciples about the great achievements of that year. Overall, it is the story of how he held a watermelon knife, regarded the gods and demons in the sky as if they were nothing, and hacked his way from the extreme south of the floodplain to the extreme north of the floodplain without blinking for 3 days and 3 nights. The spirit of the whole text also sings the praises of 8 words. Life and death is not a matter of concern. When finished, Yang Jian and Yang Chan were already filled with little stars, just short of kneeling down and exclaiming, "My master is mighty? Master, why can you be so strong? Can you tell me?" Yang Jian said excitedly, "He wants to be strong." This thought was even stronger after feeling the aura of the thong-armed elder brother. The method is naturally simple. Shepherd's Dust slowly stretched out a finger and said solemnly, "There is only one word, and that is, go first." The Tongjia monkey crouched in the corner and said weakly, "Master, that seems to be 2 words. Get out." Herd Dust's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "Go, go until all the powerful enemies are dead. Go until you become the strongest person in the world. This is Go's strongest axiom." Shepherd Dust smiled. The Go Dao lineage was created by the master. The 3000 avenues are the most peculiar. If you want to become the strongest person, you must first learn to develop in a Go. If you can't even save your own life, how can you talk about surviving this sky full of immortals and Buddhas? Become the strongest in the world? Word for word. Iambic pentameter. Impassioned. Shepherd Dust had indeed spoken his heart out. After all, for countless years, no one had been able to listen to his thoughts. Now that it's so hard to have 2 more kids who worship him, you have to snub. Bah! Show off. Bah! Cultivate them. And Yang Jian and Yang Chan were dumbfounded by what they heard. Looking at each other, there was only one thought. How the hell does that work? Yang Jian huffed, full of seriousness. "Master, I understand. This is you teaching us. From today onwards I will begin to study Master's seclusion, and will never come out until I reach quasi-saint." Shepherd Dust smiled. The children are teachable, but the quasi-saint, isn't the time a bit far? He was still waiting for his own medal during the God sealing period, and then his disciple messed around and managed to dissolve this wave of great calamity. As for nowadays, accepting disciples is also for fear that when Hongjun counts disciples in the future, he will count himself in. Now that we have the great generals of Tong Arm Monkey and Yang Jian, our hearts will not be weak when the time comes. It's okay to take on an apprentice. Something's up with the apprentice. This was the purpose of Makoto. Yang Jian shook his head. A serious face said, "No, the world is so dangerous. If Master is so powerful and is living, how can I, as a disciple, not live? If I don't reach quasi-saint, then I'll never go out to the dojo again, lest I disgrace Master. So Master, I'll go ahead and seek a cave within the dojo Go." Having said that, Yang Jian also ignored the crowd and went down to the Sea of Clouds to find his own cave. Shepherd Dust looked at Yang Jian's back and was inexplicably a bit dumbfounded. And so on. What's so weird about? I seem to have led Yang Jian astray. Follow this storyline. Is Yang Jian, who is a righteous and peerless general, going to turn into a metrosexual in the future period of the God-sealing catastrophe? Think of this image. Shepherd Dust gulped down his saliva. This picture style was too damn clear. Inexplicably, there is some shame. Shame. Master. The Tongjia monkey came over at this time and whispered, "There's something I need to tell you." I heard a rumor in the flood wasteland. I heard that a terrifying powerhouse came out of the flood wasteland called Kongxian. Extremely powerful. And it was said that the first thing he did was to go to the North Sea, and then later on he said that he wanted to avenge Kuan Pang. Little things. Master. I've also heard that old man Styx from the Hellmouth inexplicably got out of the underworld sea of blood and came to the flood. No panic. I heard from a close friend that they seem to be teaming up to come after you. Chapter 119, The 5 Elemental Laws Become Great. When Mu Dust heard this, he was a bit surprised. Formerly jawed fine-crowned red peacock, also known as the world's first peacock. It is the descendant of the ancient phoenix ancestor who sensed the chi of yin and yang in 5 elements. The first peacock in the world. And the nature is extremely vicious. To human food, especially a hand of 5-color divine light aptitude. Nothing does not brush divine light in the world of its own. Shepherd Dust remembered that within the God-sealing cataclysm, even land pressure and Taoist lantern burning were not its opponents. It was even claimed to be the first person under the saints. If it was not later taken as a mount by the Western Church sage Junti, I am afraid that the list of God-sealing would have to waste a lot of time. As for the Stygian River old ancestor Makoto was not surprised. After so many years of being recited by the Earth Store King in his own land, and watching his own people being transmigrated into the watchdogs of the Western religion, he must have been broken in his heart. Now that he's probably learned that it was his idea, he's sure to come up for revenge. But, 2 people teaming up? Both are quasi-saints. An old demon that has been immortal since ancient times. A man who was claimed to be the first under the saints. Shepherd's Dust had never teamed up to fight 2 people before. So inexplicably, he was a bit weak. When will you come? Shepherd Dust asked. The tomahawk shook his head. I don't know yet. It seems the two are discussing it. That's all for now then. Shepherd Dust faintly answered. Then it was time to get back to practicing. Anyway, he was able to tackle the Kuan Pang when he first realized the 5 elemental laws. Now that so many years have passed, with a deeper understanding of the 5 elemental laws, hitting 2 should be able to try. If you can't, you'll shrink into a sea of clouds. With today's sea of clouds grand formation, even saints needed to spend quite a bit of effort to get in. The 2 paramount saints shouldn't have that strength yet. Watching this scene, the Tongxiang monkey only felt that Master had not put the 2 men in his heart at all. It couldn't help but reinforce his inner thoughts again. Own Master, definitely on the level of a saint. If he was not a saint, how could he have the nerve to not even put Kongxian and Old Man Sticks together in his eyes? One time, there was no more worrying for the tomcats. After saying goodbye to his master, he continued to go to the demon domain to kill, preparing to advance towards paramount sainthood. Time is long. The flood does not remember the year. Shepherd Dust felt some pressure and began to comprehend the 5 elemental laws wholeheartedly. One day, Makoto opened his eyes. 5 different kinds of light flashed in those pitch-black pupils, which then floated in mid-air. Kim, wood, water, fire, soil. The 5 elements blend together. A terrifying 5-colored aura erupted from around him, rushing straight into the sky like a pillar of light, and the entire sea of clouds turned into a brilliant 5-element color. Phew, it's finally done. Mu Chen stood up, a trace of a satisfied smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. After countless years of drilling, the 5 elemental laws had finally come to great fruition. The 5 elemental Taoists of the flood period would probably be similar to his understanding today. And naturally, Mu Chen's battle power began to skyrocket. Drop. The host has successfully angled for duality and obtained the ancient 3000 laws proof Dharma door, residual scroll. 3000 laws evidence Dharma gate. You can practice multiple 3000 Great Dao laws at the same time. After harboring multiple laws, one's battle power soars. Fusing 3 laws can rival the battle power of a sage of merit. Fusing 5 laws can directly certify a saint. Host's current number of laws comprehended, 1 law of the 5 elements. Hear that. Makoto even took a deep breath. Chapter 120 Mosquitoes. Shepherd's Dust was confused. 3 laws and you can cross the ranks and barely battle a saint? 5 dermas to be certified as a saint? Hiss. That's a bit harsh. Panga used force to prove the Tao, and when he fought the 3000 demon gods alone, he only used the law of force. If the number of laws was unlimited, one's combat power would be almost a bottomless pit as long as one could infinitely fuse laws. It was even possible to reach the level of breaking through the heavenly Tao. Thinking about this, Mu Chen felt agitated. Although today's law-proof Dharma sect was still only a remnant scroll, it should still be no problem to fuse 2 or 3 of them. Dropping. It is detected that the host is about to encounter a great crisis surrounded by 3 paragon saints. Please choose. 1. Closed doors. Reliance on the cloud sea formation to avoid crises. No reward. 2. Meet the battle outside the cloud sea, and after resolving the crisis you can randomly obtain another law. Shepherd's Dust listened to the 2 choices. It seems a bit out of character for the king of the flood go, doesn't it? What's more, weren't Kongxian and Old Man Sticks the only 2 people? How is it that 3 paramount saints are besieging? For a while, Mu Chen was caught in a tangle. Up. Still not on. That's a problem. But the lure of the law is just too powerful. This could be more enticing than any innate treasure. Right now, after Mu Chen possessed the Dharma sect, what he needed the most was actually the laws. After a long time, Mu Chen finally took a deep breath, and a trace of a serious look appeared in his eyes. Wimpy ass. Now that there was such a good chance to obtain the laws, it would be a shame to give it up. The big deal is that if you can't win the fight, you can hide back in the waters and you won't die anyway. Figured that out. Shepherd's Dust then began to make preparations for the battle, all the while pondering just who the third one with a grudge against him was. The system is absolutely not going to pit itself, so Old Man Sticks and Kongxian must still have helpers. There is an underworld sea in the extreme south, connected to the Hellmouth. It was the very land where Mu Chen had burned the Kuan Pang in the first place. After countless thousands of years of changes, the surrounding mountains and landscapes were still in a state of disarray, and at a glance, one could see the tragic appearance of that great battle back then. The moment Old Man Sticks stood here, his face was indescribably gloomy and depressed. The red hair on his head had fallen out of sight at some point, and a large bald head was particularly noticeable. In less than a moment, a huge peacock flew from the sky, turned into rainbow light and landed on the ground. transforming into a handsome man wearing 5 colored clothes. He looked at Styx. The face said oddly, "What's wrong with your hair?" Old ancestor Styx spoke with a cold smile. "You'd be no better off than me if you had an old thing chanting by your mansion all day long, stirring you up day and night." "Hear that?" Kongxian laughed out loud with a hint of gloating. Styx gritted his teeth and said in a chilling voice, "I will kill that guy. Makchen, who dared to fool Earth hidden into coming to my underworld blood sea, and now has caused thousands of my Shura race sons and daughters to become traitors to the Western sect. This revenge will not go unpunished." Kongxian faintly said, "We are naturally the same in this matter. Brother Koan Pang was greatly injured after fighting with that Mu Chen, and was then taken in by the first sage. That sage I can't do anything about, but Mu Chen is bound to kill him." Speaking here, Kongxian was quite impatient and extremely condescending. "By the way, where exactly is the third helper you mentioned? If I wasn't waiting for him, I would have struck 10,000 years ago. As long as it's not a saint, I have yet to meet an opponent for a quasi-saint. You're also a little too petty." Styx shook his head, looked at the seawater. A subtle buzzing sound came. Only a tiny mosquito, invisible to the naked eye, flew out to sea. Chapter 121 Mosquito Toist. Endless Seas. Shepherd's Dust stepped out of the sea of clouds once again after countless years. Long hair draped over her shoulders, cloth shoes and gray shirt. The temperament is out of this world. At first glance, the pupils of those eyes contained an indifferent aura of horror, and the entire article stated 2 words. Awesome. He appeared on top of a huge reef, hands behind your back, scanning the millions of miles of ocean around them. There was peace and quiet, and countless living beings were recuperating in the depths of the sea. When Muchen vaguely recalled the first time he stepped out of the sea of clouds, he had gone to the underworld sea in the extreme south, and had nearly set the Koan Pang on fire. As a result, the freshly roasted Koanping was taken away as a pet by Yuan Shi Tianzun, who came out and became his permanent regret. Originally, he later swore to himself that he would never come out again until he became a saint. Results: no way. The lure of the laws was too powerful, and it was worth it for Makoto to take a risk. Shepherd Dust walked around within the million-mile sea area. No magical powers were utilized, but no living being had noticed. Kirin Island is deep in the ocean. Both Qi Yen and Aotian were in the deepest level of seclusion at the moment, and would not awaken for non-significant matters. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene. Sighing, he dismissed the idea of waking them up. After all, they're all from the generation of the old ancestors. The future of both the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan would have to rely on these 2 old ancestors. It's better to do it yourself, just to try out the power of your peak 5 elemental laws. As Shepherd Dust thought of this, her body flashed, and she appeared on a certain remote island not far outside the endless sea. Sitting on the 12-pin red lotus, he began to silently wait for the arrival of Kong Xian's trio. Time passes slowly. I don't know how long it's been. A terrifying pressure appeared over the sea island. The formerly tranquil waters began to roll, and the clouds thickened in the sky, a shadow covering the ground. Shepherd Dust looked up. A man wearing 5-colored clothes descended from the sky with an undisguised pride on his face. Appearing directly in front of Mu Qin, Kong Xian, one of the toughest guys in the future God-fearing period. Immediately afterward, Old Man Styx also appeared on the island with a cold smile on his face. Makchen, how dare you step out of your dojo? In that case, today is the day of your death. Kong Xian nodded his head repeatedly. If you dare to hurt my brother, you will be killed today. Mu Chen looked at Kong Xian and rolled his eyes. To say is, it's still jumping. Kuanping had been used as a mountain guardian beast by Yuan Shi, one of the 3 purities. In the future you will also be abducted to the Western Church as a mount. There is still no sense of crisis, and you have to jump at the bottom of a saint's eyelids. Honestly, if the rewards weren't so tantalizing, he didn't even bother to talk to the other guy. Immediately after, Makoto's head began to shake left and right, as if he was searching for something. Kong Xian frowned as he watched Makoto simply ignore his duo. What are you looking at? Shepherd Dust asked. Where's the other guy? Why don't you come out and do what? You guys still want to do a sneak attack? Idiom. No sooner had the words left one's mouth than it was spoken. Kong Xian and Styx looked at each other with a hint of shock and surprise in their eyes. This guy. I can't believe I found that mosquito. I didn't realize that the human race even possesses an existence at the level of a paragon nowadays, and was able to discover me in advance. The voice came. A crack appeared in the void. Immediately afterward, a palm-sized mosquito appeared from it. It didn't take human form, but it carried a dangerous and terrifying aura all around it. Originally, after the 3 of them discussed it, It was for him to find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Mu Dust. However, whoever thought it would be discovered straight away, simply it walked out graciously. It's just a guy at the early stage of Paragon, not to be feared. Makoto stared with a dead fish eye. Mosquitoes? Think about it for a moment. Oh, so it's the mosquito toist from the underworld Blood Sea. Think about it. The first thing that Mu-chen did was to silently receive his 12-pin Karma Fire Red Lotus into his sleeve. Chapter 122, 1 against 3, Mosquito Dodger. It was originally transformed by the blood-winged black mosquito, a ferocious beast of the Hongmeng. It was supposed to be wandering in the void near the Sea of Underworld Blood. As a result, I didn't expect to be called out by Old Man Sticks. It was important to know that Mosquito Taoist was also a powerful and renowned figure under the saints during the journey to the west. In the beginning, he was captured by the Western Church's Runty Taoist at the time of the sealing of the gods, and handed over to his disciple, the White Lotus Child, to look after. And later, due to the White Lotus children a moment of inattention to release the Mosquito Taoist, the result led to the interceptor. 4 direct disciples of one of the Turtle Spirit Virgin Mother was Mosquito Taoist sucked to death. To say that would be just fine. But after the Mosquito Taoist sucked the Turtle Spirit Virgin into an empty shell, he was greedy and flew to the Western world of ultimate bliss to suck on the 12 Golden Lotus of Merit, the Western sect's sacred treasure. As a result, the 12 pints of Golden Lotus were sucked up by Mosquito Taoist for 3 pints and dropped into 9 pints. So thinking of this, Mu-chen hastily put away his Red Lotus as well. Although this guy's main body seems to be only one, but the performance of the divine power-up is the swarms of mosquitoes that can devour the great Luo Golden Immortals in the sky. To be honest, in Mu-chen's opinion, this fellow was actually even more difficult to deal with than Kong Xian. Shepherd Dust narrowed his eyes and spat. Speaking of which, one of the 3 guys has lived longer than the other. 3 against 1. Shame on you. Old Ancestor Sticks sneered. Joke. The method of group beating was pointed out individually by the Taoist ancestor when he preached in the Purple Heavenly Palace back in the day. So what's the point of having a face? Kong Xian said with a disdainful face. The words of the Dao ancestor naturally have the true meaning of the Great Dao, which you ants naturally don't understand. Mosquito Taoist was even more wings kept swaying and snorted. Where's the dirtbag from that doesn't even know the law of group beating? Mei Qin almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. It seems that back then, Hongjun's method of group beating was still taught by himself in the past. As a result, he was actually despised by these 3 guys in front of him. Think about it. Shepherd Dust had the feeling of lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. Never mind. No more nonsense. Come on then, let's see how I can clean you up. Shepherd Dust shook his head indifferently. The entire person slowly floated into the sky. Next moment, terrifying light surged out from inside his body like a pillar of radiant light, rushing straight into the sky. Open. Shepherd's Dust gulped lightly. The light on his brow soared. A wisp of vermilion in a Taiji Bagua pattern appeared. Immediately after that, a gray coat was transformed into a slim black and white overcoat. The sleeve robes of both hands bulged high, as if there was an infinite flow of breath in them. This was precisely the form of the 5 elemental laws that had crushed the Koanpang in the first place. Even more so because now that Mu-chen had fully comprehended it, it was much more powerful than before, causing a circular Taiji Bagua pattern to also slowly form behind the coat, with 5 elements of light flowing, indescribably ancient and abundant. See this scene. At the foot of the Mosquito Taoist, the old ancestor of the River Styx, and Kong Xian's face all showed a trace of shock. This fellow is only at the early stage of quasi-sainthood, but he has actually comprehended such a powerful law as the law of 5 elements? No wonder it has the nerve to dare to face us single-handedly. It's actually for this reason. So what if it's the 5 elements law? My 5-colored divine light has never lost. Let me first learn the power of the 5 elemental laws. Kong Xian snorted coldly. Immediately after that, his entire body rushed straight into the sky. The 5 native feathers shone brightly behind them, transforming into 5 colors. Mu Dust's face was expressionless. The sleeve of the coat was gently waved out. The seawater behind him instantly transformed into a giant beast of 10 million feet, smashing down towards Kong Xian's head. Boom! Stonebreaker. The huge shockwave directly split the sea island under his feet into 2 halves from it. Kong Xian bellowed, "Open for me." The 5 colors of light were like 5 long knives. Swish swish swish, splitting the water behemoth into pieces. Yet the next moment, before Kong Xian could shed a smile, he only saw a right hand press down on the top of its head without a sound. In the meantime, ringing out a faint 4 words, the golden flame of the great sun. Chapter 123, Crushing Kong Xian. Kong Xian didn't have time to react. A golden blazing flame then instantly covered him from head to toe. Next moment, an angry and furious voice with hints of pain rang out. Ah! Kong Xian charged straight out of the golden flames and escaped into midair. The body was covered with burnt wounds, but they were not fatal. Ha! Shepherd's Dust was quite a bit surprised. It hadn't occurred to him that the other party would be able to rush out of his great sun golden flame. Take a look a few moments later. It turned out that Kong Xian was holding a red feather burning with flames. It was instantly clear. It was important to know that Kong Xian was the first five-element peacock in the heavens and earthborn from Yuan Foam. That five-colored divine light. The reason why it was claimed that nothing could be broken and nothing could be brushed was because its five feathers symbolized the power of the five elements. It was precisely because of this that one could be unrivaled under the saints. To put it bluntly, it was the same origin as Mu Chuan's five elements laws, which was why it was able to dodge this fire attribute attack. Damn! How dare you sneak up on me? Kong Xian's face was hideous. He never seemed to be hurt like this. In a rage, he directly appeared in his original form and transformed into a huge peacock. The wings flapped hard. The strong wind that was as harsh as a knife rolled in from afar, and it was incomparably violent. The whole island looked like tofu being sliced open piece by piece. Even Mosquito Taoist and Old Man Sticks flew to the distant sky to avoid being affected. With one hand behind his back and his right hand forward, a rotating 5 elements 8 trigrams formation stopped in front of him. Bang! 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 Countless astral winds smashed on top of the big formation and instantly disappeared. Is this your power, Kong Xian? Shepherd Dust asked. The tone was calm, but with a hint of looking down. The top 10 laws are indeed powerful. If it was in the past, if the early stage of Paragon Saint faced Kong Xian, even he would find it troublesome. Now, however, the laws of the 5 elements were thoroughly integrated. This 5-colored divine light was, at best, a simple version of the 5 elemental laws, or a weaker kind. He naturally couldn't look at it. Feeling this naked contempt, Kong Xian let out a piercing cry. Behind him, countless feathers branched high into the sky, and the 5-colored divine light blazed forth, rushing into the heavens. The sky was all enveloped by a 5-colored aura, followed by 5 different rainbows falling straight down, pointing at Mu Dust. The power was so great that the entire void was split open with cracks. Watch this scene. Shepherd Dust shook his head lightly. Hands began to form seals in the air. The speed was extremely fast, and gusts of shadows appeared. You think you're the only one who knows this trick? The corner of Mu Dust's mouth curled up slightly as he shouted. Look at my 5-colored divine light. Boom! Only 5 terrifying auras of different colors were seen rushing up into the sky. The void was directly shaken apart. The power was so great that it was even stronger than what Kong Xian had used. Saw the scene. Kong Xian roared with an expression of having seen a ghost. What? Next moment, 2 identical moves collided in midair. Boom! Huge shockwave ripples spread in all directions from the exact center at the same time. All the mountains and rocks, the sea of clouds, and the earth that were swept through were turned into smithereens and completely disappeared into the world. All those who noticed the scene closed their eyes. And Mu Chen's 5-colored divine light was obviously stronger, directly breaking through Kong Xian's 5 rainbows after a short stalemate and ruthlessly smashing into his body. Bang! The latter was like a kite with broken strings, transforming into a long rainbow that ruthlessly smashed into the depths of the seabed. As far as the naked eye could see, a 1,000-meter-long maelstrom appeared on the surface of the sea. Rumble! The sea flows backwards. Saw the scene. Old Man Sticks and Mosquito Taoist both looked dumbfounded. The latter was even more shocked. How did you come to possess Kong Xian's exclusive 5-colored divine light aptitude? Chapter 124, Red Lotus Flame. Shepherd's Dust exhaled softly. Looking at his palms, he grinned. Sure enough, it worked. Just now, he had a sudden thought. Since Kong Xian's 5 feathers were the 5 elements, he was able to make a divine ability like the 5-colored divine light. Then he, as the only one in complete control of the 5 elemental laws in the flood nowadays, should be able to make them as well. And the results were not what he expected. After watching Kong Xian use it, he was able to cast it himself and it was much more powerful. It looks like you'll have one more crushing trick up your sleeve later, Mu Chen thought to himself, then placed his eyes on Old Man Sticks and Mosquito Taoist and smiled. Your turn. Old Man Sticks and Mosquito Taoist looked at each other. A thick murderous streak flashed in his eyes. They were all people who had experienced endless killings in years, and although they were surprised, they were not likely to be shocked. Not to mention the fact that the other party only possessed this kind of battle power at the early stage of paramount sainthood. If we don't cut off the roots now, it will only get more and more difficult in the future. Kill! Old Man Styx's entire aura instantly erupted. Two swords that emitted an endless hostile aura appeared from the void. Meta slaughter. But it existed with the birth of Styx, the supreme treasure of killing amongst the innate spiritual treasures. Killing without touching cause and effect. It is the embodiment of the Tao of killing between heaven and earth. It was also with these two swords that Old Man Styx opened up the Shura realm. A sword slash. A terrifying arc of sword chi directly rushed out. Naturally knowing the ferocity of this sword, Muchen slightly stomped his foot and his entire body disappeared into thin air. Next moment, the ground he had previously stood on was as if it had been cut by a laser, splitting into countless pieces. With a single step, Mu Dust appeared high in the sky, and the index finger of his right hand pointed to the sky. The true god's royal thunder law. Boom! The entire sky was dark and cloudy in an instant. A purple thunder as thick as a mountain peak fell as if it didn't need any money, ruthlessly smashing on the body of the old man of the river Styx. Bang! 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 It's as if the sky is falling. Looking at this scene, Mu Chen inexplicably remembered a song lyrics. Look! Shocking thunder! This Tongtian cultivation astonishes the world to trap the purple and gold hammer. Think about it. The lyrics are so apt too. Feet. The old man of the river Styx has his feet on the surface of the sea. His big bald head is especially obvious. And his two swords come out. And all the heavenly thunder is cut apart in unison, and he is like a heavenly god for a while. Mu Dust was just about to do something when he narrowed his eyes slightly. Both fingers flicked towards the right side of the void. The seawater formed a barrier that just stopped the countless swarms of black mosquitoes that rushed out. Buzz off. The entire sky seemed to be blocked by countless swarms of mosquitoes, like locusts. Almost instantly, even the sea was swallowed up. Shepherd's Dust frowned. The mosquito Taoist has countless detachments. As long as the main body is not extinguished, then these mosquito swarms are endless and extremely tricky. Under the thought, Mu Chen's right hand flowed with magic seals, and the great sun golden flame came out again. Unexpectedly, those countless swarms of mosquitoes were not afraid at all, passing through the golden flames and pouncing straight at Mu Dust. Ha ha ha, I am immortal and absorb countless karma. How can a mere great sun golden flame hurt me? Makoto flickered in midair. He also took out the 9 red clouds scattering prana gourd. Enough huffing and puffing power to send a person's soul into a frenzy. However, it only temporarily blows the mosquito swarms away. It's useless. A magic treasure like yours can't hurt me at all. Mosquito Taoist arrogantly laughed. When Makoto heard these words, he instead suddenly stopped in midair. One thing comes to mind. So smiled. The golden flame of the great sun can't help you. So what about this? One could only see the palm of Mu Chen's right hand extended. A fiery red flame rose. Amidst the rising flames, a terrifying aura that could burn out all karma emanated. Looking at this blazing flame, the mosquito swarm's terrifying pursuit momentum suddenly stiffened. Red Lotus Karma Flame? Chapter 125, Solo Battle Against 3 Quasi-Saints Without Falling Down. Instinctive. The mosquito swarms then became in awe of the Red Lotus Karmic Flame, as if they had met a natural enemy. Shepherd Dust gently waved his hand. Go! The Red Lotus Karma fire that covered the sky transformed into a palm-sized mass of flames. Densely packed, surging towards the countless mosquito swarms. Wow! The originally unstoppable swarm of mosquitoes suddenly came with a strong burning odor. One by one, the mosquitoes have been burned to the bone, turning into ash and flying down to the ground. The remaining mosquito swarms begin to flee in panic. Shepherd Dust pointed with his right hand. The Red Lotus Karmic Flame then flew towards the swarm of mosquitoes. After the 5 elements were comprehended, most of the flames of the flood were available to him. This Red Lotus Karmic Flame, due to the fact that he had the Karmic Flame Red Lotus Dharma treasure, he had also long since realized it. It just so happened that this was the best means to fight against the mosquito Taoist. At this moment, only the swarm of mosquitoes transformed by the mosquito Taoist was seen fleeing, facing the Red Lotus Flame that could burn karma. There was no way to fight back. Turns out it just solved this one. The sea exploded again. Kong Xian, who had been knocked into the bottom of the sea, rushed out, opened his bloody mouth, and then swallowed towards Mu Chuan's head. Sinner, get out! Shepherd Dust let out a cold cry. A lofty and thick giant tree rushed out from the bottom of the sea, its countless branches and vines fusing into a pair of palms, holding Kong Xian's entire form in the palm of his hand to death. A flip of the right hand followed, and again, it was knocked to the bottom of the sea. Shepherd's Dust was 3 things in one mind, while bombarding Old Man Styx with heavenly thunder, while using the Red Lotus Karmic Flame to expel the mosquito Taoist, and finally, it was to address Kong Xian with his remaining attention. At this moment, Mu Qian was fighting 3 paramount saints alone with the strength of one person. No falling off the wagon. If the rest of the people saw this scene, they would probably be skeptical. It's too pugnacious. The moment. Outside the Purple Heaven Palace. In addition to the Paraclete receiving, both the 3 pristine ones and Nuwa watched the battle from afar. Originally, they were exchanging the Great Dao within the Purple Heaven Palace. As a result, this contest took place. Originally, saints controlled heaven and earth. A battle between 4 paragon saints. They naturally wouldn't miss it. Of course, in their eyes, even the battles of the paramount saints were just going through the motions. However, as they watched, the crowd exuded a strange look. Nuwa couldn't help but sigh. Fellow Daoist shepherd dust. This countless number of Huiyuan not cultivating realms. I didn't expect to possess such a powerful comprehension in terms of laws and battle power. An ordinary early-stage quasi-saint cultivator wouldn't be able to use so many divine abilities with ease. Lao Tzu stroked his beard and nodded. The law of 5 elements. What a law of 5 elements. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi were also secretly smacking their lips. Obviously, he was also surprised by the battle power that Mu Qian was displaying at this moment. Yet immediately afterward there was a flash of amusement in his eyes. This was because if it was just this, it would not be possible to completely defeat Old Man Sticks and the other 3. Inexplicably, they actually wanted to see the way Makoto fell. After all, the countless things that Makoto had done had made them somewhat shocked and surprised, and they had never seen a scene where Makoto was defeated. As for the death, definitely not dead. After all, senior sister Nuwa was clearly most concerned about this battle. Countless years of seclusion. Nuwa's cultivation was somewhat elusive even to them. If it really came to a moment of crisis and Nuwa stepped in, I'm sure that even the 3 paramount saints would be nothing more than ants. Time passes slowly. Mu Qian only felt the mana in his body being exponentially depleted. Fortunately, having the power of the 5 elements laws continuously absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, there were no signs of drying up for the time being. But if it continues like this, it will still not be broken in the end. Originally, Mu Qian still had some powerful magic treasures. However, the mosquito toist can suck up the magic treasure grade. Kongxian's 5-colored divine light could even take away any magic treasure. Therefore, Mu Qian had never taken out any divine magic treasures, and this was the manifestation of battle consciousness. Phew, can't drag this out. Shepherd Dust said. Chapter 126 5 Elements God Extinguishing Formation. Next moment, Makoto stopped his divine ability. The thunder in the sky stops. Karmic fire disappears. The giant tree returned to the bottom of the sea. Looking at this scene, Old Ancestor Sticks, who was holding dual swords, sneered coldly. Knowing you're just a trapped animal, you've given up struggling and waited to die? Kongxian's face grimaced. It's useless to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Today I must swallow you into my stomach and turn you into a puddle of blood. Shepherd's Dust didn't say anything. The entire body flew straight into the 10,000 feet high sky. A deep breath followed. The sleeves of both hands instantly bulged high. Pounds of mana boiled and roared within himself like a river or an ocean. The other 3 hadn't fought him to the death at the moment, purely holding out to consume his mana before finally attacking him as a group. Shepherd's Dust knew the other party's mind, but he wouldn't give them that chance, since sustained warfare can't be beaten. Then simply, zoom in. Next moment, only a brilliant rainbow aura rushed into the sky from 5 directions within a radius of 10,000 miles at the same time. The sea of clouds in the 5 directions was enveloped by different rays of light, and an impenetrable boundary was formed immediately afterward, with the sea island as the main center. The power of the 5 elements boiled in it, and a power so terrifying as to be destructive was accumulating in it. All of Makoto's long hair began to float in the air. The eyes were unbelievably bright. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing. The phases are all things. Compatibility destroys. When the operation of the 5 elements was reversed, what took its place was the unparalleled power of destruction. This was also the limit of the 5 elemental laws that Mu Qian could comprehend nowadays. Also named 5 Elements Destruction Formation. The reason why Mu Qian had come to this sea island early as a battlefield was that he had laid the prototype of the 5 Elements God Extinguishing Grand Formation around it in advance. At this point, only to see that Mu Qian's hands began to form seals. Countless complicated sealing techniques appeared. The 5 elements began to turn upside down in the midst of the boundary grand formation. Gold overcomes wood. Wood overcomes earth. Earth overcomes water. Water overcomes fire. And fire overcomes gold. A destructive aura was born from the violent operation of the laws. Even the ancient existences such as Old Ancestor Sticks and Kongxian as well as the mosquito Taoist, even if they felt even a trace of it, They all broke through the sky and had some heart trembling. What is this? What a terrifying aura of destruction. We can't let him go on. Kill. The three of them simultaneously erupted an unparalleled paragon aura, no longer holding back. Five-colored divine light. The two swords of Yuan Tuing Yao. Swarms of mosquitoes all over the place, as well as all sorts of divine abilities. All of them smashed towards Mu Dust in a desperate manner. The great formation has been formed. It's too late. Mu Dust's eyes were indescribably indifferent. The right palm is gently aimed downward. Spit out the word lightly. Perish. The tone was flat, but it's like the supreme way. The mana inside of Mu Chen's body was blasted empty. Instead, all the vitality within 10,000 miles collapsed in an instant. An unparalleled destructive force transformed into a black ball, spreading in all directions from the very center. The power spreads underneath. Seawater crushing. The living soul dissipates. The sea of clouds collapsed. All of it swept away. Those divine abilities had no resistance at all under this power, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The sky is falling. The black ball carried endless power, shattering the void and continuing to fall towards the island. I am Old Man Styx. Styx's face was grim as he pushed out his hands. An infinite sea of blood spread out from in front of his sleeve, attempting to block this force of law. Kongxian's body transformed into the size of 10,000 feet, and the five-colored divine light was exerted to its limit, leaving only 5 colors in heaven and earth. Mosquito Taoist even directly transformed into an endless sea of mosquitoes. The three of them combined their efforts and began to resist the power of the grand formation. Next moment, Shepherd Dust's face was indifferent. The right finger pressed gently downward. Griffin. The words fell. The two forces then ruthlessly collided together. Chapter 127, Conquering Mosquito Taoist. Two terrifying forces collided in midair. There is not the slightest suspense. Almost instantly, the black ball controlled by Mu Chen crushed the power of the three paramount saints and ruthlessly smashed on top of the sea. Boom! With a loud explosion, the void broke, and space was directly punched out into a pitch-black colored huge black hole, with purplish-red lightning spreading out from within. The seawater right in the center of the sea was like a wave of strands surging in all directions, then boiling and melting. 10,000 square miles of ocean instantly turned into a vacuum. Makoto's clothes and long hair bristled and floated in midair. Wait for the fallout to dissipate. Only then did he slowly fall to the ground. Phew! All of a sudden it seems overplayed. But where are they people? Mu Dust muttered alone. Although old ancestor Styx was not a saint, he was close to possessing an immortal physique. The saying that the sea of blood is not empty and the river Styx is not dead is not a joke. Kongxian and Mosquito Taoist also both had heavenly Dao Qi to protect them, and it was difficult to die. Just then, a blood-red light broke through the rocks under the sea. Half of Old Man Styx's body was rotten. At this moment, his face was indescribably terrified and fearful, and he fell straight toward the distance, no longer having the heart to find Mu Dust to settle the score. Immediately after, another green light weakly appeared. Kongxian's entire feathers were about to be burnt, and he fled into the distance with his dying breath. Sure enough, it's not dead. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene, wanted to do something, but ended up doing nothing. All of the mana had been used up just now, and the heart was in the right place. Immediately after, the commotion over here completely startled the endless seas in the distance. Ao Tian and Qi Yan instantly woke up from their cave and rushed here, only to see Mu Chen standing alone on a lone piece of earth rock. The original endless seawater and an island had disappeared. Young master? Ao Tian said uncertainly. Shepherd Dust shook his head indifferently. It's fine. Met a couple guys and they all ended up running away. Hear that? The two of them glanced at each other, and both of them could see the other's shock. How many? Anyone who can fight such a big battle should be a paragon, right? When he thought that his young master was able to deal with several paramount saints by himself, his heart was even more shocked. Okay, go back first. Mu Dust only felt extremely vulnerable at the moment. It's an unpleasant feeling, and it's better to return to your own dojo to feel safe. Suddenly, Shepherd's Dust stopped in his tracks, and so on. Where's the mosquito man? Did it just blow itself away? Makoto searched the surroundings with what was left of his divine thoughts. Finally, he looked at a rather raised rock at his feet, and an impish smile spread. Crouch down, gently toss the stone. It was just the Mosquito Taoist lying quietly inside. Seeing the smile at the corner of Mu Chen's mouth, that small eyeball unexpectedly revealed a trace of an extremely grudging and tearful emotion. Originally, it is also trying to run. As a result, who would have thought that before it was too late? Carrion and Ao Tian came. The two quasi-saintly auras immediately shocked it. not daring to move. "Oh, little mosquito, what do you think I should do with you?" Shepherd Dust crouched down with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Mosquito Taoist wanted to die. Shepherd's Dust had nearly broken its Tao heart just now by itself. As a result of this, 2 more terrifying existences came. Who could stand up to this? Think about it half the time. Slowly flapping its wings to come into the palm of Mu Dust's hand. Then he started kowtowing over and over. Dropping. Mosquito Taoist submissive detected. Please choose. 1. Leave the Mosquito Taoist alive and place him within the Cloud Sea formation to be tamed, and you can gain a major battle force in the future. 2. Kill Mosquito Taoist on the spot and receive 2 innate spiritual treasures. Chapter 128 Laws of the Sword Dao. Hear the option. Shepherd's Dust laughed instead. Command. Aotion. Ki Yen. This guy will be your little brother from now on. Bring back the Cloud Sea Grand Formation for me. Mosquito Taoist is actually considered a bug existence in the entire floodplain. Not only is the killing method strong and can suck off the magic treasure grade, but more importantly, it is extremely difficult to be discovered. Even a paramount saint would probably be in danger of being sneak attacked. If it was tamed well, it would be much better than any innate spirit treasure. Since the system had said so, he accepted it without ceremony. Yes, with a wave of his big sleeve, Ki Yen grabbed Mosquito Taoist in the palm of his hand, and immediately watched over him along with the Aotion duo. When Mosquito Taoist looked at the 2 paramount saints on his side, he completely gave up his desire to escape. The 3 returned to the endless sea. Mu Chen had just stepped into the sea of clouds when he felt that his strength began to recover in a steady stream, and the fatigue from the previous battle disappeared almost all at once. What a blast! Makoto stretched lazily. He was now pretty much aware of his current battle power. Possessing a single law, he could deal with up to 3 quasi-saint level existences, or the strongest kind. And if one possessed 3 laws, then one could barely fight a saint. After all, the power of law fusion was definitely 1 plus 1. Thinking of this, Mu Chen was in a great mood. This was the future opportunity for him to rise up to witness the Tao. Master, what just happened? Yang Chan hurriedly arrived with a hint of a worried look on her face. Makoto shook his head. It's okay, a couple guys came and I fought them off. Where's your brother? Jan Chan said. Second brother is still in seclusion, and specially called me to inquire about it. Hear that? Makoto couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth. This Yang Jian, it vaguely has the elegance of his own year. No matter what kind of fight is going on outside, he himself will not go out even if he kills himself. That is, he will close the door. Buzz buzz. A mosquito slowly flew past Mu Dust's feet. Next moment, Shepherd Dust looked toward Mosquito Taoist. Although it was said to be subdued, this fellow had long been a paragon after all, and his loyalty was definitely not too high. From today onwards, you can only find a place to cultivate within 1,000,000 miles in a radius, and you may not use your divine powers or harm the living beings in this place. If you violate the rules of this place, I will personally take care of you. You should know my strength. There was a hint of majesty and indifference in Mu Chen's eyes. For Makoto, just keep it for now. After all, when you raise animals and stuff, it's all about love over time, and mosquitoes should be pretty much the same, like Aotion and Kirian were. If you really can't raise a white wolf, then it's just a matter of settling it when the time comes. He still has that strength and confidence now. Hear that? Mosquito Taoist kept fluttering in mid-air, nodding his head. Then, after receiving permission from Mu Chen, he flew down to the sea to look for a territory, watching Mosquito Taoist leave. At this point, only a drop was heard. Congratulations to the host for defusing the attacks of 3 Paragon Saints with the strength of 1 man, and gaining the opportunity to randomly choose a law. Please choose the host. A trace of excitement flashed in Mu Dust's eyes. Finally, it's back. He now happened to possess the 3,000 laws to prove the way. If once 3 laws were collected, one would possess a battle power comparable to that of a saint. Turn it on, Shepherd Dust said. The host opens a random selection system. In the process of randomly selecting a law. Selection complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Law of the Sword. Chapter 129 Comprehending the Laws of Sword Dao. Heard Dust's eyes lit up. The Law of the Way of the Sword, which was one of the 3,000 great ways. Although it is not among the top 10 laws, but if it is comprehended to the peak, its offensive and destructive power is not weaker than some of the top 10 laws. Now that Makoto possessed the 5 elements laws, which was equivalent to an archmage, his strength was extremely balanced, but he was still a bit lacking in terms of his ability to fight on his own. It was evident from the simultaneous battle against 3 Paragon Saints such as the Old Man of the River Styx, and now the laws of the sword Dao could make up for his lack of attack power. Simply put, Shepherd's Dust was still relatively satisfied. He gently lowered his mind, and all he could see was a surge of raging and terrifying memories and understanding flooding into his mind. In the meantime, inside his sleeves, 4 flying swords flew out at the same time, transforming into 4 snow-white rays of light that wrapped around Makoto in all directions, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Immediately after, the Qingping sword also appeared in midair with it, cicadas chirping like dragons. The law of the sword. It is known as a sword that breaks all laws. As long as the comprehender was able to comprehend the charm of the laws of the way of the sword, then, under the heavens, no matter what kind of magical treasure, as long as it was a sword, it would all be mindful of it. Like today's immortal execution 4 swords, imitation, and the innate merit and virtue spiritual treasure Qingping sword are all like this. I don't know how long it's been. Makoto slowly opened his eyes. There was a flash of a stern and incomparable sword aura in his eyes, as if he could destroy everything. Is this the power of the sword Dao laws? Mu Chuan murmured softly, thinking that it was exactly the same as when he comprehended the 5 elemental laws. It was equivalent to opening the door to the laws of the sword Dao for him. But to be proficient, you still have to study and hone it hard. When Mu Chen thought of this, he was ready to start shutting down. For boosting strength, Shepherd's Dust could be said to be the most attentive. This time at the very least, he would comprehend the laws of the sword Dao to the same level as the laws of the 5 elements. This way he himself would really be considered the first person under the saints in the true sense of the word. And then meet like Kong Xian and the old man of the river Styx. A sword under the estimates have to be split in half. If he could comprehend one more, the fusion of the 3 laws would be considered to have the strength of a saint. Master. Yang Chan finished watering the flowers and plants on the sea of clouds and had been waiting on the sidelines. Seeing the astonishing sword aura on Makoto's body at this moment, his face paled, somewhat unable to withstand it. Herd Dust suddenly realized that the sword pressure between the field was suddenly empty as he put back the Qingping sword and the immortal execution 4 swords, imitations. I'm going to start my death retreat here from today. Probably for a long time. Shepherd Dust instructed. In the future, if anything happens in the endless seas, you can go to Aotian or Chien, and they will solve it. Yes. Yang Chan nodded gently and left the place. Shepherd Dust waited for Yang Chan to leave and gently waved his hand, and the sea of clouds completely covered the place. Then he fell into seclusion. Time flows like water. The perception of the Great Dao laws had always been long and dull, but in return, the increase in battle power after comprehending it was also something that could not be brought about by ordinary seclusion. 100 years, 500 years, 800 years. The mosquito Taoist flew back to the sea of clouds and landed on top of Makoto's head, seemingly unable to take interest in anything. 1,000 years. Shepherd Dust woke up from his seclusion. A look of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Strange. It was a bit different from the previous cultivation of the 5 elements law. It seemed that the body was inherently a bit repulsive to sword chi. With a little thought, he figured it out. It should be that the laws of the Great Dao were different, so the 5 elemental laws in one's body were repulsed by the laws of the sword path. That's a dilemma. It seemed like it was very difficult for anyone in the history of the flood to cultivate 2 different powerful laws after birth. It was in the midst of this contemplation that Makoto suddenly realized that Mosquito Taoist was lying on the steps by his feet in a deep sleep, and had morphed into a little girl with red lips and white teeth. As Makoto looked at this scene, he tugged at the corner of his mouth. One of the Hongmeng fierce insects, a quasi-saint level existence, was actually a female, or this harmless little girl appearance. It's also so out of character. Chapter 130 A mosquito with a big appetite. It seemed to have sensed Makoto's gaze. The little girl opened her eyes, her big watery eyes staring at Makoto, her twin ponytails swaying, her eyes still carrying a hint of fear. Why are you back? Shepherd Dust couldn't help but look a few more times again, because it's so boring and everyone's afraid of me when I go out. It's not easy to see a few true dragons, but they also hide back in the sea when they see me. I don't know what they're afraid of. It's not like this girl is sucking their blood. The little girl wrapped her arms around her chest and sighed with an old-fashioned look on her face. After wandering around 1,000,000 miles of ocean for hundreds of years, anyone would be bored. And it was precisely because of this that she couldn't find any interesting beings to play with, not even as interesting as the cultivator race and the underworld blood sea, that she returned to Makoto's place in boredom. After all, Makoto seemed to be the only one here who wasn't afraid of him. This girl. Shepherd Dust looked at the little girl with a lifeless expression, and a lowly voice when you talk. This caused Mu Chen to be even more filled with black lines, feeling that his outlook on life had been shocked. In his concept, Mosquito Taoist should be a lewd and sinister old man, changing so drastically all of a sudden. As soon as Mu Chen remembered that he had locked up a little lowly in his own home, that underlying morality couldn't help but produce a trace of guilt. You definitely didn't cover your aura when you went, right? The aura of a paramount saint will naturally make a lot of people fearful. So it is. The little girl nodded thoughtfully, then widened her eyes in curiosity. Have you been practicing the law of the sword all these years? I felt the aura of a sword when I was sleeping. As a quasi-saint level, her eyesight and perception were extremely excellent. Shepherd's Dust did not hide it. Nodded. That's right. It's just that I've encountered some trouble. The laws of the 5 elements seem to clash with the laws of the sword Dao, and I've made very little progress in these hundreds of years of seclusion. The little girl was in awe and admiration. After you comprehended the 5 elements laws, you were able to have such a comprehension of the sword Dao laws. It's really too powerful. If I had known that you were so perverted, I wouldn't have listened to that old fellow Sticks and come to beat you up for a delicious magic treasure. Shepherd Dust smiled. Ed up. Mosquito Taoist actually came against himself for a few magic treasures, so he pointed to the corner. There are a lot of magic treasures in the corner of the Cloud Sea, and the great is just the Hotian. So go find them yourself and give them to you when you're hungry. These were the ones he had gotten from fishing, and the ones that Ten had given him in the first place, all of which he had put in the corner as broken brass. Most of it is still there, except for taking some and giving it away. Really? Hear that? Lori's eyes snapped on, like little stars were twinkling. Immediately afterward, her entire body lunged toward the corner, her ponytail bobbing. Next moment, she wouldn't let go of an axe when she clutched it and bit down hard on it. Crackle! The Hotian Supreme Treasure level axe was then bitten out of a crack by that small, reddish-white looking mouth. A few blinks of an eye. The axe that was 2 times the size of her body was even directly swallowed into her stomach. Immediately after, an incomparably satisfied smile then spread across the little girl's face as she set her sights on the rest of the magic treasures. That's all. She pounced again. In just a moment, the small mountain of magic treasures had been eaten by her. Shepherd's Dust smashed his tongue. There was only one thought in mind. This lowly milk is ferocious. Can't afford it. The next days, the little girl seemed to be addicted to the food. That was why Mu Chen had to open his eyes from time to time during his seclusion, afraid she'll eat something she shouldn't. Thus, little mosquito, take it easy. This is my scattering spirit gourd. That's my 12 red lotus. Be careful. Don't touch it. That's my ing fishing rod. Go away. Go away. Asterisk 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 old man's Qingping sword. Roaring dog. Hang in there. Hang in there. Accompanied by a startled roar from Makoto. And so, 100 years passed with such trepidation. Chapter 131, Reincarnation in Hell. 100 years later, Mu Chen looked at the little lowly who had swallowed most of the useless magic treasures within his Cloud Sea. A sigh of hopelessness filled his face. Today it seems, although Mosquito Taoist was ferociously famous in the future, everyone was scared to death. But in reality it's just a little girl who's been in hell and hasn't seen much of the world. Boss, when will you give me your 12 red lotus? Over here. Mu Chen was still pondering. Over there? The little girl pounced on Makoto's body with a bear pounce and licked her mouth. Makoto's face was filled with black lines as he lifted her collar and threw it straight to the ground. Little mosquito. You'd better go out. Don't delay me from comprehending the laws of the sword Dao. Shepherd's Dust helplessly held his forehead. If he were replaced by a stingy man like Xiao X right now, he would have slapped him off to the side to cool off. Yet faced with this living, breathing little girl in front of her, ignoring the paramount sage's cultivation, however, he really couldn't lay his hands on the poison. Petty! Little mosquito puffed up his mouth and simply lay down directly on the ground, not getting up either. Shepherd Dust looked at this scene, suddenly remembered that little mosquito also controls a hint of the implication of the law of devouring, although it is not yet fully controlled, but in the end, it also understands some, so curiously asked, by the way, I already have the 5 elements laws in my body, but I have a natural rejection of the sword Dao laws. Is there any solution to this? Little mosquito heard the question, blinking big, dopey eyes, then hold out a finger. Retooling. Shepherd's Dust frowned. Redox? What kind of crap is this? Little mosquito smirked. Stupid. You can let a wisp of your own bilocation or soul reincarnate and recultivate, and after preserving your memories, without the constraints of the laws of the 5 elements, you can use it to hone the laws of the way of the sword. This way, when the sword Dao laws are comprehended and then returned to the true body, there will be no such trouble. When Makoto heard this explanation, his person froze. You can still play like this? but it does sound like it makes sense. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shepherd's Dust then decided to send a wisp of his detachment to the 6 reincarnations, and then reincarnate and reincarnate. Use the experiences of the mortal world to hone your sword laws. Good job, little mosquito. I'll be off. Shepherd Dust laughed. Immediately afterward, he plopped down and condensed a wisp of Yuan Shen from his body, turning around and flying towards the underworld. Little mosquito looked at this scene and blinked, a hint of amusement suddenly showing in his eyes as he flew over immediately after. Underworld. It was the first time that Makoto had come here. Rumble. Endless laments and wails roared through it. The cries of injustice were deafening. The terrifying fury in Inchi spread all over the 4 fields. Extremely terrifying. Shepherd Dust looked around. Slurp and smack. As expected, the Yellow Springs hell of the flood was extremely terrifying. The ones that fell were powerful beings within the flood, and the ordinary hellish brats didn't have the strength to deal with them. Fortunately, there is a Jizo King in hell, which makes it much better. Shepherd's Dust curiously walked among them. In less than a moment, he came to the side of the underworld blood sea. The Earthstore King was currently sitting cross-legged on one side, silently reciting the sutra. Countless grievous souls and stern ghosts sat in meditation beside them, and one after another, they were sublimated. Jizo suddenly felt something. Opening his eyes, he glanced this way. Upon seeing Makoto, a trace of consternation passed through his eyes, then broke into a standing position. Bending slightly, Shepherd Dust smiled. Then he continued on towards the depths. Chapter 132, Babies. Walked inside the sea of underworld blood. Most of the Shura clan was dead or wounded. Among the 4 great demon kings, other than the great Brahma who was killed by him in seconds, the other 3 had been transmuted by the Earthstore King into disciples of the Western sect, and the old man of the river Styx himself was also beaten by him and seriously injured. It is estimated that he is recuperating in the depths of the blood sea, and will not come out for a short period of time. Shepherd's Dust walked on. Suddenly in the distance, 2 faceless ghosts with chains floated by. Shepherd Dust said, "I'm going to be reincarnated as a human. The 6 paths of reincarnation, which path to reincarnate in, is not for you to decide. Can't we discuss it?" "No way." Makoto frowned, then looked up into the sky, asked aloud, "Is Sage Hotu available?" The voice was eloquent and vast, and in the blink of an eye it spread throughout the Yellow Springs of hell. The countless severe ghosts and unjust souls were greatly alarmed. The faceless ghost shouted angrily, "How dare you, disturbing the order of the Yellow Springs without authorization, looking for death." After saying that, the chain in his hand locked towards Mu Chen's head. Shepherd's Dust didn't do anything. Suddenly a breath descended from the sky and stopped the chains. Immediately afterward, the sky above the Yellow Springs began to change, and a terrifying aura seemed to awaken from the depths. All the severe ghosts in Yanwang felt this aura and knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. An indistinct face appeared in the sky, like a human face, silently gazing at Makoto. Shepherd Dust smiled. "Sage Hotu, can you still remember the one-sided relationship back then? I want to use a wisp of my Yuanshin to rejoin the wheel of reincarnation this time." I still asked the sage to open a back door. There was a long silence. A woman shrouded in black robes appeared in midair. It was none other than a sliver of Hota's bilocation. She looked toward Makoto. "May." After saying that, he led Mu Chen towards the depths, the bridge of nefariousness. There is no such thing as that sleepy Mona at the moment, but still possesses a soup that can make you forget everything. Shepherd Dust retracted his gaze after a single glance, only to see Hotu gently pointing at the void at the end of the Naiha bridge. A huge hole of reincarnation unexpectedly appeared out of thin air right in the center. Endless suction power appeared, as if it could absorb everything. "Go on," Hotu said softly, and then disappeared directly into the void. "Thanks a lot." Muchen slightly clenched his fist, and then his entire body directly flew in. The 6 paths of reincarnation are one cycle. Shepherd Dust flew in, only to feel his consciousness becoming more and more hazy, and in the end, he fell into a deep sleep. Endless darkness, endless slumber. It was as if countless eons had passed. When Mu Dust regained his consciousness, "Open your eyes." All I saw was a ray of sunlight hitting my face. The breeze blew gently in through the wooden window, and a splash of green leaves hung brightly at the head of the window. "Where is this?" Makoto frowned. When looking at his body, he was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why are my hands so tender? Asterisk 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 asterisk, how come the legs are so short? What the hell? Really reincarnated as a baby? Shepherd's Dust was about to collapse in his heart. He just wanted to reincarnate and retrain the laws of the Sword Dao. How did he start as a baby? At this point, two people walked in through the door. Villager-like. A man and a woman, who seemed to be none other than his parents in this life. The clean and simple young woman doted on him and picked him up, whispering softly, "Father, what do you think the child should be named?" The man carrying the firewood wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought about it. According to the idea of Mr. Storyteller at the head of the village, my surname is Moo, so he'll be called Moo Dust. Grounded. Hear that? The baby version of Makoto finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. At the very least the name hasn't changed. Chapter 133, Hongjun sect. By a gushing stream. Dressed in a hemp garment, Mu-chan squatted by the stream, quietly looking at his own clear face reflected in the stream. Even though 10 years had passed and he had gone from a baby to a teenager, it was still a bit of a reprieve. It's called Shomyo Village, with dozens of households, wrapped in a green mountainous landscape. There is a small, dilapidated temple in the center of the village, but it keeps the villagers safe. The villagers rise at sunrise and set at sunset. Which dynasty this was, Moo Dust hadn't been able to figure it out yet. It only felt that it was not quite the same as the divine continent he remembered, and even the dynasties were a bit blurry. It seems that the Hind Earth has deliberately moved a little. It was because it was as if this place was a parallel world dominated by immortal cultivation. The only thing that was famous here was that there was a powerful cultivation clan on a nearby mountain. The name is Ink Cloud Sect. The purpose of the Ink Cloud Sect was that the strongest would be honored. Every 10 years, a disciple entrance examination would be opened to recruit new disciples. All the villagers dream of sending their children there to cultivate immortality and become so-called strong men. Whenever you listen to Mr. Storyteller at the mouth of the village talking about this, Shepherd's dust was always filled with black lines. Only a few words came to mind. There's no fancy magic here. There's only fighting spirit that flourishes to its peak. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. A downtrodden young man descends to the other world, regains the emperor's inheritance, and returns to the peak. And I am the only one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Makoto rolled his eyes. What's going on? One by one. What a scrappy version of a metaphysical worldview. It's hard to believe that you're going to rise in this life as well. But spit is spit. The Ink Cloud sect is still going in. He had nothing but memories now, and could only enter the Ink Cloud sect to learn the Sword Dao technique first. This was the way to begin one's idea of practicing the laws of the sword in this life. After sitting by the brook for a while, Mu-chan re-entered the little temple village. Walking on the road, countless villagers had some fear in their eyes. It was because Makoto was too extraordinary here. He was born without crying, could speak in just 1 month, and was extremely sophisticated in his speech and behavior. Not at all like a baby. The ignorant villagers have a subconscious fear and resistance to people and things they cannot understand. Immediately after that, rumors spread that Makoto was a demon, and all the villagers subconsciously feared it, and not many children dared to play with Makoto. To this, Shepherd's dust didn't care. As a terrifying existence that had existed from the early days of the flood to the present, it was indeed a small demon as well. Just got home, just to see the pastor's father and mother were standing quietly in the doorway, their faces full of excitement. Father, mother, what's wrong? Shepherd Dust was curious. Regarding this pair of cheap parents, Mu-chan still had the utmost respect. After all, it's a kind of fate, and it would make up for the fact that he didn't retire for his own parents back in the day. Father Mu's face carried an undisguised joy as he excitedly said, "The Ink Cloud sect is going to start accepting disciples the day after tomorrow. Child, you finally waited until you can enter the Ink Cloud sect." Her mother's face was full of reluctance, but she still said, "Dusty, you must fight for your honor. Don't care what other people say about you. You must enter the Ink Cloud sect, even if you can't give it up." But if they could join the Ink Cloud sect, this was the most promising and honorable thing for the villagers of Little Temple Village. Makoto yawned, rambling, "Okay, mother, don't worry. Just leave it to me." Chapter 134, How Many Stars in the Sky? Early morning of the 3rd day. A term of immortal master from the Ink Cloud sect has come to Little Meow Village. White clothes, slender figure. Live and let live the style of the gods. Countless villagers had gathered at the entrance of the village, subconsciously kneeling on the ground. Shepherd Dust also came here along with Shepherd Father and Mother, only to stand far away at the very edge of the crowd, not kneeling down. The handsome man spoke. "I am Lu Yun, a 3rd-generation disciple of the Ink Cloud sect, and all children under the age of 15 are eligible to participate in the examination. Anyone who succeeds in the examination can follow me to the mountain gate of the Ink Cloud sect to serve as a medicine-picking boy." Those with even higher talent can even possess the qualifications to become a fourth-generation disciple of the Ink Cloud sect. Words. All the villagers were abuzz and brought their children to Immortal Master Lu Yun. I wonder how the Immortal Master will assess it. One man asked weakly. Ryun smiled. To cultivate, it is natural to ask questions. To answer my question is to succeed. If you can't answer, then you're a failure and have no connection with the Ink Cloud sect. Shepherd's Dust heard these words. A rather surprised eyebrow was raised. Ask? With a bunch of kids who don't know what they're doing. Thinking of this, Mu Dust was a bit curious, crouching down and watching, wondering how on earth the other party should ask a group of little kids. Less than a moment, the tiger-headed little boy was the first to walk up to Ryun. He's the grandson of the village chief, called Tiger. He was usually a big personality, but his face was a little nervous at the moment. I'll do it. Ryun nodded and smiled. May I ask how many swords are 3 plus 7? Hear that. All the villagers were dumbfounded. Although they were uneducated and poor, there was still an old showman in the village. Although the children of this generation don't know many words, this kind of simple counting problem is still very simple. Is the other side's question really that simple? There can't be any deeper meaning? There must be a trick. Tiger, however, didn't even think about it that much, counted his fingers and said directly, that's 10 in all. Ryun didn't say anything. All the villagers were extraordinarily nervous, thinking that they must have answered wrongly. Yet the next moment, a hint of a smile flowed from the corner of Ryun's mouth as he said, very good, you passed the test. Wait behind me. The words just fell. All the villagers were dumbfounded again. Makoto was also confused at the moment. What's this? Isn't it always insulting to the brain to say that the brain is in the wrong place? Thinking of this, Mu-chan rolled his eyes. Thought it was a lame routine of testing talent with crystals or something. It turned out to be surprisingly easy. I'll do it. A scruffy youth scurried out of the crowd, jumped directly in front of Ryukin. He's called Barbarian 3, just 15. Inside the daytime, he likes to do some petty theft. I didn't expect it to be so easy after seeing Tiger's test, so I couldn't wait to run in. Lu Yun said with a calm face. 3,000 great avenues, half of which have disappeared. How many great avenues remain? Barbarian San scratched his head. After thinking long and hard about it, he swore. 1,500. Quicksilver shook his head. It's still 3,000. You failed the test. Wait another 10 years. The crowd was in an uproar. It didn't occur to me that this answer would be wrong. Barbarian San was filled with resignation. Why? Why that answer? There's no reason. Ryun smiled. My answer. Naturally my word is reason. Next. Watch this scene. The villagers instantly tensed up again. Shepherd's Dust also read it. Whether or not one could pass the examination. The examination was secondary. The main thing was to see if this Lu Yun looked at himself. But anyone who doesn't see it and speaks out is substandard. Think about it. Shepherd's Dust also joined the queue and happened to be the third in line. With a proud son of heaven like him, how could he be looked down upon? Unless blind. Only to hear Ryuan ask to the first person in front of him, how many moons are there in the sky? 1. First one in. How many suns are in the sky? 1 2. The second one went in. It was Mu Dust's turn, only to hear Ryuan chuckle. May I ask how many stars are in the sky? Makoto? Chapter 135, Going and Returning. Makoto's heart was speechless at the moment. Can't play? Is it unplayable? What makes you a star when others are the moon and the sun? The villagers heard this and sighed as well. Obviously, Makoto wasn't very lucky. The pastor's father and mother had even snuggled together and began to cry in small voices. It also seemed to feel sadness for Makoto's luck. Ryun smiled. If you can't answer, it proves that you have no connection to the Ink Cloud sect. Actually, as a third-generation disciple of the Ink Cloud sect, Lu Yun couldn't do anything about it. Who told the top to have only 5 or 6 targets? Less, I guess. Not so much. More, I guess. And it's against the rules of the division. Therefore, Lu Yun accepted the disciples. So he thought of a ask method. Unless the kind of people who are too poorly qualified at a glance are not accepted, the rest of the people rely on luck. And sadly enough, Mu-chan just happened to have a turn at this unsolvable problem. Shepherd's Dust was silent for a while. Just when everyone thought that Makoto was out of it, he suddenly raised his head, smiled. How many stars are there in the sky? My answer is none. No? The villagers behind him burst out laughing when they heard this answer. Ha ha, there are so many stars. It's better for you to just pull a number than to say there aren't any. The shepherd's doll, who used to feel so smart, how come she feels like a little cutie now? Okay. Next one. Don't struggle. Quicksilver also lost his smile. Why no? Shepherd Dust put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. When I say no, naturally I mean no. I don't know where the stars are. Can Immortal Master Lu Yun explain? Of course it is in the sky. Lu Yun subconsciously pointed to the sky, but suddenly his face changed slightly and he was speechless. Shepherd Dust smiled and said, the sky? There don't seem to be any stars in the sky, do there? Barbarian 3, who had been eliminated from qualification first, grunted in anger. Nonsense. Of course the stars come out at night. Of course they don't during the day. Makoto shrugged his shoulders. Since there are no stars in the daytime, it is natural that there are none when the Immortal Master asks me questions. Even if it is there at night, I go to bed long ago at night and never look at the stars. What I cannot see, even if he exists, still does not. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Everyone was not very educated, and at this moment, they also seemed to have been fooled by Mu Dust's theory. While Lu Yun pondered over Makoto's words, he was getting more and more mesmerized. What I cannot see, since he has it, is not in my eyes. Everything exists in nothing, and out of nothing can come something. Ryun was alarmed. This statement clearly contains moralizing. He looked at Mu Chen with quite a bit of shock, realizing that this statement was extremely on topic. Can't help but I praise. What's your name, little one? Shepherd's Dust said indifferently. Makoto. Ryukin said with relief. Very well, that answer is extremely perfect. Come behind me. Hear that? The field was in an uproar. Her father and mother even covered their mouths, so excited that they almost fainted. For the villagers of Xiaomio village, this is a great event to honor their ancestors. Shepherd Dust looked at his parents, who were incomparably joyful, and smiled faintly. Temperance, just normal operation. The saints of the flood could be fooled by him, let alone a small parallel world in the district. And so, an afternoon passed, with the end of the assessment. In all, 6 children passed the test. As they left, the parents of all 6 families were saying goodbye to their children, urging them to be resourceful in the future. The same was true of the Matkin family. Mother Mu's eyes were red as she looked at Mu Chen, but she couldn't say a word. Although this is a good thing, but immortal cultivation has always been decades or even hundreds of years. Maybe this time a goodbye we'll never see again. Father Mu didn't say anything, only silently stuffing sweet potatoes into Mu Chen's small package, as if that would be any relief to the heart. Shepherd Dust looked at the two of them in such a state and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I won't be able to go and learn for long. I'll be back when I'm invincible. Hear that? The pastor's father and mother cried even more. Gotta. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to see Makoto again in this lifetime. Chapter 136, Song Yun Cliff and the Old Man. Immortal Master Lu Yun left the small temple village with 7 children, throwing out an artifact with his hand. It was a huge fan that rose against the wind and became tens of feet larger. Once everyone was standing on it, the fan flew into the air and sailed off into the distance. With the exception of Lu Yun, all of the children exuded looks of curiosity, awe, and newfound amusement. After all, it was the first time they had ever taken to the skies. Makoto rolled his eyes helplessly as he was inside the pile of children. It always has the discomfort of an oldest child going to kindergarten. Only half a day later, the crowd then arrived at the Ink Cloud sect. It was a huge mountain gate hidden by clouds and mist, with countless buildings and palaces standing in a majestic atmosphere, filled with a powerful heritage. One time, the rest of the kids tensed up. There was something familiar about Mu Dust. After thinking about it for a long time, a look of realization suddenly flowed over him. The era. Wasn't it that era of human cultivation when he subdued Hoi and Kwafu before the establishment of the Heavenly Court? It was only in this era that the human clans were so numerous that they all revered immortal cultivation. Shepherd Dust smiled. It turns out that the timeline was also brought forward when Hotu reincarnated him. But this was good. After all, such a chaotic era of immortal cultivation was more suitable for him to cultivate the laws of the Sword Dao. Immediately after, an aged elder stood at the gate, holding a pen and paper, writing something down while inquiring. Name, age, Mu Chen, 10 years old. What do you want to learn? Alchemy or Dao? Learn the sword. The elder frowned slightly. Learning the sword? This is the end of the road. Our human race knots the Jindan to prove the Great Dao, and ascending to immortality is the right way. This era, all laws do not come out. Everything was in a hazy stage, and the way of the sword was just a side issue at this moment. Shepherd Dust said carelessly. It's okay, I just want to learn how to sword fight. The elder pondered for a moment, and said directly, since that's the case, then you should go to Song Yun Cliff's senior brother Lu. Who is the only one in the clan who has delved into the way of the sword? There was a little sigh of regret after that. Obviously, he felt that Makoto's life was considered wasted, without a care in the world. Shepherd Dust turned around and walked away, taking half a day to find that Hongjun cliff. This is a huge empty cliffside. The huge waterfall running next to it is extremely cultivating and restful. Shepherd Dust nodded in satisfaction. Who's coming? An old man with white hair sat at the end of the cliffside and looked toward Makoto. The face is majestic, and at first glance it looks extraordinarily imposing. A masterful demeanor. Shepherd Dust explained. My name is Hongjun. I'm a disciple who has just been initiated. Learn to sword? The white-haired lanky old man's eyes lit up, and then he appeared directly in front of Mu-chin. Take a gander. He raised his eyebrows and said seriously with a face full of admiration. Kid, I see that you have exquisite bones, thick eyebrows and big eyes. You must be a sword-practicing wizard. The future peace on earth will depend on you to maintain. I have a book Great Sun Nebula Sword and you have a destiny. Are you willing to join my disciples? Follow me to practice the sword? Mu Dust was filled with black lines. That's too much of a snub. The moment tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, So what? Moncler, this pale cloud cliff shouldn't have any disciples for many years, right? The white-haired old man's face flushed red and he suddenly coughed dryly. Nonsense. The sword Dao lineage can only be learned by one genius in 10,000. Naturally there are fewer disciples. And there was only just a disciple who came to practice with me 50 years ago. Shepherd Dust looked around and asked, And where is he? The old man coughed dryly. I just sent it away the year before last, and the grave grass was already almost 3 meters high. Shepherd's Dust held his forehead. Sure enough, what the human race cultivates in this era is the Jindan Avenue. Forming the golden pill and certifying ascension is the point. Kendo and all that is just a side channel in the orthodox Taoist sect. And this master doesn't feel very trustworthy. However, this didn't matter much to Makoto. Anyway, he relied on himself and opened his mouth. Senior, please pass me the Great Sun Nebula sword. I'll come here to learn the sword.